No, she said. I want to stay here.
In the garden? He asked.
Why not? She said, unfastening her bodice. It's warm, and I don't want to wait. They made love under the stars, and when they were done, Sylvia lay upon the grass beside Rue, her head on his chest. You've not been coming around enough, Rue. Rue was jolted out of his pleasant half-dream state and said, Things are getting frantic. I hear there is war coming, said Sylvia.
A lot of people are saying that.
Is it true?
Rue considered what he should say next. At last he said, It's true, I think, though I don't know if it's any time soon. But you should consider going east if you hear of trouble in Crondor.
Crondor? She said, playfully nipping his shoulder. I thought Kesh was moving again.
It is, said Rue, trying to tell her the truth. He loved her and wanted her safe, but he didn't entirely trust her because of her loyalty to her father. But this time I don't think they're going to move in the Vale. He considered what that would do to his negotiations with Jacob. He decided it wouldn't hurt. So he decided to embellish. You know, Lord Vicor was called from Ilanon to Crondor.
Who's he?
Said Sylvia. Rue wondered if she really didn't know, or just wanted to make him feel important. He ran his hand down her naked hip and decided it didn't matter. He's the King's Admiral of the Eastern Fleet. He's lurking down in the Bay of Salts with a huge flotilla, so that when Kesh sails out of Durban, he can ambush it. Prince Nicholas took a large squadron to the west, out beyond the straits, and will sail in behind the Keshians.
Sylvia started playing with the hair on Rue's chest. I heard he was going out to meet a treasure fleet.
Rue then realized she knew a great deal more than she had ever revealed. Finding his ardor dying, he said, I must go home, I'm sorry to say.
Oh, she pouted.
Sorry, but there is the matter of gathering the documents your father wants.
He dressed while she lay nude upon the grass, looking beautiful in the light of the large moon. When he was finished, she stood and kissed him. Well, if you must run off, you must. Will I see you tomorrow?
Rue said, Impossible, but perhaps the night after.
Well, I'm going to bed, and I'll think of you as I lie in my sheets, she said, running her hand down his stomach.
You're making this difficult, he groaned.
She laughed. Well, you make my life difficult. How can I think of another man when I have you in my life? She kissed him and said, My father wants to know why I don't marry. He wants grandchildren.
Rue said, I know. It's impossible.
She said, Perhaps the gods will be kind and some day we'll be together.
Rue said, I must go. He left, and she gathered up her gown. Rather than dressing, she carried her clothing through the house, and when she reached her room, she dumped it on the floor. A soft moan from her bed caused her to smile, and she crossed over in the dark to find 2 figures entwined on the covers. She slapped the maid hard across her bare buttocks, and the girl yelped in surprise. Duncan Avery looked up at Sylvia in the pale light coming through the window and smiled. Hello, my darling, he said with a rakish smile. We got bored waiting for you. Sylvia pushed the maid to one side and told her, Pick up my clothes and take them to the laundry. The girl regarded her mistress with an expressionless mask and slid out of bed. She picked up her own clothes and her mistress's and hurried out of the room, closing the door behind her. Sylvia reached down and stroked Duncan, saying, Well, at least she got you ready. I'm always ready, he said, kissing her on the neck. She pushed him back and straddled him, saying, I need you to do me a service. Anything, he said, as they gazed into each other's eyes. I know, she cooed as she leaned over and kissed him. You smell like grass, he observed. No doubt, she said. I was entertaining your cousin on the lawn. Duncan laughed. It would kill him to know you've gone from his arms to mine. He takes this sort of business far too seriously. Sylvia reached down and gripped his face, letting her fingernails dig into his cheeks a bit. And you had better as well, my aroused peacock. I'm going to make you wealthy beyond your dreams. She knew she needed a man to be the public head of her father's and Rue's companies, and Duncan was stupid enough for her to control for years. When she got bored with him, she could dispose of him with ease. Ignoring the pain, Duncan said, I like wealth. Now, about that service. What? I need you to kill your sister-in-law. Duncan was silent for a minute as his breathing became heavy. Finally he said, "When?"
"Within the week."
"Why?"
"So I can marry Rue, you fool," she said, as her own pleasure was mounting.
"How is your marrying my cousin going to make me rich?" asked Duncan.
Suddenly Sylvia arched her back and shuddered, then collapsed on top of Duncan as he matched her passion.
After a long, silent moment, he said, "How is marrying—"
"I heard you,"
she interrupted him.
How like him, she thought, not willing to wait even a moment to let her linger in her pleasure. Finally she rolled off him and said, "Because after an appropriate period we'll make me Rupert's widow. And then, after an appropriate period of mourning, you and I can wed."
Duncan laughed and grabbed her hair roughly, pulling her head around without a hint of gentleness. "You are a woman to admire," he said, biting her on the lip playfully. "No soft, romantic notions for you, my darling."
He rolled her over and looked her in the eyes.
"I like the notion of a marriage based on greed. That's something I can understand."
"Good," said Sylvia, slapping him across the face, almost hard enough to hurt. "Just so we continue to understand each other." Sylvia lay back as Duncan began to arouse her again, and she thought his usefulness as a public head of the house, as well as his talents in bed, were equally balanced by his boorish behavior. Starting with a maid before she got here was unforgivable. She would punish the girl in the morning for not pointing that out to Duncan. She might not have a shred of jealousy in her makeup, but she insisted on obedience, and she had not given the two of them permission. She sighed and shivered as he began exploring her body, and thought, a year or two. She could put up with Duncan for a year or two before getting him out of the way. Then she would have to look for a young noble, perhaps that irritating grandson of the Duke who had been so resistant to her advances. He might be a welcome challenge. But whoever it was, she would have a title before she was done. She might even consent to have a brat or two for a baron or earl. It might prove necessary. She considered the price of losing her firm body to motherhood, and wondered if there were potions or other magics that would keep her looking as she did now. Women had wondered that for years. Then she thought, why just an earl? Why not a duke? That Dashel who worked for Rupert had a brother, didn't he? And eventually he would rise to rank, perhaps that of duke. Then she wondered if he would be easier than his brother had been to charm, or if he would prove a challenge. As Duncan kissed her stomach, she thought that's what she needed. Another challenge. All the men presently in her life were so predictable. As she closed her eyes and arched her back, she thought, the prince is still unwed. Pug materialized near the shore, where a group of students was listening to Tomas lecture on magic. The master magician stopped when he saw who the three men were, for Pug had brought along Nacor and Chopé. Pug's outer appearance seemed different. He was thinner, and his hair and beard were short, as if just growing in. There was also a tired quality about his movement. "My lord," said Chalmers to Pug, "this is as unexpected as your last appearance." Pug said, "There are matters of grave importance we must discuss. Gather the other leaders in the conference chamber. I will be along in a moment." If the magician, who was now the leader of the community, objected to being ordered this way, he hid it masterfully. He put his hand over his heart in a Keshian gesture, and said, "It will be done, my lord." Nacor looked at the students, who sat with astonished wonder, and said, "Shoo!" They quickly departed, leaving the three men standing alone. They had transported into Krondor with Callan, whom Pug had left behind for a while, to oversee the coming defense of the city until such time as Pug came for him. Pug's grandson, Arutha, had managed to indicate he desperately needed to speak to him, so Pug felt the need to return quickly to the prince's city. "You know what to do?" asked Pug. "Certainly," said Nacor. "I don't know if I like this, but I can see why it's necessary." Pug shrugged. "If we survive these next few months, we'll worry about what's happening here. Unless you've got a better plan?" Nacor rubbed his chin. "I don't know. I might have something, but either way we must do this other thing first." "Well, then, be off with you," said Pug with a laugh. "When this is over, get horses and head for Sethanon. I don't think there's anything you can do in Krondor. And if I'm not there, see what you can do to help Tomas."
Nacor and Shopi hurried toward the ferry, which would take them to Stardock town, while Pug turned toward the great citadel of Stardock. He hurried into the building and reached the central chamber where the senior magicians of the island were gathering. They rose to their feet when he entered, and he waved them to chairs as he moved to the seat traditionally occupied by the leader of the council. "Things move quickly," he said without preamble. "I have been content to let you play your games of independence from the kingdom and Kesh while peace reigned, but things cannot be allowed to continue in this fashion." Chalmers said, "There are rumors of war. Do you wish the Academy to take the side of the kingdom?" "Yes," said Pug. "Many here are of Keshian birth and feel no love for the kingdom," said another magician. "You are Robert Delias?" "Yes," said the young magician, inclining his head at the honor of being remembered. "You're a kingdom-born man." "True. I merely point out the division of loyalties after the loyalty we all feel to Stardock." Pug said, "Let me be direct. Stardock is mine. It was built with my money on land deeded to me by the king, and until I say otherwise it will continue to be mine." "That is as it should be," said Delias. "But many will choose to depart, and I see that as being a defeat of the principles that brought us together." Pug smiled. "I understand, and I appreciate your academy-born desire to sit here and debate the obvious until you've arrived at some profound philosophic insight. But given that the largest army in the history of the world sails to Krondor even as we speak, we cannot afford that luxury." At mention of the fleet, several of the magicians in the room frowned. "We thought the gathering of Keshian soldiers to the south was a prelude to a war, my lord," said Chalmers. "What is this business of a fleet?" Pug said, "Let me be brief. A huge army from across the endless sea, serving a demon lord, is sailing toward Krondor. Once the city has been reduced to ashes, that army intends to sweep out and conquer everything between this island and Illith, Krondor, and Salador. There will be blood and fire like nothing you could imagine." The magicians spoke among themselves, and Pug let them for a minute. Then he held up his hand, and the room fell silent. "But what is more critical is that their ultimate goal, without their own knowledge, is a prize which, if seized by them, could destroy all life on Midkemia." "Is this possible?" said Delias. "Not only possible, probable," said Pug, "unless I get some help." The young magician said, "I will help." Pug smiled. "Youth is often underappreciated," he observed, as the other older magicians in the council remained silent. Finally, Khalid, one of the senior magicians of Keshian ancestry, said, "So much of what we have labored for is at risk, if that is true. Would it not be wiser for us to remain here to protect the library and the other facilities?" Pug said, "I cannot order you to willingness. I can order you to leave, but what purpose would that serve?" He stood. "I will retire to my tower for 2 hours. Call all the magicians capable of battle magic or protection or healing, and tell them what I have said. Those who will help I will take with me. The rest may stay here and defend Stardock if they are able." Pug left while the other magicians started discussing what he had just said. He mounted the stairs to his study and entered by the mystic door that barred others from entering. Before the door had shut fully, he transported himself to Sorcerer's Isle. Gathis, the goblin-like creature who had served Makros and Pug as major domo, was at his usual post in the central room of the house, the one he used as an office, overlooking the lovely garden Pug had created. "Master Pug," said Gathis, "am I correct in assuming that Master Makros is back?" Pug smiled. Gathis had once told him there was a mystic bond between himself and Makros. "Yes, that's true, though where he and Miranda are is not known to me." Gathis stood and said, "What service may I perform?" "I need a change of clothes, and bring me a hot meal while I bathe." One of the pure pleasures of the house on Sorcerer's Isle, the one called Villa Beata, was the Keshian-style baths. Pug had ordered them restored to their former function, and when Gathis arrived, carrying a tray with hot beef, cheese, bread, greens, and a chilled pitcher of white wine, Pug was sitting in a hot pool, relaxing. Looking at the scars on Pug's body, and his very short hair and beard, Gathis said, "It appears you have been in some difficulty." Pug laughed. "I've always loved your knack for understatement, my friend." He took the goblet of wine the green-faced being handed him, and after a sip he said, "Did you know Miranda was Makros's daughter?" Gathis said,
I suspected as much, though I've really had very little opportunity to talk to the young woman on the brief occasions when she accompanied you here from Stardock. As there is something about her manner that puts me in mind of the Black One, the revelation is no surprise.
It was to me. Did you know her mother was the Lady Clovis?
Now, that is a surprise, said Gathus. I met the Black One when he rescued me from my home world quite some time ago, but that was after he had left Miranda and her mother, as I pieced things together.
Pug said, After I eat, I must return to Stardock. But before I go, I mean to see the defenses are in place. A very hostile fleet of great size is going to be sailing past here in a few days, and while their destination is Krondor, a few of them may be tempted to stop and investigate.
Gathus said, I will follow your instructions in this.
Then he smiled his toothy smile.
However, if I am to judge such things correctly, several of your students here would be most able to discourage such a visit by marauding malefactors.
Pug laughed. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Will you be returning soon?
Pug's expression turned somber. I don't know. I would be less than truthful if I didn't tell you that the fate of this planet is in the balance. So leave it that if we survive, I will return.
And the Black One?
Pug shrugged. You know your former master far better than I, so you tell me. Gathus returned the shrug. There was nothing more to say. Pug finished his meal and his bath and dressed in clean robes. He then transported himself to his study and walked down the stairs to where a large number of students were waiting. When Pug saw them, he said, Everyone, outside! The students started to hurry toward the main door, but Pug grabbed one by the sleeve, turning him completely around, and said, What's your name?
John, master, said the youth, almost beside himself to have been singled out by the legendary master of Stardock.
Go into the council hall and tell everyone there to join us outside.
The student hurried off to the council chamber, and Pug pushed his way through the crowd, which quickly fell back when the students saw who was attempting to get through. Pug reached a point where a large rock rose, a short distance from where the road to the docks wound down the slope, and he mounted the rock. After a few minutes had passed, Pug turned and looked across the lake. He adjusted his mystic sight to study the distant docks, and was pleased to see Nacor, Shopee, and 2 soldiers. They were boarding the barge that served as a ferry between the shore and the island. Chalmers and the other members of the council pushed their way through the press of students, and Chalmers said,
Pug, what is this about?
Pug sat upon the rock, affecting the best Nacor-like pose he could muster, and said,
We are waiting.
Waiting for what?
Pug smiled and felt a perverse sense of pleasure in their frustration as he replied, I don't want to spoil the surprise. That caused them to fall silent, and for a very uncomfortable half-hour they waited as the barge was poled across the lake. At last Nacor and the others came walking up the road, and Pug said, I'm glad to see you. Nacor said, This is Captain Sturgis of the Shamata garrison. The students began to mutter at the sight of the second soldier, who wore the uniform of the Keshian border legion. And this is General Rufi ibn Solomon. The general nodded. My lord. Pug turned to the assembled magicians. To Chalmers he said, I suppose in the 2 hours I gave you, you have managed to dither the time away and do nothing that I ordered? We were discussing the best way to disseminate the information you gave us, began the old magician. Pug put up his hand, cutting him off. Is Robert Elias here? From the rear of the crowd, the young magician raised his hand. Pug pointed to him and said, I believe he is the junior-most member of the council, is that right? The magicians nodded. Good. That means you're not totally without hope, said Pug. Elias looked confused at that remark. Not totally, he said. Pug laughed and stood up so all could see him. To the assembled magic users he said, Even here I suspect you've heard rumors of war. Some magicians said yes, and others nodded. The war is real, but it is not with our neighbors to the south. A great fleet comes from across the sea and brings with it an army of terrible size, perhaps 250,000 men under arms. At that, several of the magicians began talking among themselves. Pug held up his hands, and the group fell silent. The kingdom makes ready to defend itself, and as you can imagine, we need a secure border with Kesh. Toward that end, some changes have been made. A hush fell over the crowd as they waited to hear what Pug said next. Great Kesh and the kingdom have contested for years over the rich farmlands surrounding the Sea of Dreams. To end this eternal dispute, the kingdom has ceded certain lands to the empire of Great Kesh. To the southwest of Land's End is a great rocky prominence, clearly visible from sea and land, called Morgan's Ruin. Sailors know it well. From the tip of that great rock, straight east to the river Shamata, a new border has been drawn. The empire of Great Kesh has been ceded all lands south of that line, along the southern banks of the river Shamata, the Sea of Dreams, and the Great Star Lake. The assembled group gasped, and a few shouted in anger. One man, obviously from the kingdom, shouted, "You betray us!" Pug said, "No. Prince Erland has been negotiating with the Emperor of Great Kesh for a long time on this matter. In exchange for Kesh's protecting our southern flank from the enemy, and for observing our current treaty while we are engaged with a mighty foe, the kingdom chooses to grant several claims for territory Kesh has held for almost 100 years. Those of you who are uncomfortable with this change in governance may leave. As it stands now, Stardock is still kingdom territory, still my duchy." Pug glanced from face to face. "Shamata is now being handed over to the Keshians. The kingdom forces are withdrawing across the Great Star Lake to Landreth. Any of you who wish may travel with them." Several more protests were heard, but Pug ignored them. General Solomon spoke. "We will honor the kingdom's claim to sovereignty for Stardock Island. Stardock Town will be Keshian. Until you have arranged for a portage or dock on the north shore, kingdom citizens will be granted the right of free passage through Stardock Town." Someone in the crowd shouted, "When are you taking over?" The general said, "We have taken over. My men are now occupying the small fortress at Port Shamata and the garrison in the city, and we will leave a small force across the water to ensure the peace." Looking at Pug, he said, "If there is nothing more, I need to return to my men, my lord." Pug nodded and said, "Thank you for coming." The general and the kingdom captain left together, heading down the hill toward the dock. Pug said, "That is the end of it. Now on to another matter. This invader I spoke of is an enemy of the most dangerous sort, and I need those of you willing to serve. We need those of you able to heal, able to act as conduits for intelligence, and those of you who may in some way stem the invader's magic." He paused and then added, "They are served by Pantathians." At mention of the hated serpent priests, several of those who had been quiet shouted, "I'll help." Pug waited and said, "Those of you willing to travel to Krondor, see Robert Delise. He is to be my aide in this matter." Delise looked around, confusion on his face. "Aide?" he said, as young magicians started to talk to him. Pug jumped down from the rock, and Nacor said, "What do we do now?" Pug said, I'm going to Krondor with this band to get them ready. Then I travel to Sethanon. You wait here to make sure that this band of fools doesn't start a war with Kesh in the next 2 weeks. When you're certain they won't, I want you to get to Sethanon." He reached into his robe and pulled out a Tirani transportation orb. "Don't break it or lose it. It's the last one I have. And it's a long walk to Sethanon." Nacor didn't look pleased. "Things are coming to a head, and you want me to stay here and wet-nurse this bunch?" Pug grinned. "Who better?" So saying, he moved through the milling magicians and went to talk to Robert Delise. Chopin said to Nacor, "Master?" "What?" "Have you given thought to what Pug said about thinking of a different plan for Stardock?" Nacor was silent for a moment, then turned to his student with a wide grin. "Of course I have." 15. Onslaught. Eric frowned. He put the papers on Lord William's desk and said, "That is what I'm to do?" William and Callis nodded. "We've had a change of plans since my father appeared," said William, looking very tired. "He went into council with the prince, James, and myself, and all I can tell you is he convinced us that Callis is needed elsewhere." Eric had been operating on the assumption that he would be up in the mountains to the north and east of the city, awaiting the fall of Krondor to launch raids against the invaders as they moved eastward. Now he was being told the roles were being shuffled, like so many cards in a deck. William said, "I am in charge of the defense of the city. That hasn't changed. Vicor's flotilla is hidden down in Shandon Bay and will sally against the raiders as they pass by, to be joined, we hope, by what is left of Nicholas's fleet after it's refitted to the Sunsets. Greylock will act as my second, with the units up in the mountains. He pointed at Eric. That means you will have to fill in for Greylock, where we had planned to use him. The retreat, said Eric flatly. Yes, said Callus. By the time we lose the city, we're going to have a frantic population attempting to flee and a routed army trying to go with them. We can't allow that. How are you going to prevent it? Asked Eric. William sighed. This is what comes of making assumptions. If we had included you in our command meetings, you'd know this already. He handed a large sheaf of papers to Eric. Read these. The plan is outlined in detail, and I want you to have it down cold by tonight. You and I will have dinner, and we can dispose of any questions of yours then. Eric turned to Callus. When do you leave? As soon as my father returns from Stardock, answered William for Callus. Eric assumed it was implicit. No one knew when that was. Very well, my lord. Eric turned to leave the room, and as he reached the door, William said, Oh, Eric, there's one more thing. Eric turned and said, What is that, sir? From this moment on, you're a knight captain in the Prince's army. I don't have time to waste making you a lieutenant, so you'll just have to skip the rank. Greylock smiled, trying hard not to laugh at Eric's astonished expression. Me, sir? What's the matter, Von Darkmoor? Shouted Callus in a fair imitation of Bobby de Longueville. Are you suddenly hard of hearing? Eric blushed. That means I need a new sergeant major, doesn't it? Yes, any recommendations? Eric almost said Jotto, because he was the most senior sergeant in the command. But the fact was that Callus had been correct originally when he had given Eric the job. Jotto just didn't have the command skills for the position. It required far more organizational ability than most of the sergeants possessed. After a while he said, There are 2 or 3 men who would serve, but to be honest, the best of the lot is Duga, the mercenary captain. He's smart, he's tough, and he understands exactly what is at stake without our telling him everything. He's been very useful in persuading those other mercenaries we've captured into switching sides. I don't like it, said William. The man's a turncoat. Eric said, You have to understand how things are across the sea, my lord. Men there have no strong attachment to a city, and there are nothing like the nations here. Duga has been a mercenary all his life, but down there mercenaries live by a strict code of honor. If he swears loyalty, and I can make him understand this isn't a contract where he can throw down his sword and switch back, he'll serve. William said, Let me think on this. Perhaps we'll make him a sergeant of auxiliaries. But I need someone else now. Then Alfred, said Eric. He's not as sharp when it comes to strategy and tactics as I'd like, but he understands how to get things done in a hurry, with a minimum of fuss. Then he'll do, said William, glancing at Callus. Callus nodded. I agree. He's solid, and he'll do for what we have coming. Go tell him, said William, and Eric left. After he was gone, Greylock said, You neglected to mention he carries the court rank of Baron. Callus smiled. Let's not get him too upset right now. William let out a long, tired sigh. I'm going to have to deal with his upset when he reads the plans and sees what his role is to be. Callus nodded. There's no doubt about that. And he laughed, a rueful, bitter laugh. Darkmoor, Eric said. You can't be serious. At William's expression, he quickly added, My lord. William motioned for Eric to follow him down the hall. We're dining with my family tonight. We'll talk over a quiet meal. As soon as they reached the dining hall, Eric felt his anger drain away. The quiet meal the Knight Marshal spoke of included Duke James, Lady Gamina, their son, Lord Arutha, and his 2 sons, Dashiell and James. Eric almost blushed at being included with the Duke's family, and quickly took a seat to William's right. As servants began to bring in the food, the magician Pug entered through a door across from Eric's seat. Eric saw only that his hair and beard had been cut close, until he came to sit between William and Lady Gamina, at which point Eric saw what appeared to be faint burn marks on his neck and face. Jimmy and Dash stood, as did Arutha, James, and Gamina. William hesitated a moment, and rose, while Eric quickly did as well. Great-grandfather, said Dash in greeting. Pug kissed Gamina's cheek and shook hands with James, and then with William. I'm pleased we're all together, said Pug. Eric saw, and with sudden clarity realized, why there was a somber mood in the room. This might very well be the last time Pug's family would gather, and many of those here might not be alive soon. Eric whispered to William, "If you'd prefer, sir, we can talk about my mission tomorrow." William shook his head. "At first light tomorrow, I want you up in the hills inspecting the first line of fortifications outside the city to the east. Then you need to be back here by the day after tomorrow." He glanced at his family. "We don't have time, I'm sorry to say." Pug said, "Before anything else, I have one thing I must say to all of you." William turned to look at his father, as did James and Gamina. Pug said, "I have been absent from your lives far too long, and for this I must beg your forgiveness." He then reached out and placed his hands over William's and Gamina's. "And I also need to tell you how very proud of you I am." William looked as if he didn't know what to say. Gamina smiled, and moisture gathered in her eyes as she leaned over and kissed her father's cheek. Eric had seen enough strange things in the last 4 years to find nothing odd in the image of a woman who looked old enough to be Pug's mother being his daughter. Gamina said something to her father by mind speech, and he smiled. "I wish she were here, too." William said, "Thank you, father." Pug removed his hand from Gamina's and put it over the one that still gripped William's. "No, I must thank you for being who you are and for holding to your own dream, no matter what I thought you should be doing. I learn slowly at times, I fear." William smiled, and Eric could see the resemblance between father and son. There was a sheen of moisture in the Knight Marshal's eyes, and Eric found his own throat tightening with emotion. This was what this war was about. Protecting those we love, he thought. Somewhere in the night his mother and the only man he thought of as a father were sitting over a table in the back of an inn, and somewhere out there the woman he loved was hiding on her way to join his mother and Nathan. Eric suddenly felt a presence in his mind, a gentle touch, nothing more. But he knew it was the Lady Gamina. He glanced over, and she was smiling at him. Then words came into his mind. "Your young woman is safe, I am sure." Without knowing quite how to do it, he tried to say, "My wife." Gamina laughed, and William said, "What?" The Duchess said, "Our young friend has gotten married since the last time we met." Pug, William, Arutha, and Gamina all offered congratulations, while the 2 younger men glanced at their grandfather. Pug said, "James?" The former boy-thief shrugged and grinned, and there was a hint of boyish playfulness in his manner. "I knew. So did Dash and Jimmy." Arutha said, "You knew?" Duke James laughed. "I had to get Eric's mind back on the days to come, so I let him think he was being terribly clever sneaking his young wife out of the city." He pointed an accusatory finger at Eric. "Don't ever disobey me again, Captain." At the admonition and use of his new rank, Eric couldn't help but blush. "Captain?" asked Dash, nodding in approval. Gamina and Arutha both said, "Congratulations." William said, "We'll see how much congratulations are in order after this coming battle." At mention of the conflict, the mood in the room fell somber again. After a moment of quiet, Pug slapped his hand on the table. "Enough! Let us steal a moment of happiness while we can." He glanced at his grandson, Arutha. "My only regret is that your wife is not with us." Arutha smiled, and Eric again saw the echo of both his father and mother in his features. "She visits her parents in Roldham." Jimmy said, "Perhaps we should all go to Roldham for a visit." Pug laughed, and the others joined in. The meal passed quickly and pleasantly, as those dining together found reassurance in one another's company. Eric was pleased to have the opportunity of seeing this family together, for in this room sat 3 of the most important men in the kingdom, Lord James and his father-in-law and brother-in-law. The food was beyond a doubt the best Eric had ever had, and the wine was beyond comparison, wine grown in his own Darkmoor region, but too costly for a commoner like himself to have ever tasted. He and William quietly discussed the plan for the defense of those leaving the city in the corner, while the other family members chatted about matters of small importance and ignored the darkness coming their way. After supper they ate sweets and drank Keshian coffee with small glasses of an exquisite fortified wine from Rodez. As Eric felt a warm glow fill him from head to toe, Callas hurried into the dining-room. "Sorry to intrude," he said without greeting, "but a message has arrived." James stood and held out his hand, and Callas gave him the message. William said, "From Land's End?" Yes, by fast riders. The invaders' fleet was sighted just after dawn yesterday. William said, with a favorable wind, that will put them off the point the day after tomorrow.
James nodded.
It begins.
Eric squinted, trying to will sight in the gloom. He stood on the outer breakwater, on the forward firing platform. As he had threatened, Greylock had seen that Captain de Beswick was given the dubious honor of being the first officer to face the enemy at Crondor's wall. If the formerly hostile captain felt any resentment over Eric's promotion, placing him above the career officer from Bastyra, he hid it well and was nothing if not polite when Eric gave him orders.
Where are they?
Asked Eric. De Beswick said nothing, realizing the question was rhetorical. As the sun lit the sky to the east, the western horizon continued to be cloaked in fog and darkness, accommodating the enemy's advance. De Beswick said, I know little about the sea, Captain, but if the weather is at all like Bastyra's, the hay should burn off by mid-morning.
Eric said, By mid-morning you may have warships sitting close enough to throw rocks at.
He looked over the defenses for what seemed to be the 100th time since he had returned from his inspection of the nearby defenses to the east of the city. Long minutes dragged on, and Eric kept returning to examining those forward elements. The outer breakwater had been restructured, so that to reach Crondor harbor, a ship now had to sail as far south as possible around a large jetty, atop which sat the platform Eric stood on. That was manned by a company of catapult crews, bowmen, and a shoreside detachment, all armed to the teeth. Any ship approaching this end of the jetty would be fired upon. The seawall ran almost due north, separated from the inner wall by a distance of less than a quarter mile. At the north end of the wall, another company waited, and any ship attempting to come up the channel between the inner and outer walls would be subject to a withering crossfire. Across the water on the inner wall, another company of soldiers manned their war engines. Eric considered that once the enemy saw the new defenses, their only choice would be to attempt to seize all three platforms. If they were foolish enough to send ships into the channel before they cleared away the defenders, they ran the risk of a ship's being sunk to block the channel. What Eric knew, and they didn't, was that a clever set of traps awaited the ships that came through that channel, even if the defenders were swept away from the walls. Eric looked at the small boat tied off below. Less than 20 feet down, a rope ladder dropped over the edge of the platform. I'm going to leave you the boat, said Eric. He knew that the men on this and the next 3 stations were likely to be obliterated before they could withdraw. De Beswick looked at Eric and raised an eyebrow in question. If you need to send a message in a hurry, it's faster than running along the top of the wall. Of course, said de Beswick. Then, after a moment, he said, Rather decent of you, actually. Eric put his hand on the man's shoulder and said, Goodbye and good luck. He ran along the top of the jetty, along the small path cut atop the mountains of rocks placed there by convict labor, so that the ballista and catapult platforms could be installed. For more than 3/4 of a mile he trotted to the second platform, where he accepted the salutes of the officers waiting there. He didn't stop to speak, but continued along, turning eastward to the top of the inverted U the 2 walls formed. For a 1/4 mile the knight captain of the prince's army hurried along, then turned south. The day was getting warmer, and Eric was perspiring when he reached the 3rd platform. He quickly inspected stores and equipment, then turned back north. The last platform was the most isolated, for, as at the first one on the outer wall, the men would have to flee along the exposed path and across the rock jetty to reach the old north jetty, which had traditionally shielded Crondor's harbor from the bitter sea's south-running tides. By the time Eric got to the point where the old jetty reached the northmost dock, he found a company of palace guards waiting for him. Eric mounted a horse being held for him, and led the patrol through the mass of soldiers on the docks. Every possible barricade had been erected, and the first 3 blocks into the city were a killing zone. Every upper window of every building housed an archer, and Eric marveled at the defenses planned by William and James. The lower windows were barricaded and the doors locked, and a clever set of easily moved ramps had been constructed so the defenders in the upper stories could withdraw by crawling from building to building, while others covered their retreat. What had surprised Eric wasn't the number of citizens who had fled the city once the construction of the defenses began, but rather those who had to be evicted, despite the evidence before their eyes of the coming battle. Many had been carried by main force out of their homes, or marched out at spear point. At the 3rd corner from the docks, Eric and his men reached the first barricade. They were waved through and headed toward the palace. As they moved away from the dock area, Eric saw the fearful faces of the populace, some peeking out of doorways, and others hurrying off on one errand or another before war came to Crondor. Many carried large bags of their belongings on their backs and were heading toward the east, where they would attempt to leave the city before fighting began. Eric knew that James would allow refugees to trickle out of the city in a controlled fashion until the enemy were ashore and the eastern gates needed to be closed. From reports he had read the night before, Eric knew the Foulberg, the portion of the city built beyond the ancient walls, was all but deserted. Local patrols of constables had arrested and hanged a dozen looters over the last week. A trader with a pushcart hurried past, shouting he had food to sell, and Eric was certain the man would dispose of the last of his wares before noon. As Eric neared the palace, the level of traffic heading to the gate increased, and he ordered his escort to head around back toward the docks and then to the palace, to avoid the press of citizens. They moved back down toward the docks, and as they rode along, one of the men in a second-story window above shouted, "Gods, look at them!" Eric lacked the man's advantage of height, but he knew that the man could see the hostile fleet. "What do you see?" The soldier looked down to see who asked, and seeing the officer's mark on Eric's tunic, said, "Ships, sir! Must be 1,000 of them!" Eric didn't wait. He kicked his horse into a canter and moved as fast as safety permitted toward the palace. He knew there weren't 1,000 enemy ships outside Crondor's harbor, but he knew there were at least 400, by cautious estimation of how much of the fleet had survived. Nicholas had hit them on one side of the Straits of Darkness, while a flotilla from Ilario hit them from the south. At the same time, squadrons of warships from Durban and Queg raided the forward elements. James had reviewed the reports from lookouts who attempted to judge the size of the remaining fleet as it sailed past, then sent word by a series of relay riders who would change horses every few miles. The raids had reduced the invaders' fleet by a fourth. Others had celebrated the damage done to the enemy until James had pointed out that left a mere 450 warships heading toward Crondor. So instead of 300,000 soldiers coming ashore within the next few days, only 225,000 would invade the kingdom. Eric fought off the desire to surrender to despair. He entered the palace via the sea gate and gave his horse's reins to a lackey. "I need a fresh horse," he said, and ran off to his last meeting with Lord James and Knight Marshal William. He reached the conference room where William and James were overseeing the final briefing for the area commanders before they were dispatched to their respective garrisons. The palace gate out of the city was being held clear, so that dispatch riders and those officers leaving could get out of the city before the riots of panic-stricken citizens began. James stood by while William issued orders. "We should have ships beaching to the north of the city within the hour." He pointed to two of the commanders who would see to coastal defenses just outside the city. "It's time for you to be there, gentlemen. Good luck." Eric saw the Earl of Tilden and a squire, whose name was not known to him, salute and depart. Eric had studied the deployment of troops for days since William had given him a copy of the battle plan, and he knew that nobles and their detachments would be the first to feel the brunt of the attack. From Sarth down to Crondor, from Crondor to the small villages north of Shandon Bay, every armed soldier that Patrick could squeeze out of the armies of the West stood ready to repulse the invaders. But 60,000 troops, most of them untested levies, were going to be overrun by more than 3 times their numbers in battle-hardened warriors. The only advantage the kingdom possessed would be in discipline and training, and that wouldn't come into play until after Crondor fell. For it was clear to Eric that his first suspicion had been correct. Crondor would fall. He glanced around the room and saw that Greylock was already gone, as was Callus. Greylock was riding for the first detachment directly under his command, a mixed company of Callus's Crimson Eagles, Haddati warriors, and the Royal Crondorian Pathfinders. Throughout the mountains to the north and east, every experienced mountain fighter they could recruit from as far east as the hills above Ran and Pointer's Head was waiting. The general plan was to bleed the enemy, killing as many of the invaders as possible going through Crondor, then to shred them as they made their way through the hills and mountains, where each of Greylock's mountain fighters would be the worth of 5 of the invaders. Eric had fought with the Emerald Queen's army. Most of them were satisfactory horse infantry, and a few decent cavalry, but none were mountain men. The only thing Eric worried about was the Sa'awar riders, for while they might not be mountain fighters, they were warriors unmatched by any force the human defenders of the kingdom could put in the field. Eric knew they would have lost a number of their horses on the sea journey. The fodder would spoil from the constant moisture, and horses would colic and some would be useless after 6 months in the hold of a ship, but enough would be quickly fit to make the Saga a dangerous foe. And who knew what sort of magic the enemy might employ to keep the horses fresh? William turned to Eric. "Ready?" "Ready or not, our forces are in place. As I left the docks, the enemy was sighted." William dropped what he was doing and hurried to the large window that overlooked the harbor. "Gods," he said softly. Eric and the others followed, and each in his own way was just as stunned. No matter what reports had said, none of them was prepared for the sight that greeted them. From the outer sea wall to the distant horizon, clearing by the minute as the morning haze burned off the bitter sea, white sails could be seen. Eric craned his neck and looked as far north as he could manage, and could make out sails in the distance. "They must have fanned out since yesterday," said William, turning away and hurrying back to the table. "They're going to wash over us like a tide." To the nobles in the room he said, "Gentlemen, you know what to do. May the gods protect us all." Eric glanced around the room. "The prince?" "He left the palace last night," said William, "with my sister and her son and grandsons." William glanced at Eric and smiled. "Can't lose the prince now, can we?" Eric shook his head. "Lord James?" "In his office. Seems he felt obliged to stay." After the nobles had left in an orderly fashion, Eric said, "There's nothing left for me to do here, sir." "One thing," said William, reaching into his tunic. He pulled out a small parchment, rolled and tied with a ribbon, and sealed, the crest of his office pressed into the red wax. "When this is over, give this to my father, if you can." Eric frowned. "Sir?" William smiled. "I would never order a man to the wall if I wasn't willing to go there myself, Eric." For a moment Eric was unable to move. He realized with dread certainty that the Knight Marshal of the kingdom did not intend to leave the city. He swallowed hard. While he and William were not close, he had come to admire the man for his honesty, bravery, and clear, cool logic in planning a battle. And for one night, when he had shared supper with the man and his family, he had glimpsed a personal history. He could not help but feel loss. "Sir," he said at last, "goodbye." William held out his hand. "Goodbye, Captain. Much of what will come rests in your hands. Know one thing. You are capable of far more than you know." Eric put the scroll in his tunic and saluted as smartly as he could manage. Then he hurried from the room. He returned quickly to the courtyard, where a fresh horse waited, and mounted. Unlike the others who left through the one gate kept free of citizens, he turned back to the gate that led to the docks. He signaled for a patrol of lancers to accompany him, and the gates were opened as he reached them. Outside the gate, a squad of foot soldiers held a small crowd at bay. Panic was beginning to manifest itself in the city as word spread of the approaching fleet. Some of the poor souls living along the waterfront, near the palace, were seeking to gain entrance into the city. Eric paused to shout, "There is no refuge for you here. The eastern gate is still open. Either leave the city that way or return to your homes. Now, clear the way." He moved his horse forward, and citizens dove out of the way as the squad of riders followed behind him. Eric moved through the city as quickly as possible. He knew his assignment in theory, but the difference between theory and practice was quickly becoming apparent. His job was to oversee the orderly withdrawal of the city's defenders to Greylock's first defensive position to the east, about a half-day's march beyond the first farms outside the city. But everywhere he looked, Eric saw chaos, and he doubted anything remotely like order could be pulled from the mess. Still, he was sworn to succeed or to die trying. He put heels to horse and moved into the crowd. Jason grabbed up every book he could and put them into canvas sacks, which he handed to boys who were waiting to take them to nearby wagons. Rue had overestimated the time left before the invaders reached Condor, and now he watched as his employees evacuated his businesses. Everything he could manage to hoard, gold, letters of credit, and other items of wealth, was safely hidden at his estates. He already had a pair of wagons there waiting to take his wife and children, as well as the Jacobys, to the east. He hoped that Sylvia had listened seriously to his warnings and would join them as they moved to escape the coming onslaught. Jason said, "That's the last of it, sir." Rue, sitting atop a fresh horse, said, "Get the wagons out of here." 15 wagons, carrying everything he could move, started out of the large yard into the street. Shouting people hurried past, some carrying their belongings on their backs, while others just ran.
Rumors were flying that the prince was dead, that the palace had been taken, that all the gates were closed and they were trapped. And Rue knew that eventually he would have to leave behind his wagons and remaining goods if he didn't get out of the city by sundown. He had hired the best private guards he could find, and there weren't many left in Crondor. Just about any man capable of carrying a sword or pulling a bow was now in the king's service. The squad of 10 men he had hired were old men and boys, but the old men were veterans, and the boys were strong and enthusiastic. Whips cracked as the horses moved the heavily burdened wagons, which groaned under the weight. Rue was attempting to salvage everything of worth, inventory, tools, and furnishings. He had faith that eventually the Emerald Queen's army would be defeated, and he was attempting to ensure that he had as much of a start as possible in rebuilding his wealth after the war was over. Rue said to Jason, who was now sitting on the first wagon, "Where is Luis?" Jason said, "He went looking for Duncan when he didn't show up. I think he may have gone out of the city." "Why?" "Because Duncan said something about going to your estates on an errand for you." Rue frowned. He had not seen Duncan for 2 days, which had put his cousin in the worst possible grace with Rue so far. He had excused a lot of Duncan's lapses, but with the invaders so close, Rue had needed every pair of hands possible, and Duncan's preoccupation with his own pleasure was inexcusable this time. "I'm going on ahead to my estates. Meet me there." Rue was going to let his wagoners rest the night at his estates, then send them on to Ravensburg. There Rue had planned to gather his employees and servants together, and, if the enemy appeared, move on to Salador. He knew what few others knew, that if the invaders made it past Darkmoor, they'd turn toward Sethanon, for the fabled prize Callas had long ago told his men about, whatever it might be. Rue had no doubt that the kingdom would be equal to the task. He had served with the invaders for a while when Callas had infiltrated their army, and while they had numbers, they lacked the kingdom's training. Then he remembered the Sa'awa. Rue said, "I'm going to change orders. Continue past my estates and keep going until sundown." "Why?" asked Jason. "Something I just thought of. Head to our inn in Chesterton and wait. If you don't hear anything from me within a day that says otherwise, start them in toward Darkmoor. Refit there, change horses, whatever you need to do, then continue on to Malek's Cross. Wait for me to send you word there." Jason seemed disturbed by the change of plans, but said nothing. He nodded and told the driver to keep moving. Rue rode ahead and quickly became enmeshed in the crowd streaming for the eastern gates. He was on the verge of turning back, fearing a riot, when he saw kingdom troops riding toward him from a street to his left. He saw a familiar figure at their head and shouted, "Eric!" Eric reined in. "I thought you out of the city yesterday." "Too many last-minute things to see to," answered Rue. "I've got wagons coming this way. Then we're for the east." Eric nodded. "Wise choice. You can ride with us to the gate, but the wagons are on their own, I'm afraid." Rue pulled in next to his boyhood friend and asked, "When are they closing the gates?" "Sundown, or when the first enemy is seen to the east, whichever comes first." "They're that close?" said Rue in surprise. "They hit the outer sea wall an hour ago," answered Eric as he slowed his horse because of the press of people. The way was now lined with kingdom soldiers, keeping the crowd moving in an orderly fashion. Those who heard horses coming from behind tried to move aside, but there was scant room, and Eric and his squad were forced to slow to a walk. Rue asked, "Where are you bound for?" "Just outside," said Eric. "When the gates close, I'm going to ride rear guard behind those who are through." "Nasty job," said Rue. "Not as nasty as staying behind," said Eric. Rue said, "I hadn't thought of it that way." He paused, then said, "What of Jardo and the others?" Eric knew he meant the handful of men whom Eric and Rue had served with across the sea with Captain Callas. "They're already gone up in the mountains." Rue said, "What's going on?" "I can't tell you," said Eric. Rue thought on it a moment. He had dispatched building materials for the prince to odd destinations throughout the mountains, as well as provisions for men. He considered the fact that the best soldiers the prince had were up in the hills, then asked, "Nightmare Ridge?" Eric nodded. "Don't say anything, but in about a month you want your family east of Darkmoor." "Understood," said Rue, as they came in sight of the gate. A wagon had lost a wheel just outside the gate, and the driver was arguing with the guards there, who wanted to cut loose the horse and drag the wagon out of the way, while the driver was insisting on waiting to fix the broken wheel. Eric rode up and said, "Sergeant." The man turned, and seeing an officer in the black of the prince's special command, said, "Sir." Quit arguing and get that wagon out of the way. People on foot could get out of the gate around it, but a string of wagons and carts was building up quickly behind the broken-down wagon. The driver was frantic. "Sir, everything I own is in there." "Sorry," said Eric, and waved for a squad of men to move the man away, then dragged the wagon off to the side of the road. "If you can fix it over there, good luck to you. But you're keeping people here who don't wish to linger." Eric rode past and said to Rue, "Get away, Rue, now." Rue said, "Why?" Eric pointed to the north, and Rue could see dust. The hair on his neck rose up. "Only one thing can raise that much dust in a hurry." Eric said, "Either the biggest cavalry detachment this side of Kersh, or it's the Saga." Rue turned his horse down the eastern road, and with a shout had the horse cantering away from the city. Eric turned to one of the soldiers at his side and said, "Pass the word back into the city. We've got visitors coming from the north." He glanced at the dust rising in the hills. "They'll be here in an hour." Eric turned to the command at the gate and said, "Be ready to close up with no more than 1 minute's notice." "Yes, sir," came the response. Eric rode a quarter-mile to the north, where a company of heavy lancers waited with 2 squads of bowmen to provide support. "Lieutenant?" "Sir," said the leader of the Royal Krondorian Lancers. "In the next hour, some damned big lizards on giant horses are going to be coming down that north road. Can your men handle them?" The lieutenant smiled. "Big makes them easier to hit, don't it, sir?" Eric smiled. The young officer was probably a few years older than he, but Eric felt like an old man looking at his enthusiasm. "That's the spirit," he said. He then turned his small patrol around and rode to the south, where another detachment of lancers waited. He dispatched those to support the group on the north. Whatever was coming from the south would be far less a threat than a full-blown Saga attack, and those inside the city could deal with any human threat. Then the sky seemed to open, and a howl went up that had Eric and every man nearby covering his ears in pain. It went on while riders attempted to calm frantic horses that screamed and bolted at the sound. Several of the lancers were thrown from their saddles. After a minute, the sound ceased, and Eric could hear a lingering ring in his ears. "What was that?" he heard a soldier nearby ask. "I have no idea," said Eric. William and James stood on the palace balcony overlooking the harbor as the last echoes of the strange howling sound ended. A huge column of dust and steam rose at the mouth of the harbor. A blinding flash had accompanied the noise, and even though they had been inside, both men found themselves blinking away tears. Men below on the walls were wandering blind, crying out for someone to lead them away. Soldiers raced through the palace, shouting orders, for a tremendous sound had accompanied the explosion, and even the most veteran of them were stunned by it. "What was that?" asked William. "Look," said James, pointing to the harbor mouth. The churning waters of the outer harbor seemed to be calming, and a great wave of foam and debris rolled in toward the docks. Upon its crest rode great ships, and they all carried invaders. "They're in the harbor!" shouted William. "Damn, I thought we could hold them outside for a week." James said, "Whatever they used, the 2 sea walls are gone." William swore. "I had 1,000 men on those walls." "So much for those clever traps you rigged in the channel." William nodded. "They must have been swept away when the enemy destroyed the defenses. What was it?" "I don't know," said James. "I saw Guy du Balstyra fire Armengard during the great uprising, and when those 25,000 barrels of naphtha went up, the explosion could be seen for miles. This was something different." "A magic of some sort?" asked William. Dryly, James said, "Given your upbringing, you'd be in a better position to answer than I." Turning away, William said, "We didn't encourage students to blow things up at Stardock. It disturbs the tranquility." He hurried to where runners waited to carry orders, and to the first he said, "General Order 5, they are in the city." William returned to where James stood, watching alien invaders sail into his city. "I will not let this happen," said the Duke. William put his hand on his brother-in-law's shoulder and said, "It's happened." "Remind me, what's General Order 5? William said, "We're locking the eastern gate and firing on anything coming from the west, house to house for the first 3 blocks away from the docks." "What about those nasty things you set up down to the docks?" "Those are still in place. If the Pantathian magic users don't blow up the palace the way they did the sea walls, they'll find a surprise or 2 when they land on the docks." James looked at William. "Have you gotten everyone out?" William knew who the everyone was that James spoke of, his sister, her son, and her grandchildren. James had counted on William to see them to safety. "They're out of the city. They left in a special coach last night." James said, Then this is goodbye.
William looked at his brother-in-law and weighed the man in his memory. They had a long history together, back to the days when William was a young lieutenant in the Prince's household guards, and James had run roughshod over the wild twins, Boric and Erland, now king and prince respectively. James asked, "It's been what, 30 years?" "Closer to 40. They embraced. When they separated, James said, "I only regret you never found anyone, William." William said, "I did once." James said nothing, for he remembered the Keshian magician William had loved as a young man, and her untimely death. William said, "I do envy you, Arutha and the boys." James said, "I must go." William said, "If we do somehow manage to get out of this, I promise I'll give some thought to finding a good woman and settling down." James laughed. He again embraced his brother-in-law and said, "See you in Darkmoor, or see you in hell." "One is as good as the other," said William, giving James a gentle push toward the door. The Duke turned and hurried as fast as his old legs would permit. Outside, a squad of special soldiers, dressed in black tunics, leggings, and black-painted iron quoits, waited. They wore no markings, and they said nothing as they followed James down to his office. There he stripped off the marks of his rank, the golden chain holding the Duke of Crondor's seal, used to identify official decrees of the principality. He removed his ducal ring and set it next to the seal. After a moment he turned to one of the soldiers and said, "In the prince's audience hall there's a sword hanging over the fireplace. Fetch it for me." The soldier ran off while James removed his clothing and donned garb like that worn by the soldiers. He was dressed when the soldier returned carrying the sword. An old rapier, it bore an odd device, a tiny warhammer, that had been fused into the sword's fort. He added this to the bundle and wrapped up the sword, ring, chain, and seal, and a letter he had written the night before. He handed it to a soldier wearing the garb of the Prince's household guards. "Take this to Lord Vencar in Darkmoor." "Yes, my lord," said the guard, and hurried away. To the soldiers who were remaining, the silent men in black, James said, "It's time." They left his office and hurried down into the bowels of the palace, down winding stairs that led to the dungeon. Past the cells, they moved to a seemingly blank wall. James said, "Put your hands here and here." He pointed, "and push up." Two soldiers did as bidden, and the wall slid almost effortlessly upward into the ceiling, revealing a door hidden behind the false wall. James pointed. Two soldiers moved to open the door. It protested at being disturbed after years of peace, but move it did, to reveal an opening and a flight of stairs leading down. Lanterns were lit. Two soldiers entered, and James followed. As the last of the 8 guards passed through the door, it was drawn shut behind them, causing the false wall to return to its position. Down the stairs the men hurried until at last they came to another closed wooden door. One of the men listened and said, "It's silent, my lord." James nodded. "Open it." The man did so, and the door opened to the sound of lapping water. At a landing beneath the old citadel, the central part of the Palace of Crondor, an underground waterway wended from the city into the bay. The stench of the place told every man what he already knew. This was a section of the great sewers of the city, which emptied into the bay a mile or more away. A new longboat waited, tethered to an iron ring in the stone dock, and the 8 soldiers entered, leaving a place in the middle for the Duke. James stepped into the boat. "Let's go," he said. The boat was pushed off from the dock, and the men began to row, but rather than head for the bay, they swung the boat around and headed against the flow of the water into the sewers of the city. As they came to the entrance of a large culvert, one twice the height of a man, James whispered to himself, "Jimmy the Hand goes home." 16. Battles. Eric signaled. "Over there!" he shouted. Men turned their horses and charged. The battle for the city had been raging outside the northernmost gate and the east wall since the day before. The invaders were disorganized as they came ashore. Eric's detachments had been struck twice, once at sundown and again in the morning by a large detachment of Sa'aur horsemen. Eric had been pleased to discover that, despite their size, the Sa'aur horses were just as subject to the travail of travel as were the smaller animals humans rode. Also, for the first time in their memory, the Sa'aur weren't facing human mercenaries, but true soldiers, kingdom-heavy lancers, and the impact of a disciplined foe with 12-foot-long, iron-shod lances and a willingness to conduct an orderly charge had routed the Sa'aur.
Eric had no idea what good this would do for the overall campaign, but the lift it gave his men to best the huge lizardmen in their first confrontation was incalculable. Now they were engaged with a company of mercenary humans who, while not as individually threatening as the Saga, were proving more difficult for their sheer numbers, and because they were relatively fresh, while Eric's men had fought 2 engagements in the last 12 hours. But as fresh kingdom riders approached from the south, Eric found his units able to roll back the invaders, who fled at last into the woodlands to the north. Eric turned and looked for his second-in-command, a lieutenant named Gifford. He signaled the man and said, "Right after, but hold a bow shot from the tree line. I don't want you riding into traps. Then bring the men back and reform. I'm heading to the gate to see if there are any more orders." The lieutenant saluted and rode off to carry out his orders. Eric hurried his tired horse down the road toward the gate, past boarded-up houses, as if the owners expected to return to find them intact, as if this were only a storm striking Krondor. Other homes were obviously abandoned, with doors left open. A steady stream of refugees hurried along the road, moving in the direction from which Eric came, and he had to shout several times to get people to let him pass. Already the tone of the flight was edging toward panic, and Eric knew that this would be his last trip to get any new orders. It took him nearly a half-hour to ride a distance he could normally travel in a third that time, and when he reached the gate he saw the activity was up to a frantic pace. He saw 2 other wagons pushed off the road, one into the small river that ran along the road into the city, through the sewers, and into the bay. Eric absently wondered if it might be one of Rue's. He suspected most of Rue's wagons had gotten clear of the city before the fighting at sundown, and were now safely on their way to Darkmoor. Getting within hailing distance of the gate, Eric shouted, "Sergeant Mackey!" The sergeant in command of the gate turned to see who called, and when he spied Eric, he shouted, "Sir, any orders?" "No, sir, as before," was all he said before turning back to hurry along those trying to crowd through the gate while maintaining order. Eric shouted, "Good luck to you then, Sergeant." The soldier, an old man who had shared a drink or 2 with Eric and the other members of the Crimson Eagles, turned and said, "And to you, sir. Good luck to us all." Then he went back to his tasks. Eric wished for a fresh mount, but he couldn't risk heading into the city. He would ride back to his command position and see if there was time to secure a remount. He had ordered the fresh horses kept far enough from the most likely points of combat that they were safe, but not convenient. He forced his way back through the mob fleeing the city. He knew what the plan was, yet this frantic sea of humanity made him wonder if he could be as cruel as the Prince and Duke. For many of those he passed would be hunted down and killed by the Emerald Queen's raiders as they fanned out along the highway. Eric couldn't protect them all. Eric reached to the edge of the Foulberg and found a few of his men resting in the shade of a tree. "Report," he ordered one of them, and the soldier stood up. "We just got hit by another patrol, Captain. They came out of the trees and looked surprised when we filled them with arrows." He pointed toward the distant trees. "Lieutenant Jeffrey is over there somewhere." It took Eric a moment to put a face to the name Jeffrey, and he realized suddenly how big his command had become. He had met every man in his unit for the first half-year, but in the last 2 months the army of the Prince had doubled in size, as units of troops sent from the far coast and down from Yabon arrived, along with detachments from the east. Many of the men who were now looking to him to survive were strangers, while most of the men he had trained were already up in the mountains to the east. He rode on and found the lieutenant a short time later. The soldier, who wore the tabard of Lamut, a wolf's head on a field of blue, turned and saluted. "Captain, we had a patrol blunder right into us. They didn't know we were here." Eric looked at the bodies littering the open ground south of the trees. "They're sending companies out without any coordination," he said. "The Saga and the other companies we fought today haven't spread the word we're waiting. Can we expect this to last long?" Eric remembered his own experience with the Queen's army in Novindus and said, "To a point. They'll never have the internal communication and discipline we do. But they have numbers, and when they come at us, they'll all come at once." Looking at the afternoon light, he said, "Send a messenger down to where our reserves are and bring back 2 companies to relieve the men here, and—" he pointed to where the standard of the heavy lancers could be seen flapping in the breeze. "Tell the lancers to stand down for a few hours." "You think we've beat them back?" Eric smiled. The older lieutenant from Lamut knew better than that. He just wanted to see what kind of young captain he was taking orders from. "Hardly," said Eric. "We're just catching a little calm before the storm. I mean to take advantage of it." Before the lieutenant left, he said, "What about those serpent priests?" Eric said, "I don't know, Lieutenant. We will certainly know when they arrive." Jeffrey saluted, and as he departed, Eric called after, And bring me a fresh horse.
Miranda said, "Something's ahead." She spoke at a bare whisper. Her father stood behind her, sweat beading his brow as he labored to keep a spell of invisibility around them. They had found the rift entrance that led into the world of Shyla, and Miranda was attempting to probe it, to see what they could expect on the other side. From what Hanam had told them, they were likely to walk into the arms of some very angry demons if they just walked through. They moved within sight of the rift gate, which, to the normal eye, appeared a blank wall. To Makros and his daughter, the area was alive with mystic energy, and Makros said, "Something has tried to seal it from this side." Miranda probed the rift. There were presences on the other side, and Miranda backed into the dark. "You can let the spell down. There's no one around." Makros did. "What do we do now?" asked Miranda. Sitting down heavily, her father said, "We try to get through that rift with stealth. We try to fight our way through, or we search for a third way to get to Shyla." "The first two don't sound likely, and I especially don't find the second choice attractive," said Miranda. "What do you think of the third?" Makros said, "If there's a way to Shyla via the Hall of Worlds, Mustafa, the fortune-teller, would know." "Tabart's?" asked Miranda. "That's as good a place as any," said Makros. "I'm tired. Can you get us there?" Miranda's brow furrowed in concern. "You tired?" "I would never tell Pug," said Makros, "but I suspect when he pulled me asunder from Sarig, I became fully mortal again. Most of my power came from the dead god of magic, and with that link sundered." He shrugged. "Now is a hell of a time to tell us," said Miranda. "We're about to face a demon king, and you're suddenly not at your best because of old age." Makros grimaced as he stood. "I'm not quite ready for gruel and a shawl, daughter. I could still tear down this mountain if I had to." Miranda smiled as she took his hand and willed them to an inn in Lamut. The inhabitants of Tabart's were a mixed lot, but to the last they rose and stepped back when the sorcerer and his daughter winked into existence a few feet before the bar. Tabart was standing behind the bar, and he merely raised an eyebrow as Miranda said, "We need to use your storage room." The barman sighed, as if to say, "What sort of story am I going to have to concoct to explain away this mystery?" But he nodded. "Good luck," he said. They hurried behind the bar and through the door into the back room. Miranda led Makros down a flight of stairs and along a narrow hall. At the end of the hall was an alcove, separated from the rest of the hall by a plain curtain hanging from a metal rod. It was the portal Miranda had used when she had first entered the Hall of Worlds. They pushed aside the curtain that set apart the alcove, and as they stepped across the threshold, they were in the Hall of Worlds. "I know the long way to Honest John's," said Miranda, pointing to the left. "Do you know a faster way?" Makros nodded. "Over there," he said, pointing in the opposite direction. They hurried on. William watched as the battle raged below his vantage point. The defenders at the docks had started firing upon the ships that were moving toward the docks. Cleverly concealed ballistas and catapults had sunk 3 ships that had approached too close, but the fleet still came on. One of William's most prized possessions was a spyglass given him as a gift years before by Duke James. It had the usual properties of any good telescope, magnifying things to about a dozen times their normal size, but it also possessed an unusual attribute. It could pierce illusions. James, seemingly reticent to discuss its origins, had never revealed how he had come by the item. He studied the approaching command ship and saw the hideous demon crouching amidships. Despite his revulsion, he studied the creature. All those nearby were being controlled by mystical chains and collars. The expression on the demon's face was difficult to read, for it possessed nothing remotely like human features. Pug had warned Prince Patrick, James, and William of what had occurred regarding the death of the Emerald Queen and her replacement by a demon, but that information was being kept from all but a handful of officers. William and James had decided that there was enough for the men to worry about without having them fear the might of a demon lord. William turned the glass 90 degrees, and the demon vanished from view. The illusionary woman who sat there was regal and beautiful, and in an odd way even more frightening in aspect than the demon, who wore his rage and hate naked on his face for the world to see.
William returned the glass to the position that let him see through illusion, and the demon popped back into view. William put down the glass. "Orders," he said calmly, and one of the palace pages stepped forward. The squires were serving with the defenders along the wall, as aides to the various officers, and the pages were serving as runners. For a brief second, William looked at the eager face of the boy who was ready to carry his orders wherever he was bidden. The boy couldn't have been more than 13 or 14 years of age. For a brief instant, William was tempted to tell the boy to run, to leave the city as fast as his young legs could carry him. Then he said, "Tell the dock command to wait until they've gotten close. Then I want everything fired at that large ship with the green hull. That's their command ship, and I want it sunk." The boy ran off, and William turned to look. It was probably a futile gesture. The demon's ship was almost certainly afforded the most protection of any in the fleet. Reports came in quickly that the enemy fleet had landed all up and down the coast, and units of cavalry had harried the northmost eastern gate. William considered his options and called for another messenger. When the boy voiced he was ready, William said, "Run down to the courtyard and tell one of the riders there to carry orders to the eastern gate. Seal the city." As the boy turned, William said, "Page?" "Sir." "Take a horse and go with the rider. Leave the city and tell Captain von Darkmoor it's time to head east. You stay with him." The boy looked confused at being told to leave, but he simply said, "Sir," and ran off. A captain of the Royal Guards glanced at the Knight Marshal, who shook his head. "I might spare one of them at least," said William. The captain nodded grimly. The enemy fleet was attempting to dock. Lines snaked out from the ships as those on the railings attempted to throw loops around the cleats on the dockside. Arrows rained down on any who did not shield themselves, and men of the invading army fell into the water, their bodies pierced by multiple shafts. But the first ship, then the second one, got a rope ashore, and they were slowly hauled in close to the docks. The only place they were unable to close was where the earlier 3 ships had sunk. Ships beyond were tossed lines, and William saw their plan. Originally they had thought they'd see a slow siege, with an orderly docking once this portion of the city was secured. But now he saw there would be no attempt to move empty ships away from the docks. Only a few ships would actually tie to the docks, but they would act as shields for those farther out. They would be tossed grapples, and soon the ships would be tied off. A raft of ships would extend out into the bay, a platform that would let thousands of invaders race from deck to deck to land on the shores of Crondor, across the breadth of the waterfront. It was a dangerous ploy, for if the defenders were successful in starting fires on any of the ships, all were at risk. When the Queen's ship was close enough, every war engine within range launched an attack. 100 heavy boulders flew through the air, accompanied by a dozen flaming bales of fire-oil-soaked hay. As William had suspected, all met an invisible barrier and bounced or slid off. He was pleased to notice that one large boulder crashed back onto another ship, which wasn't protected, doing significant damage to the soldiers packed tightly on the decks. William turned to order as much fire-oil directed at the frontmost ships as possible. The flames exploded along the entire length of the balcony. William was thrown backward, as if battered by a blinding hand of fire, and lay stunned on the floor of the palace balcony. Blinking away tears, he could barely see, and everything was tinged red. After a moment, he realized his eyes were burned and bloody. The only reason he wasn't completely blind was that he had glanced behind him when the attack occurred. He felt around and saw a dim shape next to him, which groaned when he touched it. A pair of hands lifted him, and a voice said, "Marshal." He recognized the voice of one of the pages who had been standing back in the room. "What happened?" William asked in a hoarse croak. "Flames erupted along the wall, and everyone is burned." "Captain Reynard?" "I think he's dead, sir." Voices from the hall shouted, and men came running in. "Who's there?" William could see only shadowy shapes. "Lieutenant Franklin, my lord." "Water, please," said William, and he felt the lieutenant take his from the squire, holding him up as he made his way to a chair. In his nose he could smell only the stench of his own burned hair and flesh, and no matter how he blinked, he couldn't clear his eyes of the blinding red tears. Once he was sitting, William said, "Lieutenant, tell me what is happening." The lieutenant ran to the balcony. "They're sending men ashore. It's a dreadful fire we're pouring on them, but they're coming, sir." The squire brought a basin of water and a clean cloth, and William applied it to his face. The pain was incredible, but he used a trick taught him as a child by one of his teachers at Stardock to ignore it. The water didn't help his vision much, and he considered that he might be blinded for what would be the remainder of his life, however short that might be. The loud sound of wood shattering, followed by shouts and the sounds of fighting below, caused William to ask, "Lieutenant, would you please tell me what is happening in the courtyard?" The lieutenant said, "Sir, they've crashed the Royal Dock. Enemy soldiers are landing." William said to the squire, "Son, would you please help me to my feet?" The boy said, "Yes, my lord," attempting to sound calm, but failing to hide the fear in his voice. William felt young arms around his waist as he stood. "Turn me toward the door," he said calmly. The sounds of fighting were now echoing from the halls outside the room, as well as coming from the courtyard below, as enemy warriors mounted the flight of stairs leading to William's command center. "Lieutenant Franklin," said William. "Sir," came the calm reply. "Stand on my left, sir." The officer did as he was bidden, and William slowly pulled his sword from its scabbard. "Stand behind me, boy," he said softly, as the sound of fighting in the halls grew louder. The boy did as he was asked, but he kept a firm grip around the knight marshal's waist, helping the injured man stand upright. William wished he had something to say that would make this better for the boy, but he knew it would end in terror and pain. He just prayed it was quick. As the sounds of fighting got closer and those remaining soldiers in the room rushed to defend the door, William finally said, "Page." "Sir," came the soft, fearful voice from behind him. "What is your name?" "Terence, sir." "Where are you from?" "My father is the Squire of Belmont, sir." "You've done well. Now help me stand fast. It wouldn't do to have the Knight Marshal of Crondor die on his knees." "Sir." From the boy's voice, William could tell he was crying. Suddenly there was a shout, and William saw a shadowy form heading toward him. He heard more than felt the blade of Lieutenant Franklin slash out, and the attacker fell back. Another shadow appeared to the left of the first, on William's right hand, and the nearly blind Knight Marshal of Crondor lashed out with his sword. Then William, child of Pug the magician and Katala of the Thurl Hill people, born on an alien world, felt pain, quickly followed by darkness. James moved slowly through the knee-deep sludge. The echoes of fighting rang through the sewers, and his men walked with swords drawn. They opened shuttered lanterns from time to time to get their bearings, but mostly they negotiated through the murk by the faint light that came from above as they passed below culverts and drains from the streets. "We're here," said a voice. "Give the signal," said James, and a shrill whistle was blown. One of the men kicked open a door, and James could hear other doors being opened nearby. He followed the first two men into the cellar and up a flight of stairs. They burst into a room illuminated by candlelight because it was still below ground level. As James expected, resistance was light, but he was almost split by a crossbow bolt fired from behind a table, overturned to provide shelter. "Stop shooting!" he shouted. "We're not here to fight." A moment of silence was followed by a voice saying, "James?" "Hello, Lyle." A tall old man stood up from behind the table and said, "I'm surprised to see you here." "Well, I thought as long as I was passing by I'd give you a chance to get out of here." "Things are that bad?" "Worse," said the Duke, motioning for the man who went by Lyle Rigger, Brian, Henry, and a dozen other names, but who by any name was the Upright Man, the leader of Crondor's Guild of Thieves, the Mockers. James looked around. "Things haven't changed much, except it used to be more crowded." The man whom James would always think of as Lyle said, "Most of the brethren are out of the city, running for their lives." "You stayed?" Lyle shrugged. "I'm an optimist." Then he said, "You're a fool." He sighed. "It's a tiny kingdom, the Mockers, but it's my kingdom." James said, "True. Come along. There's one place we may survive." James and his soldiers took Lyle and a scruffy assortment of thieves in tow and moved back into the sewers. "Where are we going?" asked Lyle as they slogged their way through the muck. "You know where the river enters the city beside the abandoned mill?" "The one that's paved over?" "That's the one," said Jimmy. "We used it when we were smuggling with Trevor Hull and his lot, too many years ago to remember. If you'd been in Crondor when the Mockers and Hull's smugglers were working together, you'd have known about it. There's a huge staging area. We've been stocking for months." "For months?" said Lyle. "How did you manage that without us noticing?" Laughing, James said, "From above. We did it during the day, when you and your thieves were asleep below ground."
Why did you come fetch me?"
James said, "Well, you are the only brother I know about, so I couldn't let you die alone in that basement."
"Brother? Are you sure?"
"Sure enough to wager on it."
"I've wondered about that," said Lyle. "Do you remember your mother?"
"A little," said James. "She was murdered when I was a toddler."
"At the sign of the Boar's Head?"
"I don't know. It could be. I was taken off the streets and raised by the mockers. You?"
"I was 7 when my mother was killed. I had a little brother. I thought he was dead, too. I was packed off to Romney and raised there."
"Father didn't want both his sons close by, I guess. Maybe we were targets for whoever killed our mother." As they reached a huge intersection of culverts, with water flowing down from above to spray the center of the passages, Lyle said, "I always thought it odd that my foster parents in Romney raised me to work for a thief in Crondor." "Well," said James, as they moved around the small waterfall, "we'll never know. Father is dead many years, and we can't ask him."
"Did you ever find out who he was?" "I never did."
James grinned in the dark. "Yes, I did, as a matter of fact. I heard his voice once and heard it again many years later, and after doing some snooping, I sussed out who was the original upright man."
"Who was he?"
"Did you ever have the displeasure of meeting a particularly surly and evil chandler whose shop was down by the South Point near the palace?"
"Can't say as I remember one like that. What was his name?"
"Donald. If you'd met him, you'd have remembered him, as he was a right nasty piece of work."
"A bit of a criminal genius, though."
"Like father, like sons," said James.
Reaching a place in the long passage where they were walking up an incline, Lyle said, "Are we going to get out of this alive?"
"Probably not," answered James. "But then no one gets out of life alive, do they?"
"There is that. But you have a hedge?"
"You always hedge a bit," said James. "If there's a way to get out of here alive, this is it." He indicated a large doorway, big enough to accommodate a wagon and team.
"I see what you mean about being able to smuggle through here," said Lyle, as 2 soldiers opened the huge wooden doors. They swung open silently, showing recent attention, and inside a bright light illuminated 100 soldiers, readying with bows, crossbows, and swords.
"Here we are."
Lyle let out a soft whistle of appreciation. "I see you plan a warm welcome for whoever comes this way."
"Far warmer than you imagine," said James.
He motioned for Lyle and his half-dozen mockers to enter, and said,
"Welcome to the last bastion in Crondor."
After James and those with him were inside, the doors were shut with a loud crack that had the ring of finality to it.
Eric heard the trumpet and instantly began shouting orders. They had been constantly fighting with smaller elements of the invading forces, and had reports that similar fighting had begun near the sea gate, the northwestern gate. And at that point only a few men had been sighted near the southern gate of the city, which was fine with Eric, as he had ordered as many men to the northern gate as possible. Both gates fed refugees in a steady stream to the eastbound King's Highway, and a mile east of where Eric and his company stood, the 2 streams of humanity would come together, forming a clogging, slow-moving body of tired, frightened, and desperate people. Eric's mandate was to defend the rear of that column of kingdom citizens as long as possible. Eric knew that meant halfway from here to Ravensburg, if he was to judge things. At some point the enemy would likely cease harrying them. They had a city to sack and stores to replenish, and while the invaders were winning many battles, they were still disadvantaged from the long sea voyage. Of the Sa'awa, Eric had seen little, and he wondered why they were being withheld after the first contact. He couldn't spend much time trying to outwit his adversary, for there was too much to react to. The enemy was hurling small squads of raiders at his position. The battles were short and intense, and Eric had won them all, but the men were tiring, and his casualties were mounting. He had commandeered a wagon in which he had loaded his wounded, sending them east with the refugees. Now he heard the trumpet telling him the gates were to close, and as he started organizing a retreat, a young boy came riding up to him. "Captain!" "Yes, son, what is it?" Eric saw the boy was dressed in the uniform of a palace page. Tears were streaming down his face. "Lord William ordered me to tell you to withdraw." Eric knew that from the trumpet, so he had no idea why the boy was here. "What else?" "I'm to go with you." Then Eric understood. At least one of the palace boys was spared. "Ride east, and you'll find a wagon with wounded in it. Attach yourself to them and help tend the injured." "Yes, sir." The boy rode off, and Eric returned to the business of managing a retreat. Everything he had read in William's library had told him an orderly retreat was the most difficult thing to accomplish in a battle. The tendency to turn and run was nearly overwhelming, and fighting a rear-guard action was alien to men who had been taught to move forward when fighting. But he had discussed this with William in theory over the last 2 years, and in particular since getting his new command earlier in the week, and Eric was determined that no force of his would be turned to rout. Throughout the afternoon, the sounds of battle carried to Eric from distant locations, even though his command was being left alone. He decided it was because the invaders were in the city and didn't see the need to press the attack from the south or east. He also knew that would change once James and William sprang their surprises. A distant thud, and a moment later a huge plume of dark smoke, and Eric knew the first of their nasty surprises was unleashed. Barrels of Quagan fire oil had been lashed to the supports of the docks, as well as laid in the basements and lower floors of the buildings that faced them, back for 3 city blocks. At the moment they were fired, the entire waterfront of the city erupted in a conflagration few could imagine, and the enemy soldiers within 100 feet of any building were dead. Those not burned to a cinder died from lack of air as the fire stole it from their lungs. Eric cast a glance to the southwest toward the palace, dreading the thought that the Emerald Queen's soldiers might be within the keep. Then a shattering blast sounded, and Eric knew what had happened. A lieutenant whom Eric didn't know well, named Ronald Beaumaris, said, "What was that, Captain?" Eric said, "That was the palace, Lieutenant." The lieutenant said nothing, waiting for orders. After a half-hour, the flood of humanity out of the northernmost gate in the city fell off to a trickle, and Eric ordered his men to form up for a rear guard. He watched as the civilians moved eastward toward the coming night, and then he turned to the west as fires burned in the distance, and he waited. Honest John's was doing its usual business, and Macros and Miranda moved through the crowd. They waved politely to their host, but declined his invitation to a drink. They moved purposely to the stairs, and mounted them to the upper concourse, to the gallery of shops. Reaching the shop of Mustafa, they entered. The old man looked up and said, "So, it's you again?" "Yes," said Miranda. "Did you catch up to Pug?" Miranda smiled. "You could say so." "What can I do for you? A divination?" Miranda sat in the chair opposite the old fortune-teller and said, "Do you recognize my father?" Mustafa squinted. "No. Should I?" "I am Macros." "Oh," said the old fortune-teller. "I heard you were dead, or missing. Something like that." "I need information," said Miranda. "I deal in such." "I need a way into the world of Shyla." "You wouldn't like it," said Mustafa. "It's overrun by demons. Some idiot unsealed the barrier between the fifth circle and that world, and now it has just gone to hell." Macros laughed a dry laugh. "That's one way of putting it." "Why do you need to go there?" "To close 2 rifts," said Miranda. "One between Shyla and Midkemia, then one between Shyla and the demon realm." "That's difficult." The old man rubbed his chin. "I have information that would prove useful, I think. I can tell you a doorway to a location not far from the city of Ashart, which is where I think you want to go." "How do you know that?" asked Macros. "I wouldn't be much of a dealer in information if I didn't know that, would I?" "How much?" asked Miranda. Mustafa said a price, the souls of a dozen children who had never been born, and Miranda stood up. "Perhaps Querl Daggett will prove less outrageous in his price." At the mention of one of his chief rivals, Mustafa said, "Wait a minute. Make me a counter-offer." "I have a word of power, one that will gain you a greater wish." "What's the catch?" "You have to cast it on Midkemia." The old man sighed. "Midkemia, by all reports, is presently a less than hospitable place." "That's one of the reasons we need to close those portals. If we do, then once the mess is cleaned up,
You can travel to Midkemia, cast your wish, and be back before you know it. Sighing, the old man said, I would like to lose a few years. I don't age here, as you know, but I discovered the hall late in life, and most of the youth cures I've discovered involve less than appealing requirements, such as eating the still-beating heart of your lover, or murdering babies in their cradles. My ethics do not permit such. If I were you, suggested Miranda, I'd wish for eternal good health. You can be young and still have problems. That's not a bad idea. I don't suppose you have two of those wishes, do you? Miranda shook her head. Very well, I'll take it. Done. The old fortune-teller reached under the table and pulled out a map. We're here, he said, pointing to a large black square surrounded on four sides by lines that curved away after touching. When you leave, tell the door witch you want exit number 659. His fingers stabbed the map. That will put you here. Go right. Move down 16 doors on the right. Remember, the doors are staggered, and if you count on the left, you'll go through the wrong one. The 16th door will open into a cave on Shiloh. About 1 day's ride by horse to Assat. I assume travel, once you're there, won't be a problem. It won't. Just travel due south, and you'll see the city off to your right. Now, to give you a little insight into what you face, he said, putting away the map, let me tell you a bit about demons. There are 7 circles of what men call hell. The upper level is just a very unpleasant place, populated by creatures not too different from those you meet on Midkemia. The 7th circle is populated by those you know as the Dread. They are life-drainers and beings of alien energy. They can't exist in your world without killing anything they touch. They are so at odds with life as we know it. They aren't welcome in Honest John's. Miranda took that to mean something significant, but without a context she had no idea what it meant. But being impatient to get on with the task at hand, she ignored the comment. The demons of the 5th circle aren't quite as alien as that. A particularly civilized one may wander in here from time to time, and as long as he doesn't try to eat the other patrons, John will put up with his business. What has this to do with us? Asked Makros. For a sorcerer of wisdom and power, you tend to the impatient, don't you? Asked Mustafa. He held up his hand as Makros began to protest. Silence! All will be made clear. The demons live on life, much as you do, by eating plants or animals. They eat flesh and life. What you call life, mind, or spirit is like drink to them. Flesh builds their bodies, much as it does yours or mine, but spirit builds their powers and their cunning. An ancient demon has devoured many enemies and will keep captured souls against the need to consume them later. I don't understand, said Miranda. Demons are like sharks. Do you have sharks on Midkemia? Yes, said Miranda. They swim in bunches, but for reasons unknown they will turn on one of their own, tearing him apart. If they enter a feeding frenzy, one shark may be eaten by another, while it is in turn eating a third. Demons can be like that. They eat one another when there is no other source of spirit and flesh. When they find their way into a world on a higher plane, they pillage it, glutting themselves on flesh and spirit. As they steal spirit or mind, they grow more cunning. But if they lack that new source, they become stupid. So the more powerful demons need more minds to keep from getting stupid. I think I understand, said Makros. Yes, said Miranda. The demon who hurt Pug was betraying his master so he could feed unopposed in our world. Mustafa said, That is likely. They do not possess what we would call a strong sense of loyalty. Thank you, said Miranda, starting to leave. Wait, there's more. What? Asked Makros. If you trap the demons between their own realm, where they can endure without needing to feed, and Midkemia, they will eventually destroy all life on Shiloh. Then they will begin feeding on one another. Do we care? Asked Makros. Not for the demons. Eventually there will be one demon left alive. Probably their king Ma'arg, if he's come through, or Tugor, his captain. And without a source of food, he'll weaken, and eventually die. But before he becomes a starving, stupid demon, he's going to be a very angry, very powerful demon. Which means? Asked Miranda. Which means, just make sure you lock the door behind you when you leave. Miranda blinked, then started to laugh. Rising, she said, We'll do that. Not only the one into Midkemia. Bar the door into the hall when you return. An enraged demon king loose in the hall would be most unpleasant. I'll remember that. What about my payment? Mustafa asked as he stood. Miranda smiled, and there was an evil cast to her lips as she said, I'll tell you on the way back. Mustafa sat down as they left his little office and said, Why am I always such a fool for a good-looking woman? He pounded the table. Get the money first! 17. Destruction. Eric swore. Yes, sir, said Sergeant Harper. That's how I would have put it. The message was from Greylock, and Eric now understood why the attacks throughout the previous 2 days had been so intermittent. The attackers had filtered through the woods and were now attacking Greylock's defenses, a half-day's ride to the east. Greylock's message was calm, and he indicated he was having little trouble with the attackers, but stated his concern for the refugees, who were probably being preyed upon along the route of their retreat. Eric's men were roughly organized in a camp at the moment the message arrived. The flow of people fleeing the city was down to a trickle. Eric had paused to talk to a few, but none of them could offer anything remotely like intelligence. They were too frightened, had no idea what they had seen, and were too concerned with escaping a city on the verge of being sacked. One man was still slightly wet from having swum out through an underground street that he had known since he was a boy, his pitiful belongings in a pack on his back. He only knew that a major portion of the city was afire. Eric didn't need him to tell him that. He could see the column of smoke rising to the west. He had seen the smoke as the city of Kaipur had burned, from a distance of over 100 miles, a column of black smoke that had risen thousands of feet into the air until it had flattened out like a gray umbrella. The wind had blown the scent of smoke to them for days, and a fine soot fell for hundreds of miles. Eric had no doubt that when Krondor fell, she would meet the same fate. Eric gave orders, and the men hurried to obey. He detailed half his company, the heavy lancers, to follow behind the civilians, supported by a squad of bowmen who had wandered into Eric's area after being cut off from their own command. The light cavalry and horse bowmen Eric took to ride to Greylock's position. As he had feared, Eric had gone no more than a mile when he encountered the first sign of raider activity. 2 wagons burned, and the ground around them was littered with the dead. Several women were stripped and obviously had been raped before being killed, and not one pair of decent boots or trinket of any possible worth was left behind. Eric inspected the wagons and noticed a grain trail leading away from one. They're hungry, he said to Sergeant Harper. Shall we hunt them down, Captain? Eric said, No, I'd love to, but we need to support Greylock. If they reach the foothills to the north, they'll turn eastward, and we'll encounter the swine soon enough. Harper said, Yes, sir. They rode as fast as they could, permitting the horses rest when absolutely necessary, as Eric was determined to reach Greylock by sundown, if at all possible. He knew some of the horses would be lame by the end of the ride, but he also knew that if the plans for the defense of the kingdom were to be realized, they couldn't allow the enemy to quickly overrun the first positions of resistance. Krondor was going to fall, and it had only taken 3 days. Eric surmised that the Emerald Queen and her magicians were desperate to get ashore. That meant stores were scarce. The use of magic to blow up the defenses of the outer harbor stunned Eric. The only time the Emerald Queen's Pantathians had resorted to magic was the light bridge across the river Vedra, and Pug had destroyed that, causing thousands of injuries and death. Eric had heard the report from a messenger from William with disbelief, but the fires on the docks proved the enemy was in Krondor. As they rode, Eric wondered how Rue was faring. Had he gotten safely to his estates? Rue sat heavily on the chair, holding a mug of cold water freshly drawn from the well. He said, Thank you, Helen. Helen Jacoby and the children were waiting in the anteroom of the estate house. Rue had just ridden up, after a desperate night of avoiding raiders, fighting, and keeping his wagons together.
He had come to his estates the day before, and, finding things peaceful, had returned down the road to join Luis in seeing the wagons safely home. The frequency with which he sighted invading soldiers, a full day's ride east of the city, told him more than he wanted to know about the battle for Crondor. He had seen firsthand the sacking of a city by the Emerald Queen, and had no desire to repeat that experience. 3 additional wagons had been sent ahead 2 days before, and now servants were busily filling them with household possessions for the journey eastward. Given the rapidity of the enemy's advance, Rue was going to order them gone at sunrise, ignoring whatever was left behind. He now decided the entire train of wagons was going straight to Darkmoor, rather than stop at Ravensburg. He'd halt long enough to offer Eric's mother and Nathan, and perhaps Milo, Rosalind, and her family, the opportunity to come along. He owed Eric that much, at least. But he wouldn't stop. The enemy was moving much too fast, and Crondor hadn't held as he had hoped it would. One more day, he thought, as he drank deeply of the cool, fresh water. If the invaders had been delayed one more day, he'd be free of worry. He also knew he would have to ride out this evening to the Esterbrook estates and insist that Sylvia and her father leave at once. They would have no way to know the enemy was as close as it was. He could provide quarters for them in his inns at Darkmoor and Mallex Cross without Carly becoming too suspicious, he thought. After all, half the population of Crondor was on the road eastward. Finishing his water, he set it down and asked, "Where's Carly?" "She's upstairs with your cousin Duncan." Rue smiled. "I've been wondering where he's been." He stood up. "I'd best go see what they're doing." Helen looked concerned. "He said something about helping her move some things." Rue looked at her. "We still have plenty of time to get out of here. Stop worrying." She smiled and said, "I'll try." Rue went upstairs and found them in Rue and Carly's bedroom. Duncan was lifting a wooden box filled with Carly's best clothing. "I have been looking for you for 2 days, said Rue to his cousin. Duncan smiled. "Things got pretty confused in Crondor. I went looking for you at Barrett's, but you weren't there. By the time I got to the office, Louise told me you were back at Barrett's, and then when I got back to the coffee house and again found you not there, I headed back to our office. Things were pretty nasty in the streets by then, and when I finally reached them, your wagon train had headed out. I saw the mess at the northern gate, so I doubled back to the southern gate and rode here. I figured you'd want a reliable sword here to protect your family." He grinned as he took the box and carried it past Rue, then down the stairs. Carly said, "Do you believe him?" "No," said Rue. "He was probably with some whore when the panic set in, and he came straight here. But at least he's right about my wanting you protected." Carly came and put her arms around her husband. "I'm afraid, Rue." He made reassuring noises and patted her shoulders. "Don't worry. We'll be fine. Crondor is the only home I've known. We'll come back when this is over. I've made one fortune and I can make another. We'll rebuild. But first we must see the children to a safe place." At mention of the children, her own fear was put aside. "When do we leave?" "At first light. Luis is bringing up the last wagons with as many mercenary guards as he could scrounge up, and we're going to caravan to Darkmoor. I've got horses and equipment to repair wagons there, and once we've rested, we'll head down to Mallex Cross." "Why there?" Rue considered telling her what he knew, then decided it would only confuse and frighten her more. "Because the enemy will be stopped at Darkmoor," he said. "Mallex Cross will be far enough away from the fighting for us all to be safe." Carly took Rue at his word and hurried downstairs to oversee the packing. Helen watched the children, and Rue was impressed with the calm manner in which she reassured them, keeping them diverted and entertained. He spent a few minutes with the 4 of them, listening to their prattle, children's issues of importance, he assumed, little of which made sense to him. Toward the end of the day, a cold meal was prepared, and everyone ate. The presence of Duncan seemed odd to Rue, as Duncan had almost no interest in Rue's family, despite his attempts to charm Carly over the years. If anything, to Rue, he appeared distracted. When the meal was over, Rue said, "Duncan, I want you to wait down by the stable and let me know when Luis comes in with the last wagon." Duncan nodded amiably. "After he gets here, I'm going to take some of the men and sweep the grounds. You never know when some of those invaders might come wandering down from the hills, or if local bandits are going to try to take opportunity of the confusion." Rue glanced at the 2 women and the 4 children, shooting Duncan a black look. Duncan quickly recovered by saying, "It's almost certain they aren't around, but it never hurts to be cautious." After he left, Helen said, "Rupert, is it dangerous?" Her calm and frank manner kept the children from sensing distress, and Ruth thanked the gods she was here. He said, War is always dangerous, especially when the invader is hungry and far away from home. That's why we're taking everything with us that might serve him, and what we can't take with us we'll destroy." "Destroy?" said Carly, looking confused. "Not my furnishings and things, certainly." Rue decided it best not to mention that the invaders would most likely smash everything in the house in frustration and burn it to the ground. He said, "No, merely that we'll burn the food we can't carry and make sure there are no weapons or tools left behind. If we can't take a wagon with us, we'll smash the spokes and break the yoke. If a horse goes lame, we'll put it down and poison the meat. We'll dig up the garden tonight and make sure there's nothing here to help the enemy." Carly looked very distressed at the news of losing her garden, but she remained silent. Abigail said, "Father, where are we going?" Rue smiled and said, "You're going to ride on a wagon tomorrow, my darling. It's a long trip, and you'll have to be on your best behavior. But we're going to the town where your father was born, and we'll go on to see other interesting places. Won't that be fun?" "No," said Abigail. "I don't want to." Helen smiled and said, "She says that a lot these days." Rue looked at Carly, who said, "She doesn't know what any of this is about." Rue said, "Children, we're going on a journey, and it will be a grand adventure." Helmut grinned and drooled, while Helen's boy, Willem, said, "Is this like the Sagas?" Rue grinned at him. "Yes, just like the Sagas. We're off on a great adventure, and you must be very brave and do exactly what your mother and Carly tell you. There will be men with swords all around, and you'll see new places and great sights." "Will there be fighting?" asked the boy with wide eyes. Rue sat back and said, "If the gods are kind, no. But if there is, we'll protect you." He glanced from face to face, from the tiny perfection of the children, to his wife's nervous smile, to Helen's resolute expression, and said, "We will certainly protect you all." Eric reached Greylock's position at nightfall. He had engaged the Emerald Queen's forces a half-dozen times along the way, and had witnessed the carnage they had left behind. Bodies littered the roadside, and it was clear that their first concern had been food. A few items of value, coins, jewelry, and the like, were found scattered around, but not one edible item could be seen. After exchanging the password, Eric and his company rode in. Owen greeted Eric. "How are things, bad?" he asked. "Worse," said Eric, dismounting. He allowed one of Greylock's men to take the horse to tend to it, and followed the former swordmaster of Darkmoor to a campfire some distance behind the barricades they had erected across the road. Eric left his own officers and sergeants to see to the horses and get the men fed. Greylock pointed to a pot of steaming stew and said, "Help yourself." Eric took a wooden bowl and spoon and suddenly realized he was starving. As he filled the bowl, Greylock fetched him a small loaf of bread and a wineskin. "Tell me what you know," he said, after Eric had shoveled in a couple of heaping spoonfuls of the savory stew and taken a drink of wine. "If Crondor's not fallen this day, it will by tomorrow, no doubt. The palace is gone." Both men knew that meant it was almost certain Knight Marshal William was dead. Duke James might or might not have escaped. The prince and the rest of his court, those nobles not in the field, were now safely in Darkmoor, if everything had gone according to plan. Greylock said, "We've been pretty quiet. A few of the enemy's scouts have come close, but we chased them away, and when they see our fortifications, they seem inclined to move on." Eric nodded as he chewed another mouthful of stew. After he swallowed, he said, "If things are going according to plan, they'll waste a lot of time wandering north and south before they realize they've got to come back this way. Maybe we can pick up some of the time we lost at Crondor." Greylock ran his hand over his face, and Eric could see that the older man was as tired as he was. "I hope so. There's still a lot to be done." Eric put down his empty bowl and drank again from the wineskin. "Well, there are no more refugees behind us, so at least we no longer have to worry about a rear guard." Owen nodded. "No, we just defend, making the bastards pay for every inch of ground." Then he grinned at Eric. "No offense," he said, remembering Eric's own sinister birth. "None taken," said Eric. "I'm a bastard by birth. These invaders work at it." He sighed. "I've been more tired, but I can't remember when." Owen nodded. "It's the pressure. The always being on guard. Well, as you and your boys have to take over here while I pull back tomorrow, we'll take the watch this night. You should be able to rest for one night." "Thanks, Owen." Greylock smiled, his narrow face looking almost sinister in the firelight. I guess you should know. Prince Patrick has named me a Knight General. Congratulations, I think, said Eric. Sir? Commiserations are more like it. I've got Callus's charge, defending the entire range from the Dimwood to Dorgan, and I think I'm going to wish you had the job before I'm done. Eric said, I'm in over my head already. I can't begin to understand what it is I'm supposed to do from here. You're just tired. Get some sleep, and in the morning you'll have a better grasp on things. If you forget everything else, just remember you've got to slow the bastards down. We've got to hold them in the mountains for the next 3 months. Eric sighed. Until winter. When the snows fall, and there on the west side of the mountains, we'll know we've won. They'll starve and die while we wait for spring, when we can chase them back where they came from. Eric nodded, but he found his eyes were getting heavy, and he couldn't think. I'm going to find where that soldier took my horse, get my blanket, and go to sleep. No need, said Owen, pointing to a bedroll that had been made ready a short distance away. I had that made up for you. Your men are also being told to get some rest. You just forget your worries this night, Eric. I won't argue, said Eric, moving toward the bedroll. He removed his sword and got his boots off, but he didn't remember anything after that as he rolled himself in the blanket and fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. Rue kissed Carly on the cheek. I don't like this, Rupert, she said, near tears as she spoke. I know, but I have to see that everything is ready. Don't wait up for me, and take care of Helen and the children. I'll be back before sunrise. They stood at the door of their estate house, and Rue kissed his wife on the cheek, then stepped through the door and closed it behind him. He hurried down to the servants' building and barn, where a dozen of his wagons had been gathered when they had arrived after sundown. Luis de Savona, one of his old companions from Callus's army, and now one of his most trusted aides, was seeing to the refitting. Luis had spoken little of his past prior to the day Rue met him in prison, save that he had once served a function in the court of Rodez, the easternmost duchy, but one in the kingdom. Rue didn't press him. Like many of those who had redeemed their lives in service to the crown, Luis preferred to forget what had gone before, and Rue respected that. There was something dark in Luis's nature, an anger that threatened to erupt at the oddest times, but Rue trusted him, one of the few men he did trust, and Rue felt the need of someone dependable at that moment. 3 times the mercenary guards and Rupert's drivers had fought off raiders. 2 drivers had been injured, and a couple of the mercenaries had deserted when the fighting looked as if it was going badly. But while possessing a crippled right hand, Luis was still a fearsome foe with a knife in his left hand. He had killed 3 raiders personally, forcing the others to rethink their assessment of taking his wagon. Rue said, Luis, are we going to be ready at sunrise? Luis nodded. Yes, we should probably leave an hour before, though, to steal a march on anyone coming down the highway. It's not the highway I'm worried about, said Rue. Eric and the king's army are holding the highway. It's the raiders coming through the hills we have to worry about. Rue's estate, like many of those settled to the east of the city, was far enough off the highway that they couldn't know the condition of the highway once they had left it. I've got to see Jacob Estabrook, he said, motioning for a fresh horse. I'll swing back by the highway and see if we still hold it, or if we need, find another route. Find another route? Rue nodded. Yes, I know another way. Why don't you tell me now, just in case? Asked Luis. Rue didn't like the idea of what just in case implied, but he agreed. There's a road Eric and I used to reach Crondor years ago. It's a small trail, really, but it will take wagons. You'll have to drive them in single file. He outlined how to get to the trail, little more than a goat path in places, but one over which he had taken wagons more than once. You'll find a branch in the trail as you reach the foothills. Take the southeastern one, and you'll see the farms and vineyards to the north of Ravensburg. Pick up the King's Highway there, if you can. Luis nodded. When will you be back? If I don't encounter trouble, I'll be back before sunrise. If I'm not here an hour before sunrise, start without me. Tell Carly I'll catch up with you. Luis looked around. Duncan? He's supposed to be conducting a sweep around the estate, making sure we're not bothered for a while. Luis nodded. He and Duncan had shared quarters for almost a year, and during that time had developed an abiding dislike for each other. Luis didn't trust Duncan, and put up with him only for Rue's sake. The horse was brought over to Rue, who mounted. I'll see you sometime tomorrow. Luis waved goodbye as Rue rode out, knowing what was unsaid, that if Luis didn't see Rue tomorrow, It meant Rue was dead.
Miranda said, "I don't like this at all." They had gathered in the cave of the Oracle of Aal, after Makros and Miranda had returned to Midkemia, summoning the others.
Pug answered, "Who does? But we've got to be in two places at the same time."
Hanam growled and said,
"Time grows short. My ability to contain the rage of this creature and not eat is about at its limit."
The Sa'aur magician in demon form turned to Pug.
"You know what must be done, what must be said."
Callas had sat listening to the exchange, silently observing the other four in the room. He finally said, "There is a chance none of you will return." When he spoke of all of them, his eyes focused on Miranda. She nodded. "We know the risk." He sighed. "I should be at Darkmoor."
Pug said, "No, I can't tell you why."
He glanced at Makros and Miranda.
"Things are hidden from us, and we sense that it is necessary to have these things hidden for our own protection and that of others. But I know, down to the fiber of my being, that you must remain here."
Miranda and her father had found the door in the hall and had entered it to the cave on Shyla. They had watched from the mouth of the cave as demon flyers sped across the sky, and as demons of all sizes could be seen coming from the direction of where they had been told the city of Vassart lay. After seeing far more demons than they could defeat, they had retreated to the hall, returned to Midkemia, and sought out Pug. They had spent 2 days evolving a plan, and now it was determined that Makros and Miranda would return to the tunnels beneath the Rotengari Mountains, while Pug and Hanam would go to Shyla. Hanam, in demon form, would not attract attention, while Pug could better keep himself invisible than Makros could himself and Miranda. Miranda and her father would attempt to seal the rift into Midkemia permanently, as Makros had once done with the rift between Midkemia and Kelawan, while Pug and Hanam would attempt to close the entrance to the demon realm. Miranda glanced at her father, then at Pug, and said, "I need to speak with Callas alone." She rose and moved to where the half-elf warrior sat, indicating he should walk with her. They moved past the gigantic form of the sleeping oracle, a dragon of immense proportions who lay deep in a sleep of regeneration. Surrounding her were men, both young and old, the attendants who were also passing along their knowledge. The oracles of Aal and their attendants would die in their time, but their knowledge would live on as long as new bodies could be found to contain their minds. When they had walked far enough away from the others for some privacy, Miranda said, "What worries you?" Callas laughed. "Everything." Then he said, "I fear I will never see you again." She sighed and touched his cheek. "If that is our fate, we must accept it. If not, we shall see each other again." With elven understatement, he raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Pug?" She nodded. "There are things that must be." She came close and leaned her head upon his chest, saying, "In time you will know so much more than you do now, and you will remember what we had as a gift, precious and wonderful. But you'll also realize that it was a lesson for us both, that we might better learn what it is that we truly needed." He gathered her into his arms and held her tightly for a moment, then slowly released her. When his arms were again at her side, she said, "I will not claim to understand, but I do accept what you say as true." She touched his face again, and looking into his eyes, said, "Sweet Callas, always willing to serve, always willing to give. Yet you have never asked of anyone for yourself. Why is that?" He smiled and shrugged. "It is who I am. I have much to learn. As you delight in reminding me, I am still young. I feel that by service I can learn, and through learning I can discover who I am." "You are someone wonderful and unique," she said softly, kissing his cheek. He nodded. "While I wait in this cave, can you at least give me a hint of what it is I'm to do?" Miranda said, "I know only what Pug has told me." "Then let me ask him one more time." He stepped past her and walked to where Pug and Makros were waiting with Hanam. Callas said, "If you do not know why I'm here, can you at least tell me what you suspect?" Pug turned and pointed to a huge dais that sat on the stone floor, within a few feet of the slumbering dragon. "That is why," he said, and everyone in the room felt a shift, as if they were moving slightly, yet no one budged. But where the empty dais had been, now a giant, glowing green gem rested, with a golden sword embedded in it. It pulsed with a life of its own, and Callus instantly felt drawn to it and went over to it. "The life stone," he said quietly. Pug said, "One has to be shifted slightly in time to see it." Callus looked at the sword. "My father's sword." "That portion of the Valhero which sought to seize this, embodied in the form of Draken Corin," said Pug, "threw itself across this stone, and your father drove that sword deep into it. I do not know why, but that ended the Rift War. The Valhero were drawn deep within its facets, and your father refused to risk retrieving his sword." Callus nodded, not taking his eyes from the gem. "I will study this thing." Miranda turned to Pug and said, "We can wait no longer." Pug, Markros, and Hanam gathered, and Pug went to stand next to the demon. In his mind's eye, he pictured the device over the door into Shyla, the distinctive glyph that indicated which doorway they needed in the hall. Miranda had memorized it, then given that memory to Pug. So it was as if he himself had stood before it. He nodded once and blinked out of existence with the demon. Miranda cast one last look at Callus, then nodded to her father, took his hand, and willed herself and Makros to the tunnels under the mountains across the sea. "Message from Captain Breyer, sir." Eric rubbed his eyes and blinked. He had managed an hour of sleep after the fighting. Since the day before, when Greylock had departed for the east, they had been attacked 3 times, most recently at sundown. They had easily defeated the forces thrown at them, thanks in part to Greylock's having left a squad of 50 additional archers behind, footmen with longbows. Eric knew he'd have to send them on ahead at least a day's march before he would through, for they could never keep up with the cavalry, but he was very pleased with their presence. His mission was to hold at the road until it was clear that pressure along the front was roughly equal, then to pull out, leaving an obvious weakness in the defensive line. Prince Patrick and Lord William's plan was for the enemy to gain ground between Crondor and Darkmoor, but only where the kingdom wanted them to. Eric read the message. "So far, so good," he commented. He dismissed the soldier and regarded the messenger, a Hardati hillman. "Get something to eat and rest, then leave at first light." The hillman nodded and left, and Eric turned over, pulled his blanket around him, and tried to return to sleep. He lay there for a while, thinking of Kitty and wondering if she was well. He was almost certain she had left early enough to avoid the dangers of the road now being faced by those out there in the darkness. Then his thoughts turned to Rue. He wondered if he and his family were safe. Jacob Estabrook sat behind his desk, his face an impassive mask, as Rue urged him to order his household packed and moved. "I understand the dangers, young man," he said at last. He rose and moved around the desk, pointing to a map of the kingdom he kept on the wall, nestled between 2 large bookcases. "I have been doing business with the Empire of Great Kesh since before you were born. I have done business with Queg. If the politics of the area are about to change, I suspect I can do business with whoever is in charge once things settle down." Rue's eyes opened in naked astonishment. He had ridden into the night, reaching Estabrook's house 2 hours after sunset, and had asked to speak to the trader. "Jacob, no disrespect to your business acumen, but the point I'm trying to make is that an army of murderous thugs is heading this way. I know that army. I served with them for a time." At that, Jacob raised an eyebrow in interest. "Really?" "Yes, and I don't have time to tell you the details, but trust me when I say these people have no interest in making deals. They will come here and burn this house to the ground after they strip it of everything worth more than a copper piece." Jacob smiled, and Rue didn't like the smile. "You are a very talented boy, Rupert, and I suspect you would eventually have done well enough for yourself, even without Duke James's help. Nothing like you managed to do with his help, but that business with the grain shortage in the Free Cities, that was brilliant." He sat down behind the desk and opened a drawer. Removing a parchment from within it, he placed it upon the table. "Of course, had you not had his help, I probably would have ordered your death when you became a nuisance. But as things worked out the way they did, I have no complaints." He sighed. "To put matters in the open, this is a commission." He pointed to the parchment. "To negotiate with the invaders and to establish discussions with an eye toward ending hostilities." Rue said, "After they burned Condor?"
Jacob's smile broadened. What concern does Great Kesh have with the destruction of a kingdom city? Great Kesh? Jacob said, Rupert, don't be thick. You must have deduced I had something besides my not inconsiderable business skills in my favor when it came to trading to the south. I have friends in high places in the Emperor's court, and they have made it easy for me to keep you off the Keshian trade routes. Now they wish to come to a quick accommodation with the invaders, this Emerald Queen, and formalize a new border.
Rue sat stunned. New border?
Prince Erland negotiated a treaty for non-interference with Great Kesh in exchange for land concessions in the Vale of Dreams.
He pointed at Rue.
Which I think you knew, given that sale of property to me in Shimata. You didn't realize that the new governor of Shimata would be more than happy to recognize my claims to those businesses, I know. But the point of the treaty is that, while we are pledged not to invade the kingdom, we agreed to nothing that prevents us from coming to a quick understanding with the new rulers of the land to the north of the empire. Toward that end, a rather large army is marching now, even as we speak, seeking to occupy all lands in the Vale, not just those granted to us by the treaty, and we shall continue to hold those lands after this unpleasantness is over.
You're a Keshian, said Rue softly.
Jacob spread his hands and shrugged. Not by birth, dear Rupert. By profession.
You're a spy.
I prefer to think of it as being a facilitator, one who conducts all manner of trade between the kingdom and Great Kesh, goods, services, and information.
Rue stood. Well, you can burn in hell for all I care, Jacob. But I won't let Sylvia die here with you.
My daughter is free to leave, should she wish, said Jacob. I have long since ceased attempting to control her. If she wants to travel with you, she may.
Rue left the old man in his study without another word. He hurried up the stairs towards Sylvia's room. Without knocking, he opened the door. Sylvia was sitting on the bed, while Duncan stood over her, one foot up on the bed beside her as he leaned forward. He had one hand on her shoulder in a familiar fashion, and he was smiling his most charming smile. Sylvia appeared angry at whatever Duncan was saying, and they were so lost in their debate they didn't notice Rue for a moment. No, said Sylvia. You've got to go back and do it tonight, you fool. After he leaves the estate, it's too late. What's too late? Said Rue. Sylvia jumped to her feet as Duncan stepped away.
Why, cousin, said Duncan, I was just trying to convince Miss Estabrook that she should evacuate.
Rue studied the tableau a long moment, and slowly drew his sword. Now I see just how much of a fool I've been. Rue, said Sylvia, you can't think. Not Duncan and I. Duncan put up his hands in a gesture of conciliation.
Cousin, what do you think you're doing?
Since this has begun, I have never understood why I could never gain an advantage over Jacob. Now I discover that he's an agent of Great Kesh, and that my own cousin has been feeding my lover information. Duncan looked as if he was going to say something. Then suddenly his smile turned to a snarl, and he yanked his sword out.
Damn it, I have had enough of this charade!
He lashed out. Rue parried, then riposted. Duncan easily avoided the blade. Rue said, That makes two of us. Duncan grinned, and it was an evil, hate-filled expression.
You have no idea how much I've looked forward to this moment, cousin. Taking your table leavings, running your errands while you favored that one-handed Rhodesian dog. Well, this will end that insult, and I will no longer have to share Sylvia with you.
That's the way it is, then. Of course, you idiot, screamed Sylvia. She rolled off the bed as a flurry of sword blows came perilously close to striking her.
Duncan said, My love, I don't need to kill the fat cow. I'll kill Rupert here, and then I'll marry Carly. When time enough has passed, we'll get rid of her, and then you can marry me.
Rupert struck out with a blow aimed at Duncan's head, and as Duncan's sword came up to parry, Rue snapped the blade around to a side attack. Duncan merely turned his wrist, bringing his blade down to catch Rue's blade.
Nicely done, cousin, said Duncan, but you were never my equal with the blade, and you know it. Eventually you'll make a mistake, and I'll kill you.
Rue said nothing. Hate filled his eyes at the realization of just how badly he had been played for an idiot. He feinted left, then came around from the right with a snapping blow that almost connected with Duncan's left arm, but the taller swordsman danced nimbly back. Carly would never marry you, you swine. She hates you. Smiling, Duncan said,
She just doesn't know me.
She doesn't appreciate my better qualities. He lashed out with a full extension and almost took Rue in the shoulder. Rue ducked slightly and beat aside his cousin's blade. Then he also tried a thrust, backing Duncan away. Sylvia stood behind the bed in the corner, clutching the curtains. "Kill him, Duncan!" she screamed. "Don't play with him!" Duncan said, "With pleasure," and suddenly attacked with more speed than Rue would have thought possible. Rue did his best to defend, and he found his speed matched his cousin's, but Duncan was the more experienced swordsman. One advantage Rue had was he had fought a duel to the death only a year before, while Duncan hadn't faced a serious foe in years. Duncan began to improvise his attacks, and Rue saw his advantage. If he could wear his more skilled cousin down, tire him, he could eventually survive this duel. Rue then set about not to lose, as Duncan closed to kill. Back and forth they moved, slashing and thrusting, blocking and parrying. A pair of candles threw dancing shadows across the room as the fury of moment caused the flames to flicker and gutter. The sound of steel on steel brought servants to the door of Sylvia's room. A wide-eyed maid looked in, and Sylvia screamed, "Get Samuel!" Rue knew Samuel, the coachman, was a bull-necked thug of a man, and now that he knew Jacob worked on behalf of Greatkesh, suspected Samuel might be one of Jacob's agents. He knew that if Samuel got into the room, Rue would be distracted enough that Duncan would probably kill him. Rue tried to look hesitant, and when Duncan took the bait, overextending his attack, Rue launched a furious counteroffensive, forcing his cousin back against the far wall. Then Rue turned and hurried to the door, slamming it shut and throwing the bolt before Duncan could recover. "You'll have no help for a while, Duncan," he said, panting from exertion. "I don't need any," said Duncan, and began to stalk Rue across the room. Rue crouched low and waited. Sylvia stood motionless in the corner, her face a mask of naked hatred as she watched the two men circle slowly. Blows were exchanged, but no injury was done. Each man had the measure of the other. They had spent too many hours practicing with each other. While Duncan might be the better swordsman, Rue had spent more time drilling with him than any other. They were evenly matched. Perspiration poured down both men's faces and drenched their shirts. In the close air of the room on this hot summer night, they were quickly out of breath. Back and forth to no advantage, the men fought across the room. Rue watched Duncan closely for any sign he was changing his style or fatiguing. Duncan's frustration was mounting, for while he had regularly defeated Rue in practice, this time the little man was holding his own, and if anything, seemed to be gaining an edge. Pounding on the door signaled the arrival of Samuel, the coachman. "Miss!" he cried through the door. "I'm being attacked!" she screamed. "Rupert Avery is trying to kill me. His cousin Duncan is defending me. Break down the door!" A moment later, a thud signaled the assault on the door. The coachman and probably another male servant were throwing their shoulders into the door. Rue knew that the door was heavy oak, locked with an iron throw-bolt. He had locked it himself enough times. They would have to find something to use as a ram. Their shoulders would give out before the heavy door did. Then Rue saw a flicker of movement and realized Sylvia was trying to run across the bed, past him, so she could unlock the door. He leaped backward and snapped a wild blow in her general direction, causing her to shriek and fall back. "Not so fast, my love," he said. "You and I have accounts to settle." Duncan let out a sound of pure frustration as he lunged and drove Rue back to the side of the bed opposite Sylvia. He glanced at the door as if gauging his chances of opening it. When his gaze flicked to the door, so did Rue's blade, and a crimson stain spread on Duncan's white silk shirt as he took a nick in the right shoulder. Rue smiled. He knew that while it was a tiny wound, the blow to Duncan's vanity was immense. Rue had scored first blood, and Duncan would become even more dangerous and reckless. Duncan swore and started to attack Rue as fast as he could, ignoring the door. He pushed Rue back to the corner, then lunged at him with a move designed to skewer the shorter man. Rue had anticipated the move, knowing that Duncan would follow his usual style and come at him angling toward Rue's right. The practice over the years had revealed Rue's tendency to move toward his own right when dodging. Rue knew Duncan knew this, and as it was the only likely move he could make, Rue did the unexpected. He leaped atop the bed on his left, bouncing off it as if he were an acrobat. He heard, rather than saw, Duncan's blade strike the wall. He leaped off to stand next to Sylvia, and he turned to see Duncan pull back his own blade and leap atop the bed. Sylvia shrieked as she pulled a dagger from behind her pillow and struck at Rue. Rue's attention was fixed upon Duncan, but he saw a movement in the corner of his eye and dodged forward slightly. Pain exploded in his shoulder as a blow intended for his neck missed, and the dagger point slid down his right shoulder blade, skidding off bone. Duncan drew back his blade again to skewer Rue as he had intended to do the last time. Rue fell back without conscious intent, and he struck Sylvia, who stumbled into the path of Duncan's lunge. Both men froze a moment as Duncan's sword point drove deep into Sylvia Esterbrook's side. The beautiful young woman, her face contorted with hate and rage, suddenly went stiff and her eyes grew round with astonishment. She looked down as if unable to comprehend what had just happened, and then she went limp. Duncan's blade was pulled forward briefly, and as he attempted to wrench it from Sylvia's dying body, Rue lunged. His aim was off, and his arm weak from his injury, but Duncan was overbalanced and exposed, and the point of Rue's sword took him straight in the throat. Duncan's eyes suddenly widened, his astonishment a match for Sylvia's. He stumbled backward and fell upon the bed, his head resting on one of his lover's pillows as his hands went to his throat. Blood flowed from his neck, mouth, and nose, and he gurgled as he sought to stem the flow with his hands. Rue stood there, bleeding, in pain, and out of breath as he watched his cousin lying on Sylvia's bed, his blood staining the satin sheets and pillows. After a moment, Duncan's hands went limp, falling from his throat, and his head rolled around to the left, as if he was staring at Rue and Sylvia, and the life fled from his eyes. Rue looked down at Sylvia, who lay at his feet, staring up with eyes as vacant as Duncan's. The pounding on the door took on a steady, hard sound, and Rue knew they were using a table base or some other heavy object as a ram. He stumbled over to the door and shouted, "Stand back!" He unlatched the heavy iron latch and found 3 male servants, Samuel, a stable hand whose name Rue couldn't recall, and the cook, all standing there with weapons. The cook held a kitchen cleaver, but the other 2 men carried swords. Rue glared at the 3 and said, "Stand aside or die." Looking at the blood-spattered carnage behind the little man with a sword in his hand, the 3 servants moved back. Rue stepped into the hall. Behind the 3 men waited the other servants, maids, cooks, gardeners, and the rest. Rue said, "Sylvia is dead." One of the maids gasped, while another smiled in obvious satisfaction. Rue said, "There's an army heading this way. It will be here sometime tomorrow. Grab what you can and run east. If you don't, by this time tomorrow night, you'll be raped and dead, or slaves. Now stand aside." No one hesitated. All turned and fled down the stairway. Rue staggered down the stairs, and when he reached the bottom, he saw servants were busy stripping the house of easily transportable items. He thought of returning to Jacob's study and killing the traitor, but he was too tired. It would take all his strength to return home. His wound wasn't critical, but it could be serious if it wasn't tended. Staggering outside, he found his horse where he had left it, tied. He put his sword in its sheath, and by force of will he climbed into the saddle. Pointing the horse toward the gate, he put heels to sides, and the animal cantered off, heading home. Louise dressed Rue's shoulder, while Carly fussed about, holding a basin of water. "It's not bad," said Louise. "The bone's laid bare, but it's all over the shoulder blade." He was sewing up the wound with a piece of silk thread and a needle from Carly's sewing kit. "Very messy, but nothing permanent." As Rue flinched, he said, "Must hurt like hell, though." Rue, pale from blood loss and pain, said, "It does." "Well, if an artery had been cut, you'd be dead by now, so count yourself fortunate." He pulled tight the last stitch and motioned for a cloth, cleaning off the wound. "We'll change the dressing twice a day and keep the wound clean. If it festers, you'll be very sick." Both men had been trained in dressing wounds, so Rue knew he was in good hands. Helen Jacobi said, "I'm sorry about Duncan." Rue had told them Duncan and he had been jumped by bandits, fleeing before the invading army. He looked at Carly and decided he'd tell her the truth when everything was over, when his family was safe and he could ask her forgiveness. He might never love his wife, but now he knew that what he had with her was a great deal more solid than the illusion of love he had felt for Sylvia. All the way home, his wound pulsing with every heartbeat, he had cursed himself for a fool. How could he think she loved him? He had never been loved in his life, save perhaps by Eric and the other men who had served with him across the sea, and that was the love of comrades. He had never known the love of women, just their embrace. Twice he had found tears running down his face as he thought of the number of times he had dreamed of that murderous bitch being the mother of his children, and his anger at himself mounted. And his trust of Duncan. How could he have been so blind? He had let the fact of blood ties and easy charm mislead him about the man's true nature. He was lazy, self-serving, and conniving. He was a true Avery, Rue decided. Drinking the mug of water Helen gave him, Rue said, "Louise, if anything happens to me, I want you to run Avery and Son for Carly." Carly's eyes grew round and tears began to form. "No!" She knelt before her husband and said, "Nothing's going to happen to you." She seemed almost desperate at the thought of losing Rue. Rue smiled. "Something almost did tonight." I don't plan on leaving this world any time soon, but I've seen enough of war to know that a man's not consulted about his time of death.
He set down his mug and gripped her hands.
I'm talking about in case, nothing more.
I understand. Then he looked at Helen and said,
I would like it if you'd stay with us for a while. After this is over, I mean. We're all going to have to rebuild, and we're going to need as many friends around to help as we can find.
She smiled and said,
Of course. You've been most generous to me and the children. They look upon you as they would a father, and I can't thank you enough for the care you've taken in conducting my business.
Rue stood.
I'm afraid both our companies are going to be the worse for wear when this war is over.
Helen nodded and said,
We'll survive. Then we'll rebuild.
Rue smiled and looked at his wife, who still looked afraid.
You two get some sleep. We leave in a few hours. Luis and I have a lot to discuss before then.
Your wound, said Carly. You need to rest.
I'll rest in the coach, I promise. I won't ride for a day or two.
Very well, she said, motioning for Helen to accompany her upstairs. Both women had awakened when Rue returned and were wearing their long night shifts. As they climbed the stairs, Louise's eyes followed Helen until they vanished from sight. She's quite a woman, said Rue's old companion. Rue had admired the way the thin fabric of her nightdress had hugged the curve of her hip as she mounted the stairs, and said,
I have always thought so.
Louise said, So what really happened?
Rue looked at Louise. What do you mean?
I know a dagger wound when I see one. I've given enough of them, and you were struck from the side and rear. Had that been a bandit who knew what he was doing, you'd have been dead. He sat down on a chair opposite Rue's. And bandits don't jump armed men with nothing worth stealing.
I went to the Estabrooks estate.
Louise nodded. You found Duncan with Sylvia.
You knew?
The older fighter nodded. Of course I knew. I'd have to be a blind idiot not to.
I guess that makes me a blind idiot.
Most men are when they think with that, he said, pointing to Rue's crotch. Duncan's been betting the wench for more than a year.
You said nothing. Why?
Louise sighed. The reason I left the court of Rhodes in shame was over a woman. I was made a fool of by a noble's wife. I wounded him in a fight. By the time I reached Crondor and was captured, he had died, and I was to be hanged for murder. That's when I met you in a cell. He nodded in memory. I know what it is to think you're in love, to be blinded by beauty and made stupid by the soft touch and warm scent. I know the lady who ruined me was a calculating bitch who had no more use for me after I left her bed than she had for the servant who cleaned her shoes. But even now, the thought of her in the warm candlelight can arouse my hunger. He closed his eyes in memory. I can't say that if she appeared outside now, inviting me once again to share her bed, I could be wise enough to say no. Some men never learn, and some learn before it's too late. Which are you? Rue said, I never want to be that big an idiot again. Yet you gaze upon Helen Jacobi and wonder what it would be like to rest in those lovely arms, to rest your head upon that ample bosom, to feel her legs wrap around you. Rue looked at Louise, and his gaze narrowed. What are you saying? Louise shrugged. Part of it is what any healthy man would wonder, for Helen is a beautiful woman, who has a warm and generous nature. I have thoughts about all such women, though I keep such thoughts to myself. All men do. But another part of it is Rupert Avery looking for something he doesn't have.
What is that?
I don't know, my friend, said Louise, standing, but you won't find it in the arms of another woman, any more than you found it in the arms of your wife or Sylvia Esterbrook. He reached over and touched Rue on the head. You'll find it here. Then he touched him on the chest. And here. Rue sighed.
Maybe you're right.
I know I'm right, said Louise. Besides, Helen is as dangerous in her own way as Sylvia was.
Why?
Asked Rue.
Sylvia betrayed me and was using Duncan to try to kill Carly and marry me, then kill me to get my fortune.
He looked hard at Louise.
You can't think Helen is like that.
No, said Louise with a sigh. She's dangerous in a different way. She really loves you. Turning toward the door, he said, When this is over, you would do well to send her away. See to her care if you must, but let her go, Rue. Now I must go see to the wagons. You rest, you need it. Rue sat alone in the chair and felt all strength drained from him. It was all he could do to rise and move to a divan a few feet away and lie upon it, face down so as not to put pressure on his shoulder.
Helen in love with him? It couldn't be possible. Like him, yes. Be grateful for his care of her and the children, yes. But love him? It couldn't be. Then Rue felt all the anger, pain, and loneliness of his life rush to the surface. He had never felt so stupid, inept, and ill-used. 2 people he thought loved him had plotted to kill him and were dead. Now Louise was telling him that the woman he admired the most in the world was in love with him, and he must send her away. Tears came unbidden as he lay there, feeling sorry for himself and anger at his own shortcomings. Sleep came quickly as exhaustion overtook self-pity, and it seemed only brief moments of rest were his before Louise was waking him, telling him it was time to leave his home. Rue rose on shaky legs and let Louise give him a hand to where the wagons were lined up. Rue blinked and realized Carly, Helen, and the children were all in his coach, ready to go. "I let you sleep to the last minute," said Louise, indicating that Rue should enter the coach. Rue glanced to the west and saw the sun rising. "We should have been gone an hour ago," he said. Louise shrugged. "We had much to do and little time to do it. An extra hour will not see us safe." He pointed to the west. In the gray light of dawn, Rue saw towers of smoke in the distance, burning homes. To the northwest, faint glimmers of fire could be seen. "They're close," he said. "Yes," said Louise. "Let us go." Rue entered the carriage and crowded in beside Carly. Helmut, his son, sat on his mother's other side, while Helen was flanked by her 2 children. Abigail sat on the floor of the carriage, between Carly's feet, playing with a doll and singing a little song. Rue let his head loll on his wife's shoulder, closing his eyes. The ride was bumpy, and probably would not let him sleep, but he would rest his eyes a while. As sleep returned to Rue, he wondered how Jacob Estabrook would do in his negotiations with the invaders. Jacob Estabrook sat quietly behind his desk. He knew the first moments of his confrontation with these new invaders would be critical. If he showed fear or panic, any hint of uncertainty or hostility, they would react badly. But if he was calm and merely asked to speak to someone in authority, someone who could relay his message from key figures in the Keshian court to this Emerald Queen, he was certain his position would be protected. He had experienced some surprising distress on discovering his daughter was dead. He had never liked the girl much, but she had proved useful, as had her mother before her. Jacob wondered why some men felt so much concern over matters of children, who remained a mystery to him. The sound of horses outside announced the arrival of the raiders, and Jacob composed himself. He had thought of what he would say. Footfalls echoed in the hall outside, and the door was thrown open. 2 oddly dressed men entered, one with a sword and shield, the other with a bow. Both had their hair heavily greased, with long braids that hung in a semicircle below their heads, and both wore scars on their cheeks, ritual in nature, Jacob decided, rather than from combat. Jacob held up both hands to show he was unarmed, the scroll of credentials held in his left hand. His intelligence about the far continent had told him the denizens of that far land spoke a variant of the Keshian tongue, one used years ago in the Bitter Sea, related to the dialects of Queg and Yabon. "Greetings," said Jacob slowly. "I wish to speak to someone in authority. I have a message from the Emperor of Great Kesh." The 2 warriors looked at one another. The bowman asked a question of the other, in a language unlike anything Jacob had ever heard before, and the one with the shield nodded to the bowman. The archer raised his weapon and snapped off an arrow, which pinned Jacob to the back of his chair. As the light fled from Jacob's eyes, he saw the 2 men pull knives and approach him. Later that morning, a captain of one of the many mercenary companies serving the Emerald Queen rode up with a squad of 20 men. They fanned out, 10 circling the estate, while 8 dismounted and hurried inside, the remaining 2 holding the horses. Every man in the company was starving, and anything besides food was going to be ignored for a while. A few moments later, one of the fighters came out of the house with a disgusted expression on his face. "What is it?" asked the captain. "Those damned Jikanji cannibals. They're in there eating someone." The captain shook his head. "Right now I'm half tempted to join them." He glanced around. "Where's Kantuk?" "He speaks their gibberish. We need to tell them to get down the road and find some food besides long pig."
The men returned, and one said, "There's some livestock in back, chickens, a dog, and some horses." Another rider came up and said, "There's cattle in the field, Captain." With a laugh, the captain dismounted. "Take the horses for remounts, and let's slaughter those chickens. Get a fire going." Men ran to do as they were bidden. The captain knew the beef would have to go to the Queen's quartermaster, but he and his men were going to have some chicken first. At the thought of hot chicken, his stomach cramped. He had never been so hungry in his life. As men started killing chickens, the captain shouted, "And slaughter that dog!" He felt relief they had found food. How a land that looked so lush could be so devoid of anything to eat was a mystery. They had found gold and gems, fine cloth and items of rare beauty, everything that was usually hidden, and no food. Throughout his life as a soldier, those who ran took their gold and jewelry, valuables of every stripe, with them, but they didn't carry off grain, flour, vegetables, and fowl. Even game animals were scarce, as if they had been driven away. It was as if the enemy were retreating and taking everything they could eat with them. It made no sense. The mercenary captain sat down as a man emerged from the house holding bottles of wine. He greedily drank down the wine and absently wondered how long he could have resisted joining the Chikanji at their feast. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he realized he was free not to worry about that pass for a few more days. In the distance he heard the barking dog fall silent with a single whimper, and the squawk of chickens as their necks were wrung. 18. Delay. A loud rumble came through the floor. Lyle said, "Are you planning to blow up the entire city, Jimmy?" James looked at the others in the gloom of the warehouse and quietly said, "Probably." He looked at his brother in the dim light of a single lantern. For 2 days his soldiers had been making forays into the sewers, gathering information, marking the progress of the fighting above, and coordinating the defense of the city. One of the things James had known was that the demon's magic would probably result in a quick entrance into Krondor. Rather than have everything committed to the walls and nothing inside, therefore, he had sacrificed the lives of hundreds of soldiers so that the enemy would think the city heavily defended, only to discover once inside Krondor that the battle had only just begun. Between coordinating the defense from his underground command post and eating and sleeping only briefly, he had gotten the opportunity to know his brother. He found a sadness in realizing that as he neared 70 years of age, he had only spent hours with his brother. He knew that Lyle was a murderer, career thief, smuggler, and panderer, and guilty of as many crimes as a dung heap had flies. But in Lyle he saw himself, had he not chanced to encounter Prince Arutha so many years before. He had told Lyle about that meeting, catching sight of the prince in the street as he sought to avoid being caught by Jocko Radburn's secret police, and how later he had saved Arutha's life from an assassin on the rooftops. That act had led to Jimmy the Hand, the boy thief, becoming Squire James, and here, nearly 50 years later, James, Duke of Krondor. James sighed. "I could have used you many times over the years had I known I could trust you." Lyle laughed. "Jimmy, in the short time I've known you, 3 visits in 40 years? I've come to love you like the brother that you are. But trust? You're joking." James laughed. "I suppose. Given the chance, you'd have had me hung for treason, and you'd be Duke of Krondor." "Probably not. I never dreamed of ambition like that." The 2 men heard another dull thump, and one of the guardsmen said, "That must be the abandoned warehouse in the mill district, down by the river. We stocked 200 barrels in there." Since before the siege, James's men had been moving through the city, leaving barrels of Quigan fire oil in strategic locations. "You should have seen the defense of Armengar," James told the guard. "That city was a defender's delight and an attacker's nightmare." He made a wavy motion with his hand, like a snake moving through grass. "No street longer than a bow shot without a curve in it. Each building with no windows at street level, heavy oak doors that could be bolted only from inside, and every rooftop flat." The soldiers smiled and nodded as one said, "Archery platforms." James said, "Absolutely. So the defenders could move from rooftop to rooftop via long planks they pulled along after them, while those below were exposed to arrow fire every step of the way. When Myrmendamus and his troops were in the city, Guy de Bastyra fired 25,000 barrels of naphtha." 25,000, said Lyle. "You're joking." "No. And when she blew—" He sat back against the wall. "I can't describe it. Just imagine a tower of fire that reached the heavens, and you'll have some idea. The noise. I was nearly deaf from it. My ears rang for a week. A knock sounded on the door, and men drew weapons. It was repeated in the expected pattern, and the single lamp was shuttered while a patrol was admitted. A half-dozen soldiers were quickly inside, followed by 3 civilians. "Found them wandering around down here," said the leader of the patrol. Rigger looked them over and said, "They're mine." "Who are you?" asked one of the 3 men. James laughed. "Anonymity has its drawbacks." To the 3 thieves, he said, "Here's your boss. This is the upright man." The 3 looked at one another, and one of them said, "And you're the Duke of Crondor, no doubt." Everyone in the room laughed, except the 3 men. A young woman, one of Lyle's thieves, came and explained how things were. When it was clear she wasn't joking, and when one of the heavily armed soldiers also said it was true, the 3 men fell quiet. The Duke and the leader of the Thieves' Guild might be sitting in a basement connected to the sewer, but they were still the 2 most powerful men in the city. At regular intervals, scouting parties went out and returned, bringing news of the fighting in the streets above. The defenders were making the invaders pay for every street and house, but the outcome was a foregone conclusion. After having been cooped up for days, Lyle said, "If the battle's lost, why not order your lads out of the city?" "No way to get the orders to them, sorry to say," said James, and his expression was one of genuine regret. "And for our plan to work, the invaders must think we've spent our entire army here." "Gad, you're a bloody one," said Lyle. "I don't know if I could order that many lads to their death." "Of course you could," said James matter-of-factly. "If your job was to preserve the kingdom, you'd trade a city, even the princes." "What's the plan, then?" James said, "I've got a few thousand barrels of Quegan fire oil down here, and they're rigged to pour into the sewers. Sooner or later, those bastards above us are going to figure out some of the populace is hiding down in the sewers, and when they do, I've got a surprise for them." "A few thousand?" Rigger whistled in appreciation. "That's nasty stuff. The fire will burn right on top of the water." "More," said James. He pointed to a chain, relatively new from the look of it, that hung near one wall. A soldier had been stationed to guard it at all times. "I'd been wondering about that." "It's something I picked up from old Guy de Bastyra when we fled Ermengar. Pull that chain, and you'll release a light spray of naphtha into the tunnels. There's a series of small closed-off drains, pipes, and culverts." "I know those. The old city's first sewers. But they were closed off when the deeper sewers were built 100 years ago." "Well, they're reopened." He sat back against the wall. "There are advantages to having every plan ever made for every building and public improvement in the city. When those culverts are filled with naphtha gas, they'll bleed the fumes into the larger sewer tunnels. There they'll combine with the existing sewer gas, the Quegan oil floating on the surface of the muck, and whatever barrels of oil we can cut loose up here, and when the fires hit them, the entire city is going to blow." "Blow?" "Explode," said James. "There won't be 2 stones in Crondor resting one atop the other when the dust settles." "Damn me," said Rigger. James said, "This is the only home I've known, sewers or palace, thieves or nobles. Crondor is where I was born." "Well, if you're planning on dying here, would you allow me the opportunity to get a little distance away before you pull that chain?" James laughed. "Certainly. Once we pull that chain, we've got about an hour, unless there's already a fire at this end of the sewers." He shrugged. "I don't know how much time we'll have then." He pointed to a door in the easternmost wall of the basement. "There's a tunnel there that leads out to a building in the Foulberg. As I said, this was Trevor Hull's and the Mockers' best route for smuggling into and out of Crondor." "So you'll send everyone ahead, and pull the chain and run like hell?" James grinned. "Something like that." Rigger sat back next to his brother. "Well, I don't fancy climbing into the daylight surrounded by an invading army, but I'll take my chances that way rather than sit here and fry." A noise from above caused them all to look up at the ceiling, the floor of the basement of the old mill. The sub-basement entrance was hidden, but guards moved quietly to their side of the trap, weapons drawn and ready. "Sounds like they've reached this end of the city," said James softly. "Someone is trying to find a place to hide," whispered Lyle. "Maybe some more of my people." James signaled one of his guards, who nodded. The man quietly put down his sword and shield and climbed up the short flight of stairs leading to the trap in the floor above. He pushed open the door slightly, allowing him to peek through the door, and stepped back, obviously surprised. "Milady," he said. James's head snapped around as he saw his wife descending the stairs to the sub-basement. "What are you doing here?" he shouted. Gamina held up her hand. "Don't use that tone on me, Jimmy." James's rage was barely held in check. "You were supposed to be in Darkmoor by now with Arutha and the boys. How in heaven's name did you get here?" She was muddy, with dirt on her face. Her hair was disheveled and covered with soot. She said, "You forgot Pug gave you one of those Serani transport spheres." "I didn't." "How did you know where to find me?" he said, his tone still seething anger. Touching her husband's cheek, she said, "You foolish old man, did you think I couldn't hear your thoughts a world away?" His anger fled. "Why did you come? You know there's a chance we won't get out of here alive." Her eyes grew moist with emotion, and she said, "I know. But do you think that after all these years together, I could live without you?" James gathered her into his arms and held her close. "You must go back." "No, I won't," she said firmly. "I can't. The device is out of power. The best I could manage was to get to the market near the wall, and then I tossed it somewhere back in the mud. I had to make my way here on foot." She moved close to him and held him, whispering in his ear, "If you can't live without this damn city, you must know I can't live without you." He held her in silence. After nearly 50 years of marriage, he knew he could not win an argument with her. It had been his intent to be the last to leave the city, and if fate decided he would die with Crondor, he thought it might be for the best. Since constructing the plan for the defeat of the enemy, he had constantly wrestled with the terrible price paid by the citizens of the prince's capital. There could be no early warning for them, no orderly evacuation, for if the enemy had fought the city without plunder and food, they would have bypassed it. More, the enemy must think the bulk of the kingdom army destroyed in Crondor. James could hardly bear the idea of leaving so many people, so much of what had been his life, to die while he lived on. Perhaps it was fear of the ghosts of those who had paid the ultimate price, so that James could buy time for the kingdom. He didn't know. All he knew was that at some point in the planning for the defense of the kingdom, James had decided that when it came time for his city to die, for Prince Arutha's city to die, he would most likely die with it. But now he had to leave, for he knew Gamina would not leave without him. Lyle said, "This is your wife?" James nodded, holding Gamina's hand. "This is the only woman I've loved, Lyle." He smiled at her. Her head came around, and her eyes widened. "Your brother?" He nodded. She turned to Lyle and said, "I've heard of you, but had no image of you." Glancing back and forth, she said, "It's obvious." Motioning for his wife to sit down, James said, "Let me tell you of the time I first met this fellow, when people kept trying to pick fights with me up in Tannerus because they thought I was him." Lyle laughed and said, "It's a good story." James began, starting by explaining the odd mission Prince Arutha had sent him on, with his old friend Locklear, a young son of a local noble who happened to be an apprentice magician from Stardock, and a renegade Moradel chieftain. Gamina knew the story as well as James did, having heard it a dozen times, but she sat back, next to her husband, leaning her head on his shoulder, and let him tell it. The soldiers and thieves hiding in the gloom would be diverted from the terrible future that bore down upon them, and for a while they'd hear of better days, when the heroes were victorious and the forces of evil vanquished. Besides, she thought, as Lyle had said, it was a good story. Callus watched. There was something within the Lifestone. He had noticed it within minutes of Pug shifting the Lifestone in time so that all could see it. He could sense energy inside, and as he watched for hours on end, after a while he believed he could see it. The Oracle's companions, when they were breaking from their mystical lessons, would approach, and some would stand watch with him for a time. They shared their food with him, though he couldn't really recall much of what they ate. He was preoccupied with the gem. Callus relaxed and let his mind wander, and from time to time flashes of images came to him. He saw people, beings looking much like his father, and he saw things, occurrences in places impossible distances away, creatures and beings from some other time, and he saw hints of forces moving behind those images, and those were the most. Hours stretched into days, and Callus lost track of time as he went deeper and deeper into the mystery of the Life Stone. Eric shouted orders, and his men began their orderly withdrawal. The enemy was less than a half-mile down the road, in strength, and word had come from Greylock that the next fallback position had been secured. Eric had decided the best way to gain back some of the time lost in the fall of Krondor was to do it a day at a time, rather than try to hold the first defense for the extra 3 weeks. The original battle plan had called for them to hold the first defensive position for 7 days. Eric had held it for 9. There were 7 more defenses until they reached the mountains at the pass to Darkmoor, and if he could add 3 or 4 days at each defense, they would have gained back much of the time they had lost. But Eric wasn't optimistic about realizing that goal. The plan for the defense of the west had the northmost and southmost defensive positions being unyielding, while Eric's center was the softest defense, withdrawing to lure the enemy along. The northern and southern flanks would funnel the enemy into the center, putting the bulk of the Emerald Queen's army on the King's Highway and within 5 miles of either side. The problem with that plan was that as the days wore on, more and more enemy soldiers would be thrown at Eric's position. More than once in the first week of fighting, Eric wished that Callus hadn't been called off to whatever crisis needed his presence, and that Greylock had been in charge of the center. Eric would rather have had his original mission, holding the northern flank. Fighting from behind a strong defensible position was far easier than this delaying action. Now his forward observers had seen battle flags going up as the enemy prepared for a major offensive against his position. He had planned on being at least another mile down the road when the enemy got here. Eric used hand signals to order his men out of the area while instructing the archers to fall back. Originally, they were to harry the enemy along the line of march, but reports indicated there were too many gathering to risk exposing the bowmen. He'd improvise and find another location along the way to set them up so that they could slow the enemy's advance, yet have a fair chance of getting away. The difficulty was that during the first phase of the withdrawal, if the enemy attacked, they'd have little time to prepare themselves. If they could steal a march on the enemy and get far enough ahead, then they could quickly dig in and defend if they were overtaken. But if they were hit while they were in the process of withdrawing, superior numbers of the enemy would prove devastating for Eric's command. He had to get his men moving down the road and into the next prepared defensive position, where Greylock and his command were waiting. The 2 units would defend that position until the enemy pulled back, at which point Greylock's men would move out, falling back to the next position after that. That would be the pattern for the next 3 months, or until they reached Darkmoor. As the enemy withdrew from the extreme north and south flanks, those units were scheduled to move down the line, adding fresh soldiers to the center, but that phase of the operation wasn't scheduled until next month, and if the enemy didn't withdraw from the flanks, the support wouldn't materialize. When the men were underway, Eric lingered at the rear, with his last line of skirmishers, who would hang back until the enemy was in sight. He looked to the west, to the late afternoon sky, and saw the smoke rising. Krondor was burning, and Eric wondered how William, James, and the others there were doing. He said a silent prayer to Ruthia, the Lady of Luck, that if the chance presented itself, those people might somehow get out. Then he turned his horse and galloped off to overtake the front of the command. He knew he had roughly 3 hours to get to the next position, and another hour to dig in before night fell. He had no idea if the enemy would march until nightfall, then attack, or wait until dawn, but either way, Eric intended to be ready. Even in the bowels of the sub-basement, the sounds of battle filtered down. The guards had been running to the various outposts in the sewers, and James had a rough idea of the enemy's deployment in the city. The fires raged through the center third of Krondor, and fighting in the eastern segment was light and sporadic. The bulk of the enemy waited behind the flaming wall as the fires burned out. The one scout who had braved the look said thousands of armed men waited amid the burned-out cinders that was the westernmost third of the city. The palace was a mound of charred stone, still smoking, and James knew that his brother-in-law was dead. Gamina had confirmed that she could not reach William with her mind speech. While it was limited in distance, normally, with her family, the question of range was less restrictive. She had found her husband from miles away.
James held his wife as they sat upon the stone floor of the damp and dark room. Those inside had fallen into long silences as the sense of approaching doom grew. The escape plan required a lot of luck, and everyone was feeling short of luck at the moment. James gave instructions to the scout who had found a way to the west, and the man hurried off to do as he was bid. Gamina dozed against her husband's shoulder while he waited, and at about what he judged was sundown, the scout returned. Something in his manner alerted everyone in the room, and all listened attentively as he said, "My lord." "Report," instructed James. "Ships are attacking the invaders." Gamina closed her eyes and said, "Nicholas isn't there." James said, "Then it's Lord Vicor's fleet from Shandon Bay." He patted his wife's shoulder and stood up slowly. "I'm too old to be sitting on these cold floors." He helped Gamina to her feet and said, "It's time." "What do we do?" asked Lyle. "Try to stay alive," he said, looking at his wife. He said, "Lord Vicor had a fleet in hiding down in Shandon Bay, and he was to link up with whatever was left of Nicholas's fleet after it came through the straits and follow the invaders. Once the invaders' fleet was at anchor, they were to hit them as hard as possible, firing as many enemy ships as they could, while we set the city to the torch. As you can see, things didn't work out quite the way we planned, but if the bulk of their army, the Key Corps, are in the western third of the city waiting for the fires to subside, we can let loose the naphtha in the old sewers. That will blow the entire city under them, and with their ships afire, they've got no choice but to burn." "You say that with a certain amount of glee," said Lyle. "It's my city," said James through clenched teeth. "So, what first?" "Watch my men and stay out of the way," said James as he signaled to his soldiers. With silent efficiency, 6 of them moved to a large pair of wooden doors and opened them, while 2 opened the outer doors. As these outer doors to the sewer swung wide, the 6 men on the other side were rolling barrels out of a huge storage area. Another 2 were attempting to work an ancient rusted iron lever. "Make your lads useful and have them put some weight on that," said James, pointing to the stubborn lever. Lyle waved a hand, and 4 of his thieves hurried over and added their muscle to the effort. The lever began to move, and they could hear the sound of running water. James said, "There's an ancient cistern behind that wall, and that lever will drain it, setting off a very quick flow out to the harbor." Lyle watched in fascination as the 6 black-clad soldiers began rolling barrels of naphtha down the ramp leading into the water. The current of the stream was noticeably faster, as the barrels were floating away from them at a good pace. One of the rolling barrels struck the side of the door and cracked. The smell of Quegan oil filled the air. "A little on the surface is a good thing," said James with a grim smile. "If you say so," said Lyle. "Now tell me again about the getting away part of this plan of yours." "As soon as the barrels are all moving toward the docks," he said. "We have an hour or so. Let's just hope the fleet's taking care of their part of things." Lord Carroll Vicor, Admiral of the King's Fleet in the East, shouted, "Fire!" Another dozen catapults from the nearest ships lofted their flaming cargo high into the air to come crashing down on the ships in the harbor. "Mr. Dvorak," said the Admiral. "Sir." "Wasn't it cooperative of the bastards to tie all their ships together in a mass for us?" "Sir, it was that." The old Admiral was from Roldan stock, born in Milanon, and had never set foot in the West until he had sailed his fleet through the Straits of Darkness in late spring. He had lost 2 ships in the passage, an acceptable toll for the early run, and he had been fortunate to have encountered only 1 foreign warship on the way to Shandon Bay, a Keshian cutter that had been overtaken and sunk before it could carry word to anyone that the bulk of the King's Eastern Fleet was now in the bitter sea. Word of Admiral Nicholas's death had been tragic news for Vicor, for while he had met the man only twice on social occasions in the capital, his reputation and deeds were well known. Vicor did feel fortunate that at least once in his life he was able to go at the enemy under sail, with engines of war blazing, his men ready to fight hand to hand if need be. For most of his career he had been chasing ragged pirates, showing the colors to fractious neighbors in the eastern kingdoms, or attending state functions at the king's palace. Now he was doing what he had trained for all his life, and if what he had been told when he left Milanon months before was to be believed, the fate of the kingdom depended on this battle. "Orders to the fleet, Mr. Dvorak." "Sir," asked the captain. "Press the attack, and no enemy ship is to be let free." "Aye, aye, sir." "By sundown, I don't want an alien ship afloat from here to Illith.
This is Nicholas's ocean, by damn, and I won't have them sailing on it. Elements of the Bitter Sea and Sunset Island fleets moved away, heading north, to find those ships beached between the city and Sarth, while other ships moved farther north. The ships that had been beached between Land's End and Crondor had all been fired upon while Vicor's fleet passed, and to the last each had been burned to the waterline or sunk. The Admiral's delight mounted as he saw his plan was working. He had ordered all fire to be trained upon the first row of ships, turning them into an inferno in minutes, before they could cast off from the ships farther in. Now the flames were moving inward toward the city as ship after ship caught fire. The missiles raining down on the massive ships were adding to the destruction. Vicor said, "Keep a sharp eye out for anyone attempting to get free." Captain Dvorak said, "Aye, aye, sir." Lord Vicor watched as the Royal Dragon, under Captain Reeves's command, led a flotilla to the north, to sink any ships they could find. "Signal to Royal Dragon," said the Admiral. "Good hunting." "Aye, sir," said the captain, relaying the order to the signalman. Vicor knew that Nicholas had been buried at sea, on the way to the Sunsets, where the squadron had picked up fresh stores, repaired the damage, and sailed back in record time. But the Admiral felt what any old sailor would feel, that Nicholas still somehow walked the quarterdeck of that ship. He saluted the ship in the memory of one of the two finest sailors he had ever known, teacher and student, Amos Trask and Nicholas Condoyne. Returning his attention to the matter at hand, he saw a small ship cut itself loose near the docks and make way toward them. "That ship, Captain Dvorak. Please sink it, sir." "Aye, aye, Admiral." As they bore down on the enemy's ship, Admiral Karol Vicor watched the Princess City, capital of the Western Realm, burn. A profound sadness passed over him as he saw greatness destroyed. Then he put aside his feelings until later, for there was still a battle to be won. James pulled the chain. A rumbling from above told him the mechanism was working. "The naphtha will filter down through the drains and culverts, and will sprinkle through the sewers. If we're lucky, we have about an hour to get out of here." Lyle said, "Then let's go." Soldiers moved quickly up the stairs to the upper basement. One moved to another short flight of stairs and hurried up that, peeking through the trap. The soldier signaled the way was clear, and they hurried up into the evening. The evening was darker than it should have been, for the air was heavy with black smoke. Men coughed, and the soldiers took out cloths, which they tied over noses and mouths. The thieves tore rags off their shirts and did likewise, one of them handing a rag to Gamina. They heard fighting all around, but no combatants were in sight. James's scouts hurried ahead, peering around the corner. He waved them back, and everyone who could ducked out of sight. Others fell face down on the street, hugging the walls as closely as possible, in the hope they'd be lost in the smoky gloom of evening. Riders sped by, tattered, bleeding, scared soldiers of the kingdom, obviously in full rout. James whispered to those nearby, "We have to find another way. Whoever's chasing them will be here in a moment." As they retreated down the entrance to their below-ground hideout, James's words proved prophetic. A thundering squad of Sa'awa riders came pounding hard after. It was James's first sight of the lizard men, and he said, "Gods, Callus's reports didn't do them justice." The entire company made it back into the refuge without being discovered, and when they were safely into the sub-basement, Lyle said, "Now what?" "What's the only other sewer exit likely to be unguarded?" asked James. "North Gate Outfall, but that puts us north of the city, not east," Lyle replied. "True," said James, moving toward the loading ramp that led down to the sewer. "But we have less than an hour, and that gate is a half-hour's walk from here. I'd rather be outside the city when it blows up than inside, worrying about who's out there. If we can get into the woods to the north of Crondor, we might be able to find a way eastward." He looked at the 30 soldiers and dozen thieves and knew it was probably futile. "But you must try." James looked at Gamina. "Yes, we must try." He led them off through the sewer. Lord Vicor's eyes widened in astonishment. The creature seemed to appear out of nowhere, striding across the burning decks of the enemy fleet. Along the way to Crondor, they had caught 50 ships on the beach, and fast-running cutters with men throwing bottles of oil, or larger ships with ballista or catapult had burned all of them. Nearly 20 had been boarded, captured, or sunk, so that with the destruction of the ships in the harbor, more than half the enemy's fleet was destroyed. By a rough count, he assumed another 150 to 200 ships were strung out along the northern coast of the Bitter Sea, or already engaged with Captain Reeves's flotilla. Now, suddenly, out of the inferno that was Crondor's harbor, A demon walked purposefully toward him, striding across the decks of burning ships. Calmly, the admiral drew his sword and said, "I think the creature means to board us, Mr. Dvorak." "Fire!" shouted the captain, and ballista and bowfire were unleashed on the creature. Some damage was done, and the creature howled as the arrow struck his 15-foot-tall body, but he walked on through the fire and seemed more irritated than injured. "Veer off, Mr. Dvorak." "Aye, aye, Admiral." The fleet was withdrawing, but Vicor's flagship, the Royal Glory, was closest to the burning fleet. The creature reached the outer railing of the last ship burning in the harbor, and stood up on the railing. With a prodigious leap and scream of anger, the beast unfolded its huge wings and sailed across the gulf between the damaged fleet and Vicor's ship. "Signal to fleet," said Vicor, as his personal doom sailed down upon his ship. "Make best speed." He never knew if the message got off, for Jakan, self-elected demon king of the armies of Novindus, glided down upon him, scooping him up and crushing his spine as he bit off half his head. The admiral had the brief satisfaction of driving his sword deep into the creature's side as it neared, but never heard the howls of pain, for he was dead before Jakan felt the wound. Captain Dvorak struck out with his blade, and for his troubles had his head snatched from his shoulders. The bowmen above fired down upon the creature to little effect, while the less brave among the crew dove over the side. The two leading commanders in the Royal Navy were now dead, and each captain would have to make a decision on his own, seeking instruction from the seniormost among them until a command structure could be reformed, but at least the bulk of the invaders' fleet was destroyed. Jakan killed and ate every man he could find, until he realized the ship had drifted to the northwest of the city. He hated the touch of seawater. It sucked energy from him, though he could abide it for a while. He abandoned the ship and launched himself into the air, attempting to glide back toward the inferno that was his fleet and city. Fire caused no pain for him, though it was a terrible waste of life energy and meat. And something called to him. Something unspoken said he could not just start destroying this army that he had seized, but he must use it, must move to the east, must find this thing that called to him. And from some dark source, across a vast distance, came a word, a place, a destination. Sethanon. James saw the leading guard hold up his hand. Everyone stopped. They had passed others along the way, refugees and invaders. No one seemed eager to press an attack in the dark sewers yet, but James knew that if the invaders were flushing out those hiding below ground, the city was now theirs. He calculated the time in his head and knew they had no more than 10 minutes. They were a dozen paces from the northern gate, near the so-called Sea Gate, the gate used both by smugglers and thieves to get in and out of the city. Lyle sent one of his thieves forward, a young woman who nimbly climbed up and reported back that the way was clear. James signaled, and the evacuation began. Lyle said, "Out you go." James said, "No, I'll go last." "Captains and sinking ships?" asked Jimmy the Hand's brother. With a smile that showed only pain and fatigue, he said, "Something like that." "I'll wait with you," Gamina said. James said, "I'd rather you didn't." In his mind, James heard her say, "You don't want to leave, do you?" "I don't want to die, but I've caused so much death and destruction. This is the only home I know, Gamina. I don't see how I can live with this." "Do you think I don't understand that?" she asked. "I hear your thoughts, and I feel your pain. There is nothing you can say that I won't understand." He looked into her eyes and smiled, and this time the smile was one of love and complete trust. Then the world around them exploded. The 6 men on the other side of the gate were knocked to the ground and stunned. 3 who were in the gate were shot from it like corks from a bottle and flew through the air, one breaking his neck on impact 20 yards away, the other 2 sustaining broken bones. Inside the tunnel, the very air turned into flames for an instant. In that brief moment, Gamina and James were linked in mind, their memories unfolding together from the first instant they met as James swam in the lake near Stardock, first espying the love of his life as she bathed. Almost drowning, he had been rescued by this woman who looked into his mind and saw everything he was, everything he had been, and loved him, who loved him despite everything he had done since then, despite the things he had asked her to do that had caused her pain. Everything around them was forgotten as they clung to that profound love they had shared, the love that had brought them a son who was safely away, and 2 grandsons they adored. For a brief instant they relived their lives together, from the journey to Great Kesh to the return to Krondor. As flames burned away the flesh from their bodies, their minds were deep within their love for one another, and they felt no pain. Pug cried out, "Gamina!" Hanam said, "What is it, magician?" Looking desolate, Pug whispered, "My daughter is dead." The creature didn't dare touch the magician to comfort him. The hunger was too fierce, and the touch of human flesh might drive him into a feeding frenzy. "I am sorry," the creature said. Pug took a deep breath and let it out with an audible sigh. "My son and daughter are both dead." He had felt William's death 2 days earlier, and now with Gamina's passing, a portion of his life was closing behind him. "I knew I would outlive both of them, Hanam, but to know something and experience it are 2 different things." "It is always thus," said the Sa'aur lore-master from within the demon's body. "Among our race is a benediction that is repeated when a boy becomes a man and is given his first weapon. Grandfather dies, father dies, son dies. Every Sa'aur repeats it when they get ready to ride into battle. Sons beside fathers, for there is no crueler fate than for a parent to outlive a child." "Makros called long life a curse, and now I understand. When my wife died many years ago, that was one thing, but this—" Pug wept for a while. Then he composed himself and said, "I knew William was at risk, for he chose a soldier's life. But Gamina—" His voice faltered, and again he wept. Time passed, and the demon creature said, "We must hurry, magician. I can feel my control slipping." Pug nodded as he stood up, and they left the cave. Makros and Miranda should be in place. Pug incanted, and suddenly they were invisible. He understood Makros's difficulty, for to do 2 things at once was always a problem, but coupled with the stress of expecting attack at any minute, and the worry associated with achieving the goal, it was proving to be more than one of the most difficult things Pug had done. Pug levitated and discovered that once over the initial strain of rising into the air, it was actually easier to float along toward the city of Asart than it was to walk. Out of the air, the voice of the demon said, "Flyers!" A half-dozen winged creatures sped across the sky to the south, and Pug knew that if he and the Sa'aur lore-master hadn't been invisible, the creatures would have swooped down and attacked. As foretold, life on this world was rapidly being devoured. The once lush grasslands were now withered and brown. This was an absence of life, so obvious that no one would have confused it with the sleeping dormancy of winter, where the plants would reawaken with spring's rain. Trees, blackened and gnarled, dotted the landscape, and the waters ran with a clarity so profound that Pug knew not even algae lived in the pools. No insect buzz filled the air, and no bird call could be heard. The only sound was the wind. "It is worse here," said Hanam, as if reading Pug's thoughts. "Here is where the creatures first came into our world." "But soon it will all be like this?" "Soon." "Now I see why they are anxious to find new worlds," Pug said. "How is it they could reach this world, yet not ours?" With what Pug had come to understand as a laugh, a barking sound came, followed by Hanam's voice. "In their rush into this world to feed, the demons destroyed the priests of Asart, the only ones on this world able to control the portal. I believe that what you've said about the Pantathians on your world means the demons have no allies on your world willing to bring them over.
As they approached the city of Ossart, Pug said,
Nothing we've seen of Chakan says he's anxious to open the way for his brothers. And let me give you this warning, Pug of Midkemia. Knowledge comes with the capture and devouring of souls. This would-be Demon King may know of the hall and the ability of some of your people to make controllable rifts. If so, when he's captured enough of your land to feel firmly in control, he may start invading other worlds.
Pug said,
I deduced as much. Then you know that even if we win here, you must return and defeat Chakan.
Pug said,
If I don't, Tomas will.
They entered the burned-out city and started looking for the great temple, the entrance through which the demons had originally entered. Inside they found sour bones, dead priests torn limb from limb by the invading demons years before.
It's not here,
said Pug.
What? The portal, the rift into this world from the demon realm. It's not here.
Pug let them become visible.
Where is it?
Hanam said,
There can be only one answer.
What?
They have moved the portal by magic means somehow to be near the rift into your world. That means they're preparing the way to your world from Arg. He must be close to coming through.
Where is that?
On the other side of the world.
I cannot fly us around the world and keep us invisible, said Pug. I can't transport us to a place I've never seen. The demon with the lore master's mind said,
Then we must fly quickly and fight whoever gets in our way.
He leaped to the air with what sounded like a war cry, and Pug followed. 19. Catastrophe. Rue grimaced. His shoulder hurt to the touch, but Louise assured him it was without infection. When the bandage was changed, Louise said, That should do it for now. We'll clean it again tomorrow night when we reach Wilhelmsburg. Rue said, A bed! He grinned at Carly, Helen, and the children. For the first few days on the road, the children had treated the journey like an adventure. But since this morning, Abigail had been asking when they were going home. Carly had tried to explain that it would be a long time, but a long time, more than 5 minutes, was lost on the 3-year-old. Camp was relatively calm, though the mercenaries Rue had hired looked more and more nervous as the days wore on. Rue and Louise had spent enough time around soldiers to know these were men used to sitting quietly, scaring off bandits, and rarely having to pull sword or bowstring. Krondor had fallen. That had become apparent from the incredible tower of black smoke that appeared in the west 2 days after they left, and from the increase in traffic on the road east. More and more, Rue spied the hired guards engaged in quiet conversation, and he suspected they were ready to bolt at the first sign of serious trouble. Rue had talked to Louise in private about his doubts as to the reliability of the mercenaries, and Louise agreed. Louise saw to it he spent enough time around them both to bolster their resolve and to make it clear he was ready to deal harshly with anyone who didn't earn his pay. Rue knew that he had a better chance of keeping his little caravan intact once they reached Wilhelmsburg. They would rest, leave after a night in one of the inns Rue owned, then make for Ravensburg. Rue had promised the men a partial payment of their wages, and a little gold in their pockets would keep them in line. If Eric's family and Milo's were still at Ravensburg, Rue would take them to Darkmoor. He knew that eventually Eric would end up there. Rue had thought about where he had been shipping arms and supplies for the last year, and where his wagons had taken tools and equipment, and the one thing Eric had said to him, Nightmare Ridge. He knew Royal Engineers had bolstered old roads or cut new ones along the rear side of the ridge, hundreds of miles long, that ran along the entirety of the eastern half of the Calastius Mountains. The range looked like a squashed inverted Y, with one long leg and a short one. The long leg ran from just east of Krondor to the teeth of the world, the great range that ran across the north of the kingdom. The short eastern leg ran from Darkmoor to north of the town of Tanarus, where the legs met. Rue had figured that with Sethanon as the aliens' ultimate goal, crossing the mountains north of Tanarus took them too far from their goal. Anywhere to the south of that point, they'd have to best Nightmare Ridge, and Rue knew that if the bulk of the kingdom army was waiting along that granite wall, there was a chance they'd survive. If the enemy could be kept on this side of the ridge until the snows fell, the kingdom would be victorious.
But it was only 3 weeks after Midsummer's Day, and the snows of winter seemed ages away in the warm evening. Raised in Ravensburg, Rue knew that the snows could come early, but he also knew they could come late, and that only an oracle would know which would be the case this year. In any event, the earliest they could see snow would be in 6 weeks, and 10 or 12 was more likely. Perhaps heavy rains, they were common, but snow was months away. Rue went to the fires and chatted with Carly and Helen, and tried to talk to the children. Children was still a mystery to him, though their mere presence didn't inspire the great discomfort it once had. He even found little Helmut's insistence on putting everything in his mouth amusing, though it seemed to wear Carly to a thin edge. Jason spent time with the children, keeping them diverted, a talent for which Rue was greatly thankful. Helen's children were older, and he could talk to Natalie and Willem, though the things they found interesting were a mystery to him. Helen was a calm in a sea of chaos, her ready smile and soft voice soothing to those around her. In the firelight, Rue realized he was staring at her as the children prattled, and he looked away. He saw Carly was watching him, and smiled at her. She smiled back in a tentative way, and he winked and mouthed, "Everything is fine." He sat back, trying to keep from putting pressure on his wounded shoulder, and let his gaze wander back to Helen. He yawned and closed his eyes. The impression of her burned on his memory. She wasn't pretty, though she was far from raw-boned, as that bitch Sylvia had called her. She was what some men might call handsome, but her two most appealing features were large brown eyes and a broad, ready smile. And she had a firm, still slender body. Rue then wondered if Louise could be anything but mad to think this woman, this wonderful, caring mother, could love a gutter rat like himself. Sighing, Rue let his body give in to a comfortable doze as the chatter of the camp faded away, and the soothing warmth of the evening and the sound of Helen's voice lulled him. Suddenly Rue was awake, as shouts from the distance turned the camp into bedlam. Men ran, and for a moment Rue blinked in disorientation as he tried to assess the situation. The children were lying under blankets, so some time must have passed since he dozed off. After a moment, Rue had his bearings, and his battle training came to the fore. Calmly, so as not to alarm the children, he said, "Carly, Helen, get up." Helen came awake and said, "What?" "Get the children into that wagon." He pointed to one nearby. "The coach won't last on these roads if we must run." Louise ran up and said, "Riders, heading this way, fast." He had his dagger in his hand. Since his right hand had been injured, Louise never wore a sword any more, but with his left he was still a deadly knife-fighter. Rue and Louise quickly doused the low-burning fire, in the hope the riders hadn't caught sight of the weak flames in the distance. Had they come hours earlier, they would have spotted the camp without difficulty. Some of the mercenaries were now running for their horses, and Rue shouted, "Get the wagons going!" It was still 2 hours or more before dawn, but the horses had benefited from resting most of the night. With luck, they could be away before whoever approached saw them, and continue on, arriving at Williamsburg earlier than anticipated. Drivers ran to get the horses into traces, and Rue tried to help as well as he could with the injured shoulder. Jason knew nothing about weapons or wagons, but he carried whatever he was told to fetch, and Louise was a rock. But the mercenaries were Rue's biggest concern. Now they were being asked to stand steadfast against hard, vicious men who had been fighting for years. The wagons began to get under way, and Rue got into the saddle for the first time. He felt stiffness in his right shoulder as he moved his sword, but he knew that his own was one of the few swords he could count on. Rue hovered at the rear of the caravan, watching the west anxiously to see the approaching riders. As the wagons rumbled toward the highway, Rue glimpsed figures in the west, darker silhouettes against the murk. He could only pray they would be cautious, fearing they were approaching some of the kingdom's army, rather than a desperate band of civilians fleeing before them. For long, terror-filled minutes they moved over the grass until they were back on the compacted dirt of the highway. As soon as the metal-bound rims of the wheels began to turn over the dirt and gravel of the road, Rue felt his tension lessen. The farther along they were, the closer to Williamsburg, the better their chances of survival. Then, a half-hour later, a man ahead shouted while another screamed. Shouts from the south side of the road told Rue the riders he had glimpsed had crossed the highway, ridden up on a parallel course until they were certain this was no army column they shadowed, then ridden ahead to spring an ambush. Rue shouted, "Turn north!" and drew his sword. Ignoring the pain in his arm, he pushed his horse forward to engage the first enemy fighter he could find. It didn't take him long to find a ragged-looking rider hacking at the guard on a wagon 6 ahead of Rue's own. The mercenary guard was defending himself well enough, but other riders were coming fast. Rue didn't try anything fancy. He slammed his heels hard into his horse's sides, forcing the animal into doing something it didn't want to do, crashed into the other horse. The rider from the Queen's army was thrown to the ground as his mount reared unexpectedly, and Rue shouted to his guard, "Kill him!" Rue urged his horse forward toward the riders, who were only a wagon's length ahead. Then Luis was at his side, reins tied around his right wrist, dagger in his left hand. Rue wanted to tell him to get back and defend the women, but he was too busy trying to stay alive. Rue killed one man and drove another off, turning his horse to find Luis nursing a cut on his right arm while holding his bloody dagger. Rue said, "You madman! Next time stay behind with the women, and if you've got to cut throats, do it from there." Luis grinned and said, "I think I have to. I've never been that good a rider." He used his chin to indicate his wound. "I do better on foot." Rue marveled at his calm. "Go get Carly to dress that. I'm going to see how badly we've done." Rue rode to the head of the little caravan and found that 2 of his guards were dead, and 2 others had run into the early morning gloom. The remaining 6, with Luis, himself, and Jason, were barely enough to defend 2 wagons, let alone a dozen. Rue didn't hesitate. He said to the mercenaries, "Get back to the last wagon." As they rode back to the end of the line of wagons, Rue turned to those drivers still on their wagons and said, "Get moving now. Straight on to Williamsburg and to the Inn of the Morning Mist. You get there in one piece, I'll give you a year's wages and bonus." The teamsters didn't hesitate, but at once shouted and got their animals moving. Rue rode to the remaining 6 guards and said, "We're going to defend the last wagon. I'll personally kill the first man who tries to run away." Louis said, "You think they're coming back?" "I'm only put up a fight." "How many?" asked Jason, trying not to look frightened. The former waiter-turned-bookkeeper had never been exposed to violence beyond an alehouse brawl before, and was trying mightily to be a calming influence on behalf of the children. "Too many," said Rue. He got out of the saddle and led his horse to the rear of the wagon, tying her reins to the tailgate. He then moved to the front and mounted, picking up the reins from the wagon driver, who sat shaking, and said, "Hang on!" He turned the wagon northward and shouted, "Follow me!" The 6 guards, Luis, Jason, and the wagon load of his family and the Jacobys, headed away from the road. Rue knew it was a desperate gamble, but if he could get far enough from the highway when the raiders returned, they might not miss the one wagon seeking to find the small, little-used road eastward, while they pillaged the wagons trying to race to the east. "He'll never make it," said Luis. "Probably not. But if any does, I will make good on my word and give the driver a year's wages in gold, on the spot." Luis settled back into the wagon bed. It was crowded as he and Jason sat with the children and the 2 women, but at least for the moment they were safe. Their luck didn't hold long. Rue had found a small game trail that led into sparse woodlands, but it forced them into a gully that eventually became too narrow for the wagon to navigate. They backtracked until they found another route north, and again tried to find a way to the small road leading east. Near midday, riders could be heard over a small rise, and for several tense minutes, Rue, Luis, and the mercenaries waited silently with weapons drawn, while Carly, Helen, and Jason kept the children quiet. When the last rider passed, less than 20 yards off, but out of sight, Rue signaled to turn toward the east and see if they could find yet another route. By sundown, they were completely lost in the woods. Around a cold camp, they discussed options, and one of the mercenaries said, "I'm for just leaving this wagon and striking east, Mr. Avery." Rue said, "How well do you know these hills?" "Not very, but our boys are to the east, so you said, and any road worth calling such is going to have enemy cavalry riding along more likely than not. So if we keep to the woods, we could slip past them." Rue said, "Between here and Dartmoor Province, there are a dozen little villages, give or take, and we might blunder into one of them. But if we don't have a local guide, what we'll find is a sudden rise that turns into a big enough hill it might as well be a mountain for how easy we can get around it." He glanced around the quickly darkening woods and said, "It's easy to get turned around in the woods if you don't know the way. You could be heading right into the enemy's arms if you don't know what you are doing." The camp was so somber that children were silent, looking at Rue and the other adults with large eyes. Carly and Helen did what they could to reassure them, but in a quiet way, so as to encourage their continued silence. After a moment, Rue said, "But I think you may be right. Unload the wagon and get blankets and food. Leave the rest and we'll start walking tomorrow." The mercenaries glanced at one another, but no one seemed willing to say more, so they did as ordered. Rue sat and quietly watched his children, the Jacobys, and the others in the failing light. Helen had his son on her lap, singing to him softly as Carly held Abigail in her arms. Willem leaned against his mother's shoulder, fighting off sleep, determined to stay awake, while Natalie was already asleep, on a blanket between Helen and Carly. Jason made himself useful repacking the food so it could be carried, and Louise kept close to the mercenaries, keeping them calm and promising them bonuses when they got to Williamsburg. When the children were all asleep, Carly came to sit next to Rue. "How is your shoulder?" she asked. Rue realized that he had not thought about it since the encounter with the raiders, and he flexed it. "A little stiff, but I'll be all right." She leaned into him, whispering, "I'm frightened." He put his left arm around her. "I know. But if we're lucky, we'll be safe tomorrow." She said nothing, just sitting there, stealing comfort from his presence. Throughout the night they sat silently, dozing but unable to sleep, as the night noises of the woods kept startling them. As the sky lightened a few hours before dawn, Rue quietly said, "Get the children up." As Carly did so, Rue said to Louise, "We need to be moving before dawn." "Which way?" "East and north. If we run into an obstacle in one direction, we head the other. But we only turn around and go south or west if there is no other way. Eventually we'll reach that road I told you of, or we'll hit the farms outside Williamsburg." Louise nodded. "The mercenaries are not to be trusted." "I know, but if we make it clear, they stand a better chance with us, staying in a group, than they would on their own." The sound of horses alerted them, and they both turned to see the 6 mercenary guards riding out in the pre-dawn gloom. "Damn," said Louise. Rue said to Jason and Helen, who were now awake, "We don't have time to eat. Grab what you can and let's get away. If there are any raiders nearby, they'll hear that clatter and come looking." The children complained, but their mothers quickly silenced them and handed them pieces of bread to chew on while they walked. Rue had studied their surroundings the evening before and had spied a small dry creek bed that ran to the northeast. He decided that would most certainly take them upward into the foothills, so he would follow it until they found a clear route to the east or north. The going was slow. The children couldn't move quickly, and they tired easily, but they managed to keep going for a full hour. Then they had to rest. There were no signs of pursuit. After resting for a quarter hour, Jason picked up Helmut, freeing Carly from carrying the youngest of the 4 children. They continued along, finding the way difficult, with deadfalls and debris providing constant obstacles. When it was near midday, they heard distant sounds of fighting echoing through the trees. They couldn't tell from which directions the sounds came. They moved on. Eric said, "We've done well." Greylock said, "Given the total collapse at Crondor, well enough." He consulted reports that had come his way from positions to the north and south of him and said, "We have one nasty surprise." "What?" "Great Kesh has moved to occupy everything in the Vale of Dreams." Eric said, "I thought Prince Erland had arrived at some sort of treaty with them. Apparently the Keshians didn't agree." Eric shrugged. He was eating his midday meal with Greylock. Owen's command would be pulling out after they finished eating, once Eric's men had finished occupying the position Greylock's command had dug. Eric's men were pleased they didn't have to create the barricades and could rest until the enemy put in an appearance. "As I judge things," said Greylock, "you must hold here for 5 days instead of 4. "I'll try for 6, said Eric. Greylock nodded. "News from the north is good. Captain Subai and the Pathfinders have been able to get their men through the mountains with little trouble." Eric laughed. "Wait until the enemy is up there in strength." "Well, part of the plan is to keep them from getting up there in strength." Owen sighed. "Reports are the fighting is the hardest in the north. There's a company of Hadati alongside some of our boys, and they've dug in near a tiny pass southeast of Quester's View." Eric called up from memory the maps he had studied and nodded. That position would have to hold. To let the enemy through in numbers up there would give them a clear route down the eastern face of the mountains, bypassing Darkmoor straight to Sathanan. "But the enemy isn't up there in sufficient numbers to dislodge them." Eric said, "I'm too tired to think. Once we're dug in, I'm going to sleep." Owen rose, laughing. "I doubt it. You'll check everything twice before you'll decide you're sufficiently dug in, so you won't sleep until nightfall." Eric shrugged. "How much time have we gained?" 2 days. We still need to pick up 3 weeks. Eric said, "I don't know if we can. If we don't, we'll have massive fighting in Darkmoor and along the ridge." "What of the armies of the east?" Owen said, "They're behind the ridge, waiting." Eric said, "I wish they were right over there. He pointed to an area where his men were readying weapons and supplies. Owen put his hand on Eric's shoulder. I understand. It's difficult watching your men get ground up bit by bit. But it's necessary. Eric said, Prince Patrick made that clear to me, as did Knight Marshal William, but no one said I had to like it. Understood, said Owen. Turning to a sergeant of his command, he said, Sergeant Curtis? Yes, General. Get the men ready to march. Sir. The sergeant turned and hurried away, shouting orders. General, said Eric with a grin. Suppose Manfred regrets discharging his swordmaster? Owen said, Ask him when you get to Dartmoor. Owen mounted his horse. Besides, he really didn't have anything to say about it. It was Matilda who gave me the boot. At mention of his father's widow, Eric said, I suppose I'm going to have to deal with her soon. Only if you stay alive, my friend, said Owen. Then he turned his horse and walked him away. Over his shoulder he said, So, stay alive. Farewell, Owen. Eric left the campfire and started inspecting his men's positions. Owen had been right, and it was hours after sunset before Eric found time to sleep. Rue, Jason, and Louise stood with weapons ready as the two women hurried the children up the bank to a cave. They had moved without difficulty for 2 days, finding rough trails that kept moving toward their goals. They had found a woodsman's cabin, abandoned but untouched, where they had spent one night, risking a small fire, though Rue worried the scent of smoke in the air might reveal their position. They had left the relative comfort of that cabin and were now no more than 1 day's travel from the road Rue remembered, when they heard the sound of riders growing louder by the minute. Rue didn't know if the riders had picked up their trail or were just heading their way by chance, but either way they were rapidly getting closer. From the sound of it, it was a small group, maybe a half-dozen riders or less, but with Rue's shoulder injury, Louise having only one good hand and a dagger, and Jason having no experience with a weapon, even 2 skilled mercenaries would have been dangerous. If the riders had bows, Rue knew they were lost. Their best chance for the women and children was for them to get out of sight and stay in hiding. Rue and the 2 other men were determined to delay anyone coming their way long enough to facilitate their escape. Rue glanced over his shoulder and saw Helen usher the children into the cave's mouth, and he thought she smiled back at him. At this distance, he couldn't be sure. Soon 4 riders came into view. At the far end of the little wash, Rue's band had been hiking. Rue said, Jason, if this turns ugly, don't try to be a hero. Try to hamstring one of the horses and don't get killed. Louise and I will try to take care of the fighters. Seeing 3 men in their path, the riders slowed to a walk. Louise said, If they stay in single file, they'll talk. If they fan out, they're going to fight. The 4 riders continued in single file. When they were a dozen paces away, the leader held up his hand and studied the 3 men. After a moment, he said, Who are you? Rue realized they were speaking the language of Navindus, somewhat accented, so he judged they were from a different part of the continent than those Rue had visited. Rue hazarded a bluff. My name is Amra. Hearing their own tongue, the 4 riders seemed to relax a little. The leader pointed to Luis. And you? Hoji from Maharta, he answered Jason. And you, he said to Jason. Before Jason could open his mouth, Rue said, He's mute. His name is Jason. Jason couldn't understand a word of this strange dialect, but upon hearing his name, he nodded. What company? Asked the leader as the second rider moved out of line and came to stand next to him. Both men still held weapons, ready to act if they didn't like the answer. Rue thought furiously. He knew things had changed radically in the Queen's army since Callus's Crimson Eagles had served in it. He knew the names of some companies, but had no idea if they still existed, or where they might be stationed. But he also knew no answer would get them killed as quickly as a wrong answer. Softly, Rue said, We were put into Shinga's Black Blades after the Battle of Maharta. The second rider said, Deserters? Rue said, No, we ran into some of the kingdom's lancers, and they cut us up. Luis lowered his dagger slightly, as if relaxing, and said, We got loose and ran. Somewhere along the way, we got completely lost. We've been wandering around these woods for a week. We found a little food, but we're pretty hungry. We're trying to get back to our own side. Rue said, Can you help us get back? We're really not deserters. The other 2 riders moved their horses and took up the flanks. The leader of the 4 said, Not deserters? That's too bad. We are. Suddenly they charged, and Luis and Rue were diving out of the way. Rue hit the ground, rolled, and came up in a crouch in time to see Jason standing rooted in terror as he was ridden down by the second rider, who unleashed a blow at the clerk. Jason ducked and lashed out with his blade, and Rue saw it wrenched from his hands as he was knocked to the ground and struck in the shoulder by a horse's hoof. A horse's scream indicated he had done some damage with his sword, but he lay on the ground in blinding pain, unable to move. The horse he had wounded stumbled, its right foreleg bloody from the deep wound Jason's thrust had caused, throwing his rider over his shoulder. Rue had rolled and come up, ready for the second charge. Luis threw his dagger and took one of the men in the neck, killing him before he hit the ground. The thrown rider was groaning as he lay on the ground, and Luis and Rue faced an equal number of opponents. Luis pulled a second dagger from his boot and crouched. The two men spoke softly to each other, obviously aware that Luis's ability to throw his weapon made him a more dangerous opponent. They shouted as they urged their horses into a charge, and they appeared to be charging both men, but at the last instant the one heading for Rue turned and circled around to attack Luis from behind. Luis threw his dagger at the rider heading straight for him, who dropped over the neck of his horse, presenting almost no target. Luis had anticipated such a move, and had thrown low, aiming at the man's exposed thigh. The blade struck the man full in the right thigh, and he howled in pain as he sat up, trying to move away from Luis as his companion charged him. Luis had a third dagger, carried in his shirt, out, and was throwing the moment the man sat up. He took the blade in the throat and fell over the rear of his horse. Rue charged the man who rode past him as soon as his back was turned. While he bore down on Luis, who was turning and attempting to get another dagger out of his sash, Rue held his sword above his head. The rider slashed down at Luis, who attempted to dodge, but the rider compensated and caught Luis on his right shoulder, the blade biting deep. Rue's blow caught the rider from behind, slicing deep into his leg. Bone was exposed as the rider screamed in pain and attempted to turn, only to lose consciousness in the saddle as he went into shock. Rue quickly killed him. He rushed to Luis and saw the man was barely conscious. He was about to speak to him when he heard a scream from behind. Rue spun to see the rider who had been thrown standing over Jason. The young clerk was on one elbow, blood running down his face from a scalp wound, while the soldier drew back his blade for a killing blow. "No!" Rue shouted as he started to run. His legs were leaden, each step impossibly slow and heavy. He tried to hurry, but the soldier's blow descended like a flash, and Jason screamed in pain. He had turned, and the thrust that should have silenced him left him contorted in pain, screaming. Rue drew back his own blade and swung with all his strength. He missed the soldier's body, but sliced through the man's wrist, and the sword tumbled through the air, the hand still holding the hilt. The man looked at his bleeding stump in disbelief, not even seeing the next blow, which sliced the back of his exposed neck, causing his death as he slumped to the ground. Rue knelt next to Jason, whose eyes were wide with pain and terror. "Mr. Avery," he said, clutching at Rue's shirt. "I'm here," said Rue, cradling Jason's head. Jason's eyes were unfocused, as if he couldn't see, and Rue saw the wound was a killing one. The head wound had come from the horse's flying hoof, but the gut wound pumped blood in a quick rhythm, and Rue knew an artery deep in the body had been severed. Jason's life was running onto the ground by the moment. Jason said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Avery." Rue said, "You did well. I'm sorry I betrayed you." Rue said, "What do you mean?" "I was the one who gave Sylvia Estabrook information to pass along to her father," he said, then began coughing blood. "I don't understand," said Rue. "How did you know her?" "When you first came to Barrett's, I told you of her, and told you she was wonderful." Rue's head swam. The fight, his wound, and now this. "Jason, how did you and Sylvia do this?" "I would pass her servant notes," said Jason. "She would write back to me. She promised that someday, when I was rich, she'd tell her father about me." Rue was stunned. Sylvia had played himself, Duncan, and now Jason for fools. After a moment, Jason said, "Mr. Avery, please, sir, forgive me." Looking about the woods, with Luis lying unconscious or perhaps dead across the clearing, with the women and children hiding up in a cave, Rue could only say, "It doesn't matter, Jason. None of it matters." Softly, Jason said, "She kissed me once, Mr. Avery. When no one was looking, as she got into her carriage, she leaned over and kissed my cheek." Then his eyes rolled up into his head, and he died. Rue sat motionless, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. The boy had died thinking the murdering bitch was his perfect angel. Rue had not mentioned to anyone in the camp, besides Luis, that Sylvia was dead. Rue silently saluted her, for she had known what to do to get what she wanted from the men she had used. For Duncan, It had been the promise of power and money. For Jason, some child's story of the princess and commoner finding true love, a kiss on the cheek and love notes. And for Rue? Rue laughed a bitter laugh as he let Jason's head fall to the damp ground. He rose, thinking, for Rue she had promised a perfect love that doesn't exist. Before meeting Sylvia, Rue never had any idea that love was anything other than a myth believed by people less intelligent than he, or a useful lie to get a town girl to spread her legs. But never had he felt the lie of love to be so monstrous as he did at this minute. Even from the grave, Sylvia haunted his thoughts. He reached Louisa's side, thinking it unfathomable how 3 men could look at the same woman and see 3 different women, or how each could believe her lies so readily. And he couldn't understand how he could still feel such longing for her, while detesting her so deeply. Louisa's breathing was shallow, and his complexion was waxy. He groaned when Rue tried to move him, and tried to help as Rue picked him up, slipping his uninjured shoulder under Louisa's good arm. Half staggering, half dragging his friend, Rue tried to get him to the cave. When he was a short distance from it, Helen Jacobi looked out, and when she saw Rue struggling to bring Louise to the mouth of the cave, she hurried down and helped the exhausted Rue. They got Louise inside, and Rue discovered that the cave was large, though shallow. It was illuminated enough from outside that he could see everything clearly. Carly gasped as they entered the cave, and tears welled up in her eyes as she asked, "Jason?" Rue shook his head. Helen began tending to Louise, while Carly tried to keep her own distress from further upsetting the children. "Who were they?" Carly asked. "Deserters from the Queen's army." "Will there be more?" asked Helen. "Undoubtedly," answered Rue, resting on the cave floor a minute. "I don't know if they're going to be heading this way, but it means we have to be wary of any riders or men on foot we spy until we know for a fact they're kingdom soldiers." He sighed and stood up. "I need to find those horses and see if they have anything useful on them." He also needed to bury Jason and the 4 dead men, but he thought it best not to speak of it. Staggering down the hill, Rue saw that the wounded horse was only a few yards away, but the other 3 had wandered up the hillside and were trying to eat the small patches of grass that grew around a small clearing. Rue wasn't the expert that Eric was when it came to horses, but one look at the deep wound in the horse's flank told him he wouldn't recover without a healer's aid. There was bone exposed, and the horse limped as if hobbled. He walked as calmly as he could to where the 3 horses grazed, and made clicking sounds and talked softly. 2 of the horses started to move away, but one remained close enough for him to get his hands on its bridle. Rue checked the bedroll and found a few items of worth inside, a silver candlestick and some coins. Rue tied the first horse's reins to a branch on a deadfall and got the second. It also had a few items of work on it, but nothing else of use. The 3rd horse was more interested in playing keep-away than in eating, so after Rue had chased it for about 50 yards, he started throwing rocks at it, attempting to drive it away so that should anyone else come across the wandering mount, it wouldn't lead them back to Rue's location. Rue found one of Louise's daggers still stuck in one of the dead men, and he pulled it out. He quickly put down the lame horse, whose screams caused the 2 remaining horses to shy, but he had tied them well enough that they remained where he had left them. Then he turned to the grisly task of searching the corpses. Like all former soldiers, he found the idea of rifling the dead repugnant, yet he knew that anything of real worth would be on these men. He discovered 3 pouches of gold and 1 of gems. Rue put the valuables on one of the 2 remaining horses and stockpiled the weapons. He had 5 daggers, a long knife, and 6 swords. He carried these to the cave and deposited them inside. He asked Helen, "How's Louise?" "Not good," she said softly. She looked at Rue and shook her head slightly. Rue had seen enough wounds to know that Louise might not live through the night. He turned and went down the hill. He decided he'd move the horses after he disposed of the dead. He had no shovel, so digging a grave was out of the question, unless he wanted to try to do it with one of the swords. He found a small fissure in the middle of the dry creek and rolled the dead into it. He hated the idea of burying Jason with the 4 deserters, but the safety of his family was more important than anything else. He used the poorest of the 6 swords to dislodge dirt and cover the dead, then started carrying rocks to cover them. After an hour of this heavy labor, he was nearly exhausted and was on his knees piling up the rocks as best he could. He attempted to keep them below the lip of the fissure, so that when he sprinkled branches and leaves over it, anyone coming by might not notice the grave. He was placing the last rock on the grave when something pushed him from behind. Rue turned and was scrambling for the sword when he saw a curious horse looking him in the eye. The animal he had chased off had grown bored and returned, and had come down to see what he was doing. Finding the work uninteresting, the horse demanded Rue's attention. Rue reached out quickly and grabbed its reins. The horse shied and pulled back, yanking Rue to his feet. He yanked once, cried, "Whoa!" and let pressure off so the horse didn't fly into a panic. The animal responded and held its position. Rue led it to the others and tied it to the tree. He searched the blanket roll behind the horse's saddle and found some more gold and a gem. Rue looked around and tried to spot a better location to hide the horses, but couldn't see one. If they were going to use them, he'd have to risk their being discovered. Fatigue gripped him as he trudged up the hill. He thought it would be ironic in the extreme if he had gone to all the trouble of burying the 5 bodies, only to have the 3 horses standing there give him away. He looked at the dead horse and realized he'd have to attempt to cover it up before leaving, but decided he'd wait until the next day. Hiding the dead animal was pointless until he was ready to lead the living ones away. He reached the cave mouth and found that Carly had distributed some more bread and pieces of cheese to the children. He took a hunk of each as it was handed to him and sat down. He couldn't remember ever having been this tired. Helen said, "His breathing is better, I think." Rue glanced over and couldn't see any difference. "I think you're right," he lied. Rue chewed on the bread, finding it was drying out as the days wore on. Still, it was food, as was the hard cheese, and he welcomed the taste. "We have a skin of wine," said Carly, and she handed it across to Rue. He thanked her and took a mouthful. The wine tasted particularly piquant in combination with the yellow cheese, but Rue was glad for it. Helen said, "What do we do?" "There are 3 horses. If we can get Louise on one, and 2 of the children on each of the others, we can lead them out tomorrow." Helen looked at Louise, and her expression was dubious, but she said nothing. Carly tried a brave smile and failed. Rue chewed and swallowed, and let his body rest as best it could against the rocks. After finishing his food, he stumbled out of the cave and down the hill, and returned with the 4 blanket rolls used by the deserters. He didn't care how filthy they were. These woods would get chilly at night, and they couldn't risk a fire. After the blankets had been spread and everyone bedded down for the night, he sat staring into the night. Time passed, and for all his fatigue, he couldn't risk sleeping. Sometime in the middle of the night, Helen Jacobi appeared at his side, sitting down next to him. Softly, so as not to wake the others, she said, "I think he's going to be all right." Rue whispered, "You've not seen a wounded man after he's been strapped to a horse for a day or 2. We may kill him if we move him. Can't we stay another day?" Rue said no, and Louise would be the first to tell me to try to get you to safety. Each day brings more soldiers from both sides, as well as more deserters into this area. Helen slipped her arm through his, putting her head on his shoulder as if it were the most natural act. She hugged his arm, and he was acutely aware of her full breast pressed against him and the scent of her hair. At last she said, "Thank you, Rue." Rue said, "For what?" "For being a kind and caring man. You've done everything for my babies a father would. You've protected us when other men would have left us in ruin and without resources." They were quiet a long time, and then Rue felt warmth on his shoulder as her tears soaked into the fabric of his shirt. He patted her hand and could think of nothing to say. After a silent time, she reached up and turned his head toward hers. She kissed him lightly on the lips. Then softly she said, "You're a good man, Rue. The children love you." After a pause, she said, "And I love you." Rue was silent. Then he said, "You're the best woman I know, Helen. I admire you." He dropped his head, as if unable to look into her eyes, though how much she could see in this darkness was problematic. "And I'd be a liar if I said I haven't thought about you, as a man thinks of women. But to tell you the truth, I find that I can't bring myself to believe in love." She said nothing for a long time, then rose silently and returned to the children. Rue sat alone through the rest of the night. 20. Decisions. Miranda paced. Macro said, "Will you stop that, please?" She sat. For days they had been studying the site of the rift between Midkemia and Shyla, and had discovered that it had unusual properties. Macros had spent a great deal of time investigating the structure of the magic involved, and had arrived at the conclusion that the rift had been sealed from this side. He had voiced his suspicions to Miranda, who had said she had no idea what he was talking about. Miranda said, "How long are you going to stare at that thing?" "Until I know what it is I'm dealing with." She sighed. "What else do you need to know?" "Well, there is a great deal I would like to know. I would like to know how the Pantathians have succeeded in creating a rift that Pug couldn't detect. I'd like to know how they managed to create one that's different in several significant properties from any I've ever seen. This is very much like those rifts created by the accidental combination of too much magic. Yet it also behaves in some very stable ways, much like the artificial rifts the Tsarani created. But what has me most concerned is that it has qualities of magic I've never thought of, let alone encountered. This one is almost organic, if I had to find a word to use, something almost alive." "Alive?" "Most rifts are like tunnels or doorways. This one is like a wound." "You're not serious." "Observe," he said, and he waved his hand. Mystic energies came into being, a shimmering gate of blue-white light, woven closed with strands of what appeared to be blue-green energy, a threading of lines so tight nothing could squeeze through. "The whiter light is the energy pulse of the rift. Notice how it seems to move slightly, like a thing breathing." "Energy pulse?" "Each occurrence of magic leaves a signature, a pattern of forces that can tell you a great deal about what has taken place. Rifts are both unique and common. They are unique in that each acts in a particular way, in where it comes from and where it goes to, but common in that they share many properties. This one is more unique than common. In fact, it's completely unique." He rubbed his chin. "I would love to have the opportunity to study the rift to the demon realm. It might give me a clue to who built this one." He sat back with a sigh. "I'm certain it wasn't the Pantathians. Someone else gave them the tools to do this." "Who?" "I don't know." He pointed at the rift. "This one was opened from the other side. If you get a chance to study enough of these fissures in space and time, you'll be able to tell the difference between the sending side and the receiving side, or if it's a two-way gate. This is a two-way gate." He shook his head in obvious wonder. "Now, this other energy," he said, pointing to the weaving, "this is even stranger." "What is it?" "A barrier, obviously, but one that puzzles me." He motioned for her to come closer. "What do you see here?" he asked, pointing to several of the strands. "Dark green strands." To me, they're more of a lime color. Anyway, look closer." She leaned forward and studied the strands. "There's something irregular about this." "Yes," he said with delight. "I think they have been sundered and reconnected." "By whom?" Macro sat. "If what Hanam has told us is entirely accurate, he was the uninvited guest when the third demon was sent through. I suspect the first two encountered Pantathians. The first one fought and killed many, while the second, this Jakan, slipped away to safety. The first demon may have been the one you witnessed when you came here with Karis, the huge killer, driven mad or mindless by the Pantathians' magic." "So Jakan slipped away, started sneaking around the halls, killing as he went and building up his strength," Miranda said. "Yes. Eventually the Pantathians rallied and sealed this rift again." "That must have been when we found their deepest enclave and killed those high priests." Macros nodded. "I wondered what happened to the first demon." Miranda looked around. "Dead? I hope." Macros laughed. "If he's still around, I think the two of us can deal with him. He won't have had much to eat, and from what you told me, he didn't appear to have much of a mind left." Miranda said, "It's hard to appraise the intellect of a demon when it's embroiled in a battle with a dozen Pantathian serpent priests." "True," he agreed. "There are 3 different ways we could approach this. We could wait to see if something else tries to break through from the other side. Or we could attempt to unwrap these barrier forces, letting whatever is on the other side come through unaided. Or we could destroy the barrier and go through to the other side.
I like the fourth choice.
Which is?
We do our best to reinforce the barrier. Makros shook his head.
No, that won't do.
Why not?
Makros looked at his daughter. I take it you haven't studied rifts much?
Not at all. I know next to nothing about them.
Makros shrugged. Well, there's a large volume of my work on the subject in Pug's library. But given we can't risk the time to return there and wait while you study, let me sum up. No matter what barriers we add to those already in existence, as long as the rift exists, it can be opened. We not only have to destroy it, we have to ensure that the demons don't create another.
I was under the impression the demons followed the Pantathian rift, Miranda said. Or is there something else here you're not telling me?
Not really. Just that it's foolish to make assumptions. We both know we have things locked away up here. He tapped his head with his forefinger. We both feel comfortable that the knowledge is locked away for a good reason, but we are foolish not to draw a few likely conclusions from the fact of that hidden knowledge.
Such as?
Such as there may be yet another player who had a hand in the creation of these rifts. From what we know, the demons seized the advantage when the mad priests of Asart opened the seal between their realm and Shyla. But no one has asked who built that portal in the first place. Why were the priests of Asart driven to open the rift to the demon realm? What compulsion or obsession involved them in that particular idiocy? We also know that the Pantathians came here easily with a Saga, yet the demons must struggle to come here, and given the conflict between them, they are not allies.
Or at least allies who had a falling out.
That's possible, admitted her father.
Miranda said, Well, we can chat about this until the world ends. What do you suggest?
We wait. I have a feeling that when Pug and Hanam finish on their side of the rift, things might get lively here.
Miranda sighed. Do we have the time?
Makros shrugged. Enough for a few more days.
She stood. Then I'm going to transport to Sorcerer's Isle and get a bath. I'll bring back some food.
Makros shook his head. Don't bother. Tell Gathis I'll be along shortly. I'll visit with him while I eat there. It will be good to see him again. Then I intend to take a bath as well.
She smiled. Good. I wasn't going to say anything.
He returned her smile. I know I haven't been a father to you, but I must say I'm pleased with the woman I see here.
Thank you, she said stiffly.
Before you go, I would like to know one thing.
What?
Pug?
What about him?
Are you going to wed?
If he asks me, she said. I love him and think we could have a good life together.
Makros said, I have demonstrated without question no expertise when it comes to falling in love.
He sighed in memory.
Your mother was a woman of remarkable beauty and uncommon guile. I can't claim I was young, but I was inexperienced, and at first our time together was pleasant.
He frowned as he said,
Your birth was something neither one of us dealt with well, and for that I apologize.
Miranda said, What's done is done.
True, but at least I can say I regret some of it.
Only some of it?
Well, I do like how you turned out, and if I could, I don't know what I would change, for to change anything in your past would risk turning you into less than you are now.
Or more.
He smiled. I don't see how that's possible.
She smiled at her father. Thank you for that.
I mean it. He sat back and stared at the rift. Pug is fortunate, and if he doesn't ask you, you do the asking. I think you need each other.
I thought you said you had no expertise.
It's a father's prerogative to give unwelcome advice. Now, run along and take your bath.
She vanished, and he sighed. He let regrets about past failings fade into the background as he returned his attention to the rift and wondered what was happening on the other side. Pug stood panting, his robe torn and his face bathed in perspiration. He and Hanam had fought a battle with 6 man-sized flyers, and the conflict had come close to ending their quest. One of the creatures alone would not be any match for either of them, but 3 on Pug and 3 on the Sa'ar lore-master had proved a close thing. Hanam feasted on the 3 remaining dead demons. Pug had vaporized the other 3. He watched in fascination as Hanam ate flesh and drank energies. As he shifted his perceptions, he could see how the Sa'ar lore-master had used his intelligence to subvert the creature. When he was finished eating, Hanam said,
"This feast will make it easier for me to concentrate."
"How far have we to go?"
"The demons are not that clever, but they are being driven to wider patrols looking for anything to eat."
Pointing to the bits of flesh thrown around the rocks on which they stood, he said,
"These would have been required to bring back anything they found to Sebul, to feed those captains attempting to open the rift to your world."
He glanced around as if apprehensive about further detection.
"By traveling along this course, we avoid many of the demons."
"We have been flying over ice and mountains for a day and more," said Pug.
"True."
The demon form pointed to the south.
"There we will find Sebul. We may be able to come close before we have to hide ourselves from demon sense. And be warned, the spells you use to confound the simple demons may not suffice for the captains and lords."
"I will do what needs to be done."
"Then we must plan,"
Hanam said.
"I have no wish to continue this life. My soul begs to be joined with my brothers in the Sky Horde here on Shyla. So here is what I propose. Let me attack whichever great lord we may discover, drawing off any guards and servants nearby. That will give you time to examine and close the rift to the demon realm."
Pug said, "A brave plan, but I don't know if it will gain me enough time. There are things here that worry me. I have the vanity to think I know as much about the nature of rift magic as anyone, including Makros, and until I saw the empty altar at Asart, I would have told you that an open rift could not be moved in the fashion you describe. That means there are forces at play beyond my knowledge. It may also mean that closing the rift may be beyond my ability."
"What will you do if that is the case?"
Pug said, "I will do the only thing I can think of. Destroy the rift to Midkemia and hope that is enough."
"With Makros attempting the same feat from the other side, will you be able to?"
"Undoubtedly one of us will succeed."
"Then let us go among them and do what we can."
The demon figure launched himself outward with a snap of gigantic wings, gliding down the mountain slope rather than flying. He let his downward speed build up, and then, with a flex of his wings, he was soaring high in the air. Pug used his magic to fly after him. They dove and flew close to the ground in the hope of avoiding detection. Pug glanced to the west and saw the sun set. The lack of light would help a little, though demons saw at night almost as well as cats. Above a world devastated by forces alien to anything Pug had witnessed in his life, they flew, from trees to grass, from humans to the smallest insect. The lands around the once great city of Sebul were devoid of life. Pug could sense it was more than the destruction of war or forest fire, where the land was burned, for there a sign of life would be seen here or there, even if only a blade of grass. Here there was nothing. They were within a mile of the city when Hanam said,
"Cloak our passage, magician."
Pug forced his mind into the difficult task of rendering the 2 of them invisible while flying. He felt terrible pain from the unusual exertion, but accomplished the requirements for both without faltering. For a few minutes the pain lingered, then it began to lessen as Pug mastered this combination of magics. As they flew over the city, several demons below turned to look up, as if sensing something, but none gave alarm. Pug hoped they would reach their destination soon. Hanam landed in what had once been a lush garden, and now was a burned-out mass of dead plants on rock. No moss or lichen, algae or mold clung to the tiniest corner of this formerly flourishing place. Once they were safely inside a vast hall, Pug dropped the spell of invisibility.
"Are you all right?"
asked the Sa'ar lore-master. "It will take a minute for me to regain my strength. I need to catch my breath." Pug managed to smile. "It's getting easier to do this, but I'd rather not have to practice in the future under these conditions."
"Understood. Abide here a while. I will be back."
So saying, the Sa'ar lore-master in demon body left the room. Pug sat on the wreckage of a once grand bed, on a piece large enough to provide him a comfortable resting place. The faint evening light could not hide the opulence of the residence. A Saga noble of rank had slept here, perhaps the leader or his primary consort. Pug heard a faint scuffle outside, and was on his feet as Hanam entered, carrying a struggling demon by the head. As Pug watched, the Saga cracked the skull and drank the creature's life energies. "Is that wise?" asked Pug.
"Necessary. If I am to face Tugor or Ma'arg, and hold them at bay even for a few minutes, I must gather as much strength as possible. If I prayed for a chance of victory, I would lie in wait for months, killing as many demons as possible until they became aware of my hunt and sought me out. After I battled the hunters and survived, I would then come and announce myself to the one whom I challenged. At that point, I would be granted single combat. But I have no desire to win. I wish release from this prison."
He tapped the crystal vial hanging from a chain around his neck.
"This is a favor I must ask of you, magician."
He removed the vial and handed it to Pug.
"When the battle is high, release my soul by smashing the vial."
"What will happen?"
"I will be free, and the demon whose body I control will be destroyed. But if that vial isn't broken, any demon who found it would be able to continue my captivity."
Pug nodded and took the vial, placing it inside his robe.
"Time is short,"
said the lore-master.
"Come."
They hurried through several halls to a large chamber where several other demons gathered. 2 rifts hung in the air, only a few meters apart, while strange cloaked figures, hunched over and shambling, moved between them. The demons didn't notice them.
"What are they?"
asked Hanam. "I recognized them," said Pug. "They are Shangri, also called Panathiand, and creatures I have faced once before. They live on a world called Timeri, where magic is a solid matter, manipulated by machine and will. They may be related to the Pantathians. I still don't know their part in all this."
"What are they doing?"
"They've moved both rifts," Pug exclaimed. "They mean to create a direct path from the demon realm to Midkemia."
"Then Ma'arg is soon to come through."
A demon turned and saw them and screeched in alarm. Hanam didn't hesitate, but launched himself at the creature. Rather than engage the first creature, who crouched, claws extended in anticipation of the attack, he leaped past, slashing its throat with a talon. One demon, larger than Pug could have imagined possible, turned and shouted,
"Hold!"
Hanam screamed,
"Tugor, I challenge! Meet me and die!"
The other demons fell back. Pug didn't know if they ignored him because of the challenge, but he rendered himself invisible. Hanam and Ma'arg's captain squared off. Pug saw at once that Hanam had been right, for in a fair fight, Tugor would quickly destroy the lesser demon. But what the captain didn't understand was that the lore-master of the Saga faced him, not another lesser demon, and that being was prepared to die. Pug hurried to the 2 rifts and attempted to make some sense of them. The 2 shambling creatures ignored the demons, working like automatons on the 2 rifts. When Pug had first encountered these creatures years before, he had found them nearly mindless servants of an unknown dark power, technicians of magic, clever in their ability to work the solid form of what was an invisible force on Midkemia, but without a strong intellect. They had been servants of others then, and here again they were servants. Once more Pug confronted the knowledge locked away in his own mind, and he intuited that these creatures were serving whatever the greater power behind this madness might be. He knew that to dwell further on their part in this would be to risk destruction. He quietly stunned both creatures, letting them fall to the floor. He quickly studied the rift to the demon realm, and realized it was readily opened at any time. He decided Ma'arg, their great ruler, was waiting safely in his own realm until his captain opened the rift to Midkemia. Then he could easily cross into the lush, life-filled world without long pause in Saga. Pug turned to study the other rift, with the thought that should Ma'arg reach Midkemia, he might be in for a rude surprise should Jakan reach the Lifestone. Screams of pain and rage filled the hall as Tugor fought Hanam. The demon lord was injured because, rather than keep his distance, the smaller demon closed and accepted wounds in exchange for giving them. Pug tried to ignore the combat, knowing seconds counted. He looked at the Midkemian rift and saw the Shangri were on the verge of punching through whatever barriers had been erected on the other side. His intervention had forestalled that. Then a chilling presence behind Pug caused him to cease moving.
A voice that ground his bones together said, "What have we here?" Pug turned and looked into the face of horror. A face the size of dragons leered at him through the rift. For a brief instant, Pug was astonished to witness a rift that was as transparent as a window, that looked like a hole in the wall between two worlds. But that fascination lasted less than a second, for it was what confronted him through that transparent rift that demanded his undivided attention. While the other demons looked muscular and powerful, Ma'arg looked gross. Jowls hung down from a face 8 feet from brow to chin. Fire burned in the pits of its eyes, and evil emanated from it like a visible miasma of black smoke. The creature's face seemed fashioned from the skins of living beings, which still moved and twitched in agony. A face contorted in torment was stretched across Ma'arg's right cheek, mouthing silent screams, while a clawed hand moved feebly along his right jawline. Details of the various bodies devoured and incorporated into the Demon King became evident as the creature moved closer to the other side of the rift to inspect Pug. The figure behind the face was immense. Ma'arg must have stood 35 feet tall and upright. His body was likewise covered with other beings, twitching and undulating in the faint red light of the demon homeworld. Wings to hide the sun spread out behind him, and a long tail with the head of a serpent at the tip writhed behind him, hissing and spitting at Pug from over Ma'arg's shoulder. Pug didn't hesitate. He knew instantly he was overmatched. He turned, and with all the power he could muster, he blasted open the rift to Midkemia. "Tugor!" came the cry from the other side of the demon rift as the room rang with the explosion of powers Pug unleashed. The rift to Midkemia seemed to contract, then expand, then rush forward with a tremendous ripping sound. Then Pug was staring at Makros and Miranda. Makros returned from his bath and a meal. "That was delightful. I can't tell you how much I've missed Sorcerer's Isle." Miranda said, "Has it changed much?" "A great deal. Pug has it crawling with students, some rather interesting ones, I must say. Gathis is the same as always. It's as if I had left yesterday." Makros sighed. "I'm afraid he's become something of a fixture there. It would be a shame to ask him to leave with all the good work he's doing for Pug. Why—" Suddenly he looked wide-eyed and distracted. "What?" asked Miranda. "I don't know. Something—" Before he could finish, the silence in the cave was shattered by a tremendous keening sound. Abruptly, the rift before them ripped open, and Pug stood on the other side of a window between worlds, looking at them. Behind him, a vision of horror reared up into view. Miranda raised a mystic shield to protect herself reflexively, but her father reacted by leaping forward, landing on the other side of the rift beside Pug. He unleashed a furious blast of mystic energy, which tore through the opened rift into the demon's realm, striking the Demon King in the face. The horror that was Ma'arg reared back, shrieking in pain. Miranda followed her father and shouted, "What is going on?" Pug said, "They've moved the rift. We arrived just as Ma'arg was preparing to come across." Makros said, "You must close both rifts now." Pug looked at Miranda's father and said, "What are you going to do?" "Distract that thing," he said, and he leaped through the rift into the demon realm. "Father!" shouted Miranda. "No!" Pug spared a glance to the other struggle and saw that Hanam had managed to sink his fangs into Tugor's neck. Pug was no judge of such things, but it appeared to him the lore master might take his foe with him into death. The other demons in the room shrank back, for to them there would emerge a victor. Tugor, whom they feared, or another who had destroyed Tugor, making him one to fear even more. At the other side of the demon rift, Ma'arg fell back as Makros's flames seared his face. Then he raised an arm to shield his face and screamed in pain. Makros kept the blast of blue flame directed at the Demon King's head. Pug quickly examined the rift. He said, "This one is much like that created by the Tsarani Great Ones to reach Midkemia. It is vulnerable from within." "From within?" said Miranda in astonishment. "How do we get inside a rift?" Pug looked around it one last time and said, "By attacking it from the void." They risked a glance at Makros as he continued to press his attack against the Demon King, who backed away.
Perhaps it was that a relatively small creature dared to confront him, or that he had not been forced to face a challenger in years, but Ma'arg was on the defensive. He now used his great wings as a cloak, keeping Makros's flames from his eyes. Makros's spell ended, and the flames vanished. Ma'arg regarded the intruder and reached forward as if to seize Makros in his huge hand. Makros raised both arms above his head and brought them down in a quick gesture, and yellow flames seemed to explode from within his body. The Demon King seized him around the waist and screamed in pain and fury as the sorcerer withstood his direct attack. Miranda said, "Can we help him?" Pug said, "No, we must close this rift." "We can't. Father will be stranded in the demon realm." Pug calmly said, "He knew that." Miranda stared at her lover a long moment, then nodded once. Pug said, "We also may not survive this closure." Miranda said, "Tell me what to do." "First, keep them off our backs." He pointed to two demons who had left the spectacle to investigate what was occurring between the two rifts. Miranda said, "Gladly," and sent out a bolt of mystic energy, a blue light that engulfed the two demons and left them writhing in agony, while Pug finished his examination of the rift. Pug turned his attention from the rift to the struggle beyond it, as the Demon King attempted to crush Makros with his bare hands. The sorcerer was held in the demon's grip, but he had his hands free, and he cast another spell while the mystic yellow flames kept him from being crushed. Sparkling white lights appeared around the Demon King and started spinning. Each looked like a diamond, reflecting light off myriad facets, and as they spun, they took on a sinister aspect. As they moved, they swooped in and out in a weaving pattern, and when they touched Ma'arg, he shrieked in agony. "Kelton's knives," said Pug. Miranda said, "That's a particularly nasty spell." The mystic blades continued to pick up speed, buzzing around the Demon King, but while he was being cut over most of his body, he still held fast to Makros. "Human!" he shrieked. "You shall reside in a soul jar for eternity, to be tormented every instant for this." Makros managed to shout, "First you have to kill me." Pug said, "It's time. Come with me." He took Miranda's hand and they jumped into the rift, but rather than continue through, he halted their flight in the void. Miranda waited to be told what to do. Pug had cautioned her that some rifts could be closed only from inside, and that was what her father and he had had to do during the Rift War. The difference then was that Pug had been able to return to Midkemia from the void because of a staff Makros had given him, one that was linked with another that Pug's old teacher, Kulgan, had kept tightly bound to Midkemian soil. Pug prayed that his advanced skills over the last 50 years would allow him to get home by force of will. Miranda's thoughts came to him in the void. "I love you." Pug replied, "And I you. Let us begin." Cold, unlike anything Miranda had experienced, gripped both of them. Their lungs cried for air, but their magic gave them minutes where lesser beings would have perished in seconds. Pug wove powerful magic. Miranda aided him where she could, taking instructions from him, and in this place, without time, it seemed to take forever for the great spell to form. When it seemed the task would never finish, it was done. Pug said, "Now." Miranda gave him all her power and felt her body drain of strength. Pug shattered the rift. In a moment they saw the gray fabric of the void splinter into shards, and behind those shards they glimpsed another reality. Pug recognized it from his fever dream when injured, and knew behind the void lay the realm of the gods. Then they saw, as through a window, the struggle in the demon realm. Ma'arg gripped Makros and burned in flames that were running up his arms from the sorcerer, causing the demon's flesh to ripple and crisp, but Ma'arg continued to crush Makros's defenses, and the sorcerer screamed in pain as his will weakened. The Demon King dropped to his knees as the sorcerer's attacks took their toll, but he refused to relinquish his grip on the Black One. "Die!" he roared, and he attempted to bite Makros's head from his shoulders, but the legendary sorcerer's defenses held, and the foot-long fangs couldn't close on Makros. Then the demon's tail appeared over his shoulder, and a serpent head hissed, revealing long, poison-dripping fangs. The thing struck, but with an unbelievable display of will and strength, Makros seized the thing and turned it so that its fangs plunged into Ma'arg's wrist. The Demon King cried out and released Makros, letting the sorcerer fall to the hot stone floor of his den. Then the window seemed to close, to grow smaller or more distant. They couldn't tell which. Miranda shouted, "Father!" Makros seemed aware of them, stealing a glance in their direction. He sent one thought. They are creatures of fire."
Then he redoubled his attack on the demon, one that was met by more fury. As the window through which they looked closed, a chilling presence appeared. Pug felt fear beyond any he had known so far in his life, a fear that threatened to break his concentration as he attempted to return them to Sabul. The presence was outside the window through which they peered, and beyond it, next to them, and a vast distance away. It was everywhere. It was profoundly evil, and it was aware. Yet it seemed to be speaking from within the rift, from the demon realm. The presence said, "You are mine at last." Makros shouted, "Never!" And before Pug and Miranda lost sight of him, he raised his hands high over his head, and for the briefest instant, instead of the plainly dressed sorcerer, clad in his familiar brown homespun robe with his whipcord belt, his cross-gartered sandals, and his plain oak staff, a being of profound wisdom and strength rose up, a godlike being of unknowable mystery. He lashed out with a white ivory staff that appeared out of the air, and, touching the Demon King, he created a blinding flash of white light that filled the closing window. With a dying scream of the Demon King, absent its rage and power, now the wailing cry of a creature reduced to terror and pain, a triumphal sense of victory washed over Pug and Miranda. Pug did not know how he knew, but in that instant he felt the presence of Sarig, as Makros reached across space and time and reconnected with his god. Then the rift was closed, and Pug said, "Now!" Using what was left of his strength, he forced his way through the very fabric of the void, dragging himself and Miranda back to the hall of the Sa'or in Sabul. For one brief moment they witnessed the finality of Hanam's battle with Tugor, as the two lay on the floor, each too weak to best the other, neither able to escape. When it was obvious that neither would survive, the remaining demons leaped atop the two, rending them limb from limb. Remembering his promise, Pug withdrew the soul vial he had been given and smashed it upon the stones. A brief thought came to Pug. "Thank you." And then it was gone. Miranda was half-stunned from the experience, and Pug had to almost push her through the rift to Midkemia. On the other side, back in the Pantathian mines under the Rotengari Mountains, Miranda sank down to sit on the floor, her back against the cool rocks. Pug sat next to her, his head in his hands, and he said, "We only have a moment. We must close this rift." She said, "How?" "This is different from the first. This must be closed the way one would sew a wound." He sat a long moment, then took a deep breath. He waved his hands, and faint energies left his fingers snaking out toward the rift. Around the edges they flew, and as Miranda found her strength starting to return along with warmth, she saw Pug's energies forming a latticework around the edges of the rift. Then Pug changed the spell, and the binding energies he had cast around the edges of the rift began to contract. Miranda watched for a minute, then said, "I see." She gathered together her strength, watching in fascination as the rift closed slowly. While she rested, she considered what she had just witnessed. She had known her father briefly, having spent most of her life tracing him through his legend. He had not visited her since she had turned 16 or 17. She couldn't remember which. And she had spent most of her life holding the man in contempt. But as she had discovered her mother's part in the destruction of hundreds of thousands of lives, she reassessed her father's role in things. She was discovering that even at her advanced age, she still felt like a child in some ways. She thought she would have grown to like her father, perhaps even love him some day, but now that day would never come. For that she felt regret. But for the loss of his life, compared to the deaths of thousands she had already seen, she couldn't find a means to compare. Perhaps some day she'd mourn him, or at least mourn the loss of an opportunity later when she had time. If she had time. Suddenly a face appeared on the other side of the rift, looking like a cow's skull stretched over with black hide, topped by a stag's rack of antlers. Coals for eyes burned in it, and they regarded the two humans. With a howl of glee, the demon, obviously the final victor in the carnage that had just finished in the great chamber in Sabul, flushed with a feeling of tremendous scope, started to leap through the rift. "Stop it!" shouted Pug, and Miranda lashed out with all her remaining strength.
It was enough to knock the demon back into the other world and stun it. Miranda almost fainted from the effort. In a hoarse voice she said, "Hurry, I have nothing left." Pug concentrated his entire focus on continuing to close the rift. Miranda could see that as the rift became smaller, the rate of closing was accelerating. Then the demon was back, cautious in its approach. It feinted toward the rift, then ducked back, pausing a moment. When no further attack came from Miranda, it tried to climb through, much as a human climbs through a window. First, the creature's head poked through, then one arm. It reached for Pug, but found him still too far away. The creature turned sideways and started to put one leg through, but found its large wings a hindrance. It shifted position and tried another angle, not noticing that the aperture was closing by the second. Unable to pass, the creature became enraged with frustration and tried to force his way through the rift. A headlong dive managed to get it wedged within the rift. Then pressure began to exert as Pug continued closing the rift. Rage turned to panic, then to pain and terror as the rift closed on the creature. Howling as it was being cut in two, the demon thrashed like a fish on the deck of a boat. Miranda took a breath, tried to add her energy to Pug's, and felt the rift closing even more quickly. The demon's cries echoed through the Pantathian halls, resounding off the rocks and shaking the very mountains. Dust rained down on Miranda and Pug as the creature's thrashing increased. Then suddenly it went limp. A moment later, the rift closed, and the upper half of the demon fell into the cave. Miranda looked at it and said, "We did it." Then she passed out. Pug said, "Yes," and he too collapsed on the floor, unconscious as the last reserve of his strength was paid out. 21. Escalation. Eric watched. In the fields below the foothills, a huge mobilization was beginning. He had just enjoyed a week of relative calm, but now that was obviously coming to an end. For a month they had been relatively successful in forcing the invaders along the route they had designed for them. There had been reports of hard fighting to the north and south, but the kingdom lines had held on both flanks, as the middle had slowly retreated, drawing the invaders after. Twice they had come close to disaster, narrowly escaping along the retreat route, and at each new position along the way, fresh reserves were waiting. Eric was still far from optimistic about the success of the plan, but he was inching closer. Since the fall of Krondor, they had regained a week of the lost time. They had held here for 10 days instead of 7. Now they had to fight a delaying action as they withdrew, slowing the enemy down by making them think there was going to be strong resistance in Williamsburg. If they could keep the enemy cautious, they might be where they wished to be when the fighting reached Dartmoor. Every time Eric thought of the plan to hold the enemy on this side of the mountains, he wondered if they were going to be cursed with a late winter. One advantage had been the arrival of a man named Robert Delise, a magician who had several useful spells. He could send messages up the line quickly to another magician who was staying with Greylock, and he could tell what the weather was going to be like the next day. He also could see things better than a man with a spyglass, though he could do so only for a limited duration, and he lacked Eric's knowledge of what to look for, but he seemed to be catching on. Other magicians were now scattered throughout the Defender's army, helping in whatever fashion they could. For this Eric was grateful. He didn't understand why the Pantathians were so conspicuous by their absence. Eventually they would take a hand, and when they did, Eric hoped the kingdom magicians could counteract some of their advantage. Delise came to Eric's side and said, "General Greylock wants to know if you expect an attack today." Eric said, "Almost certainly." Eric glanced around. To the north, the hills faded quickly into the late afternoon haze. They were entering the hilly vineyards and groves he had known as a boy. To the uninitiated, the terrain looked less severe than the low hills to the west, but it wasn't. Unexpected ridges and gullies could trap an enemy, slowing in advance. In a fervent hope this was going to be the case, Eric had positioned his most seasoned soldiers in key locations to the limit of his area. He would have to rely on Captain Subai and his pathfinders, and Hadati, what Greylock called the Krondorian Mixed Command, to hold beyond that point. To the south, Eric threw his larger contingency, fresh replacements who were as yet untried. They would have an easier time of it because of the terrain, but they were also less ready to fight. Many of those carrying arms were town boys who had drilled less than 2 months and had never smelled the blood. Eric said,
Ask Greylock to be ready to support me to the south. I think my north flank is secure.
The magician closed his eyes, and his brow knitted in concentration. He said, "The message is understood." Then he sat down, obviously dizzy.
"Are you all right?"
asked Eric. The magician nodded. "It's just that I don't usually do this sort of thing more than once or twice a month. Once or twice a day is a bit much."
"Well, I'll try to keep message traffic to a minimum." He smiled. "I just wish I had more like you in a dozen locations."
The magician nodded. "As long as we're useful."
"More than useful," said Eric. "You may prove vital."
"Thank you," said the magician. "I am willing to help in whatever way I can."
Eric waited, and as the enemy staged below, he found himself wondering aloud, "What is this, then?"
"Captain?" asked the magician.
"Just curious. They are staging for an assault, but it looks badly coordinated."
"How can you tell?"
Eric said, "This army we face is made up mostly of mercenaries, good fighters individually, but possessing almost no skills for large-scale fighting. They're used to winning by overwhelming whomever they face."
He pointed to a small patch of uniformed men with green banners flying overhead.
"That's what's left of the regular army of Maharta, which surrendered pretty much intact after the city fell. It's the only trained heavy infantry they possess. The other soldiers on foot are men whose horses were left behind or whose animals died along the way. They're useless for anything except swarming over a breach."
Eric scratched his chin and felt 4 days' growth. "I think I understand, but I may not. Are you saying they should have placed their men in a different arrangement?" asked the magician.
"Yes," said Eric. "The cavalry has to charge over hilly terrain, while the heavy infantry is being directed to the most heavily defended area of the line. The rest of the army looks poised to charge right across open territory, where our catapults and archers will carve them up."
"I see." Eric grinned.
"You're being polite. Let's say that if I were on the other side, I'd use my cavalry in the middle to screen and deliver cover fire, while I brought up my heavy infantry to attack just north of here."
He pointed to a problem point in his defensive line, a modest gully where he hadn't had enough time or material to build a proper defensive position.
"If I could punch through there, then that motley army down there could pour through and wreak havoc."
"Let's hope they don't think of it."
"They should," Eric said softly. "What I can't fathom is why they don't."
Suddenly he said,
"Send a message to Greylock if you can. Tell him I think this massing here is possibly a feint to get us to concentrate our efforts, then spring an attack somewhere else along the line."
The magician smiled, though he looked fatigued. "I'll try." Eric didn't wait to see if the magician was successful, but sent runners to the north, south, and east. After a few minutes, the magician shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I just can't focus my will anymore."
"You've done enough. We're pulling out tomorrow. I think it would be wise if you started toward the next defensive position to the east. If you leave now, you should reach a safe camp by sundown. Tell the quartermaster I authorized you be given a horse."
"I can't ride, Captain."
Eric looked over his shoulder. "Some sort of magic means to move quickly?"
"No, I'm sorry to say."
As trumpets blew down at the bottom of the hill, Eric said, "Then I suggest you start walking and get as far as you can on foot. If you're not near a friendly campfire, find some place sheltered to hunker down. Sometime in the morning, the wagon carrying the wounded will come past you. Flag it down and get a ride. I'll pass word to pick you up."
"Can't I stay?" Another trumpet blew, and Eric drew his sword.
"I wouldn't advise it." As he turned away, he said, "Now, if you'll excuse me."
An arrow sped by overhead, a wild shot from someone below who was over-anxious. Eric glanced over his shoulder and saw the magician running to the east with surprisingly renewed strength. Eric took the moment to indulge himself in a chuckle at the sight, then turned his attention to the bloody work ahead.
"All right," he shouted. "Archers, pick your targets and wait until I give the order."
A familiar voice came from behind as Sergeant Harper said,
"Captain von Darkmoor, you're forgetting yourself, if you don't mind, sir."
He turned and said,
"First one of you mother lovers who lets fly an arrow before I give the word's going to have to run down there and fetch it back to me. Understood?"
Eric smiled again. He had never gotten the knack of being a proper bully sergeant, and was pleased to have men like Harper, Alfred, and the others under his command. Then the enemy came. Eric welcomed the darkness. The enemy was retreating down the hillside, but had left his men in tatters. He had been wrong about the feint. The only reason he still held his position had been the enemy's ineptitude.
They had charged straight up the hill, into first the withering missile fire of the kingdom's archers, then a rain of the short, soft iron spears Eric's commands had been training with since he had first come to serve Callus. Hundreds of the enemy had died for each yard traveled, and they had still reached the first trench. The defense had been a series of trenches and breastworks cut along the contours of the hillsides, and whatever natural slope of the landscape concentrated the attackers, there they found overlapping fields of missile fire waiting for them. When the survivors of the first wave reached the first breastwork, they found a highly banked, hard-packed earthen barrier, studded with sharp wooden spikes. The spikes caused little damage, but forced the attackers to move slowly, making them easy targets for the defenders. But they had come and kept coming. After the first hour, Eric felt as if he would never be able to raise his arms again, but still he had to fight on. During the fighting, someone, a squire or town boy, he didn't know which, had come by with a bucket of water and handed him a tin ladle during a tiny lull. He had drunk it quickly, handing the ladle back to the boy, and resumed fighting a moment later. For what seemed an eternity, Eric fought, striking down any head that appeared on the other side of the redoubt. Then the enemy was fleeing, unwilling to continue pressing the attack as the sun began to sink beyond the western horizon. Torches were lit, as much for reassurance as for the need. The twilight this time of year was lengthy, and those designated as hospitallers, local boys, old men and women, and court squires and pages, all started carrying water and food to the living, then carrying away the wounded and dead. Eric turned and sat where he had been fighting, ignoring the dead soldier from Novendus, who lay in the dirt next to him. When a boy with water came by, Eric took a single drink, passing along the rest of the water to the men nearby. Soon a runner arrived with a note. He opened and read it. Then, feeling so fatigued he didn't know if he could will himself to move, he shouted, "Fall back!" As if by magic, Sergeant Harper appeared. "We're pulling out, sir." "That's it." "Then we're making for the next defensive position?" "We are." The wily old sergeant said, "Then we'll not be seeing much sleep tonight, will we?" Eric said, "I expect not. What is your point, Sergeant?" "Oh, none, Captain. I just wanted to make sure I understood everything." Eric fixed the sergeant with a baleful eye. "I think you understand just fine, Sergeant." "Well, then, just so as it's clear, I'm not the one making lads who've spent a half-day fighting pick up and move without a drop to drink or a bite to eat." Eric realized the men were ready to drop. "I think we can hold off, then, until we've eaten." "That's lovely, sir. It'll give us a bit of time to haul away the dead and get the wounded out on the wagons. A wise choice, sir." Eric sat down again. As Harper moved along, Eric said to himself, "And I had the presumption to call myself a sergeant." The withdrawal was more difficult than Eric would have liked. Despite the food and rest for 2 hours, the men were still bone-tired when they returned to march to the east. Eric inventoried his assets and realized he was beginning to see elements of those men he had trained over the last 2 years, 2 companies of men who knew how to handle themselves, who had arrived from a position to the north. Word came down that the enemy had broken through up north, but the gap had been closed. The bad news was that a contingent, numbering at least 300, possibly more, was loose on the wrong side of this current line of march. Eric sent his best scouts to the north and hoped that if the invaders were coming this way, they would blunder into one of the heavier elements. 300 raiders could do quite a bit of damage to one of the smaller companies on the march before reinforcements could be summoned. Just before sunrise, Eric found a solitary figure marching next to him, the magician, Robert Delise. "Hello, magician." "Hello, Captain. I found a small rock under which to hide," he said with dry humor. "But instead of a wagon, I find an army marching my way." "I told you we were leaving," Eric said dryly. "I just didn't think we'd be leaving so quickly." "So I see. How goes the war?" Eric said, "I wish I knew. So far, we've done well, but that last attack showed me we're still seriously outmanned." "Can you hold them?" "We will," said Eric. "We have no choice." Ahead they saw lights as the village of Wilhelmsburg came into view. Entering the town, they saw that it was completely taken over as a military site. The townspeople had been evacuated days earlier, and Eric knew that once his men had rested for a day, eaten and tended wounds, they would abandon this town, after putting every building in it to the torch. A small figure ran toward Eric, shouting, "Captain von Darkmoor!" Eric recognized him, despite the filth that clung to the tabard of a page of the royal court in Crondor. "Yes. What is your name?" "Samuel, sir. A lady asked me to give this to you." Eric took the note and sent the boy on his way. Eric opened the note. Inside, in simple handwriting, it said, "Gone to Ravensburg to find your mother. I love you, Kitty." Eric felt relief that Kitty had reached here safely and was probably now staying at the Inn of the Pintail, where Eric had grown up. He turned to where the exhausted magician stood and said, "Let's get something to eat." "An excellent idea," said the fatigued conjurer. They reached the Sign of the Plowshare, the inn where he had first met Corporal Alfred and Rue's cousin Duncan. That caused Eric to wonder where his boyhood friend might be. Inside the inn they found the common room crowded. Half the floor was littered with blankets, where a makeshift infirmary had been set up, while the other half was jammed with starving soldiers, eating whatever was being passed across the counter. A corporal, whose name escaped Eric, said, "We've got some rooms upstairs for the officers, Captain. We'll send up food." "Thank you," said Eric. He led Robert up the stairs, and when they got to the first room, he pushed open the door and found an officer in the tabard of Illith, sound asleep on a bare floor. 2 other men sat eating. They glanced over, and Eric waved at them in apology and closed the door. He moved down to the next door and opened it, finding the room empty. Inside were 2 simple mattresses, woolen blankets sewn together and hay-stuffed. To Eric they looked inviting. He struggled to get out of his boots, and by the time he did, the corporal had arrived with 2 wooden bowls of hot stew and 2 large mugs of ale. Suddenly fatigue was forgotten as Eric's mouth began to water. As the corporal made to leave, Eric said, "Make sure someone wakes me an hour before dawn." "Yes, Captain." Robert said, "I don't envy you an early morning after a day such as you've just had." "No need for you to envy anyone, magician. You're up at first light, too." "I suppose it's necessary?" "Yes, we need to be out of this town before the enemy gets here. It's the difficult part of this mission, keeping one jump ahead of the foe. When they reach Wilhelmsburg, they are to find only fire and ruin." Robert said, "Such a waste." "It's more of a waste to give the enemy anything to aid them on their march." "I guess so." The magician ate a couple of spoonfuls of food, then said, "Pug said things were dire, and while he wouldn't be specific, he led us to believe that there's even more at risk than the sovereignty of the kingdom. Or is that an exaggeration?" "I can't say," replied Eric between bites of food. After he had swallowed a healthy drink of ale, he said, "But let me put it that none of us can afford a loss in this war. None of us." Robert sat back, resting against the wall, with his feet stretched out. "I'm not used to all this walking." "I offered you a horse." "Truth to tell, they scare me." Eric looked at the man, then laughed. "I have spent my entire life around them, so you'll forgive me, but I find that funny." Robert shrugged. "Well, there are many who are frightened of magicians, so I guess I can understand that." Eric nodded. "There was a time, when I was a boy in Ravensburg, when I would have been worried about you, if not frightened. But I've seen enough over the last few years that I choose to worry about things that I can face with a sword in my hand, and let the gods, priests, and magicians worry about the rest." "Wise man," said Robert with a sleepy smile. "If you don't think it overly rude," he said, putting down his bowl and mug, "I think I'll get some sleep." His head barely touched the mattress before he was snoring. Eric finished his ale and lay down, and it seemed only a minute after he closed his eyes when he found the young corporal shaking his shoulder, saying, "Captain, it's time to get up." Rue motioned for everyone to stop. Luis was semi-conscious, his feet tied to the stirrups of one horse, with a rope passed under the animal, so he wouldn't fall, as he hugged the animal's neck. His wound was still seeping blood, and Rue knew he would not survive another night without rest and better care than they could provide on the trail. Willem rode with his arms around little Helmut, while Natalie rode with Abigail before her. Rue, Carly, and Helen led the horses. They had left the cave the morning before, trying to find a safe route to the northern road. Twice they had found themselves at impassable points in the woods, and Rue had followed his plan of going east when he couldn't go north, then turning north when he could no longer go east. Only once had they found themselves blocked on the north and east, and he had cast back to the west and found another northern route. Rue had halted them because of the sound of riders some distance off, but close enough he started looking for a place to hide. "Wait here," he said softly, handing the reins of the horse he was leading, upon which Louise sat, to Helen. He drew his sword and hurried off, looking for some elevation to give him a better view. He found a rise to the east and climbed it, which led to another, and that brought him to a relatively clear ridge. Sound was echoing, but when he stood still for a moment he could hear that the riders were to his north. "Damn," he said softly, and hurried back to the others. The children had fallen into silence as they reacted to the obvious fear their parents tried to hide. Rue said, "A large band of riders to the north." "That road you spoke of?" asked Helen. "Yes, I think so." "What do we do?" said Carly. "We go quietly and slowly, and we hope those are kingdom cavalry." Carly was handling her terror far better than Rue would have guessed. He admired her willingness to put aside her own fear to protect her children. Rue glanced at Louise, who had lapsed into a half-doze, barely able to sit upright. Perspiration ran from his face, although the morning was cool, and Rue knew he had fever from his wound. "We've got to get Louise to a healer," Rue said, and Helen and Carly both nodded. They set off slowly through the woods. A half-hour later, Rue stopped. He glanced around a clearing and said, "I know this place." "Where are we?" Rue said, "Carly, this is where your father, Eric, and I camped the second night we traveled together. We met him a half-day's ride to the east." He calculated. "Damn, we got turned around someplace, and we're moving northwest instead of north. We're not as far east as I hoped." "Where are we?" asked Helen. "Still most of a day's ride to a road that will fork down to Wilhelmsburg." Carly lowered her voice. "Louise can't ride another day." "I know," said Rue, "but we have no choice." He led them through the clearing, and just a short distance to the north lay the road they had been seeking. Hoof-prints showed that the patrol Rue had heard had ridden this way. He motioned to them to follow him down the road. The day passed without incident. Near sundown they left the woodlands and found an abandoned farm, a squat stone-and-log affair with a sod roof. "We can stay here tonight," said Rue. "The road that leads down to Wilhelmsburg is about another hour to the east of here." They got Louise off the horse and into the house, laying him gently on a straw pallet. Rue took the horses into the unoccupied barn, untacked them, and found some hay there, which he let them eat. He knew from his training with Eric and the others while in the army that if the hay was bad, the horses would colic and die. But from what he could tell, it still looked edible. He closed the door and went to the little house. Helen was looking at Louise's shoulder. "We need to clean this," she said. Rue looked around and found nothing. "Let me see if there's a well." He went out back and found the well, and there was still a bucket in it. He pulled up fresh water, untied the bucket, and brought the water into the house. Carly said, "I found this." She held out a small sack. "Salt." Rue took it, while Carly said, "It must have fallen to the floor when whoever lived here fled." Rue said, "It might help." "Can we have a fire?" asked Willem. Rue said, "No. Even if we hide the flames from sight, the smell of smoke could bring raiders." Helen lowered her voice. "If I can boil some water, I can clean his wounds." Rue said, "I know." He held out the salt. "Drink from the bucket. Then, when it's half full, pour the salt into the water. Bathe his wounds in that." He glanced at his unconscious friend. "It will hurt like hell, but I don't think he'll notice. I'm going to try to find something for a poultice." Rue left the hut and stayed close to the buildings, in case someone might be coming along the road. He didn't want to take the chance of being spotted. He hurried past the barn and the now empty fields into the woods. He had seen several mosses on the rocks the way they had come. Nacor had shown them all how to make a poultice, and Rue wished he had paid closer attention, but he thought he knew what to look for. After nearly an hour's search, as night was falling, Rue found the spiderweb-like moss hugging tree trunks and rocks near a tiny stream. He gathered as much as he could carry in 2 hands, then hurried back to the farmhouse. Carly and Helen had gotten Louise's shirt off and had bathed the wound with the salt water. Helen said, "He didn't move." Rue said, "That's probably for the best." He studied his friend's face and saw it was covered with perspiration. He also saw that the wound to his shoulder had been caked over with dried blood, but now lay open. "That needs to be sewn closed." Carly said, "I have needles." "What?" asked Rue. She reached under her dress and said, "Needles are expensive, and when we left everything, I made sure my needles were safe." She tore a seam in the hem of her dress, and took out a tiny rolled piece of leather which had been lying alongside the seam. She unrolled it and presented Rue with 6 finely tempered steel needles. Rue blinked. "I'm pleased sewing meant so much to you," he said. "You wouldn't have any thread by chance, would you?" Helen said, "Threads are easy." She stood and lifted the hem of her dress. She reached under and pulled down one of her own underskirts, stepping out of it. With her teeth she worried a seam, and when she was satisfied with the damage done, she began unraveling threads. "Now, how long do you think?" "1.5 feet," said Rue. She took one of the needles and worked the tangle of threads, pushing the one she wanted clear. Then she took it between thumb and forefinger and pulled. Rue expected it to break, but to his surprise it unraveled, and she pulled out 3 feet of thread. She fitted the hem and yanked and handed the linen thread to Rue. Rue said, "I wish I knew what I was doing." He allowed Helen to thread the needle, then said, "One of you at his head, and one at his feet in case he tries to move." The 2 women obeyed, Helen gripping Louise's legs while Carly put her hands on his shoulders, being careful not to touch the wound. Rue began to sew. Throughout the night, Louis lay in a fever. He awoke enough to take a drink of water. Once they had to restrain him from attempting to scratch off the poultice that Rue had put on his wound. Carly and Helen sat in the corner with the children gathered around them, sleeping the best they could. Rue slept across the door-sill, sword in hand. In the morning, Louis looked better. "I think his fever's broken," said Rue. "Should we move him?" asked Helen. Rue gritted his teeth. "I don't think we should, but we can't stay here. If those soldiers that rode by yesterday were Kingdom cavalry, the enemy will be here sometime today. If they were enemy soldiers, we're already behind the lines." Louis's eyes opened, and he whispered, "I can ride." "I wish we had something to eat," said Carly. "He needs it to regain his strength." Rue said, "With luck, we'll be in Wilhelmsburg by midday. We'll eat until we pop." He grinned at the children, who tried to smile. They got the horses saddled, and with a great deal of difficulty managed to help Louis into the saddle. Rue said, "Do you want me to tie you to the irons again?" "No," said Louis, blinking against the morning sunlight. "I can manage." He looked at his heavily bandaged shoulder and said, "What did you do to my shoulder?" "Salt water and a poultice," said Rue. "How is it?" "It itches like nothing I've ever felt." Rue said, "I think itching's good." "Only if it's happening to someone else," said Louis. Rue took the reins of his horse, and Louis gripped the horse's mane at the withers. The children rode as they had before, and Rue led them all down the road, eastward. Eric rode quickly through the town and shouted, "Burn it!" Men at the western edge of Wilhelmsburg ran through the town throwing torches. The larger stone buildings would be gutted, for most had bales of hay placed inside, and the buildings with thatched roofs caught quickly. By the time Eric reached the eastern edge of the town, the western half was fully engulfed in flames. Eric waited until all his men were out of the town, then said, "Let's move." Since before sunrise, soldiers billeted at Wilhelmsburg had been moving eastward, heading for a ridge line that they would defend for another week, if possible. Eric knew that, as they moved closer to Darkmoor, they were going to encounter more towns like this one, Wolfsburg, Ravensburg, Halle, and Gotspus. All would provide close support, but all would have to be torched before the defenders withdrew. Robert Delias rode over, obviously very uncomfortable on the horse Eric had secured for him. "How are you doing?" asked Eric. "Only the thought of another day walking in the heat convinces me this is a good idea, Captain." Eric smiled. "She's a gentle animal. Don't saw on her mouth and pay attention, and she'll take care of you. Remember to keep your heels down." Eric turned and rode off, and the magician tried his best to keep up. Rue lay back against the wall of the gully, his sword held close to his chest. The despair had almost been overwhelming when they had reached a point down the southern trail where they could see the smoke from Wilhelmsburg. Rue didn't have to see the town to realize it had been put to the torch. They had halted on the road, trying to decide what to do. Risk skirting the flaming town, trying to overtake the fleeing Kingdom army, or turn back north and take the less used road into Ravensburg. While they debated, a shout from across a large clearing told them that they had been spotted by horsemen. Rue took them into the woods at once. Hurrying the frightened group as best he could, he found a gully that quickly deepened, turned to the north, then turned east again. He had shooed them all along and had doubled back, sword in hand. Luis had followed, his dagger in his left hand. He was weak and disoriented, but he was willing to fight. While Carly, Helen, and the children huddled deep at the end of the gully, against a steep wall of rocks, trying to keep the horses quiet, Rue and Luis waited just beyond the first turn in the gully. Voices came from a short distance away, and Rue recognized the speech as being from Noventus. Luis nodded, and his thumb flexed along the hilt of his dagger. The sound of horses approaching caused Rue to crouch, hugging the bank. The voices grew louder. "Some tracks in the mud. Look fresh." "Keep it down. You want to send them to ground." The first rider came around the bend, looking backward over his shoulder, saying, "When you pay me, you give me orders, you—" Rue sprang upward, striking straight into the exposed area under the man's right arm. The sudden thrust stunned the man, and Rue yanked him from his horse. The horse shied, moving up the gully, past Luis. "What did you say?" said the other rider. Rue saw a dagger at the fallen man's belt and pulled it, tossing it toward Luis. For all his fatigue and illness, Luis still managed to place his own dagger between his teeth and caught the one tossed him without missing a beat. Luis flipped the blade in the air, caught it by the point, and pulled it back behind his ear and let fly with it just as the second rider came around the bend. "Hey, I asked," the man said, just as the blade caught him in the throat. He gurgled as Rue dragged him from the saddle. Rue dumped the body next to the first one, and with a swat sent the horse after the one heading toward Carly, Helen, and the children. Rue signaled, and he and Luis headed back to where the others waited. "They'll be here any second," said Rue. "What do we do?" asked Carly. Rue pointed to the rocks, a 12-foot bank. "We climb up there. They can't follow." He didn't wait, but started scrambling up to the top of the rocks. When he got up there, he would see glimpses of the other riders through the trees, calling questions back and forth, inquiring about the two missing men. Rue motioned for Willem to climb up, and he held down his hands so Helen, who was taller than Carly, could hand up Helmut to him. The littlest child stuck out his lip as if about to cry, and Rue said, "Please, baby, not now." As Rue took his son into his arms, Helmut cut loose with a pitiful wail, as if all the fear, hunger, and fatigue he had endured for the last 3 days were coming out at once. Luis turned and drew his dagger, for only a moment later Helmut's cry was answered by the shouts of the horsemen. Abigail and Natalie scrambled up the rocks, pushed by their mothers. Willem climbed without aid. Luis looked up, perspiration running off his brow, and said, "I can't make it." Rue said, "Climb, it's just a short way." Luis had one good hand, and that shoulder was the damaged one. He reached up, gritted his teeth, and pulled. He found toe holds and took a deep breath. He let go and tried to push himself upward, grabbing frantically with his good hand, his withered right hand scraping uselessly off the rocks. Rue leaned over and grabbed his wrist. "I've got you!" Rue felt his arms stretching as the larger man hung like dead weight. Nearly out of breath, Luis said, "Let me go. I can't do this." "You'll do it, damn you!" said Rue, yanking hard, though he knew he couldn't pull the man up by main force. Luis tried to climb, making little progress, as 2 riders turned into view. "There they are!" shouted one. "Let me go!" said Luis. "Get away!" "No!" shouted Rue. To Helen and Carly he said, "Get the children back into the trees." Rue pulled, and Luis struggled as a rider came into close proximity with a sword drawn. "You the bastards killed Mikwa and Tugan. We'll settle." An arrow lifted the rider from his saddle, and a second took the rider behind him out of his seat as well. Strong arms reached past Rue and took Luis's wrist, lifting him easily to the edge of the rocks. Rue turned and looked up into a strange, alien, but handsome face. The elf smiled and said, "You seem troubled, stranger." "You could say that," said Rue, leaning back on his elbows, panting. Another elf appeared, shouldering his longbow. Rue flexed his left arm and said, "I don't know how much longer I could have held on." A man in a black tunic came to stand next to the elf, and a familiar grin split a dark face as he said, "If you aren't the sorriest-looking jokers I've had the misfortune to see, man, I don't know nothing." Luis grinned and said, "Giotto, glad to see you." Then he fainted. "What's wrong with him?" asked Giotto Shatti as he knelt next to his old companion from the campaign down to Navindus. Rue said, "Shoulder. He's got a wound and it's inflamed. Loss of blood, the usual complaints." "We can care for that," said the elf. "But we had best get you and your children away from here." Rue stood up and said, "Rupert Avery." The elf said, "I'm Ghislaine. I'm on my way to bring messages to your General Greylock." "General," said Rue, "things have changed." "More than you know," said Giotto. Let's get some distance between us and those other riders, and we can talk.
How many of you are there?
Asked Rue as he walked behind Giotto and Ghislaine. 6 elves from the Elf Queen's Court and a light company. Rue knew a light company was 10 squads of 6 men each. Where are they? A half-mile that way, said Giotto. Our friends here have remarkable hearing, and told us there were horses over here, so I thought we'd check things out. He put his hand on Rue's shoulder. We're on our way to Ravensburg. Care to come along? Rue laughed.
Thanks. We could do with some company. Now, what do you have to eat?
22. Ravensburg.
Eric smiled.
Kitty seemed to fly into his arms, barely giving him time to dismount.
I was so scared I'd never see you again, she said.
He kissed her and hugged her tight.
Me too.
Soldiers milled about the stable yard of the Inn of the Pintail, and Nathan and Frida approached.
Frida hugged her son, then Nathan shook his hand. Congratulations, said Nathan with a grin. Made a knight captain and married.
Frida said, Why didn't you send word? When this girl first came to me, I thought her mad, married to my boy. She fixed Kitty with a dubious look. But after a while she told me enough to convince me she knew you quite well. Then she smiled.
Eric blushed. Well, things were pretty confused, and we had to act quickly.
So she tells me, said Frida.
Nathan said, You look all in. Come inside and have a bath and some food.
Eric said, I will, but first I have to start getting people out of town. You're all going to have to be on the march by the day after tomorrow.
Leave?
Asked Nathan. Eric nodded. The enemy is no more than 5 days behind, perhaps as close as 3, and some of his cavalry units may be closer. We'll defend the town for as long as we can after you leave.
Then?
Asked Nathan. Eric looked down, almost ashamed to answer. We'll have to burn it to the ground. Nathan went pale.
Do you know what you're doing?
Eric said,
I know. I've already put Wilhelmsburg, Wolfsburg, and a half-dozen villages to the torch.
Nathan ran a hand over his leathery old face.
I never thought I'd see it again.
Eric remembered he had lived through the sacking of the far coast years before.
I can only tell you it's absolutely necessary.
A very tired-looking figure in a grey robe rode awkwardly into the courtyard and pulled up next to Eric's horse. Robert Delise got off his horse, his trembling left knee barely able to support his weight as he dismounted. He looked almost bow-legged as he turned to Eric.
Do you ever get used to this?
Eric smiled.
Mother, Nathan, this is Robert, and he's just learning how to ride.
Nathan winced in sympathy.
Come inside. I'll pour you some wine to ease your discomfort.
Nathan signaled to Gunther, his apprentice, to take the magician's horse. The boy ran over, smiled at Eric, and looked questioningly at the former smith's mount.
Eric said, I'll be needing her for a while. I'll be back later, and then you can tend her for me. To Nathan he said, I'll be billeting men here and in every other inn in the town, the Growers in Vintner's Hall, and any other place I can find. So expect a fair amount of shoeing and tack repair between now and when you leave. You're the only man in Ravensburg besides our company smith who can repair weapons and armor. He looked regretful as he said, Don't expect much sleep for a few days. Nathan shook his head and said, Come with me, Robert, and I'll join you in a glass. I think I'm going to need it.
Kitty kissed Eric. Hurry back. Frida kissed him as well and whispered, She seems a fine girl, Eric, if a little odd at times.
Eric grinned. You don't know the half of it. I'll be back for supper.
As his mother turned away, he said,
Any word of Rue?
She stopped. 2 of his wagons got here a couple of days ago. I think they're over at Gaston's, but we haven't heard anything of him. Why?
He was on the road, and it's been difficult.
Frida, who never had any use for Rupert, but knew how close her son was to him, nodded and said, I'll say a prayer. Eric smiled.
Thank you, Mother.
He remounted and headed back out into the town of Ravensburg to oversee the deployment of the men and get ready for the destruction of the town in which he had lived most of his life. Rue said, How are you doing? Louis said, Better. He was riding beside Rue, and indeed looking better. From ahead, Giotto turned and said to Rue, Man, considering that you almost killed him with that poultice, he looks positively reborn.
Well, I thought that was the moss Nacor had showed us.
The elves had removed Rue's concoction, found the correct ingredients for a healing poultice, and redressed Louis's wound.
Giotto's soldiers had secured enough mounts from the raiders they had killed, so Rue, Louise, and the women could ride. The elves were all on foot, so 2 of them led the horses with the children, while Carly and Helen kept a close eye on their offspring. They had moved from the scene of combat and made camp. Giotto dispensed with a full entrenchment, since the elves made excellent outer sentries, and Giotto decided the extra 2 hours a day of movement was more necessary than defensive security. Twice since leaving that camp in the morning, they had reports of other companies moving south, kingdom forces to the east and invaders to the west. It was clear that they were heading straight toward the next battle. Rue knew enough about the surrounding countryside to understand that after Ravensburg, the only town of size was Wolverton, and the countryside around that hamlet was not conducive to a stout defense. They would hold for a while at Ravensburg, then fall back to Dartmoor. "How far to Ravensburg?" Giotto asked Rue. Rue said, "We'll be there in less than an hour." "Good," said Louise. "I could use a taste of that wine you and Eric used to brag on so often." "You'll not be disappointed," said Rue. Then he thought of a large portion of the kingdom army already being in Ravensburg and said, "Assuming there's any left when we get there." 10 minutes later they approached the first kingdom camp, located behind a very defensible rise in the road. They hailed the guards and were passed without question. As they rode along, they saw more and more elements of the kingdom army digging in. Rue said, "Looks like they're fighting along 10 miles or so up front." Giotto pointed over his shoulder to the north. "We've been turning them this way for weeks. We left behind enough men to ensure they don't try to feint this way, turn back, and break through north of us." Rue knew the local terrain as well as anyone. "Even if they get past you that way," he said, "they're still going to have to turn south when they try to climb Nightmare Ridge." "That's the plan," said Giotto. The closer they came to the town of Ravensburg, the more frantic the activity. The road they traveled ran parallel to a low ridge line, a series of interconnecting hills that had been planted with grapevines for years. Soldiers were cutting the large vines, some as big as small trees, piling them, along with anything else they could find, to form breastworks along the top of the ridge. While no winemaker, Rue had spent enough time growing up among them to know what a loss those vines would be. Some were 300 years old, rootstock that would be impossible to replace. He noticed that workers were madly cutting vines, saving them for grafts, in the hope they could someday return to these vineyards and start over. Rue silently wished them luck. They reached Ravensburg in mid-afternoon. Rue saw Eric supervising the establishment of a barricade across the main road. He waved, and Eric rode over. "Rue, Louise, Giotto," said Eric, relief obvious on his face. Ghislaine waited until greetings were exchanged and said, "Captain von Dartmoor." "Yes," said Eric. "What can I do for you?" Ghislaine produced a scroll and handed it to him. Eric read it and said, "Good." He pointed toward an inn across the square. "If you'd like to eat, go there and tell them I sent you." "Thank you," said Ghislaine. Eric looked at Carly, Helen, and the children and said, "If you'd be so kind as to continue leading those horses, I'd appreciate it." To Carly he said, "Tell my mother I sent you, and don't let her give the children too many sweets." Carly smiled, and a tear of relief ran down her cheek, despite her attempts to restrain it. "Thank you," she said. As the 2 women and 4 children were led away, Eric said to Louise, "What happened to your shoulder?" Louise said, "Long story. I'll tell you tonight." Eric nodded. To Rue he said, "Why don't you go with your family and we'll visit later? I still have a lot to do." "Apparently," said Rue. "Until later." They rode off, and Eric accepted Giotto's mocking salute. "Report, Sergeant." "Yes, sir, Captain, sir," said Giotto with a grin. "All right, that's enough." "Anything you say, Captain, sir." Eric leaned over and said, "Would you like to be a corporal again, Sergeant?" "Don't tease me with promises you won't keep, you evil man." Eric grinned. "What have you seen?" "There's a tough bastard up to the north leading the enemy, named Duco. General Duco. He's staying put, pounding at the little pass between Egly and Tannerus. The Earl of Pemberton and the Duke of Jabon both have heavy infantry dug in there, with some Cortesian archers holding the higher ridges, keeping the enemy down on the pass. They're tough little bastards and can pick your teeth with their arrows, so most of Duco's men are just hitting the barricades across the trail, over and over. It's a bloody mess, a regular grinder up there, but other than that, most of the enemy's forces are heading this way." "Any word on Farawa?" "None. Seems the Lord High Bad Man is staying close to the Emerald Bitch." Giotto scratched his chin. "This is a pretty messed up invasion, my friend, if you see what I mean."
I see exactly what you mean, Eric said. Go get some food, and when your men are in billets, take a night of rest. I want you and your company to pull back and see what you can do in the next town, Wolverton. The enemy should come right through it, so see if you can come up with some nasty surprises for them so they might slow down a little.
Giotto grinned. Nasty surprises are my specialty, Captain.
When you're done, get back here. I need you to supervise the flying company on the northern flank.
Eric saluted, and Giotto and his 60 men rode off. Eric returned his attention to the matter at hand, but part of his mind was preoccupied with his family, particularly with his young wife, who was only a 10-minute ride away.
The inn was crowded, so Milo, the innkeeper, put Rue, Carly, Helen, Jacoby, Eric, and Kitty in the kitchen, all of them packed in around the table used to prepare meals. The children had already been fed and sent off to bed. Even without them, things were so tight, Kitty sat upon Eric's knee, a condition neither seemed to mind much. Eric ate hungrily, his first hot meal in days, and his mother's cooking to boot. Milo had opened several bottles of his better wine and was pouring rounds. Robert Elias was bunking in with Gunther, Nathan's apprentice, and Milo was at a loss over where he was going to put everyone. Frida said, "The children can have our room for the night." Nathan said, "Milo's got them upstairs."
"Not Rue's children. I mean Eric and his wife." Eric blushed, and Nathan laughed.
"He's hardly what I'd call a child, dear."
Frida said, "He's my boy, and that's little more than a slip of a girl. Anyway, they need some privacy."
"Well," said Nathan, "I'm going to be at the forge all night anyway, so you're the one who's going to have to find another place to sleep."
"I'll just throw a quilt under this table and sleep here. I'll have to be up early, too, for we've got hungry mouths to feed again." Eric knew that Nathan and his mother lived in a small building just outside the smithy, and while it had once been little better than a dirty shed when Tyndall, Eric's first master, had lived there, Nathan and his mother had turned it into a tidy little bedroom. Milo said,
"Eric, do we have to leave?" Eric nodded. "First light, day after tomorrow. A couple of days after that, we'll be fighting a battle here. We have to hold them outside of town while the northern and southern flanks withdraw. Then they hold while we pull back, and if all goes according to plan, we break them at Darkmoor."
Milo sighed. "This inn is all I have."
Eric nodded. "I have some money. When this war is over, I'll help you rebuild."
Milo didn't seem convinced, but he accepted that at face.
Eric said, "How are Rosalind and the baby?"
"Fine," said Milo, a pleased expression on his face. "She and Randolph had another, a boy they named after me."
"Congratulations," said Eric.
"I sent word to them you were back, though how they could not know with all these soldiers running around calling your name would be a mystery. I'm a bit surprised they're not here yet."
Eric said, "Well, Randolph and his family have the bakery to dismantle and move."
"That's true. Still, I expect they'll want to see you before they evacuate."
Eric said, "I need to talk to them."
Kitty kissed his cheek. "Talk to them tomorrow."
Eric grinned and blushed again.
"Very well," he said softly. Then, looking around the table, he said,
"Well, I've got to be up early tomorrow."
Everyone laughed. Eric's blush deepened, and he took Kitty's hand, and they left the kitchen. After they were gone, Nathan said,
"Rue, you've done well."
Rue blew out his cheeks in an exaggerated sigh of relief and said, "Now that I know I'm still alive, yes, I'd say I have." The others laughed, and they began catching up with one another, letting the familiar surroundings lull them into a momentary illusion that trouble was far away. At dawn the next day, Rue sat on the wagon box, his wife at his side. In the bed of the wagon, Louise rode with Helen and the children. Rue smiled as he asked, "See you soon?" Eric nodded astride his horse.
"But not for a while, if you're smart. By the time I'm in Darkmoor, you should be halfway to Malleck's Cross. Besides, don't you have some estates or something in the east to keep you busy?"
Rue shrugged. "I have enough to keep me afloat if we get through all this, but in a funny way I hate to miss what's coming."
Eric grinned. "No, you don't."
Rue grinned back. "You're right. I'm taking the children to some place they can play and eat and get fat."
Eric laughed. "Then get out of here."
Rue had found that 2 of his wagons had made it to Ravensburg. He did as he had promised and paid the 2 drivers a year's wages. He then let them go and turned one of the wagons over to Milo and Nathan, keeping the other one for himself. Eric rode to the second wagon. Milo and Nathan sat on the driver's seat, while Kitty, Frida, Rosalind, her husband Randolph, and their sons, Gerd and Milo,
huddled in the back. Eric smiled at the older boy, who now clearly resembled his true father, Stefan von Darkmoor. The boy sat in his stepfather's arms, asking excited questions in his own 2-year-old's dialect of the king's tongue, while his mother held the baby in her arms. Eric said to Nathan, "When you get to Darkmoor, find Owen Greylock. He'll find you a safe place to stay." Kitty stood up, and Eric moved his mount close enough to the wagon so that he could embrace her. They held each other without speaking, then Eric let her go. Nathan flicked the reins, and the horses moved away, and Eric sat watching his life move from him. His mother, her husband, who was a rare and wonderful man, Milo, who had been the only thing remotely like a father in his boyhood, Rosalind, as much a sister to him as if his mother had given birth to her, and Gerd, his nephew, though only a few knew that fact. And most amazingly, Kitty, a slender young girl who meant more to him than he would have imagined possible before he met her. Eric watched until the wagon disappeared into the frantic town. Other townspeople piled their belongings into wagons, onto carts, or into bundles they would carry on their backs, in preparation for abandoning their homes. Anything important to a family's livelihood was being carried away: tools, seeds, cuttings from the most productive vines, books and scrolls, inventory. Randolph's family had managed to dismantle their bakery, salvaging every item of hardware, the iron doors to the stone ovens, the flat iron oven bottoms and cooking racks, and every other valuable item, leaving only the empty stone ovens and some wooden cooling racks behind. Some families had every belonging in their possession piled high atop whatever cart or wagon they owned, while others grabbed only valuables, abandoning years of accumulation, furniture, clothing, and other household goods, sacrificed in the name of speed. Some townspeople had already left, driving small herds of sheep, goats, or cattle, or carrying away chickens, ducks, and geese in wooden crates. Soldiers hurried by, moving to positions determined months before Eric arrived here. Eric put aside the feeling of personal loss that gripped him, and turned his attention to the defense of his hometown. He considered everything Greylock had ordered him to do, and thanked the gods that the General and Captain Callas had been so thorough. He knew that soon the most desperate fighting since the fall of Crondor was about to resume. Everything Eric had read in Knight Marshal Williams' library had reinforced one thing overall. War was fluid, unpredictable, and those who were best prepared for any eventuality, able to seize opportunity, were the most likely to survive. And that was exactly how Eric thought of it these days: survival. Not victory, but simply enduring longer than the enemy. Let them die first was all he prayed for, and he knew that if any detail of preparation eluded him, it wouldn't be for a lack of effort on his part. Eric turned his horse and rode off to oversee the first line of defense. Men dug furiously, building up the breastwork across the pass west of Ravensburg. Axes rang out in the afternoon as trees were felled. Eric wiped his brow and glanced at the hot sun. Thoughts of snow were difficult on a day like this, yet he knew that in the mountains of his home province, winter could arrive as soon as a month from now. But his homegrown instincts told him this would probably be a late and light winter. The look of the plant life and the behavior of the wild animals communicated to him silently that 8 weeks or more would pass before anything like a serious snowfall would occur, and 3 months was possible. Eric remembered the one year, he had been no more than 6, when no snow to speak of fell through the entire winter, only a slushy sleet, and that passed quickly. Eric decided to stop worrying about the weather and concentrate his attention on things over which he had some control. 2 riders were heading his way, one from the south, the other from the west. The rider from the west reached him first and saluted. He wore the garb of the Crondorian garrison, blood-stained and filthy. He said, "Captain, we got jumped by a company of Sa'auer. The green bastards cut us up before we could get organized." He glanced over his shoulder as if expecting to see the enemy come riding into view any minute. "They seem to resent what the Lancers did to them, so they go looking for light cavalry and mounted infantry to punish. Anyway, I got loose. I figure they're going to regroup with the advance units and be here by sundown tomorrow, or dawn the day after." Eric said, "Good. Go into town and get some food and rest." He glanced around. "I don't think we're going to need any trailing scouts in the future, so report in the morning to my first sergeant, a loud bully named Harper." Eric smiled. "He'll find you some work." As the first rider left, the second reined in opposite Eric and saluted. He wore the uniform of the Pathfinders. "We're getting a bit more pressure than anticipated, Captain. I don't know how much longer we can maintain an orderly withdrawal." Eric reviewed the troop disposition to the south. You should be facing moderate pressure. What's happening?
I don't know, sir, but the Earl of Landreth is in charge.
What happened to Duke Gregory? The Duke of the Southern Marches, a court governor of the Vale of Dreams, had been put in charge of the southern elements of the retreat, coordinating his efforts with Greylock's defense of the center. He had ample resources, given that the garrisons withdrawn from Shamata and Landreth were under his command.
Dead, sir. We thought you knew. Messengers were dispatched last week.
Eric swore.
They never reached General Greylock or myself.
They had assumed the invaders would keep a significant portion of their army turned toward Kesh, in case the Empire sought to take advantage of the confusion to enlarge their domain. But from what this soldier had just said, the southern wing of the defense was collapsing too quickly.
Eric said, "Ride into town, get a fresh horse, and grab something to eat. I'm sending 2 companies of archers to give you some help in the withdrawal."
Eric reviewed the maps he had memorized and said,
"Suggest to the Earl he let the front to his south collapse, pulling the soldiers on that flank around him, to his left as he withdraws. Then have them dig in at the town of Pottersville. But there he has to hold for another 3 days. 4 is better. By then we'll be fighting here, and we can't have them flanking us. If he can keep them stationary for that long, he can start sliding northward along the line using the road to the town of Bryanton. Once there, he can turn tail and run to Darkmoor, but not before."
The Pathfinder nodded. With a tired smile, he said, "I assume you won't mind if these suggestions originate with General Greylock?"
Eric smiled and nodded. "Of course. I wouldn't presume to order the Earl to do anything."
Then he lost his smile.
"But we don't have time for you to run to Darkmoor, have Owen tell you exactly the same thing I just did, then run back down to the Earl. So if the Earl asks, tell him those are the General's orders, and I'll deal with any problems that might arise from that deception down the road."
The Pathfinder nodded. "You know, Captain, when we all get to Darkmoor, we're going to have a very mixed command. A lot of the nobles aren't going to enjoy being told what to do."
Eric smiled. "Well, that's why Prince Patrick plans on being there."
"The Prince is in Darkmoor?"
"That's the word. Now, get something to eat, then get back down to the Earl of Landreth."
The Pathfinder saluted and rode off. Eric looked at the trees being dragged over to fortify the barrier across the King's Highway. 2 large ridges overlooked the position, and while Eric watched, crews of mule skinners were hauling catapults up goat trails to emplacements that had been hand-carved out of the rocks. Any congestion along the highway on the enemy's part would result in high casualties. Eric nodded in approval. He was going to get more draft animals out in the next hour to drag away the stumps, and would turn the men to that task as soon as the last tree was felled. The enemy weren't going to have any cover as they approached Ravensburg, if Eric von Darkmoor had any say in the matter. Twice skirmishers had neared the defenses outside Ravensburg, and at the last minute darted away, returning to the west. Eric waited on the second crest of the highway, high enough to command a panorama of the center of the battlefield, and close enough to send messages quickly to the front. Word had reached them an hour before that heavy fighting was underway at both the south and north ends of his 10-mile defense. Those were the 2 most difficult trouble spots, for everything depended upon them holding, forcing the enemy to slide along conveniently provided routes down into the center, where Eric could let them spend lives trying to punch through. When he finally gave the order to withdraw, those northern and southern units were to cut off any engagements, if possible, and hurry to Darkmoor. Eric would try to give them 1 additional full day, then it would become a full retreat, without any pretense of a delaying action. Owen and Eric had considered Callus's original plan and modified it. Callus had wanted another delaying action, while Eric had argued and convinced Owen that the enemy were so conditioned to have the center delay that they would be cautious when the defenders abandoned Ravensburg, giving Eric the time he needed to get as many men away as possible. Eric was positive that each man not lost in a delaying action was going to be twice as valuable to the kingdom in the defense of Darkmoor. Now they waited. Swords, spears, and arrows were sharpened. Traps were readied. Horses were rested. Men sat quietly, some inspecting their armor and weapons again and again, against the possibility of having missed some flaw that might prove fatal. Others waited motionlessly. A few slept, and others said prayers to Tithonanka to keep them courageous, while still others made peace with the death goddess, against the time of their meeting her. Eric watched, reviewing every preparation over and over, looking for mistakes, miscalculations, and potential problems. Signalmen stood beside him, flags ready to relay commands to units on the ridges to the north and south. The chosen field of battle was a small, flat expanse of ground nestled between a narrowing and the hills. a funnel along the King's Highway, and the first line of defense was a low-running ridge with a notch through which the road passed. That was the point where Eric had erected the first barricade. A log rampart had been thrown across the road, giving Eric an almost level battlement from the ridge lines on the right and left. The enemy might attempt to scale the rocks on either side, but Eric counted on the placement of his bowmen to repulse them. The battlement had been created to look haphazard and quickly erected, but it wasn't. Eric was counting on the enemy's underestimating the defenders' ability to hold against an all-out rush. The day passed slowly. Then the sound of enemy riders came from the other side of the clearing. A dozen horsemen emerged at the highest point of the King's Highway, the last rise on the west before reaching the cleared battleground. They reined in and sat silently, observing the defenders. One man, the leader, spoke, and two of the riders turned back the way they had come and rode off. Then the leader signaled toward the defenders' barricade, and two of his men cantered their horses forward. Eric said, "Pass the word. If they come within 20 yards of the barricade, they die. If they stay beyond that distance, they can ride their horses into the ground, for all I care." A long, narrow trench had been dug before the barricade and carefully concealed. Eric did not want it inspected by the enemy scouts, but he had no objection to their returning and telling their leaders the way was clear. The runner saluted and raced off toward the barricade, reaching it and passing the orders. At the farthest reach of the defenders' bowfire, both riders swerved off the road, turning in a quick loop, waiting for the defenders to fire on them. When not one arrow sped in their direction, they came to a stop on the road. Both men turned and looked at their leader. The man signaled, and one signaled in return. The two riders left the highway, moving to the verge of the road, one on each side. They walked their horses along slowly. "The lads are looking for traps," came the familiar voice of Sergeant Harper. "Clever of them." Eric hadn't noticed Harper's appearance, so focused was he on the two riders. "Everything ready?" Harper said. "As it has been for hours. What are we going to do about those two?" "Nothing. Let them think we're saving our arrows for the first assault." "What if they get too close to the trench?" "Then they're dead. I've already passed the word." Harper nodded his approval. "It'll be good to hold here a bit and bloody the bastards. All this running backward tires a body." "There's going to be nothing good about any of what's about to happen, Sergeant." "That's what I meant, Captain. I'm just putting it in a different way." Eric shook his head and smiled. "Well, if you're so ready to be cutting heads, maybe I should move you to the front." "Well, let's not be doing anything so rash," Harper said quickly. "I expect there'll be enough fighting to go around this day." "I expect," agreed Eric. The advance riders moved along the road, and finally, when they were only a few yards shy of the point where Eric had ordered them killed, they turned and rode quickly back to their leader. The riders then sat motionless, waiting for the column of men who were coming down that road. After most of the day had passed, the sound of marching feet began to reverberate from the west. At first faint, the sound began to increase, until at last Harper said, "Sounds like they're bringing the whole lot this time, Captain." "That it does," said Eric. At the other end of the road, where the riders waited, the woods were thick on both sides of the King's Highway. The sound of the approaching army grew louder, but no soldiers could be seen. Then, suddenly, men emerged from the woods, an unbroken line of men with shields, wielding battle-axes, swords, spears, and bows. They marched to a point half the distance between the line of trees and the defenders, then halted. "What have we here?" asked Harper softly. "Looks like they've learned a few things since they've landed," said Eric. "If they send the infantry first, we're going to lose some advantages." Since the time when Callus's company had served with the Emerald Queen's forces, the usual tactic had been for them to simply unleash their cavalry at any defensive position when able. Infantry was saved for sieges and for flooding gaps in the defenders' lines. Eric cursed. "I thought we could steal a day having their cavalry getting themselves butchered." Harper said, "Don't give up hope yet, Captain. They may do something rash still." A column of riders crested the distant hill, moving down the road to halt slightly beyond the infantry. Then they waited. Officers rode into view, each moving to a location along the line stationed before their men. Still they held position. "If the riders come down the road while the infantry cross the clearing, it could get interesting," observed Harper. Eric said nothing. More riders appeared at the crest. Then a trumpet sounded, 3 short blasts. With a roar, the assembled footmen started running across the clearing. "Signal to catapults," Eric said. He raised his hand, a motion duplicated by the signalman holding a red flag. Eric watched as the attackers raced toward his defenses. He had studied this terrain so well he could gauge the distances without markers. When the leading edge of the attackers reached the outer range of the catapults, he paused, then dropped his hand. The flag went down an instant later, and then the well-disguised war engines atop the second ridge let fly. A shower of stones, ranging from ones the size of a man's fist to some the size of a large melon, rained down on the attackers. Men screamed and fell, dead or wounded, with broken bones. Those behind could not halt, and some of the wounded were trampled to death by their own comrades. As if the rocks had been a signal, the cavalry charged down the King's Highway. "They mean to be here before the catapults reload," observed Harper. "Black signal," shouted Eric, holding up his hand again. A second flag went up, and when the charging horsemen reached the appropriate range, Eric's hand came down. The black flag dropped, and another round of missiles rained down. Horses screamed, and men were thrown as the second company of catapults unleashed its rain of death upon the invaders. "Green flag!" shouted Eric, and the third flag went up. When it came down, two special catapults called mangonels, large counterbalanced beams of wood with huge baskets on the long end, flung a rain of caltrops, metal stars with 6 sharpened points. Those that didn't strike an attacker landed on the ground, with one point always up. Men and horses both stepped on the terrible spikes, which lamed horses and felled men. By the time the attackers worked through the mass of wounded in the front ranks, the first company of war engines had been reloaded and were launching their missiles. And by the time the third green flag had been raised and fell, the entire attacking front was broken and in retreat. Hundreds of men and horses lay in the late afternoon sun, and not one kingdom soldier had been wounded. Eric turned to a grinning Harper and said, "Get the perimeter companies out and start looking for their infiltrators. They'll want those catapults out of action by tomorrow, so expect a lot of unwelcome visitors in the hills tonight." Harper said, "Sir," and turned to carry out his orders. Eric watched the withdrawal and thought they had gotten off as lightly as possible for the first day. He also knew that starting tomorrow, things would get considerably more difficult. Dying men groaned in pain, begged for water, or cried. Some called to their gods, or their mothers or wives, while others could not speak. Eric watched the carnage as the sun sank behind the western hills. He had been correct in his prediction that the invaders would avoid another confrontation before attempting to neutralize the defenders' catapults. Bands of infiltrators probed through the night, being met at every possible weak point by alert defensive resistance, with Jaddo's men acting as a flying company to reinforce any breach on the north, and another company under a corporal named Wallace did the same on the south. At dawn it was clear the attackers had tired of trying to find a weak spot, and had decided to simply throw men at the defenders. Eric watched as 4 times during the day thousands of invaders ran across the battlefield, the funnel, as Eric thought of it, to die under the devastating fire of the defenders. Harper said, "Sir, will they ask for truce to give comfort to their wounded?" Eric said, "No, it's not their way. Their wounded only slow them down." "It's a bitter thing, then." "So we'll have no truce to retrieve our lads on some future occasion?" "No," said Eric. "My advice, if you are wounded, is to act dead and hope they don't spare any time to ensure you are. Then crawl off somewhere after they've passed." "I'll remember that, sir." Eric watched as 3 companies of defenders had actually reached the barricades on the last assault, and while none of his men died, several had taken wounds as they killed those who tried to climb over the barricade. The attackers had found all of Eric's traps the hard way. Pits with stakes in the cleverly disguised trench just below the defensive breastwork had claimed scores of attackers, but now the route was clearly marked. Eric judged the light and thought they might try one more attack before sundown. He prayed they didn't. He had planned to fall back under cover of darkness to the secondary defensive position, a well-placed second barricade that would put the attackers in the clear line of Eric's bowmen as they climbed over the first barricade, and turn the 50 yards of open space between the 2 lines into a killing ground. If he could hold here another night, then keep them away for one more day after that, he felt sure those fleeing toward Darkmoor would be safely away. Patrols were riding along the eastern slopes of the hills, ensuring no small companies of invaders had somehow slipped through to trouble the defenders from behind. Eric knew that, yet he feared some unnamed surprise would come to put an end to all his clever planning. Trumpets sounded, and Eric said, "Damn, I was hoping they'd give it a rest." "Not likely, sir," said Harper, pulling his sword, a large hand-and-a-half affair, which he preferred to the broadsword and shield used by most of the men. From out of the trees across the field, men ran, shouting and exhorting their fellows to get close to the defense and breach it. Eric started giving signals, and the catapults and mangonels dispensed death to the attackers. And then the archers let their bows sing. But this time the attack rolled forward. When the first few men struck the barricade and died trying to climb, Eric could see more men emerging from the woods, entering the funnel, and he knew that whoever commanded on the opposite side was throwing everything at him. Eric pulled his own sword and said, "Sergeant, order the support companies to the ready. I want them right behind our men on the barricade." "Sir," said Harper, and started shouting orders. 3 squads each, the support companies numbered 180 men, under the direction of a sergeant whose job was to recognize a breach and fill it as quickly as possible. The value of the zone between the 2 defensive barricades would be lost if defenders were mixed in with the attackers. The archers on the rocks above and on the second barricade would not be able to safely fire into the killing ground. Eric saw a plumed helmet, a captain in the Emerald Queen's army, who was trying to force himself past a determined attacker who was keeping the defender before him busy. Eric was about to order the archers to pick off the officer, but someone on the ridge above had seen him and sent an arrow flying before Eric could speak. The battle raged along the barricade, and Eric felt frustrated standing on the second ridge, sword in hand, knowing that if he fought, the advantage was lost. Remembering he was now an officer in command of the area, he put away his sword and watched. As the sun sank out of sight, the fight at the barricade remained in balance, attackers swarming across the funnel to replace men who had fallen. Messages arrived from both flanks, indicating the fighting was uniformly fierce at both ends of the line, but that all sections were holding. When the western sky began to darken, Eric waited for the recall trumpet to sound, but it didn't come. As darkness approached, torches appeared in the west, and soldiers ran toward them carrying illumination to continue the fight into the darkness. "Damn," said Harper. "They're not about to go away, are they?" "Apparently not," said Eric. He calculated he had to make a choice now, either beginning the withdrawal, losing the ability to cover the retreat across the killing ground, but getting most of his men to the second barricade, which was almost certain to hold through the night, or continuing to fight and trying to hold them until they withdrew. If they were victorious, it would be a major victory, one that would hold the enemy here in Ravensburg for at least a week more. But if they collapsed and the invaders overran the second barrier before the kingdom troops could fall back, the results could be disastrous for the kingdom. Eric hesitated. For the first time since he had returned to Ravensburg, he cursed Callus for being absent. He or Greylock should have to make this decision, not a young soldier who had only read about these sorts of problems in books. Harper had his sword ready. "What are we to do, sir?" Eric's mind raced. He needed an inspiration and a way to get his men back to the second barricade by sunrise without letting the enemy follow. Harper said, "Maybe a few of those lads will trip over something and set fire to themselves." Eric's eyes widened. "Harper, you're a genius." "I know, sir, but that still doesn't tell us what we're to do." "Charge," said Eric. "Bring up every man we have to the barricades and hold them until sunrise." "Very well, sir." Harper turned and began shouting orders, and men held in reserve were suddenly tumbling over the second barricade and hurrying to reinforce the first. Eric said, "Now things get easy." "If you say so, sir. Do we stand here or join the fight?" Eric pulled his sword. "We fight." The 2 men ran forward. 23. Retreat. Eric shouted. It was a mindless howl of agony and fatigue, serving only to focus the rage he needed to continue the struggle. It was an animal sound, without meaning. It was a sound repeated throughout the night by thousands of men. For the first time since the fall of Krondor, the main elements of the invaders' army were locked in battle with the kingdom. Throughout the night, the wave of attackers had continued unabated. As dawn hinted in the east, where the sky had softened from its funereal black to a dull gray, men had struggled to control a dozen yards of ground. The dead were piled high on both sides of the barricade, where Eric and Harper stood like anchors in storm. 3 times in the night there had been lulls when water buckets had come to them, and when young boys from the baggage company could haul away the wounded, dying and dead. But most of the night had been filled with grueling butchery, with little skill, a simple raising and lowering of the blade, much as when Eric had hammered steel. Yet even steel yielded eventually to the smith's hammer. But this sea of flesh, this never-ending supply of bodies willing to be cleaved and sundered, would not stop. In a moment of lucidity, after striking down another man attempting to climb the barricade, Eric glanced to the rear. Dawn was less than 2 hours away. To Harper, he gasped, "Hold them here for a few more minutes." Harper only grunted in reply as Eric stepped away from the fighting. He stumbled a few feet farther, and his legs went out from under him. He scrambled upright and saw he had slipped on a man's leg. Where the rest of the man was, Eric couldn't see. He was thankful for the darkness. He knew that when the sun rose, the carnage would be unspeakable. The worst slaughterhouse in the kingdom would appear a clean white room from a lady's sewing, compared to what the two armies had done that night. A messenger boy waited nearby with a bucket of water. Eric fell to his knees and picked up the bucket, pouring it over his face, his mouth hanging open. The water ran down his parched throat, reviving him. When he had finished, he told the boy, "Run to the rear and find Lieutenant Hammond. Do you know him?" The boy nodded. "He's with the reserve company. Tell him I need him now, and tell him to bring torches. And oil, if there's any." Eric rose on legs so heavy he could barely lift them, yet when he returned to Harper's side, he found instinct and training driving him onward, filling him with a fire to fight, to kill the enemy, and to survive. Time was suspended. Just another series of savage sword blows, repeated over and over. Sometime during the night, Eric had lost his shield, and now he grasped his sword with both hands, in imitation of Harper's mighty slices. Those who tried to duck inside the long sword's reach were greeted with a kick to the face or a downward slash, breaking spines and lopping off heads. Suddenly a voice at Eric's rear shouted, "Hammond, sir! What are the orders?" Eric glanced over his shoulder and almost died for the effort. Only a glint in his peripheral vision caused him to dodge the sword point aimed for his side. He slashed backward with his sword and felt it strike, hearing the sound of crushing bone at the same instant. A man screamed. Eric moved back from the fighting and said to Hammond, "Did you bring oil?" "We have a dozen casks, no more." "Light the barricade," he ordered. And then he said to Sergeant Harper, "As soon as the flames take, I want a full withdrawal." "Sir," said Harper, as he cut a man deep enough along the chest that Eric could see the whiteness of ribs. Eric could smell the fumes as behind them men poured oil around the base of the barricade. "Ready?" came the voice of Lieutenant Hammond. "Yes," shouted Eric, as he killed another man. Harper's bellow carried above the sound of battle as he cried out, "Withdraw!" Trumpeters blew the retreat, and as Eric and the others stepped away from the barricades, dozens of torches were stuck into the wood. Those invaders coming over the barricade were either burned as the flames quickly spread, or were trapped on the wrong side of the fire and quickly killed by the soldiers of the king. Half staggering, half running, the exhausted defenders made their way to the second barricade. Water and food waited there. Those men who could drank and ate, while those too tired to move just dropped down where they were. A few fainted from the effort, while others closed their eyes, grasping at a chance to sleep, if only for a few minutes. Other men moved along the barricade, guarding against the possibility of the enemy somehow following closely. But as the fire rose along the first barricade, it was clear no one was crossing over that burning mass for at least the next hour. Harper said, "'Tis right aft you are, Captain, sir, but it was a hell of a notion." Eric sat upright, his back against the barricade. He finished drinking his third ladle of water and accepted a wet cloth, which he used to wipe the dirt, sweat, and blood from his face and hands. "Thank you, Sergeant. It gains us an hour's respite and gives us an open killing ground." He glanced at the east, where the sun would soon be visible above the mountains, and said, "If we can hold here for this day and tonight, we should be able to get safely to Darkmoor with most of the men." Eric stood and shouted for a runner. "Find another of your company," Eric ordered the youth. "I want orders sent to the north and the south that the time to fall back will come soon. Tell both flank commanders that once they see the enemy moving toward the center, I want a show of offense. Make it look like a counterattack. Then as soon as the enemy is moving away from those positions, they are to move with all speed to Ravensburg." The runner sped off. Eric sank back down behind the barricade and said, "I need some sleep." "You should have an hour, sir," said Harper, watching the distant fire. When there was no answer, he turned to see Eric's eyes already closed. "That's a capital idea, sir," said the exhausted sergeant, who hailed the reserve soldier and said, "I'm grabbing a bit of sleep, so be a good lad and keep an eye on things for the captain and me, all right?" Without waiting for an answer, Harper slumped down next to Eric and was asleep before his chin touched his chest. Elsewhere along the line, men who had fought all night also tried to rest, while the reserves kept vigil across the burning barricade. Pug groaned. Miranda said, "Hold still." He lay on a table, covered with a fresh white cloth, while she massaged his back. "Stop acting like a baby," she scolded. Pug said, "It hurts." "Of course it hurts," she responded. "You get burned to a crisp by a demon, then as soon as you can, you go find another demon to battle." "7 of them, actually," Pug said. She straddled his back, massaging him as they rested after their ordeal. "Well, you've got one left to deal with, and you're not even going to think about it until you're fit." "We don't have that much time," Pug said. "Tomas should be in Sethanan soon, and unless there are more surprises, I think he should be able to deal with this Jakan." Pug said, I don't know. What little I witnessed when your father fought Ma'arg, and what I remember when Jakan attacked me, leads me to believe we should all be at Sathanan when the demon finally reaches there.
Miranda got off his back, and Pug admired her long legs, shown to advantage by a short Quiggin-style skirt. He sat up and stretched.
That felt great.
Good, she replied. Let's eat. I'm starved. They left the room in Villa Beata, Pug's home on Sorcerer's Isle, and retired to the dining room. A servant, a Jacora reality master, appeared. The creature looked like a large, upright walking toad. A year earlier, he had appeared unbidden and begged entrance into Pug's school, and Pug had agreed. Like the other students on Sorcerer's Isle, he gave service in exchange for his studies. You eat? He asked.
Please,
said Pug, and the ugly creature stalked off toward the kitchen. The midday meal was pleasant, as it had been each day since they had returned from the Pantathian mines. Though it had been only a week, it felt like ages since they had awakened in darkness, disoriented and exhausted. It had taken all of Miranda's energy for her to create a mystic light by which they could see. The bisected demon had started to rot, so they assumed they had been in a stupor for at least 2 or 3 days. Pug used his last reserves of energy to transport them to Sorcerer's Isle, where Gathas had immediately seen to their needs. They had been carried to their room and put to bed, where they slept for another day. Upon rising, they had eaten, returned to bed, and slept the day through again. It had now been over a week since their return, and Pug felt as if he was getting close to his old strength back. Gathas approached as they finished their meal and said, May I have a word with you? Miranda rose. I'll leave you alone. No, please, said the goblin-like creature. This concerns you as well, mistress. She sat down. Gathas said, As I once told you, I shared a bond with the Black One. Looking at Miranda, he said to her, Your father, mistress? She nodded. To Pug, Gathas said, When Makros last left Midkemia, at the end of the Rift War, I told you I would know if he should die. Pug said, You think he is dead? Gathas said, I know he is dead. Pug glanced at Miranda, whose face was an unreadable mask. Pug said to Gathas, Of all of us, you knew him best. The loss must be difficult for you. I am sorry. Your commiserations are appreciated, Master Pug, but I think you misread me. He motioned for them to follow. There is something I need to show the 2 of you. They rose and followed him down a long hall. He led them outside, across the meadow that rolled away from the rear of the large house, and up a gentle rise to a plain hillside. When they were halfway up the rise, Gathas moved his hand, and a cave was revealed. Pug said, What is this place? You shall see, Master Pug, said Gathas, leading them into the cave. Inside the cave they saw a small altar, upon which rested an icon. The image was of a man sitting atop a throne, a man familiar to both Pug and Miranda. Father, whispered Miranda. No, said Pug. Sarig. Gathas nodded. It is indeed the lost god of magic. What is this place? Asked Miranda. A shrine, Gathas said. When the Black One found me, I was the last of a race that had once held a position of some importance in our world. You said you were related to goblins in the way the elves are akin to the Moradel, said Pug. That's an oversimplification. Elves and Dark Brothers are the same race, taken to different paths. My people, while distant kin to the goblins, were far more than that. We were a race of scholars and teachers, artists and musicians. What happened? Asked Miranda. The Chaos Wars lasted for centuries. To the minds of the gods they were nearly instantaneous, but to lesser beings they lasted for generations. Humans, goblins, and dwarves were among those who came to Midkemia at the end of the Chaos Wars. My people remained in our birth world. While other races thrived, mine did not. Makros found me, the last of my race, and brought me here. Miranda said, I am sorry. Gathas shrugged. It is the way of the universe. Nothing lasts forever, perhaps not even the universe itself. But one thing my people were, as well as those other things I mentioned, was a priesthood. Pug's eyes widened. You were a priesthood of magic?
Gathus said. Exactly. We were worshippers of Sarig, though by a different name.
Pug looked around and found a rock ledge upon which to sit.
Go on, please.
As the last of my race, I was desperate to find someone to carry on the worship of the god of magic. Before I died, I wished to see the continuation of what we believed was a most important cause, the return of magic to Midkemia.
Miranda said, There's always been magic in Midkemia.
I think he means the greater magic, said Pug.
More, said Gathus. The return of magic in the order intended.
Intended by whom? Asked Miranda.
By the nature of magic itself.
There is no magic,
said Pug, laughing.
Exactly, said Gathus. Nacor believes there is a primary reality in the universe that anyone may manipulate, take advantage of, and use beneficially, if he but tries. He is partially right. What is known as the lesser magic to humans is an intuitive magic, a magic of poetry and song, of feelings and senses. It is why the lesser magicians chose totems and elements with which to identify. The priests of the other orders believe that all magic is prayer answered. They are correct, though not in the way they think. It is not their gods answering their prayers, but rather magic itself, responding in accordance to the nature of their particular clerical calling. This is also why the high priests and other highly advanced members of each order can effect magic that resembles one another's, while lesser practitioners would find such displays anathema. All is of a piece.
So you're saying that magicians are in actuality worshipping Sarig? Asked Miranda.
In a manner of speaking, but not exactly that. Each time a spell of the greater magic is incanted, the opportunity exists for prayer, for a tiny bit of that worship to feed Sarig, bringing him that much closer to returning to us.
Well then, said Miranda, why aren't you down at Stardock gathering converts?
Pug laughed. Politics.
Exactly, said Gathus. Can you imagine what should occur if one such as I appeared and claimed all that I have told you?
Miranda nodded. I see your point. I've experienced enough to know you're probably right, and I still find it difficult to believe.
That's because you're a product of your training, as was I, said Pug. We must rise above that.
What does this have to do with us? I mean, why are you telling us this now?
Makros the Black was the single most powerful master of magic upon Midkemia, until the advent of Master Pug's return from Kelawan, said Gathus. It is my mission to remain as close to whoever that person may be as long as I live. As long as the Black One existed, no matter how far removed, I was bound to him. Now he no longer exists, and I must continue in my mission of working on behalf of Sarig.
So you want to create a similar bond with me? Asked Pug.
In a manner of speaking, but you must understand exactly what this entails. You know what the bond was between Makros and Sarig. Sarig claimed Makros as his own, his agent on Midkemia, and provided him with his powers. You were the one who severed the bond between them.
Pug said, But at the last Makros used Sarig's powers to defeat Ma'arg.
Perhaps, said Gathus. I was not a witness to that, but if it is as you described it to me when you first returned, then that was Sarig's last gift to Makros. The power to destroy himself and the demon, rather than fall prey to whatever it was stood behind the demon.
Whatever it was stood behind the demon? Asked Miranda, and suddenly she was aware again of a knowledge that had been blocked from her memory. I think I understand.
Gathus nodded. I think you do as well. Master Pug, you, on the other hand, are not connected to Sarig. You were not even given your powers on this world. Your ties to the Tsarani heritage and their practices, your native ties to Midkemia, conspire to make you something of a neutral agent in this. Which is why you now have a choice.
And that is?
You now understand that an ages-old conflict is underway between powers so vast and ancient our mortal minds can barely comprehend them. We can only serve our tiny part in the great conflict. Your choice is this. You may continue to act as an independent agent for those causes you consider worthy, or you may dedicate yourself to Sarig, taking the place of Makros. If you do so, you gain greater power than you already have, for you will not only have the full measure of the gods' powers and knowledge native to Midkemia, you will also have your knowledge from Kelawan.
So you're saying I was chosen and trained to be Makros' successor?
Gathis regarded Pug for a silent moment. I have come to know this much about the gods. Often we act for reasons about which we are uncertain. Who is to say, if anything, Makros ever did was without Sarig's influences? Makros found you as a baby, and unlocked something rare and powerful within you. I do not know if he understood where you would be today. I can't say he chose you to be his successor, but I can say you now stand in the place where you can choose to be such. It is up to you.
What do I give up?
Asked Pug. Freedom, said Gathis. You will find you need to do things without understanding exactly why. Makros claimed he could see the future, and that was partially true. But part of that claim was theatrics, the showmanship of a vain man attempting to make everyone think he was far more than he really was. It's ironic, for he was more powerful than any man I've met, until I met you, Master Pug. But even the most powerful among your race has flaws, I have discovered over the centuries. In any event, you will find your life is no longer your own.
Pug said, You offer a great deal, but you demand a great deal as well.
Not I, Master Pug. He does. Gathis pointed to the statue of the god. Miranda said, How long does he have to think this over? As long as he needs, said Gathis. The gods move along a stately course, in their own time, and the lives of mortals are but fleeting heartbeats to them.
Pug said, You have given me a great deal to think about. What happens if I say no?
Then we will wait until another appears, one whose nature and powers are such that the god chooses him to assume the mantle of Sarig's agent.
Pug looked at Miranda and said, Something else for us to discuss.
She nodded. Gathis said, I will leave you alone. Perhaps the god himself will guide your thoughts. If you need anything, I will be back at the villa. The green-faced steward of the villa departed, and Pug said,
What should I do?
Be a god? Seems like a hard one to reject. Pug reached out and pulled her to him. As he held her close, he said,
It also seems like a hard one to accept.
Well, we have time, said Miranda, hugging him back.
Do we?
Asked Pug, as his mind turned to the question of the war. Eric shouted orders as the battle reached a critical stage. For 2 days they had fought along a second barricade, suffering one breach which had taken every reserve at Eric's disposal to close. He had successfully evaluated the demands for defending this position and had set up a schedule for rotating his soldiers in and out of the line, so that those who had fought longest could get some rest. The wounded were being evacuated along with the support baggage to Darkmoor. Eric knew that it was only a matter of minutes before he would give the order to withdraw, and he had to set the torch to his boyhood home. He'd had moments of regret in anticipation of that act for months, since reviewing Callus's original plan of battle,
But at this point he was so exhausted he felt nothing. Perhaps that would change when he actually saw the Inn of the Pintail, the Growers' and Vintners' Hall, and all the other familiar landmarks of Ravensburg in flames. But right now all he was concerned with was an orderly withdrawal. The enemy seemed limitless. By Eric's rough calculation, they had lost 6,000 men at the two barricades, while he had lost fewer than 1,500. But he knew that losses of 4 to 1 were acceptable to the Emerald Queen, while such a ratio was disastrous to the kingdom. He needed to do better than 6 to 1 for the kingdom to withstand the enemy. Eric blocked a blow from a particularly muscular man with a war-axe, then skewered him with a sword thrust. He stepped back from the battle, letting a soldier take his place. Glancing around, he judged it time to withdraw. By the time they reached Darkmoor, night would be falling. He moved far enough from the fighting so he need not worry about anything except possibly a stray arrow, and signaled for runners. 4 of them came to stand before him and saluted. He said, "Pass the word up and down the line. General withdrawal on my signal." The soldiers hurried off, and Eric saw the magician Robert Delise rushing toward him.
"Is there anything I can do to help?" the magician asked.
"Thanks, but unless you have a way to get those bastards on the other side to withdraw for a few minutes, so we can get out of here safely, I think not."
The magician said, "How many minutes?"
10, 15. More than that would be good, but in that time I can get the last of the wounded to the wagons and the rest of the mounted infantry in the saddle. The horse archers can hold the enemy at bay while the foot soldiers move out. If we can do that, we might all survive to fight in Darkmoor."
Robert said, "I have an idea. I don't know if it will work, but it might."
"We're pulling out, so give it a try," said Eric.
"How long before you give the order?"
5 more minutes, said Eric as he signaled for his horse.
As a soldier ran up leading Eric's mount, Delise said, "That should be enough." The magician hurried to a position a short distance behind the fighting, risking an errant arrow for his troubles. He closed his eyes and started a chant, then put his hand in his shirt and pulled out a small leather pouch. Opening it, he reached inside and took out something, Eric couldn't see what, and made several passes with his hands. Suddenly, a cloud of greenish-black smoke appeared at the crest of the barricade. Instantly, the invaders inside began to cough and retch. The smoke expanded, following the ridgeline, and men on both sides fell back. Then Delise shouted, "Poison!" Eric blinked in astonishment. Then he shouted in the dialect of the invaders, "Poison! Poison! Withdraw! Withdraw!" The cry was echoed up and down the line as men from both sides fell back. Eric wasted no time. He signaled up and down the line, crying, "Retreat! Retreat!" The command echoed up and down the line, and the kingdom army withdrew from the barricade. Robert Delise hurried to where Eric sat and said, "They won't be fooled for long. When those men who are vomiting recover, they'll be back."
"What was that you did?"
"It's a useful little spell designed to kill mice, rats, and other vermin in barns. If you breathe the smoke, you get very sick to your stomach for about an hour, but after that you're fine."
Eric was impressed. "Thank you for thinking of it."
"You're welcome. It might be more useful if I could figure a way to make it more toxic, so the enemy would really be poisoned."
"Only if you can also figure out how to keep it on the correct side of the battlefield."
"Yes," said the magician. "I see the problem. Now, what do we do?"
"Run like hell," said Eric.
"Very well," said Delise, and he started running as fast as he could to where his horse was tied. Eric gave the order and watched with relief as the men too wounded to walk were carried to the last of the baggage wagons. Others hurried to mount waiting horses. The archers in the rocks climbed down as fast as they could and mounted also or joined the general withdrawal, depending on which units they served. Eric saw the enemy fleeing to the west, many of them rolling on the ground, clutching their stomachs in what they thought were death throes. A few of his own men, also incapacitated by the smoke, were also helped to safety by their comrades. Eric counted the minutes, and after 10 had come and gone, he said, "Fall back!" The light cavalry, spears at the ready, were scheduled to be the last units to withdraw before the horse archers. Eric passed them and saw tired, bloody men, but men with a look in their eyes that made his chest swell with pride. He saluted them, then cantered his horse toward the town. As he rode away, he saw firelight on the ridges, as the engineers torched their catapults and mangonels. The machines, too big and difficult to move without dismantling, were destroyed to deny them to the enemy. Reaching Ravensburg, he saw men with torches at the ready. He glanced around his boyhood home as the baggage wagons rolled through the center of town, taking the wounded and the supplies to the next defensive position. Eric dismounted and loosened his horse's girth, giving the animal a bit of rest. He led the horse to a trough and let him drink a little. Eric watched, waiting for the signal from his rearmost scout that the chase was on.
when he would have to burn his boyhood town. But time passed, and no enemy approached. Eric considered they might be leery of approaching the place where Delias had poisoned them until they realized it was a ruse. That extra hour would gain them a precious advantage. When he judged they would safely be through, he shouted, "Order the archers and lancers to retire." A messenger rode off to the west, carrying word to the last of the kingdom's scouts to withdraw, and Eric rode toward the inn of the Pintail. He reached it as a soldier stood ready to ignite hay piled against the fence and outer wall. Eric said, "Give that to me," indicating the torch. The soldier did as he ordered, and Eric threw the torch into the hay. "No one's going to burn my home but me," he said. Then he turned and shouted, "Burn it!" Everywhere soldiers rode or ran through the town, tossing hundreds of torches. Eric couldn't bring himself to watch the fire destroy the inn, so he put heels to his horse's barrel and rode back to the center of town. Flames were rising quickly on all sides as the first elements of the light cavalry rode through. He knew the horse archers would be the last out and was determined to ride with them. The horse archers came fast, in a maneuver created by Callas, one he said originated with riders in Novindus, the Jashandi. Half the squad would ride, while the other half would cover and fire. Then the squad that had ridden would stop and offer cover fire to the group that had just been firing. It required precision and practice, but Callas had drilled these horse archers to perfection, so their withdrawal was nearly flawless. A few enemy arrows sped archers that the kingdom was withdrawing, but most were fired blindly, arched high from behind the cover of boulders, and fell harmlessly to the ground. As enemy fire increased, Eric felt it was time to go, so he shouted, "That's enough! Retreat!" The horse archers turned as one, set heels to their horses, and galloped to the east. They rode furiously until they were sure no enemy followed close on their heels. Then they slowed to a relatively relaxed canter, saving the horses as much as they could. The usual travel time to Wolverton was 3 hours on a walking horse. Eric reached the town in less than 1. The entire way he saw the baggage wagons lumbering down the road. As he reached Wolverton, he saw them slowing, moving around a building on the edge of town. Giotto and another man from his company stood waving, and Eric rode up. "What is it?" "Most of your cavalry and infantry went by about 10-15 minutes ago. We almost had a disaster when they tried to run over the wagons." "Are you overseeing traffic?" Giotto grinned. "More. Got a few of those traps you asked for, enough so that after a couple of them go off, the enemy should slow down a bit." They waited as the wagons rolled on. Again Eric rested his horse. He and Giotto were too concerned with the possibility of the enemy's overtaking the last of the baggage train to engage in small talk. For another 2 hours the wagons rolled, until suddenly a company of riders could be seen, Eric's rear guard. Giotto motioned toward the company of riders. "They the last?" Eric nodded. "If you hang around, my advice is the next rider you see coming down the road, kill him." Giotto motioned to where he had 2 horses tied to a broken-down fence and said, "Think I'd rather ride with you." Giotto and his soldier got the 2 horses, mounted, and returned to Eric's side. "Ride ways and everything will be fine." Eric motioned for Giotto to lead and followed him into the small town of Wolverton. "What have you done?" "Well," said Giotto, "you asked for some nasty surprises, so we obliged. A couple of pits here, a few casks of oil there, some torches we just set burning in that building, some other little things. Nothing will be too damaging, but it should slow them as they start inspecting every building." Eric nodded his approval. "Very good." They rode through Wolverton. The town lay across the King's Highway, but it was surrounded on the north and south by flat meadows and groves, providing an impossible defensive position. If Giotto's surprises slowed the enemy a little, making them circle around the town instead of marching straight through, the extra minutes would save lives. Eric and Giotto came up behind the last wagon, slowly working its way along the King's Highway. Eric turned to Giotto. "You and the horse archers guard this and the other stragglers. I have to ride ahead." "Yes, sir," said Giotto, with his customary smile and half-mocking salute. Eric pushed his tired horse forward, passing the last of the baggage wagons and a few walking wounded who could find no room in the wagons. Twice he found men resting on the side of the road, and he ordered them to keep going, lest they fall too far behind and be killed by the enemy. As sundown neared, he was forced to rest his horse. Here the road rose steeply, heading to the summit. He looked down the trail and was astonished to see the long line of men and wagons trudging along the highway. He had ridden past every wagon behind him, yet until this moment he had no concept of how many men were still on the road. Torches were lit here and there, and soon a long, flaming line seemed to be creeping along the King's Highway. coming his way, a stately procession. Eric felt a quickening urgency that precluded his standing idle, so he dismounted and led his horse along. He passed a wagon at the side of the road where men worked frantically to repair a broken spoke, and when he turned a bend in the road, he saw it. Darkmoor. Athwart the highway rested the walled city of Darkmoor, and along the eastern side of the mountains ran Nightmare Ridge. There, Eric knew, the fate of the kingdom and the world of Midkemia would be decided. The city was now ablaze with lanterns and torches along the wall, so from this distance it looked as if a celebration was in progress. Eric knew it was an illusion, for those lights meant the full weight of the Western Realm's defenses would soon be in place. The region of Darkmoor was actually to the south and east of the city that bore its name. The original Castle Darkmoor had been built as the kingdom's westernmost defense long before the founding of Crondor. Over the years, the town, then the city of Darkmoor arose, until it too had been enclosed by a wall. After Wolverton, Eric had ridden through a relatively empty landscape, as most of the terrain close to the city was rocky and non-arable. Small trees and tough mountain grasses, low brush, and some flowers hugged the roadside. Farther back, trees grew deep in the valleys and gullies running down the west face. Most of the area around the city itself had been forested clear ages ago. Food and other perishables were hauled into Darkmoor from lower-lying farming hamlets. On the highest peak to the north of the King's Highway, rising like a guardian, was the original Darkmoor Keep. It was now a citadel, for it had originally been built as a walled fort, and the wall and moat around the castle had never been removed. Now the city sprawled out across the pass, and the King's Highway ran through a massive oak gate bound with iron and flanked by high turrets, each with crenellated overhanging parapets. Eric judged that no one attempting to reach the gate would be able to do so without being exposed to bow fire, catapults, or hot water or oil from above. The setting sun threw a red highlight on the castle, and Eric turned to the west. In the distance he saw the sun disappear in a haze of smoke from the fires in Ravensburg and Wolverton. Eric reached the gate of the city to discover that the street was packed with refugees from the west. He led his horse past frustrated soldiers trying to deal with a throng of humanity attempting to squeeze into the city. Eric shouted, "Which way to the keep?" A soldier looked over his shoulder and, seeing the crimson eagle on Eric's tunic and the badge of rank, said, "To the center of town, and then left on High Street, Captain." Eric led his horse through the throng, occasionally having to shove someone aside to get past knots of confused citizens and fatigued, short-tempered soldiers. The journey took him nearly an hour. Eventually he reached the ancient drawbridge that crossed the moat separating the citadel from the rest of the city. A squad of soldiers had blocked off the street for 100 yards in all directions, so that those needing quick access to and from the prince's headquarters would not be impeded. Eric approached the guard and pointed to the west. "Tell me, is that a clear passage to the western gate?" The guard said, "It is. Runs along the wall and turns at that corner down there." Eric sighed. "I wish someone at the gate had mentioned that." He started past the guard, who dropped a spear before Eric's chest. "Here, now, where do you think you're going?" "To see the prince and General Greylock," said a very tired Eric. "And suppose you show me some orders, then?" Eric said, "Orders? From whom?" "Your officer, assuming you're not another deserter looking to tell the general some cock-and-bull story about being separated from your unit." Eric slowly reached up, took a grip on the spear shaft, and without apparent effort moved it back upright, despite the soldier's attempts to keep it where he had it. As the man's jaw tightened and his eyes widened, Eric said, "I am an officer. I know I look worse for wear, but I need to see the prince." Other soldiers were approaching as they noticed the confrontation. Another shouted, "Hey, sergeant!" A sergeant in the uniform of Darkmoor, a black shield with a red raven on a branch on a tan tabard, ran over. "What's this, then?" The soldier said, "This fellow wants to see the prince." The sergeant, a tough old boot, used to instant obedience by his men, snapped, "And just who the hell might you be that the prince would want to see you?" Eric pushed aside the spear and stepped forward, locking eyes with the sergeant. "Eric von Darkmoor, captain of the prince's special command." At the mention of his name, several of the soldiers stepped aside, while the others glanced at the sergeant. The old veteran grinned and said, "Looks like you've seen a bit of trouble, then, Captain." "You could say that. Now step aside." The sergeant didn't hesitate, moving briskly to one side. As Eric passed, he handed the reins to the sergeant, saying, Get him some water and feed him. He's all done in. Then send word where you've stabled him. He's a good horse, and I don't want to lose him." The sergeant took the reins. As Eric walked away, he said without looking back, "Oh, and when my sergeant arrives, send him straight to me. You'll have no trouble recognizing him. He's a tall, Keshian-looking fellow, dark skin, and he'll snatch your head right off your shoulders if you give him one half the trouble you just gave me." Eric crossed the drawbridge. He looked up at the lights shining in the many windows of the ancient castle. Founded by one of his ancestors, Castle Darkmoor was an alien place to Eric. As a boy, he had dreamed of someday being summoned here by his father, to be recognized and given a place in the household. When those dreams died, they were replaced by curiosity. Then they faded altogether. Now the castle had the ominous look of a bad place to die, and as he walked through the gatehouse, entering the ancient castle bailey, Eric realized that the feeling came from the fact that not only was there an army on its way here that wanted him dead, inside was a woman who had vowed to see him dead, Matilda von Darkmoor, his father's widow and mother of the half-brother he had killed. With a deep sigh, Eric turned to a captain of the guard and said, "Take me to Greylock. I'm Captain von Darkmoor." Without a word, the captain saluted, turned smartly, and led Eric into his ancestral home. 24. Darkmoor. Callus studied the gem. He was so engrossed in it, he almost failed to notice the appearance of 4 figures in the great hall of the oracle. He glanced at the oracle's attendants, and as they displayed no distress, he assumed there was no danger. He looked at the new arrivals, and saw his father, resplendent in his white and gold armor, standing beside Nacor, Shopi, and a man dressed in the raiment of a monk of his shop. Callus forced himself away from studying the gem and rose to greet them. "Father," he said, hugging Tomas. Then he shook hands with Nacor. Nacor said, "This is Dominic. He is the abbot at Sarth. I thought he would prove useful to have with us." Callus nodded. Tomas asked, "You were engrossed in the gem when we arrived?" Callus said, "I'm seeing things in it, Father." Tomas said, "We need to talk." He glanced at the others and said, "But first I must pay my respects." He crossed to the great recumbent dragon, paused next to the gigantic head, and gently touched it. "Well met, old friend," he said softly. Then he turned to the senior of her companions and said, "Is she well?" The old man bowed slightly and said, "She dreams, and in her dreams she relives 1,000 lives, sharing them with the soul who will occupy that great body after her." He motioned to a young boy who came to stand before Tomas. "As I do with my replacement." Tomas nodded. "Most ancient of races, we have transported you from one doom to another." "There is risk," said the old man, "but there is purpose. We know that much." Tomas nodded again and returned to Callus and the others. Dominic looked past Tomas with wide eyes. "I never would have believed." Nacor laughed. "No matter what I see, I never imagine I've seen it all. The universe offers endless surprises." Callus said, "How is it you all managed to arrive together?" "Long story," said Nacor. He produced a Tsarani transportation globe and said, "Not many of these left. Should get some more." Callus smiled. "Unfortunately, the rift to Kellowan is on Stardock, and last I looked, it's now firmly in the hands of Kesh." "Not so firmly," said Nacor with a grin. "What do you mean?" asked Callus. Nacor shrugged. "Pug asked me to think of something, so I did." "What?" asked Tomas. "I'll tell you when we survive this coming ordeal and the fate of Stardock has some meaning." Tomas said, "Callus, what did you mean about seeing things in the gem?" Callus looked at his father in surprise and asked, "Can't you see them?" Tomas turned his attention to the Lifestone, an artifact he knew in some ways more intimately than any living being on Midkemia. He let his mind relax and watched the cool green surface, and after a moment saw a pulsing light, faint and hard to apprehend if one tried too hard. After a moment he said, "I see no images." "Odd," said Callus. "They were apparent to me the first few moments I looked at it." "What do you see?" asked Nacor. Callus said, "I don't know if I have words." but I think I'm seeing the true history of this world.
Nacor sat on the floor. Oh, this is most interesting. Please tell me what you think you see. Callus sat as if to compose his thoughts. Suddenly, Pug and Miranda appeared. Tomas welcomed his old friend and Miranda, motioning for them to sit.
"What is it?"
asked Pug.
Tomas said, "Callus is about to tell us what he sees in the Lifestone."
Callus glanced to Miranda and to Pug, and for a moment he held the magician's gaze. Then he smiled.
"I'm pleased to see you both again."
Miranda returned his smile. "As we are to see you."
Callus said, "I must speak of the Lifestone."
Nacor turned to Chopin and said, "Memorize every word if you want to continue bearing the mantle of disciple."
"Yes, master."
Callus said,
"The Lifestone is Midkemia in the purest form, a reflection of all life that has gone before, is now, or will be, from the dawn until the end of time."
All fell silent as Callus considered his words.
"At the beginning, there was nothing, and then came the universe. Pug and my father bore witness to that creation, as I have heard the story."
He smiled at his father.
"Several times."
"When the universe was born, it was aware, but in a fashion so far beyond what we comprehend that we have no adequate concepts to understand that awareness."
Nacor grinned. "It is like ants carrying food to their hive, while overhead a dragon sits atop a mountain. The ants have no concept of the dragon."
Callus said, "More, but that is not an entirely faulty comparison. This awareness is more than any of us, all of us together, could comprehend. It is so vast and so timeless."
He paused.
"I don't think I can say more about it. When Midkemia was formed, it was home to powers, basic forces of nature. Mindless, they were forces that built up and tore down."
"Rathar and Mythar,"
said Tomas.
"the two blind gods of creation."
"As good a name for those forces as any," agreed Nacor. Callus said,
"Then came a reordering of things. Consciousness arose, and the beings that were mindless became purposeful. It is we who define the gods in a fashion that makes sense to us, but they are so much more than this. The order of the universe is like a gem with many facets, and we see only one, that which reflects the existence of our own world."
Pug said,
"It is shared with other worlds?"
"Oh, yes,"
said Callus softly.
"with all worlds. This is one of the key reasons why what we do here has a profound bearing upon every other world in the cosmos. It is the primal struggle between that which we label good and that which we call evil, and it exists in every corner of creation."
He turned to look at the others in the great cave and said,
"I could speak for hours, so let me distill what I think I have discovered."
Callus composed his thoughts, then continued.
"The Valheru were more than just the first race to live on Midkemia. They were a bridge between immortal and mortal. They were the first experiment, if you will, of the gods."
"Experiment?"
said Pug. "What kind of an experiment?" "I don't know," said Callus. "I can't even be certain what I'm saying is true, only that it feels true."
Nacor said, "It's true." All eyes turned toward the little Isolani. He grinned. "It makes sense." Pug said,
"What makes sense?"
Nacor said, "Has anyone besides me wondered why we think?" As the question came seemingly from out of the blue, everyone exchanged astonished glances. Pug laughed.
"Not recently, no."
"We think because the gods have given us the power of apprehension," said Dominic. Nacor shook his finger at the abbot. "You know that's dogma, and you know the gods are as much the creation of mankind as mankind is the creation of the gods."
Pug asked, "So then, what is your point?"
"Oh, just wondering," said Nacor. "I was thinking of that story you told me about when you and Tomas went to find Makros, and you saw the creation of the universe."
"And?" asked Tomas.
"Well," began Nacor, "it seems to me you have to begin at the beginning." Pug stared at the little man and burst out laughing. Within seconds, everyone was laughing. "See,"
said Nacor. Humor is a property of intelligence.
All right, Nacor, said Miranda. What are you talking about?
Nacor said, Something started it all. Yes, said Dominic. There was a primal urge, a creator, something. Suppose, said Nacor, it was a self-creation.
The universe just decided to awaken one day? Asked Miranda.
Nacor pondered the question a moment. There's something I think we should always keep in mind. Everything we talk about is limited by our own perceptions, our own ability to understand. In short, by our very nature.
True, agreed Pug.
So to say the universe woke up one day is perhaps at one and the same time the most apt and the most incomplete way of putting it, said Nacor.
Dominic said, This sort of debate is common in the courts of the church. The exercises in logic and faith can often be frustrating.
But I think we have something here few of your brothers have, Abbot, said Nacor. Eyewitnesses to creation.
If that is what they saw, said Dominic.
Ah, said Nacor, and he could barely contain his glee. We cannot be sure about anything, can we?
What is reality is a common question in those moot courts I spoke of, said the abbot. Reality is what you bump into in the dark, said Miranda dryly.
Nacor laughed. Then he said, You've talked about this big ball thing blowing up to make the universe, right?
Pug nodded.
So, what if everything was inside that ball?
We assume it was, said Pug.
Well, what was outside the ball?
We were, said Pug quickly, and the garden, and the city forever.
But you come from within that big ball, said Nacor, and as the others watched, he stood and began to pace, animated by being on the brink of understanding. I mean, you were born ages into the future, from the creation, but from stuff inside the ball, if you see.
What about the city forever? Asked Miranda.
Maybe it was created far in the future. What do you think?
By whom?
Asked Pug.
Nacor shrugged.
I don't know. And for the moment I don't care. Maybe when you're 1,000 years old, you're the one who makes the city forever and sends it back to the dawn of time, so you and Makros have some place to sit to watch the universe being born.
Baby universes and 1,000-year-old magicians, said Dominic, obviously trying to be patient and losing the attempt.
Nacor held up his hand. Why not? We know traveling through time is possible. Which brings up, what is time?
They all glanced at one another, and each began to answer, but soon all fell silent.
Time is time, said Dominic. It marks the passage of events. No, said Nacor. Humans mark the passage of events. Time doesn't care, time just is. But what is it?
He wore a delighted grin as he answered his own question.
Time is what keeps everything from happening at once.
Pug's eyebrows rose. So in the ball, everything was happening at once?
And then the universe changed, said Nacor with glee.
Why? Asked Miranda.
Nacor shrugged. Who knows? It just did. Pug, you told me when you found Makros this last time, he had begun to merge with Sarig. Was he Makros or was he Sarig?
Both for a short while, but he was still mostly Makros.
I wish I could ask him. As you were merging, did you lose your sense of being Makros?
For a moment, Nacor looked genuinely regretful, but then his grin returned as he said,
I think it's safe to say that the more you become one with the god, the less you stay you. Then I understand, said Dominic.
What? Asked Miranda.
What this madman is driving at?
The old abbot put his finger to his head.
Mind. The spirit of the gods, the everything he talked about as stuff. If everything was occurring at once, before this creation, then everything was everything, no differentiation. Yes, said Nacor, delighted at the abbot's observations. So, for reasons we will never know, the totality of creation acted to differentiate itself. This birth of the universe was a means for the universe. The abbot's eyes widened. It was the universe,
attempting to become conscious.
Tomas's eyes narrowed. I don't follow. Humans are conscious, as are other intelligent races, and the gods are conscious, but the universe is... It is, that's all.
No, said Nacor. Why humans? Why other thinking creatures?
I don't know, said Pug.
Nacor's expression turned serious.
Because becoming mortal is the means by which the universe, this stuff I talk about, becomes self-conscious, self-aware. Each life is the universe's experiment, and each of us brings back knowledge to the universe when we die. Makros attempted to become one with a god, and learned that the further you get from mortality, the further you stray from that self-consciousness. Lesser gods are more detached from self than mortals. Greater gods even more so, I wager.
Dominic nodded.
The tier of the gods allows the order to communicate with the greater gods. It is a very difficult task. We rarely attempt it, and when we do, often the communications are incomprehensible.
The old abbot sighed.
The tier is a valuable gift, for it lets us work the magic that proves to those who serve us that Ishop is still living, so we can worship and work toward his return. But the nature of the gods, even that one we worship, is far beyond our ability to know.
Nacor laughed.
Very well. Now, if this universe was born the day Makros, Pug, and Tomas were watching, what does that say about the universe?
I don't know, admitted Pug.
It's a baby, said Nacor.
Pug laughed. He couldn't help himself. The universe is several billion years old, by my calculations.
Nacor shrugged. That may be a 2-year-old universe for all we know. What if it is?
What's the point? Said Miranda. Tomas said, Yes, while all this is fascinating, we still have some problems to solve.
Nacor said, True, but the more we know about what it is we're involved with, the more we have a chance of solving those problems.
Agreed, but where to begin?
I asked earlier, why do we think?
I may have some idea. Nacor paused, then continued.
Suppose for a moment the universe, everything in it, and everything that ever was or will be, is linked. We share something in common? Asked Dominic. No, more than that. We are all the same.
Looking at Pug and Miranda, Nacor said,
You call it magic. I call it tricks.
To Dominic he said,
You call it prayer. But it's all the same thing. And what it is...
Yes, prompted Pug.
That's where I run into a problem. I don't know what it is. I call it stuff.
He sighed.
It's some sort of basic thing, something that everything is made up of. You might have called it spirit, suggested Dominic.
You might have called it laundry, said Miranda dryly. Nacor laughed.
Whatever it is, we're all part of it, and it's part of us.
Pug was silent for a moment. This is maddening. I feel as if I'm almost at the edge of understanding something, but it's just outside my grasp. And what does this have to do with putting things right?
Everything. Nothing. I don't know, said Nacor agreeably. It's just something I was thinking of.
Tomas said, Much of what you say echoes things I knew once when I was one with Ash and Shugai.
Nacor said, I think so. The universe is alive, a being of impossible complexity and vastness. It is, for want of a better term, a god. Maybe the god. I don't know.
Makros called it the ultimate, said Tomas.
That's good, said Nacor. The ultimate god. The one above all, as the Ishopians call Ishop. But you're not talking of Ishop, said Dominic. No, he's an important god, but he's not the ultimate. I don't think this ultimate even has a name. He just is. Nacor sighed. Can you imagine a being with stars in its head, billions of them? We have blood and bile. It has worlds and comets and intelligent races, everything.
Nacor was obviously excited by the image, and Pug glanced at Miranda, seeing her smile reflecting his own amusement at the strange little man's pleasure.
The ultimate, if you will, knows everything is everything, but he's a baby. How do babies learn?
Pug, who had raised his children, said, They watch, they are corrected by their parents, they mimic.
But, interrupted Nacor, if you're God, and there's no Mama God or Papa God, how do you learn?
Miranda was caught up in the discourse and began to laugh. I have no idea.
You experiment,
said Dominic.
Yes, said Nacor, and his grin became even wider. You try things. You create things like people, and you turn them loose to see what happens.
Miranda said, So we're some sort of cosmic puppet theater?
No, said Nacor. God isn't watching us on a celestial stage, because God is also the puppet.
I'm completely lost, admitted Pug.
We're back to why we think, explained Nacor. If God is everything, mind, spirit, thought, action, dirt, wind, he glanced at Miranda, laundry, everything that is and can be, then each thing he is must be accounted for as having a purpose. What is life for? He asked rhetorically. It's a way to evolve thought. And what is thought for? It's a way to be aware, a stage between the physical and the spiritual. And time. It's a good way to keep things separated. And lastly, why humans and elves and dragons and other thinking creatures?
Dominic said, So that spirit can be self-conscious?
Nacor said, Right. He looked to be on the verge of doing a dance. Each time one of us goes to Lim's Krogma's Hall, we're sharing our life experience with God. Then we go back and do it again, over and over.
Miranda didn't look convinced.
So you're saying we live in a universe where evil is just as much this God's fault as good? Yes, said Nacor, because God doesn't see it as good or evil. God's learning about good and evil. To him, it's just the odd way certain creatures behave.
Seems he's slow, said Pug dryly.
No, he's vast, insisted Nacor. He's doing this over and over 1 billion times a day on 1 billion worlds.
Tomas said, At one time Pug and I asked Makros what the point was if we live in a universe this vast, this complex. Should one little planet succumb to the Valheru? He told us the nature of the universe changed after the Chaos Wars, and that a re-emergence of the Valheru into Midkemia would change the order of things.
I think not, said Nacor. Oh, I mean, it would be a very unhappy situation for everyone on Midkemia, but eventually the universe would right itself. God is learning. Of course, billions of people could die before something happened to set things right again.
Miranda said,
You make it all sound so pointless. If you look at it that way, yes, said Nacor. But I like to think the point is we're teaching God to do the correct thing. We're correcting a baby. And that good is worth struggling for. That kindness is better than hatred. That creation is better than destruction. And many other things as well.
Anyway, said Pug, it's far more of an academic question to the people living in the kingdom. Callus said, Nacor's right. All eyes turned to Callus. He has just made it possible for me to understand what it is that is being done and why I'm here. Miranda asked, Why? Callus smiled. I need to unlock the Life Stone. Eric drank deeply. The wine was a chilled white, a variety common to this part of the duchy. Thank you, he said as he put down the flagon. Prince Patrick, Owen Greylock, and Manfred von Bachmoor sat at a table with Eric. Around the room stood a half-dozen other nobles, some dressed like court dandies, and others as dirty and blood-soaked as Eric. Patrick said, You've done well, considering the rapidity with which Krondor fell. Thank you, Highness, said Eric. Greylock said, I just wish we had more time to prepare. Patrick said, There is never enough time. We must trust that we have done enough so that we can hold them here at Darkmoor. A messenger hurried in, saluted, and handed a message to Greylock. He opened it and said, Ill news. The Southern reserves are overrun. Overrun, said Patrick, slamming the table in frustration. They were supposed to be cleverly hidden away, ready to strike at the enemy and bleed them from behind. What happened?
Owen handed the scroll to the prince, but he said for the benefit of the others in the room,
Kesh. She's moved her army just south of Dorgan. The enemy's southern wing was being pinched too tightly, and when they ran into the Keshians on one flank, and the dwarves ahead, they turned north and overran our fortification.
Kesh has taken a hand? Asked a tired-looking old noble whom Eric didn't recognize.
It was to be expected, said Patrick. If we survive this war, we'll worry about Kesh after.
What of Lord Sutherland? Asked the noble.
The Duke of the Southern Marches is dead. Gregory, as well as the Earl of Landreth, died in the fighting. My lords, if this report is accurate, for all intents and purposes, the Southern reserves no longer exist, said Greylock. One of the fancily dressed nobles said, Perhaps we should consider falling back to Mallett's Cross, Highness. The prince threw the man a withering look, but refused to dignify the suggestion with a comment. Looking at Eric, he said, Those of you just in, please follow the squires outside to your quarters. You'll find fresh clothing and a bath waiting. I'll be pleased to dine with you in an hour's time. He rose, and the others followed suit. We'll continue this discussion at dawn tomorrow. We will have more intelligence by then. He turned and left the room.
After the prince had departed, Manfred motioned to Eric and Owen to move away from the door.
Well, we have an awkward situation, it seems, gentlemen. Eric nodded. I understood what I was in for the moment I crossed the drawbridge. Owen said, We are the prince's men. May I remind your lordship?
Manfred waved away the comment. Tell that to my mother. Then he gave a rueful smile. Better yet, don't.
Eric said, We can't conduct the business of this war while attempting to avoid your mother, Manfred. Eric has that right, said Owen.
Manfred sighed. Very well. Owen, I've instructed our current swordmaster to turn your old quarters back over to you. I thought you might be more comfortable there, and, truth to tell, it's getting a little bit crowded around here. Owen smiled.
I bet Percy is not happy.
Your former assistant was never a happy man. He was born with a long face. Turning to Eric, Manfred said, He'll stay in a room near mine. The closer you are to me, the less likely Mother is to send someone after you. Eric looked dubious.
Duke James tried to reason with her.
No one reasons with Mother. I suspect you'll find that out before this night is through. Now, let me show you to your quarters. Turning to Greylock, he said, Owen, I'll see you at supper.
My lord,
said Owen. The three left the conference hall, and while Owen went one way, Manfred took Eric another. This castle is quite large, said Manfred. It's easy to get lost. If you do, ask any servant where to go.
I don't know how long I'll stay, said Eric. Owen and the prince haven't told me what my next position is to be. I replaced Callas in the fallback, but now that phase is over.
I suspect something similar, said Eric's half-brother. It appears you've done quite well. He glanced around the ancient halls of Darkmoor Castle. I hope I acquit myself as well when the time comes.
You will, said Eric.
They walked around a corner, and Eric almost stumbled. Coming along the corridor was a stately procession, an older woman in regal raiment, followed by 2 guards and several lady companions. She stopped for a moment when she saw Manfred, but when she recognized Eric, her eyes grew enormous. You, she said with a near hiss of contempt. It's the bastard, the murderous bastard. She turned to the nearest guard and said, Kill him! The stunned guard looked from Matilda, mother of the Baron, to Manfred, who motioned with his hand for the guard to step away. The guard nodded to the Baron and stepped back. Manfred said, Mother, we've been all over that. Eric has a pardon from the king. Whatever has gone before is over. Never, said the old woman with a hatred that surprised Eric. He had imagined her distaste for him, from the years when his mother demanded Eric's father acknowledge him to the murder of her son, but never had he experienced anything like this firsthand. Of all the men he had faced in battle, none had regarded him with the pure, naked hatred Matilda von Darkmoor revealed in her eyes. Mother, said Manfred, that's enough. I'm ordering you to desist. The woman turned her gaze upon her son, and Eric saw instantly that her hatred wasn't limited to Eric alone. She stepped forward, and for an instant Eric feared she would strike her son. In a strident whisper she said, You order me?
She looked her son up and down.
If you were the man your brother was, you'd have killed this murdering bastard before he got away. If you were even half as much a man as your father, you'd have married and had a son by now, and this bastard's claim would mean nothing. Do you want him to kill you? Do you want to lie in the dirt while this killer takes your title?
Mother! Manfred roared. Enough! He turned to the guards and said, Escort my mother to her quarters. He told his mother, If you can compose yourself, dine with us tonight, but if you can't maintain a shred of dignity before Prince Patrick, do us the courtesy of dining in your room. Now, go! Manfred turned and began walking, and Eric followed, but he glanced over his shoulder. She never took her eyes from him, and each step of the way Eric knew the old woman wished him dead. Eric was so intent on the woman he almost knocked Manfred down when he turned the corner. Manfred said, Sorry about that, Eric. I never imagined. I thought I understood. Understand, Mother? You'd be the first. He waved for Eric to follow and said, Your room is down here at the end of the hall. When he opened the door and Eric entered, Manfred followed. I picked this one for 2 reasons, said Manfred. He pointed to the window. It's a quick exit, and this is one of the few rooms in Darkmoor that doesn't have a secret passage leading to it. Secret passage? Quite a lot of them, really, Manfred said. This castle was enlarged several times since the original Baron built the first tower keep. There had been some quick exits should the castle fall, then some additional rooms added with back passages so the lord could visit his favorite servant in the middle of the night. Some of them serve a useful purpose, so servants can move through the castle without getting underfoot, but for the most part they're deserted old byways, useful for those who wish to spy on their neighbors, or for assassins. Eric sat down on a chair in the corner. Thank you. You're welcome, said Manfred. If I may suggest a bath and change of clothing, I'll have the servants fetch you some water straight away. The clothes in the wardrobe should fit. He grinned. They were father's. Eric said, Do you delight in upsetting your mother? Manfred's face took on an edge of anger. More than you'll ever know. Eric sighed. I thought about some of the things you said about Stefan when you came to visit me in jail. I guess I never appreciated how hard it must be for you. Manfred laughed. You'll never know. Do you mind if I ask you something? What? Why does she hate you? I know why she hates me, but she looked at you the same way. Manfred said, That, brother, is something I may or may not choose to disclose some day, but for the time being let us just say that Mother has never appreciated the way I choose to live my life. As the second son, who would not inherit, it was only a source of some slight conflict. Since Stefan's demise, the tension has increased significantly. Sorry to have asked. That's all right. I can appreciate why you'd be curious. Manfred turned toward the door. And sometime I may just tell you. Not because you have any right to know, but because it would make Mother supremely unhappy if I did. With what Eric considered an evil smile, Manfred left the room. Eric sat back, waiting for the servants to bring his bath-water. He had dozed off when they knocked. Sleepily, he rose and opened the door, and a half-dozen servants entered, carrying buckets of steaming water and a large metal tub. He allowed the 2 men who had carried the tub inside to remove his boots for him, while the others filled it. Sitting in the hot water made Eric feel as if every ache and pain was going to fade away. He lay back a moment, then suddenly sat bolt upright as one of the servants began to wash him. Is anything wrong, my lord? I'm not a lord. You can call me captain, and I can bathe myself, said Eric, taking the washing cloth and soap from the man. That will be all. Shall we lay out clothing before we go? Yes, that would be fine, said Eric, now fully awake. The other servants left, while the one who had spoken selected clothing from the wardrobe. Shall I fetch boots, Captain? No, I'll wear my own. I'll try to clean them before you leave, sir. He was out the door with them before Eric could object. Eric shrugged and started washing in earnest. He had rarely had the luxury of a hot bath, and as the water cooled, he found himself reviving. He knew that as soon as supper was over, unless the prince demanded more meetings, he was going to turn in and sleep the sleep of the dead. Then he reconsidered that image, and decided he'd sleep lightly, even with the door barred. Eric had no idea of the time, but decided he didn't want to be late for dinner with the Prince of Crondor. He dried himself off and inspected the clothing chosen for him by the servant. The man had laid out a pair of pale yellow leggings, a light blue tunic, and a stylish cloak of very light gray, almost white. Eric decided to leave aside the cloak and donned the hose and tunic. Just as he was finishing, the servant opened the door and said, "Your boots, Captain." Eric was astonished. In a few minutes the man had managed to get all the blood and filth off and return the leather to a passable shine. "Thank you," said Eric as he took the boots. The servant said, "Shall I have the bathtub removed while you dine?" "Yes," said Eric as he donned his boots. The servant departed, and Eric ran his hand over his chin. He wished for a razor and some soap, and supposed that, had he asked for them, they would have been provided. But he hadn't, so he decided some whiskers were preferable to keeping the Prince of Trondor waiting. He went out into the hall and went around the corner to where he had left the council room, and found a pair of guards standing at the door to that chamber. He asked directions to the dining hall, and the guard saluted and said, "Follow me, Captain." He did so, and the man led him through a series of passages to what Eric expected was part of the original keep, or a series of rooms added soon after, for the dining hall was surprisingly intimate. There was a square table, with room for a dozen diners aside, but the walls were only a few feet behind each of them, so if too many people attempted to move at the same time, things could become quite tangled. Eric nodded to several of the nobles he had met at Crondor, and was pointedly ignored by several others who were deep in private conversations. Owen was already there, and indicated he should come and sit next to him. Eric moved around the table, and saw the 3 seats on the right next to Greylock were empty. Greylock said, "Take this one," indicating the seat on his left. He patted the seat on his right and said, "This is the prince's." Then Eric noticed every noble at the table was watching him, and suddenly he felt embarrassed. Dukes and earls, barons and squires, all were seated below him at the table. He knew that where one sat in relationship to the prince had serious implications in matters of court intrigue, and he suddenly wished he had thought to take the chair opposite the prince, at the farthest table on the other side of the room. A few minutes later, the door behind them opened, and Eric turned to see Prince Patrick enter. He rose, as did the other nobles, and they all bowed their heads. Then came Baron Manfred, their host, followed by his mother. The prince took his place at the center of the head table, and Manfred moved to his right hand. Matilda moved to her chair, but when she saw Eric, she said, "I will not sit at the same table as my son's murderer." Manfred said, "Then, madam, you shall dine alone." With a nod of his head, he ordered the guards to escort his mother from the hall. She turned and silently left with her escort. Several of the nobles in attendance spoke softly to one another until the prince pointedly cleared his throat. "Shall we begin?" he asked. Manfred bowed his head, and the prince sat. The others followed suit. The food was splendid, and the wine was the best Eric had ever tasted, but fatigue made it hard for him to keep alert. Still, the discussions around him were all important, for men spoke about the coming fight. At one point, someone observed that the northern flank was holding so well it might prove wise to send for some of their soldiers to reinforce Darkmoor. The prince overheard the remark and said, "That wouldn't be wise. We can't assume they won't return there in force the next day." Discussion around the table turned to speculation about the coming fight, and after a while, Prince Patrick said, "Captain von Darkmoor, you more than any man here have fought the enemy. What can we expect?" Every eye in the room turned toward Eric. He glanced at Greylock, who gave him a slight nod. Eric cleared his throat and said, "We can expect between 150 and 175,000 soldiers to arrive outside the city walls and along the entire length of Nightmare Ridge." "When?" asked one richly dressed court dandy. "Any time," answered Eric. "As early as tomorrow." The man went pale at the news and said, "Perhaps, Highness, we should call up the army of the East. They are only camped down in the hills to the east." Patrick said, "The army of the East will be called when I decide it's time." He glanced at Eric. "What sort of men do we face?" Eric knew the prince had read every report sent back by Callus on his 3 trips to Novindus, during his grandfather Arutha's reign, during his uncle Nicholas's reign, and the last time. He had also spoken to the prince on this very subject no less than 5 times, so Eric knew he was asking for the benefit of those nobles in the room who were untested in battle. Eric glanced at Greylock, who again gave him a faint nod and a slight smile. Eric knew Owen well enough to understand what he was being asked to do. Eric cleared his throat. "Highness, the enemy is composed of what were originally mercenary companies, men who fought for pay under a hard and fast code of conduct. They have since been forged by murder, terror, and dark magic into a force unlike any that has waged war on the kingdom in history." He looked around the room and said, Some are soldiers who have been fighting their way across half a world, from the fall of the Westlands in Novindus to the destruction of Krondor. For 20 years they have known nothing but war, plunder, pillage, and rape. He caught the dandy's eye. Some of them are cannibals. The man went pale and seemed as if he might faint. Eric continued, They will come at us because they have no other option. We have destroyed their fleet behind them, and they have no food. They also number some 10 to 20,000 Sa'aur. We don't know the exact number. Some of the eastern nobles looked blank at the name. For those who haven't been briefed, the Sa'aur are lizard men, something akin to the Pantathians, but 9 feet tall. They ride war horses 25 hands at the withers, and the sound of them charging is like thunder across the mountains. Oh, dear gods, said the dandy, and he rose up, holding his hand over his mouth. He dashed from the room, and after a moment of silence, several of the lords in the room exploded into laughter. The prince laughed as well. Then, after the mirth had subsided, he said, My lords and gentlemen, despite the levity, every word Captain von Darkmoor has uttered is true. More, if anything, he underestimates the foe. What are we to do? Asked another well-dressed lord, who looked as if he had never held a sword in his life. My lord, we will fight. Here we stand, at Darkmoor and along Nightmare Ridge. And we will not be budged, for if the enemy passes us, the kingdom is doomed. It will be victory or death. There is no other choice. The room fell silent. 25. Revelations. Drums sounded. Trumpets blew, and men ran along the walls of Darkmoor. Eric was dressed and out the door as fast as he could, racing for the council hall. He was the third man in the room after Patrick and Greylock, and was only there for a few moments before a half-dozen other nobles came running in. Manfred entered, calmly looked around, and said, They are here. No one had to ask who they were. Patrick wasted no time. Owen, he said, I want you and Earl Montrose to ride to the south, along the eastern ridge. Take a company and see what we have on that flank. If the entire southern reserves are gone, as reported, I need to know what the enemy brings north. Don't engage unless you're attacked, and then try to get back here as fast as possible. If you run into any remnants of the southern reserves, bring them back with you. At that moment, Arutha, Lord Vencar, and his 2 sons entered the room. Eric nodded. Arutha, said Patrick, your arrival is timely. I want you to oversee the administration of the city. We're going to lock down the gates, and we'll need to control the consumption of food and make sure no one compromises our security by leaving or smuggling. He turned to Manfred. You're in charge of the citadel, as is your right, but I will oversee the conduct of the war from these headquarters. Manfred nodded. Highness? The prince turned to Eric. Eric, I want you to ride north and oversee the northern defenses. If the south is as weak as I fear, we need to ensure we have no breaches in the north. He looked Eric in the eyes and said, Unless you're recalled, defend to the last man. Eric nodded. I understand. He didn't wait for further orders, but hurried out of the room, to the bailey, and asked for his horse, and rode out. An hour later, he was moving on one of the newly constructed roads cut into the eastern face of the mountains, a dozen yards below the ridgeline. Along the peaks above him, he could see defensive emplacements. He could tell the men were ready as they ran, carrying supplies, shouting commands, and readying weapons. The fighting hadn't started yet, but Eric could tell the enemy was close. He rode as fast as he could. He studied every foot of the ridge above him as he rode past. While the front was 100 miles long, roughly 50 on each side of Darkmoor, the northern command post was located just 20 miles north of the city. Eric reached it by midday. Jado Shanti stood outside a small command tent, obviously distressed, with a short man wearing the tabard of L'Oreal. When Eric entered the camp, Jado said, Man, I am glad to see you. Handing the reins of his horse to a soldier, Eric said, Why? Jado indicated the other man with a nod of his head. The short man, who had a square head, short-cropped gray hair, and a square jaw, said, Who the hell are you? Eric realized that he had dressed in his blue tunic and yellow leggings, and had left his uniform back in Castle Darkmoor. Quickly sizing up the short man, Eric said, I'm your commander. Who the hell are you? The man blinked. I'm the Earl of L'Oreal. Then he lowered his voice. And you are? Knight Captain von Darkmoor of the Prince's Special Command, and I'm to command the northern flank. We'll just see about that, said the man, his face growing florid. I'm sworn vassal to the Duke of Yabon, and I'll take orders from the Prince of Krondor, but this special army and you jumped-up boy officers are more than I can stomach. I'll be down to Darkmoor to talk to the prince himself.
My lord, said Eric in a soft but firm tone.
What?
Have a nice ride.
After the man left, Giotto burst out laughing. Man, that little fellow is about as pleasant as a boil on the ass. I hope he stays away for a month.
Well, given the mood our prince was in when I left, I suspect his lordship will find little sympathy for his protests. Now, what's the situation?
As best I can judge, we have about 6 companies intact north of here, with ample supplies down at the bottom of the ridge. Some of the boys are pretty beat up, lads who were fighting along the northern front for the last month, but there are some fresh reserves. So overall, we're in good shape. The bad news is we're facing Duco.
I've heard of him. What do we know?
Not much. Rumors. A few things we've learned from captives. He's smart, has survived where some others, like Gopi, haven't, and he's still able to command a large contingency. Man, I don't know. If I was to guess, I think he's the best they've got after Fadawa.
Well then, said Eric, I guess we have our work cut out for us.
Giotto grinned. The nice part is we're where they want to be, and they're not.
You have a happy facility to put things in perspective, said Eric.
Giotto asked, what are the orders?
Simple. Kill anyone who comes up that slope.
I like simple, said the former mercenary from the Vale of Dreams. I'm tired of this moving backward.
No more of that, said Eric. From this point on, if we move backward, we've lost.
Well, said Giotto, we must make sure we don't move backward.
Eric said, I couldn't have put it better myself.
A trumpet sounded, and Giotto said, seems they're coming. Eric drew his sword.
Then let's greet them.
As they climbed the slope to the ridgeline, Eric said,
who else is on this flank?
Your old friend Alfred. He's got a company to the north of this one, and then Harper and Jerome, who's anchoring the end of the line. Turner is to our south, Fraser after him, then it's the Prince's command at the city.
Eric smiled. With sergeants like that, how can we lose?
Giotto grinned. How indeed.
Eric looked down the western slope below the ridgeline and said, a lot of men are about to die over 20 yards of dirt.
Giotto said, that's the truth. But if what Captain Callis told us on that beach in Novindus is true, it's a pretty important 20 yards.
Eric said, no doubt about it.
He turned and looked down the slope at the men climbing toward him. The archers started firing, and Eric could feel the tension in his shoulders as he waited for the first man to close, so he could engage the enemy and get this matter over with. Then, as if men sprang from the ground, a sea of attackers appeared before him. Eric began to fight. Pug frowned.
Unlock the lifestone? How do you propose to do that? What does it mean? Asked Tomas, looking at his son. Does that release the Valheru?
Callis shook his head. He sighed, as if very tired. I'm not sure I can answer either question. I don't know how to unlock the forces inside this thing. He pointed at the pulsing green stone with a golden sword protruding from it. I just know that once I begin, I should be able to manipulate the energies within. How do you know this? Asked Nakor. Callis smiled at him and said, as you are so fond of saying, I just know. But once I've begun, I may not be able to stop, so I want to be certain I'm doing the correct thing. He pointed at the stone. This is something that never should have been allowed. Tomas rubbed his chin.
Ashen Shugar said basically the same thing to Draken Korin.
This is what caused the Chaos Wars, said Nakor. All eyes turned to him. Tomas asked,
how can you be certain?
Think about it. You have our Valheru's memory. Why was the Life Stone created? Tomas let his mind drift back, recalling memories he had first experienced 50 years before, but memories that originated with a being ages dead. Suddenly, the memories washed over him. A call came. Ashen Shugar sat alone in his hall, deep below the mountains. His mount, the golden dragon Sharuga, lay curled in sleep below the huge vertical shaft that gave him access to mid-Chemian skies. It was a strange call, unlike any he had heard before. It was a summoning, but one without the bloodlust that drew the dragon host together to fly across the stars for pillage and plunder. In his hall, Ashin-Shugar had found himself changing, as another presence, a being named Tomas, had come to him, in thought, from a distant place. By his nature he should have felt outrage, a murderous reaction to the presence in his mind, yet this being, Tomas, seemed to be a part of him, as natural as his left hand. With a mental command he woke Sharuga, and leaped upon the back of the great beast. The dragon jumped upward, and with mighty wings beat for the sky, heading out of the mountain hole that was the domain of the ruler of the Eagle's Reaches. Eastward he flew above the range of mountains that would some day be known as the Grey Towers, and over another range that would be called the Calastius Mountains, to a vast plain upon which the race met. He was the last to arrive. He circled Sharuga, and ordered the great dragon to descend. Each Valheru waited as the mightiest among them touched down. In the center of the circle stood a figure resplendent in black and orange armor, Draken Korin, who called himself the Lord of Tigers. Two of his creatures, tigers bred by magic to walk upright and speak, stood on either hand, snarling, their powerful arms crossed. They were objects of indifference to the ruler of the Eagle's Reaches, for despite their fierce appearance, these lesser creatures were of no danger to a Valheru. By common opinion, Draken Korin was the strangest of the race. He had ideas of new things. No one knew from where those ideas came, but he was obsessed by them. Tomas blinked. Draken Korin. He was different. Nakor asked, "Have you never wondered why?" Tomas said, "No, Ashin-Shugar never wondered why." Nakor said, "The Valheru appear to be a race with a surprising lack of curiosity. Anyway, what do you remember?" "I remember being summoned." "For what?" asked Pug. Tomas said, "Draken Korin summoned the race, and he proclaimed that the order of the universe was changing. The old gods, Rathar and Mythar, had fled." Tomas's eyes widened. "He said, or have been deposed." "Deposed?" said Miranda. "By the controller gods," said Dominic.
"Wait," said Tomas. "Let me remember."
He closed his eyes. "But for whatever cause, order and chaos have no more meaning. Mythar let loose the strands of power, and from them the new gods arise," said Draken Korin. Ashin-Shugar studied the one who was his brother's son, and saw something in his eyes, something that he now realized was madness. "Without Rathar to knit the strands of power together, these beings will seize the power and establish an order. It is an order we must oppose. These gods are knowing, are aware, and are challenging us."
"When one appears, kill it,"
answered Ashin-Shugar, unconcerned by Draken Korin's words. Draken Korin turned to face his brother-father and said, "They are our match in power. For the moment they struggle among themselves, seeking each dominion over the others as they strive to gain mastery of that power left by the two blind gods of the beginning. But that struggle will end, and then shall our existence be threatened. They will turn their might upon us."
Ashin-Shugar said, "What cause for concern? We fight as we have before, that is the answer."
"No, there needs be more. We must fight them in harmony, not each alone, lest they overwhelm us."
Ashin-Shugar said, "Do what you will. I will have none of it."
He mounted Sharuga and flew home. Tomas said,
"I never dreamed."
"What?" asked Pug. Looking at Miranda, Tomas said,
"Your father knew. He wasn't just creating a weapon to balk the Tsarani conquest, or even to stem the return of the dragon host to Midkemia. He was preparing us for this fight."
"Explain, please," said Nakor.
"Something changed Draken Korin," said Tomas. "He was mad by the standards of his own race. He had these strange notions and odd compulsions.
He was the driving force behind the creation of the Life Stone. He masterminded the race's vesting its powers in that crystal.
No, said Callus quietly. He was a tool. Something else was the mastermind.
Who?
Not who, said Nacor. What?
All eyes turned toward the strange little man.
What do you mean?
Asked Pug. Nacor said,
In each of you, something is locked away.
He moved his hand in an arc, and a golden nimbus of light sprang up, washing the room. Pug's eyes widened, for while he knew that Nacor had far more power than he ever admitted to, this shell of protection was something beyond Pug's experience. He recognized it for what it was, but had no idea how the little man could so effortlessly create it. Miranda asked, Who are you?
Nacor grinned. Just a man, as I have said many times.
But you are more, Dominic said flatly. Nacor shrugged.
I am also a tool, in a sense.
He looked at each of them in turn.
Several of you have heard me speak of my life before, and all I told you is true. When I was a child, powers came to me, and my father threw me out of the village for my pranks. I traveled and learned, and have been much as you see me now for most of my life. I met a woman named Jorna, whom I thought I loved. Young men often think physical hunger is love, and in my vanity thought she loved me. We also can rationalize anything when it suits our purposes. Look at me. He smiled. A young and beautiful woman falling under my charms? He shrugged. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I was left a wiser, if sadder man. He looked at Miranda. You know what came next. Your mother came looking for someone who could teach her more than I, for, as I have always said, I am but a man who knows a few tricks.
Miranda asked, Why do I get the feeling you may be the only person on this planet who would use that description?
Be that as it may, continued Nacor, Jorna became Makros' wife, and I became a traveler.
He looked around the room.
My life changed one day when I slept in a burned-out shack on the side of the hills in Isolani. I had always had the ability to do tricks, little things, but that night I dreamed, and in my dream I was told to seek out something.
What? Asked Pug. Nacor opened his ever-present carry-all and reached deep inside. It was not the first time Pug had seen the little man stick his arm inside up to the shoulder, when from the outside the bag appeared to be only 2 feet deep. Pug knew there was something inside, like a tiny rift, that allowed Nacor to reach through the bag to a location where he had stored an astonishing assortment of items.
Ah, he said, pulling out one. I found this.
Dominic's eyes widened while the others stared in curiosity. Nacor held a cylinder, perhaps 18 inches long, 4 inches in diameter. It was a cold, grayish-white color. At each end of the cylinder was a knurled knob. What is it? Asked Miranda.
A very useful thing, said Nacor. You would be astonished at the information this object has.
He twisted one end, and the device opened with a click. A half-inch section of the cylinder detached from the side, allowing Nacor to pull out a long piece of what appeared to be a pale, translucent white parchment, or paper.
If you pull long enough, you can fill up this room.
He pulled, and the device continued to emit the long paper.
This stuff is amazing. You can't cut it, or tear it, or write on it. Dirt doesn't stick.
The paper was covered in fine writing.
But whatever you want to know about, I bet it's in here.
Amazing, said Pug.
He looked at the writing and said, What language is that?
I don't know, said Nacor. But over the years I've gained the ability to read some of it.
He turned the knurled end, and the page slid back into the cylinder, and again it was, without apparent line or flaw, a single piece of unbroken metal.
I just wish I could figure out how to make it work the way it was supposed to. You would have to study years, most of the surviving lost lore of the God of Knowledge. It's the Codex, said Dominic in a reverent tone.
And that's? Asked Miranda.
The Codex of Wodar Hosper. It was assumed to be lost. Well, I found it, said Nacor. The problem is, when I open it, it tells me about things, but never the same thing twice. Some of the material is impossible to understand. Some of it is pretty boring. I think there is a way to get it to give you information that you want, but I haven't figured it out yet." He grinned. "But you would be astonished at what you learn if you just sleep with this under your head."
Dominic said, "It is also known as the thief of dreams. Those who sleep too close to it are robbed of their dreams and, after enough time, driven mad."
"Well, you wouldn't be the first person to call me a little crazy," said Nacor. "Besides, I stopped sleeping with it in my room over 100 years ago. It took me a while, but I deduced it was keeping me from dreaming." He shook his head. "Strange things happen when you don't dream at night. I was beginning to hallucinate, and frankly, I was getting a little irritable."
"What is it?" asked Miranda. "These names mean nothing to me." "It is the most holy artifact from the temple of the god of knowledge," said Dominic. "It is a text with all the knowledge of the temple of the lost god of knowledge contained within it. Wodar Hosper was a lesser god, but one deemed critical to understanding all the issues we are discussing now," said Dominic. "What this vagabond has been carrying around for who knows how many years is an item that would have provided an amazing amount of insight and knowledge to our order if we had possessed it."
Nacor said, "Perhaps. But then again, you might have sat around for a couple of centuries staring at the thing without ever really understanding what it does." Nacor looked around the room. "Knowledge is power. You all have power. I have knowledge. Together we have the means of defeating the Nameless One." As Nacor said that phrase, it was as if the room darkened a little and turned slightly colder.
"The Nameless One?" asked Miranda, and suddenly she touched her temple. "There's something I know, but don't know."
Nacor nodded. "I won't name him." He looked pointedly at Dominic. "There are advantages to being a little mad and to having tremendous knowledge." He looked around the room and said, "Here is the rest of the story. The Nameless One is nameless because even to imagine his name is to call his attention to you. If you do, you're lost, for no mortal creature has the power to resist his call." Nacor grinned. "Except me." Dominic said, "How is this possible?" "As I said, it helps to be a little mad. And there are tricks that can let you think of one thing without knowing you're really thinking of it, so when the Nameless One hears his name and comes looking for you, you're not there for him to find. Even a greater god can't find you where you're not."
Miranda said, "I am totally confused."
"You are not alone," said Pug.
Calla smiled. "I think I'm following."
Nacor grinned at him. "That's because you're young." He looked at the others. "When the Chaos Wars raged, one of the controller gods, this Nameless One, whose nature is what you would call evil, attempted to upset the balance of things. It was he who warped Drokken Korin, and who set the Valheru on their self-destructive path. What they did not realize was that the gods were no threat to them. I imagine this would have been nearly an impossible concept to them, but the gods would have been just as satisfied with Valheru worshippers as with humans, elves, goblins, and the other intelligent races who live here now."
Tomas smiled.
"I think it's safe to say you're right. Impossible concept sums it up."
"Anyway," continued Nacor, "when the Valheru rose to challenge the gods, the Chaos Wars ensued." He looked at Tomas. "How long did they last?"
Tomas said,
"Why, I don't know."
He closed his eyes as if attempting to remember, but at last opened them and said,
"I have no idea."
"They dragged on for centuries," said Nacor. "The gods, as we think of them, are localized, specific to Midkemia, yet they reflect larger realities, ones which affect millions of worlds."
"I'm lost again," said Miranda. "Local, yet they stretch across a vast number of worlds?"
Nacor said, "It's the same as if we're all sitting around a mountain. Each of us sees it from a different perspective, but it's the same mountain. The goddess you and I call Sung the Pure represents certain aspects of reality, a sense of something profoundly basic, unsullied, without flaw, absolutely perfect. and that aspect of reality exists in a lot more places than just around the corner from here.
He looked at Miranda.
Which is to say, if you tried to destroy Sung the White, you'd not only create havoc on Midkemia, but create problems for a very large portion of reality.
Everything's connected, said Callus, intertwining his fingers. You can't disrupt one part of reality without doing harm to another.
So, this nameless one, said Nacor, attempts to disrupt things, to steal an advantage, to create a disharmony in the order of things. He influenced Drakenkoren and the Valhero to do two things. They created the Lifestone, and they rose to fight the gods. As a result, a lot of the lesser gods were destroyed, or at least as destroyed as a god gets, which means they won't be around for a long time. And others were changed. Killian has sovereignty over the oceans, where Eortis once ruled. It sort of makes sense, as she's a goddess of nature, but it's really not her job.
Nacor shook his head.
You know, this nameless one, he did some serious damage, all things considered, and we're still dealing with it.
He pointed in the general direction of Darkmoor, to the west, and said,
A big demon is coming this way, with an army, and he wants that thing.
Nacor pointed at the Lifestone.
He probably doesn't even know why he wants to come here, or even that this Lifestone is here. And once he gets here, he won't know what he's going to do with it, but he'll do anything to get it. And once he has it...
Callus said, He'll end life on this world as we know it. All eyes turned toward Callus. It's the nature of the Lifestone that everything in this world is connected. If you disrupt it, everything dies.
That's the trap, said Nacor. That's what Drakenkoren didn't understand when he thought he'd created the perfect weapon. He thought that if he unleashed the power of the Lifestone, the energy would blast away the gods, or something like that.
He glanced at Tomas. Tomas nodded.
But it doesn't work like that, said Nacor. What would have happened is the world would have died, save for the gods. The lesser gods would have been weakened because there would have been no one around to worship them. But the controller gods, they would have been just as they always were.
Miranda said, I'm getting a headache. If nothing changed for the controller gods, what good does all this do this nameless one?
Nothing, said Nacor. That's the irony. I think he imagined, if I may presume to think like a god, that the general disruption would somehow benefit his cause, would put the other controller gods at a disadvantage.
Wouldn't it? Asked Pug.
No, said Dominic. Each god is cast in a fixed role, and within that role they can act, but not outside their nature.
Miranda stood up, obviously exasperated. Then what is going on? Why is this god acting outside his nature? Because he's mad, said Callus. The days of the mad god's rage, said Tomas. That's the other name for the Chaos Wars. What drives a god to madness? Asked Chopin. The others looked at the student, heretofore silent. Nacor said, You're not as stupid as I think sometimes, boy. That's a wonderful question. He looked around the room. Anyone have an answer? No one spoke.
Nacor said, Maybe it's in his nature. But the Nameless One did things that defeated his own purpose. He created a situation that resulted in his being cast out, imprisoned far away. 7 gods once lived in balance, each according to its nature. Whatever the reason, the balance was upset. The Chaos Wars caused the destruction of 2 of the controllers, for they had to act to preserve what was left of this world. The Matrix, Ishap, the most important god of the 7, is gone. The good goddess, Arch-Indar, is also gone, and the Nameless One had to be banished, confined by the other 4. His counterpart is dead, and the god who kept all in balance is dead. So the remaining 4, Abram Sev, Evdem, Graf, and Helbenor, had to act. They had no choice. So in the end, we're left with a world out of control, unbalanced, lacking cohesion. This is why so many strange things occur in Midkemia. It makes it an interesting place to live, but a little dangerous.
Pug said, Is this speculation, or do you know these things? Nacor pointed to the artifact.
Dominic?
He knows. said the abbot of Sar. That device was carried by the high priest of Wodar Hosper, the god of knowledge. Reputedly, any question that a man can ask is answered in the codex, but the price to carry it is extreme. It requires the combined effort of dozens of other clerics in the temple to combat the madness that results from the high priest's inability to dream. He looked at the Isolani. Nacor, how did you escape the madness? Nacor grinned. Who said I did? Pug said, I have often thought you a little odd, but never have I judged you truly mad. Nacor said, Well, the thing about madness is you can only be crazy so long. After that, you either kill yourself or you get better. I got better. He grinned. It also helped when I stopped sleeping in the same room with the damn thing. Shopi said, How is it that you, he pointed to Tomas, who wear the mantle of the Valheru, and you, he pointed to Pug, who was the master of 2 worlds of magic, and you, he pointed at Nacor, who possessed this item, and Makros, who was Sarig's agent, are all together at this point in history? We are here to help, said Nacor. The gods may have planned it this way, but for whatever reason, we need to repair the damage done so many centuries ago. Can we? Asked Miranda. Nacor said, We cannot. Only one being in this world possesses the nature to attempt this. He turned and looked at Callus. Can you? I don't know, answered Callus. But I must try. His eyes returned to the Lightstone. Very soon. Nacor said, And our job is to keep him alive long enough to try. Eric stood behind the lines, watching as his men repulsed another attack, waiting for another assault. Duco was good, and none of his attacks during the day had been wasted effort. It had taken every trick he knew in calling in the reserves for Eric to repulse him. Runners carried messages from the other areas of the line, and the news was not good. The kingdom was holding, but the entire line was sorely pressed. Patrick feared there was going to be a breakthrough eventually. It was the reason he was withholding the elements of the army of the east that were camped below the eastern foothills. They stood ready to respond to any incursion. A small army had been sent to impose itself between any forces that might get through and the abandoned city of Sethanon. It was late afternoon, and when Eric heard the enemy trumpet sound the retreat, he breathed a sigh of relief. A runner had returned from Darkmoor with his uniform, and he welcomed fresh clothing. He was covered in dirt, blood, and smoke, and while he didn't take the time to bathe, a fresh shirt and trousers would improve his mood. After he had changed, Jado came into the tent and said, We've got word some of the enemy have slipped across the ridgeline and are holed up in a little canyon a mile north of here. Get a squad and go root them out, said Eric. If you need help, grab whoever's close by, but get those men dug out of there. Jado left, and Eric sat down in the command tent. He pawed through the pile of reports and dispatches, and found nothing that required his immediate attention. He rose and left the tent, and hurried to where food was being served to the men. He refused to move to the front of the line, so he was only a few feet away from getting his rations when a horseman rode up. It was Dashiell Jameson, who waved. Eric looked at the bubbling pot of stew with some regret as he left the line and said, Hello. Dash dismounted. The prince sent me to tell you that the Earl of L'Oreal has been found other duties. Lowering his voice, he said, If any other noble rides through and troubles you, I'm to facilitate. Eric said, Thanks. He found the next question awkward. Any word on your grandfather? Dash's expression turned grim. No. Nor my grandmother. He looked westward, facing toward Krondor. We are resigned to the fact they chose to die together. He sighed. My father is not dealing with this well, but he'll come out of it soon. Dash shrugged. Truth to tell, I'm not dealing with it particularly well either. He looked at Eric. How can I help? I need someone to sort through all the dispatches as they arrive and save me from the ones that don't need my attention. The command structure along the ridge is very disorganized. Dash said, We've lost a lot of nobles, and many of their second-in-commands are garrison soldiers with no field experience. Eric said, I've noticed. He looked at Dash. A lot of nobles? Dash looked disturbed. The Duke of the Southern Marches is dead. The Duke of Yabon lies injured and may not live. At least a dozen earls and barons are dead. More before this is through, I think. He lowered his voice. While you were up in the mountains training, Patrick ordered all the lords who were coming here to leave one son home if they could.
If we survive, we're going to have a lot of new members of the Congress of Lords next year. We're paying a bloody price in this war. That we are. Then the trumpet sounded, and alarm was raised as another attack commenced. And that we will, said Eric as he pulled his sword and hurried to his chosen place of command. Callus said, "It's time." Pug moved to stand beside his old friend's son and asked, "Are you certain?" Callus said, "Yes." He looked at his father, and something passed between them, something silent but profound, needing no words. Then he looked at Miranda, and she smiled at him. Callus stood before the life stone, the huge green emerald pulsing with energy. He said, "Father, take back your sword." Tomas didn't hesitate. He leaped atop the dais upon which the stone rested, and placed a booted foot on the gem. He seized the hilt of his white and gold sword, and pulled. At first the sword resisted his efforts, then suddenly it slid free. Tomas lifted his sword, feeling complete for the first time since the end of the Rift War, and a primal shout of victory escaped his lips. The gem began to pulse, and Callus rested his hands upon it. "I am Valheru. I am human." He closed his eyes and said, "I am Eladel." Nacor said, "Interesting. His nature is unique, and he possesses the attributes of 3 races. Callus's eyes opened, and he stared into the gem. "It's so obvious," he said, and he lowered his head until his brow touched the gem. "It's so easy." Pug looked at Tomas, and they both asked the same silent question. What was so obvious and so easy? In a grand pavilion, surrounded by servants and advisers, the demon Jakan seethed. Something called to him, something compelling and demanding, something that insisted he move toward it. He did not know what this thing was, but it haunted his dreams and sang to him. He knew where it was, a place to the north and east, Sethanon, and he knew that those who opposed him were denying him this thing. The self-styled demon king of Medkemia stood, and to those around him the illusion of the Emerald Queen still held. She seemed to command them to depart, save those attendants she kept close by, the remaining Pantathian serpent priest, one named Titholta, and the human general, Fadawa. They knew of the deception and were the only survivors of that bloody night when Jakan had devoured the Emerald Queen. It had been so easy. She had been alone with one of her victims, who died held in her arms and legs as she drank his life from him. The demon had used his growing powers to appear as one of her servants. He had slipped into her tent and quickly killed her and her newest lover. The woman's power was significant, but wasted on keeping a youthful appearance. The demon didn't understand this. It was so much easier to build an illusion as he had. In that moment of consuming the woman, the demon had encountered something alien, yet familiar. He had been touched by this agency, and knew its name, Nalar. But beyond knowing of its presence, the mystic echoing within the Emerald Queen, the demon was otherwise unconcerned. Ma'arg had made a pact with someone to have those odd creatures who looked like Pantathians open the rift to the Sa'ar world and to this world. But that was Ma'arg's worry. Let him rot on Shiloh, or return to the demon realm and its limited pleasures. Jakan was the only one of his kind on this world, and his power was growing by the day. He glanced at his left arm and saw the tremendous growth that had occurred. The last human he had devoured he had swallowed whole, and had found a wonderful moment of delight as the creature screamed for almost a full minute inside his gullet. And now he was pleased to see the human's face appearing on his belly. He flexed his shoulders and felt his great wings nearly touch the sides and tops of the pavilion. He would have to have it enlarged. The illusion of the Emerald Queen could move easily through the tent, but Jakan was now close to 20 feet tall, and as long as he fed, he would continue to grow. For a brief instant he considered limiting his feeding, then dismissed the idea as too alien. He ducked as he moved under the tent flap, held open for the queen by her guards. Fadawa and Titholta appeared to be following at a respectable distance. No one without magic sight could see the mystic chains and collars Jakan had fashioned to keep them in tow. The nearby army saw the Emerald Queen reach the large tent she had erected for the wounded.
She entered and found a few soldiers attempting to tend the dying. "Leave," she commanded, and those able to do so obeyed, for most suspected what was about to happen. Chikon moved to the first man, unconscious but still alive. The demon scooped him up with one hand and bit his head off, swallowing it. The blood and life forces that ran down the demon's throat filled him with an almost painful pleasure. Never had a demon risen so rapidly, become so powerful, and still had so much potential before him. He would be the mightiest demon king in the history of the race. Nothing would withstand his march, and when he had devoured this planet, he would use the rift knowledge these people possessed to reach other worlds. Eventually, he thought, I will be a god. He turned toward a man who could barely move for his injuries, but whose eyes were wide with terror as he attempted to crawl away from the horror he had just witnessed. Chikon realized that in his bloodlust he had let his illusion drop, and now sick and dying men moaned in terror. Grinning, with blood still running down his chin, Chikon moved to the man and impaled him on a single talon, lifting him before him. Then with a snap, he devoured him, delighting in the feel of the twitching body sliding down his huge gullet. Never has there been one such as I, he thought. Chikon turned to his puppet, Fadawa, and said, Order the attack. We overrun the puny humans today. The vacant eyes of Fadawa didn't register any reaction. He turned and stuck his head outside the tent and said, Order all units to attack. Soon, thought Chikon, I will feast on thousands, and then I will reach this place, Sephanon, and see what it is that calls me there. Callus smiled. It's like untying a knot. He had two hands upon the lifestone, and the pulsing green light was bathing him, washing over him, infusing him. Though he didn't move a muscle, he had never looked more animated, alive, and powerful to those who knew him. His father came to stand next to him and asked, What do you see? Father, said Callus, enraptured, I see everything. A 6-foot-tall spinning column of green energy sprang up atop the gem like a flame, and undulated, emitting a keening sound. Faces flickered in the flame, and Tomas's golden blade came to the ready. The Valheru, he said in a hoarse whisper, his every sense tuned and ready for battle. No, said Callus. This is but an echo of their former existence. What they sought to become eluded them. What they returned to recover was never theirs. He turned to look at his father. Stand ready. For what? For the change. Callus closed his eyes, and the flame shot upward into the ceiling of the cavern and ran along the rocky surface, fanning out in a circle. As it spread out from the point of impact, it thinned, diminishing to nothing more than a faint green overlaying the golden shimmer of Nakor's protective screen. Tomas dropped to his knees, the sword falling from his hands as a moan of pain escaped him. He clutched his chest and stomach as if in agony. Pug rushed to his side, saying, What is it? Tomas's teeth were clenched and he shook. He was unable to answer. Callus said, That which was Valheru is returned to the world. Pug left Tomas and came to Callus's side. Will he live? He will, answered Callus. He is more than Valheru, as am I. Then Pug saw that Callus was also undergoing a painful transformation, as whatever part of his heritage also was Valheru was being torn from within. Perspiration ran down his forehead, and his arms trembled, but his eyes were afire, and his gaze was locked within the stone. What is happening? Pug asked softly. Something that was taken from this world is being returned to it, said Callus. I am the instrument of that return. After a moment, tiny flecks of green light spun away from the glowing nimbus that surrounded Callus and the stone, flying in random directions. Pug dodged the first spray of light, and it went past him. Then, as he turned, another struck him in the chest. Instead of causing injury or pain, he felt nothing but a sense of energy, something warm and healing passing through him. He looked at Tomas, bent over in agony, but as the tiny green flecks struck, Tomas began to recover. After a moment, he looked up at his boyhood friend, and Pug saw his eyes were clear, free of pain. Tomas rose and slowly moved over to Pug and Callus. He looked at Pug, and the magician saw wonder in Tomas's eyes, wonder he had not witnessed since Tomas had taken on the mantle of Ashen-Shugar, last of the Valheru. For the first time in 50 years, Tomas looked more like the boy from Crydi than Pug had ever seen him, and in a voice filled with amazement, Tomas said, My son is healing the world. Then a cry of joy,
A note so profound Pug couldn't tell if it was a sound or a feeling, rang through the cave, and the gem seemed to erupt, casting an awe-inspiring flame of life throughout the room. Nacor nearly danced in delight, while Dominic made the sign of his god. Nacor said, "We don't need this," and dropped his spell of protection. As it vanished, an echo from across the world, as black and evil as the previous note had been alive and good, resonated, and Nacor's eyes widened. Oops. The demon's head came up from its feasting. "No!" it roared as it felt something being taken away from it. "Sathanan!" the voice in his head screamed. All dreams of power and primacy were forgotten. The mystic leashes to the two slaves were released as the demon strode to the front of the tent. Two guards turned as Jacon emerged from the tent. They grew pale and fled. General Fadawa blinked as if coming out of a daze, and he saw the demon rip apart the entrance to the tent, sending tatters in all directions. He only glimpsed the horror before it leaped to the skies, but it was enough. The general turned to see the confused Pantathian high priest also coming out of his daze. Rage gripped the general, and he pulled his decorative dagger. He raised it high and plunged it between the neck and shoulder of the Pantathian, driving the serpent priest to his knees. For a moment the creature rocked on his knees, then he toppled over. Fadawa didn't even attempt to remove his blade from the last dying member of the Pantathian race. He hurried out the rear of the Queen's pavilion and found terrified officers standing in the command tent. He looked to where their eyes were fixed, and saw the demon soaring toward the mountains, in the direction of the castle at Darkmoor. One of the captains of the mercenary companies who had risen to the staff of the Queen's army saw their commander before him and stammered out, "Orders, sir?" Fadawa said, "What has happened? I have been in the power of a monster, and don't know what has happened. Tell me." "You just ordered a full-scale attack. All units. We are engaging the enemy along the entire ridge." "Damn," said the general. He had no idea how long he had been in thrall to the demon, but he knew he had to discover quickly what had occurred. The last thing he remembered clearly was being in the Queen's tent outside the city of the Serpent River. Then he had lived in a timeless haze, a vague dream of horror and fear, and now he was on the other side of the world in the middle of a war, and he had no idea whom they were fighting, where his units were deployed, or if they were winning or losing. And with the Queen dead, he had no idea why they were continuing to fight. Looking at his staff, he said, "Maps, I want to see where we are, where every unit is, and what we know about the enemy." As the staff jumped to obey, a few of them stealing glances at the diminishing figure of the demon as it sped eastward, Fadawa was consumed by one goal. Survival. 26. Confrontation. Eric fought. What had begun as a moderate push, a probing engagement to discover potential weaknesses in the defender's line, without warning had turned into an all-out offensive. Eric kicked the man he had just killed, letting him roll back down the ridge into the trees below. All along Nightmare Ridge, the Kingdom army struggled with the invader, a slaughter unmatched since the Rift War. Eric looked around as he found himself in a relative lull. The wounded and dead were being dragged away by their comrades, and others quickly drank from water buckets carried by the boys from the baggage trains. Giotto came running along, Sergeant Harper behind him. "They've turned our northern flank," said Harper. Blood splattered across his face. "Jerome is dead and his entire company with him. Duco's got men on our side of the ridge, and they're pushing us to the south." "Damn," said Eric. He turned to a runner and said, "Orders to the flying company." Giotto interrupted. "There is no flying company. I sent them in as soon as Harper reached me. They're up there right now." Eric rubbed his face, feeling as if fatigue was ground into his skin like grit. His thoughts were chaotic from lack of sleep and constant fighting over the last 2 days. "All right," he said to the two sergeants. "Take every third man from here, and both to the north. If you can't hold, pull back, and when you get to the first defensible position on our side of the ridge, facing north, dig in. You hold them there, and if they turn east and go down the mountain, they're the Army of the East's problem." He turned to the messenger and said, "Go to Darkmoor. Tell Prince Patrick we have a turned flank on the north and are trying to dig in. We need reinforcements. Got it?" The young soldier said, "Yes, sir," saluted and ran to his horse. Eric turned to see Giotto and Harper already pulling every third man off the ridge and leading them northward. He saw Dash standing a short way off, his sword drawn and blood all over his well-cut tunic and trousers, and he said, "I thought I told you to read dispatches." Dash smiled. "There's nothing in there that can't wait, and it seemed an extra sword was needed." Eric nodded. "You have that right." Suddenly the enemy was pushing over the ridge again, and Eric became embroiled in the struggle. Tomas said, "Something is coming." Pug said, "I can feel it too." He paused, then said, "I recognize that presence. It's Jacon." Nacor said,
Shopi, you and the good abbot must hide.
Shopi said, I will stay with you, master. Nakor grabbed the younger man and propelled him toward a hole in the wall. It was the dusty underground remnants of the last battle that took place in the ancient city, created by the Valheru, beneath the destroyed city of Sephinon.
My protection trick could hide us from the Nameless One's hearing, but it can't stop an angry demon who wants to come here. In there, insisted Nakor. Hide in that hole, for what is coming may destroy us all, but at least the rest of us have some means to protect ourselves.
The broken masonry was the result of a titanic battle between the dragon Ryath, whose sleeping body was now occupied by the oracle of Baal, and the Dreadlord, used by Nalar as a distraction as the spirits of the Valheru attempted to re-enter Medkemia.
Get down and stay out of sight.
Nakor hurried back to stand next to Miranda, while Pug and Tomas took up stations on either side of Callus. Miranda said, Can you protect yourself?
I'm tougher than I look, said Nakor, but his grin was gone.
Callus was lost within the dismantling of the Lightstone, his face a mix of rapture and calm. His eyes were now fixed upon a spot at the center of the stone, which was growing smaller as more and more shreds of the life energy flew from it. Miranda said, Whatever he's doing, it's making me feel good.
If we weren't facing the coming rage of a demon king, I think we'd be enjoying this.
Miranda felt a large speck of the green life force pass through her stomach. Her eyes widened, and she said, Oh. Nakor giggled.
That looked interesting.
It felt interesting, she said. She ran her hand over her stomach. With a look of mixed apprehension and uncertainty, Miranda said, Something's going on. Nakor looked around the hall, which was now almost universally illuminated in green light, and said,
The life structure of this world is being set right. It's a healing, a rejuvenation. Ancient souls trapped in that thing for centuries are being freed to return to the universe, as they were intended to do.
He glanced at Miranda.
Some of the side effects might prove very unexpected.
Miranda said, I don't doubt it. Tomas's eyes narrowed, and he tilted his head as if listening to something. It's coming. What is? Asked Miranda. Zakon, said Pug. It can be the only thing on this world to disturb the harmony of life to the point where we can sense its approach. Tomas held his sword. I think soon. Within the next hour, 2 at the latest. Pug glanced at Callus, who was still consumed by his task. Will he be finished? Tomas said. I do not know. They waited. Eric crouched low as another flight of arrows sped overhead. The instant they had passed, his own archers rose and fired back. The attack had picked up intensity all afternoon, and now he feared he was about to lose domination of the ridge. Suddenly, enemy soldiers were atop the ridge, and he was again facing hand-to-hand combat. The determination of his men was unmatched, but their endurance was flagging. No word had reached him from the north since he had sent Jado and Harper to reinforce the northern flank, and the men he had sent were now critically needed here. Eric worried that he might have compromised both positions in an attempt to protect them. The press of battle took his mind off worries for a moment as he felt the line around him sag, as more and more of the enemy appeared and fewer defenders stood next to him. Eric let his sword swing like a scythe, cutting down attackers like wheat. He heard men scream, grunt, and curse on all sides, and focused upon the moment. The battle was now in that place he knew where no amount of coordination was possible. The battle would be decided by the strength of the men who fought it. If the defenders had more resolve, they would win. Eric saw 2 enemies before him, and in that instant he felt in his soul that the battle was lost. He struck down the first man, shattering his shield with a tremendous blow, but barely dodged a thrust by the second. Then a third man, and a fourth came at him, and in that moment Eric knew he was going to die. He slashed out and took the second man in the face, cutting his cheek to the bone, which shattered as the blade dug in. He pulled back his sword and tossed the man as a cat tosses a mouse, sending him into the 2 men who came after. Eric knew it was just a matter of moments, and he was determined to take as many of the enemy with him as possible before he was overwhelmed. He struck out against one man and took a sliding blow to the ribs that caused him to turn suddenly, opening himself up to another sword thrust. A blade struck his left arm, glancing off the leather of his gauntlet to leave a long, angry red cut on his forearm. Eric took a glancing blow to the side of the head, and his knees weakened. He couldn't stand upright, and as he tried to step back, his heel slipped, saving his life. Eric fell back, struck rock and dirt, and rolled head over heels a dozen yards. He came to rest on his back, staring up over his boots at 5 enemy soldiers rushing down the hill to end his existence. As the first man reached Eric, his sword held high overhead to deliver a killing blow, a goose feather shaft appeared in the man's neck. He seemed to take a step, go to one knee, then fall face down at Eric's feet. Eric scrambled back as the other 4 men turned, looking to their left, Eric's right, and another arrow lifted an attacker off his feet, propelling him backward. Only a longbow could unleash that much power. Eric looked and saw a half-dozen men in leather standing a dozen paces down the trail, firing at the attackers while children ran forward. Eric blinked. They weren't children, but dwarves, dressed in armor and carrying war hammers and axes. Shouting their war cries, they were charging into the invaders, cutting them down. Strong hands reached under Eric's shoulders and hauled him to his feet. "How are you, man?" asked a familiar voice, and Eric turned to see the smiling face of Jaro Shati. "Better," said Eric. "Much better." Sergeant Harper said, "We were being handed our heads, sir, when suddenly the lads who were trying to kill us got very concerned about their own rears." He grinned, ignoring the dried blood that spattered his face. "The dwarves and elves were coming down the ridge, doing a grand job of slaughter as they went." As if a wind blew away a cloud of smoke, the dwarves and elves cleared the ridge before Eric's eyes. A dwarf, wearing a large gold torque and carrying a hammer of obvious power, approached and asked, "You the officer here?" Eric nodded. "Sir?" The dwarf smiled. He set down his hammer, drew himself up to his full height, slightly under 5 feet, and slapped his chest with his balled fist. "I hight Dolgan, king of the dwarves of the west, chief of village Caldera, and war leader of the Grey Tower's dwarven people." Then he smiled and said, "It looks as if you could use some help." Eric grinned. "With thanks." An elf approached and said, "I'm Galen. Tomas asked us to come through the ridge line from above Hawk's Hollow, making sure that uninvited guests weren't hanging about." Eric smiled. "Your arrival was most timely." "Well," said Dolgan, "better late than never, and it's still a bonny fight. My lads will be pleased to thump a few heads." Lowering his voice, he said, "Tomas has been forthright with what is at stake, and I pledge we will keep these murderers on the west side of the ridge." Eric said, "Thank you." Jaro said, "You've got a few wounds here." Eric sat on a rock, and Jaro began field dressings. More of his men came down the ridge from the north, and Harper reported, "We're rolling them south, sir." "Good," said Eric. "Keep the pressure on. If we can collapse them down around Darkmoor, we can win this fight." Eric waited until his bandages were finished, then stood and returned to his observation point, a large rock that gave him a good view of the immediate battlefield. Below the ridge line, the enemy was dug in behind some sheltering rocks. The elven bowmen had turned the 20 yards of open space above them into a killing ground, and none ventured from behind the rocks. Eric looked around, saw a boy holding his horse, and signaled for him to be brought over. He told Jaro, "Send a patrol up the line and make sure they're not trying to climb back up there. I'm running to Darkmoor to inform Patrick of the dwarves and elves' arrival." As he mounted his horse, he said, "King Dolgan—" "Just Dolgan will do," interrupted Dolgan. "No need for titles. Dolgan, how many men are with you?" 300 dwarves and 200 elves. Enough for a right grand fight." Eric smiled. "Fine." To Harper, Eric said, "Hold here until I return." Harper said, "Right, sir." Eric rode south, and as he did, he saw that the assault on the enemy's northern flank by the elves and dwarves had sent ripples down the line, stalling the assault. A stable line was established, and while the exchange of arrows was constant, the fighting was now sporadic. He reached Darkmoor in an hour's time, and only a reinforced barricade from the northern gate to the foothills north of the city kept the route open. The enemy had burned every building in the Folberg to the west, and the buildings to the south were abandoned. Eric rode with an escort he had picked up at the outer limit of the city's defense, men wearing the tabard of Darkmoor. The big northern gate was barred, while the smaller sally port cut within the gate was left open. Eric rode through and on to the castle. He went straight to the prince's conference chamber and reported. After he told Patrick of the arrival of the dwarves and elves, the prince said, "No, it makes sense. We've been facing steady pressure all day." He pointed to a map. "While you freed up the northern flank, we've had reports from the south that the same withdrawal along the Ride is taking place." Eric said, "The dwarves from Dorgan." "We can assume that much," said the prince, ignoring the breach of protocol. "That's putting inordinate pressure on the center." He stuck a finger on the city of Darkmoor. "We have mounting attacks here, and we are close to losing the outer wall." Eric looked around the room. He was the only other officer present, the rest of the room being staffed by runners and scribes. Eric volunteered, "The Army of the East?" Patrick said, "I sent word to bring up the bulk of the army, but they won't be here until tomorrow morning." He pointed to another map, one of the city. "Here we have 3 potential weaknesses." He outlined the overall defense of the city and the areas of concern. Eric calculated. "Let me bring down a squad from the northern flank and plug this breach here." He pointed to the center of the 3 potential breaches. "If we plug that, we can move to either flank as needed." "Can you get a squad down here in time?" Eric motioned to a runner. "With your Highness's permission?" Prince Patrick nodded. Eric said to the runner, "Head north on the fastest horse you can find,
and tell Sergeant Giotto Shotty to come here with as many mother murderers as Harper can spare. He'll know what I mean."
The runner glanced at the prince, who nodded, and the messenger ran from the room. Patrick said, "Your wounds?" Eric looked at his bandaged lower left arm and ribs and said, "I got sloppy. I'm fine." Patrick smiled. "You don't look fine, Captain, but I'll take your word for it." Just then Greylock entered the room, dirty, sweating, and bloody. He said, "I need the reserves now, Highness." Patrick shrugged. "Take them. We have nothing left to lose." Eric glanced at the prince and said, "I'll go with the general. I think we need every sword at the wall." Patrick drew his sword and said, "Very well." Greylock turned and grabbed the Prince of Condor's tunic. To lay hands on royalty was a hanging offense, but at that moment he wasn't a general offering insult to his liege lord. He was the old sword master of Darkmoor, training an impulsive young soldier. "Highness, your position is here, and if you go get yourself killed, and we win this war, then I have some very difficult explaining to the king, and I would rather be spared that conversation with your father. Be a good lad, and do your job, and we'll do ours." He released Patrick's tunic, then brushed aside an imaginary speck of dirt, saying, "I think that's it." Turning toward the door, he said, "Eric, shall we go?" Eric followed, leaving a chastened ruler who swore as he realized his commander was correct. The demon bellowed as he swooped down toward the abandoned city of Sathanan. He challenged any who might interfere with his goal, and none answered. Jacon landed before a destroyed gate, leading into a burned-out keep. He looked around and saw no one. Something called to him, and he felt frustrated he could not locate the origin of the call. He turned, bellowing a challenge toward every compass point. No one answered. Screaming his rage to the sky, he set out searching, looking for something to fight, someone to kill, the source of the calling that sang to him, pulling him toward a goal he didn't understand, but one which filled him with a hunger that surpassed anything he had known before. Then a thought came to the demon. The demon didn't recognize that the thought was not his own, that a vast and evil being, an unimaginable distance away, was reaching out to plant in the demon's mind knowledge how to reach the life stone. Acor looked upward. No one heard the demon roar, but they sensed it. "He's near." Tomas nodded, holding the golden blade in his hand. He glanced at Pug and said, "I didn't realize how much I missed this." Pug said, "I really wish you didn't have to use it." Miranda said, "I feel the same way." All waited as the demon above stalked the city, searching for the source of his hunger. "Maybe he won't find us," Acor said. "Want to bet on that?" asked Miranda. Acor grinned. "No." Pug said, "If he doesn't figure out how to shift his place in time slightly, he could look for us for years and not find us." Acor said, "If he's stupid, maybe, but I think the Nameless One might turn him in the right direction." "Right," said Miranda, glancing upward. "You would think of that." Again they felt the demon's rage reverberating through the ground into the chamber. Miranda looked at Callus, who stood with eyes closed and hands on the life stone. The gem was now half the size it had been when they had found it, and the specks of green energy were flying through them constantly. Miranda said, "Acor, you look younger." Acor grinned. "Am I handsome yet?" Miranda laughed. "Hardly, but you do look younger." "It's the life stone," said Pug. "It's rejuvenating us." Miranda's forehead furrowed. "That explains it," she said, as she put her hand on her stomach. "What?" asked Acor. "Cramps. I haven't had them for 150 years. Acor laughed. Suddenly the room erupted in a howl of rage, echoing through the rocks from above. "I think," said Acor, "he's very close." Eric stood on the wall, overlooking the main gate. A huge ram was being rolled toward the outer wall, and Manfred shouted, "Fire!" Catapults unleashed a veritable rain of rocks, and many of the attackers were struck down, but the ram rolled toward them. It had a wooden roof, protecting the men below, and Manfred said, "If they breach this gate, they're into the inner city. We can't fight house to house. We'll have to fall back to the citadel." Eric said, "Reinforcements are on the way." "Well, they'd better get here in the next hour," said Manfred. "Otherwise we're going to be overrun." He turned and shouted, "Oil!" Cauldrons of hot oil were poured over the wall, showering scalding death over those below. Men screamed, and some retreated, but another wave rushed the wall, carrying scaling ladders. "Down!" shouted Greylock, and Eric and his half-brother both acted instinctively, ducking behind the wall over the main gate to the city as 100 arrows flew overhead. Men who had been slow to react screamed, many falling from the wall into the city streets. Manfred crouched next to Eric, both with their backs against the cold stone of the city walls. Manfred looked around at the injured and dying.
If your reinforcements don't get here in the next 10 minutes, I'm giving the order to withdraw. Eric, hunkering down, said, "They can't get here in 10 minutes. Well, then we'd better begin an orderly withdrawal." He turned to a man in the tabard of Darkmoor, with sergeant's chevrons embroidered above his heart. "Tell the men to withdraw by sections. Start at the south wall and get them to High Street. We'll fight our way back from there. Destroy the catapults. We can't allow them to be turned on us." A thunder of hooves, and Eric risked a glance between two merlons. So our riders were massing at the far end of the gate. Eric said, "Manfred, as soon as that gate is open, you're going to have a company of our riders coming through." Manfred turned to glance over the wall. "Always wondered what they looked like." His eyes widened. "Mother of gods!" "We need to leave now," suggested Eric. Manfred agreed. To the sergeant he said, "Burn the catapults, then general withdrawal. Every man for the citadel." Word was passed, and archers fired down into the streets below, while men with poles pushed over scaling ladders. But as soon as the withdrawal began, ladders were again put up, and invaders began climbing. Manfred and Eric ran down the stone steps to the street. Already chaos was let loose. A few civilians, who had been too stubborn or too stupid to evacuate, were now in the streets with sacks over their shoulders, running for the citadel. Wounded soldiers were being carried by healthy ones, and a few bowmen kept their heads and fired at the enemy as they came over the wall, but generally the retreat was turning into a rout. "Have you seen Greylock?" demanded Manfred. "Not since he went to look over the southern wall." "I hope he makes it," said Manfred. An arrow struck the ground inches from his boot, and he jumped. Eric grabbed him by the sleeve and pulled him hard to the left, almost yanking him off balance, as 3 more arrows flew through the spot he had just occupied. "Thanks," Manfred panted as they hurried around a corner. "Archers usually work in groups," said Eric. They ran down a cross street and turned to their right, then left again, and Eric could see the lights from the citadel's highest tower above the rooftops. The streets sloped upward toward the old castle, and by the time they reached High Street, the thoroughfare was clogged with terrified refugees, out-of-breath soldiers, and men carrying their wounded comrades. "Make way!" shouted a voice, and Eric saw Manfred had been recognized by one of Darkmoor's soldiers. "The Baron's here! Make way!" Eric stayed close to his half-brother. They bullied their way through the press and made it to the edge of the drawbridge. Soldiers lined the sides of the bridge, frantically waving through those moving across it. Eric and Manfred both slumped to the cobbles in the bailey as soldiers ran to their aid. "Water!" gasped the Baron. Eric gasped, "I forgot how tired you can get running at this altitude." "I forgot how tired you can get just running," said Manfred. A bucket of water appeared, and Manfred drank from it, then passed it to Eric, who gulped from it as it poured over his chest and arms. Manfred shouted, "Sergeant!" His sergeant appeared and said, "My lord?" "Word to the lookout above. The moment he sees the enemy at the other end of High Street, close the drawbridge." Eric said, "Manfred, you can't wait that long. You've got to start clearing it now, or you'll never get it closed in time." He pointed to the flood of humanity, the civilians with slow-moving carts, the old men and women on foot who were trying to squeeze through the gatehouse, and who were only succeeding in getting in one another's way. "Look!" Manfred studied the situation, then said to the sergeant, "Clear the drawbridge. Tell those on the other side to hurry to the eastern gate. We can keep that one open a little longer. The others will have to make do as best they can." Both men knew that being trapped outside the citadel was a death sentence. Manfred stood in motion for Eric to follow. "We'd better report to the prince." Eric rose and moved after his half-brother. They trudged through the central entrance to the keep, and from behind could hear the angry shouts and tearful pleading of those being forced away from entrance in anticipation of the gates being closed. Manfred led Eric up the stairs to the office occupied by the prince. Patrick looked up and said, "A full retreat?" Manfred said, "Everyone is moving back here." Patrick looked at Eric. "Greylock?" Eric motioned toward the city. "Out there somewhere." Patrick said, "Damn!" He glanced out the window and saw fires beginning in the outer districts of the city. "Is there anything good in all of this?" Eric said, "The one good thing is they're now fighting on 3 fronts. We've got men along the ridges with the dwarves and elves who will be harrying their flanks, and if we can hold out until morning, the bulk of the army of the east will be here." The prince motioned for them to sit, and both men did. Manfred said, "Unfortunately, the army of the east will be on the wrong side of the city walls, and unless someone slips out and opens the gates for them, we may have a serious problem." Eric said, "Manfred, you have any secret passageway to the eastern gates?" Manfred shook his head. "Nothing that clever, sorry to admit. The palace is lousy with bolt holes and passages, but the old city walls are just solid stone with a few storage houses built in. We'll have to wait, and when morning comes, if we must, we might be able to sally forth and seize the eastern gate closest to the citadel, letting our army in." Eric said, "We have a long afternoon and a longer night ahead, Manfred." Manfred said, "Highness?" Patrick remained calm in the face of all the ill news. "I need a situation report as quickly as you can get one to me. You and Eric find out how many of our men made it back, how many we think might still be out in the city fighting, and what we need to do to defend this citadel. Food and water are not problems, as this matter will be decided within one day. Eric and Manfred both rose, bowed to the prince, and departed. Outside, Manfred said, I know the disposition of the units assigned to the castle, so I'll start there. You head down to the courtyard and see who got here, and get them organized. Eric smiled. My lord. Manfred looked at Eric. Mother always feared you'd attempt to usurp the office of baron. Right now, I'll give it to you. Eric smiled. No, thanks. Then I'd be the one to have to climb all those stairs to the towers. As I suspected, a practical man. Manfred turned to quickly climb the steps to the next level of the keep, while Eric headed down toward the courtyard. Suddenly it went quiet. Pug held up his hand and tilted his head as if listening. Then the demon stood in the room. Nacor whispered, I didn't know demons could transport themselves. Or time shift, added Miranda. Then the demon realized he wasn't alone in the cavern. A roar that rattled the rock walls, causing dust to fall from cracks in the ceiling, shook everyone to their bones. Pug unleashed his first spell, while Tomas interposed himself between his son and the monster. Crackling blue energies sprang up around Jackan, who howled. But he wasn't screaming from pain, but rather in outrage at what he saw before him. Callus, manipulating the life stone, freeing the trapped energies within. No! The beast bellowed in the tongue of Novindus. It is mine! To Pug, Jackan resembled Ma'arg, but a leaner, more muscular-looking version. There were no accumulated rolls of fat, nor was he covered in as many tortured skins of his victims. Pug noticed that his tail was pointed, lacking the serpent's head Ma'arg had possessed. Jackan struck out at Tomas, but Tomas had reflexively put up his white shield, causing the mighty blow to skid along the surface, leaving no mark on the golden dragon embossed upon it. Then Tomas's blade slashed out, and Jackan howled as he drew back, a venomous red-black poison dripping from his wound. It hissed and smoked where it hit the stones. Miranda sent a stream of energies toward the creature, and struck him hard enough to move him a little to his left. Tomas seized the moment to strike, while Jackan turned to see from where the new attack came. Tomas's blade bit deep in the creature's right thigh, and Jackan lashed out with his right hand, claws the size of daggers swiping at Tomas. Tomas turned the attack and thrust, again drawing poisonous blood. Press the attack! Cried Nacor. Pug loosed a bolt of energy, a blue spear of light that passed through the demon's wing, ripping a hole the size of a man's fist. The demon stepped back, his wings brushing against the stone wall of the cavern, and lashed out again at Tomas. Tomas stepped back, preferring to dodge the blow rather than attempt to block it. The creature hung back, obviously confused by the sudden opposition. Then Nacor shouted, It's healing! Pug watched and saw that the first wound Tomas had caused was closing rapidly. Nacor said, The life stone! It's healing the wounds! Pug calculated. Callus had reduced the stone to less than a third its original size, and it appeared that the diminution was accelerating, giving him hope they would be done with this trial in less than an hour. But that meant keeping the creature at bay until Callus was finished. Pug turned to Miranda and said, Rest. Tomas and I will try to keep this creature away from Callus until we're done. If one of us falters, you must take over. He turned and hurried to stand as close as he dared to the monster, and he crossed his wrists. A stunning bolt of red light shot out, striking Jackan hard enough in the face to slam him back into the wall. Tomas didn't hesitate. He hurried forward and delivered a murderous backhand slash with his sword, cutting deep into the creature's leg and sending a gout of poisonous blood spurting across the stones. The blood smoked upon contact, and a stench of rotting things filled the air. Jackan howled in a murderous rage and leaped at Tomas. Tomas tried to move back and succeeded in getting far enough distant that the demon didn't land atop him, but it put Jackan close enough that he could attempt to seize Callus. A clawed hand the size of a man shot out toward Callus, and Tomas reacted by slashing down as hard as he could with his golden sword. He hacked through a wrist 4 feet thick, and the creature screamed in pain and pulled away, his hand severed from his body. A stream of the foul black blood shot through the air and drenched Callus, who screamed in pain and fell back from the life stone. "Callus!" shouted Miranda, and she and Nacor ran to him. Immediately, Pug and Tomas threw themselves into the battle. Energy lashed out, and Tomas struck with his sword, forcing the wounded demon back. Jackan clutched the bleeding stump of his arm to his chest, letting them force him to the wall. Nacor hurried to Callus, grabbing one of his hands, while Miranda took the other, and they dragged him out of the pool of black blood. Instantly, the life stone ceased being active. Callus lay on the floor, twitching as his skin burned, peeling as if he had been bathed in acid. He clenched his teeth and kept his eyes closed and made low animal noises of agony. Miranda and Nacor both felt their hands stinging and quickly wiped their hands on their clothing. Holes appeared in the fabric, but at least their hands stopped burning. Miranda looked around and saw the servants of the oracle huddling in the farthest corner of the great hall, sheltered behind the recumbent form of the dragon. She ran to them and said, "We need help." The oldest member of the band, the one who had spoken to her before, said, "There's nothing we can do." Miranda grabbed the old man by the arm, hauling him to his feet. "Think of something." She dragged the old man closer to the scene of battle and pointed to Callus, who lay moaning. She pointed at him and said, "Help him." The old man motioned for 2 others to come, and they managed to get Callus completely out of the pool of demon blood. The leader motioned for them to carry Callus around to the other side of the life stone, and then he said to Nacor, "If he can be made to work his will on the stone again, it may save him." Nacor's eyebrows shot up and his eyes widened. "Of course, the healing energy." He looked at Miranda. "It's like Reiki. It serves him first." Nacor turned to the 2 servants of the oracle and said, "Hold him close to the stone." They did so, though every movement caused Callus to moan in agony. Nacor took Callus's hands, burned and blistered as they were, and placed them on the surface of the stone. Nacor said, "I hope this works." He made several passes in the air over the hands, and muttered a few phrases. Then he placed his hands over Callus's. Nacor felt warmth under his hands, and looked down. A faint green light bathed Callus's hands and his own. "The energy flows," he said. He waited for a minute while the battle between Pug, Tomas, and the demon continued, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Nacor said to the 2 servants of the oracle, "Hold him here. Keep him in contact with the stone." Then he ran to Miranda's side. Miranda said, "This isn't working." "I know." Pug let loose with a blast of mystic energy, invisible to the eye, but causing the air to sizzle as it struck the demon. Tomas showed no sign of tiring, for his Valhero-created armor protected him from any incidental harm. The demon would have to get claws on Tomas to cause him serious injury. Pug fell back. "The best we can hope for is to keep him at bay. How's Callus?" he asked Miranda. She pointed, and Pug looked. Callus sat upright, held in place by the 2 servants, and a green glow was now suffusing the air around him, shrouding him in an emerald-colored nimbus. Pug watched for a moment and said, "He's getting stronger." Nacor said, "Yes, as he continues to hold the gem, it heals him, and as it heals him, he becomes strong enough to continue his work on it. Look!" Nacor pointed. Callus's eyes were now open, and while his expression showed he was still in a great deal of pain, Tomas's son was once again unlocking the life stone. Again the room was filled with tiny motes of green energy, life being returned to its rightful place. Pug pointed to the demon's severed hand, which was fading from view, and to the bleeding stump that was now in the process of growing a new one. Pug said, "This is healing the demon, too." Then Pug's eyes widened. He said to Miranda, "Do you know a powerful spell of binding?" Miranda said, "Powerful enough for that thing?" "You only need confine it for 2 minutes." She looked dubious, but said, "I'll try." "Tomas!" shouted Pug. "Keep it back for another minute." Pug closed his eyes and began chanting, while Miranda did the same. Suddenly, crimson bands of energy surrounded the creature, seizing him and crushing his mighty wings across his back. Then they constricted, and Jacon howled in pain. "Tomas!" Pug shouted. "A killing blow!" Tomas drew back his golden blade, then plunged it deep between 2 of the crimson bands, almost to the hilt, piercing whatever served as Jacon's heart. The demon's black eyes widened, and blood began to flow from his mouth and nose. Tomas yanked loose his sword. Pug dropped one hand, and suddenly the room was still, as the demon vanished. They all stood in silence a moment. Then Miranda said, "Where is it?" "Gone," said Pug. "We couldn't kill it, but I knew some place it couldn't survive." Nacor said, "Where?" "I transported it to the bottom of the ocean, between here and Novindus. It's a trench more than 3 miles straight down." Pug suddenly felt tired and sat down on the stone floor. "I found it, doing some random searches of the planet years ago, and remembered what your father said at the end." He looked at Miranda. "He said they are creatures of fire." She laughed in nervous exhaustion. "Now I remember. I wondered what he meant." Nacor sat down next to Pug and said, "That's wonderful. I hadn't thought of that." He shook his head. "It's obvious." "What's obvious?" said Tomas, putting away his sword and coming to join them. Nacor said, "Even the biggest demon is little more than a fire elemental at heart." Pug said, Once I fought some air elementals near Stardock, and by forcing them into contact with the water, destroyed them. He pointed to the space the demon had occupied and said, "A dunking won't kill Jacan, but trying to swim upward through 3 miles of sea water, with Miranda's bands around him and Tomas's wound to his heart, will." Nacor said, "That's wonderful. Now it's over." "No," said Pug. He pointed to Callus. Callus now sat unaided, and again had his eyes focused upon the heart of the life stone, which was now less than a fifth its original size. Already the wounds on his face and hands were fading as if they had not existed. "He will be done soon, I think," said Nacor. "We can wait." Tomas said, "Men are losing their lives while we wait." Nacor said, "It is a sad thing, but this is more important." Dominic and Chopie came from their hiding place, and Dominic said, "He is right. This may be the most important thing ever done by a mortal on this world. Now the strangled life of this world is set right, and the order of things will begin to return." "Begin?" asked Miranda. Dominic nodded. "You don't correct damage on this scale quickly. It's been centuries, millennia in the making. But now the healing will begin. The way is open for the return of the gods, now, where before the Nameless One blocked their return." "How long do we have to wait?" asked Miranda. Nacor laughed. "Several thousand years, but—" He stood up. "Each day things will be a little better than the day before, and eventually the old gods will return, and then this planet will become as it was supposed to be." Pug said, "Do you think we'll ever find out what drove the Nameless One mad?" Dominic said, "Some mysteries never are solved, and even if we found the answer, we might never understand it." Nacor reached deep into his bag and pulled out the codex. He handed it to Dominic. "You take this. I think now you can do some good with it." "What about you?" asked Pug. "As long as I've known you, I've judged you the most curious individual on the planet. Don't you want to continue to decipher that thing?" Nacor shrugged. "I've been playing with it for more than 200 years. I'm bored. Besides, Chopie and I have work to do." "What sort of work?" asked Miranda. Nacor grinned. "We have to found a religion." Pug laughed. "A new scam?" "No, I'm serious," said Nacor, attempting to look injured, and failing. He grinned. "I'm the new patriarch of the Order of Arch-Indar, and this is my first disciple." Dominic looked aghast, and Tomas laughed. Pug said, "Why?" Nacor said, "If these old men can bring back the Matrix, someone still has to bring back the good goddess to offset the Nameless One. Else Ishop will have nothing to balance the Nameless One with." Dominic said, "Worthy ambition, but—" Miranda finished for him. "Ambitious?" Dominic could only nod slightly. "Very ambitious." Pug slapped Nacor on the shoulder. "Well, if anyone can do it, it's our friend here." Callus said, "It's over." They turned to look at him, and as he spoke, he put his hands under the tiny remnant of the life stone, and with a gentle motion tossed it into the air. Like 1,000 emerald butterflies, the last of the life energy trapped for centuries flew, and then the room was again dark. The servants of the oracle relit torches that had been allowed to go out during the battle, returning a gentle yellow glow to the huge chamber. The jeweled dragon slept undisturbed. Callus rose steadily. His clothing was still damaged from the demon's blood, but he appeared unharmed. He crossed to his father, and the two embraced. Tomas said, "You are incredible. You—" Callus interrupted. "I merely did what I was born to do. It was my fate." Pug said, "But it took courage." Callus smiled. "No one in this room today can be accused of lacking courage." Nacor said, "I can. I don't have much. I just couldn't think of a good way to get out of here." Miranda said, "Liar," and pushed him playfully. Callus looked at his father and said, "Mother will be surprised." "Surprised at what?" asked Tomas. Pug said, "You look different." "Different how?" Nacor reached into his bag and felt around a moment, then produced a hand mirror, silver-backed glass. "Here, take a look." Tomas took the mirror, and his eyes widened as he saw what his son had meant. Gone was the alien edge to his appearance, what he judged the Valheru legacy. Now he looked mortal, a human male with elvish ears. He looked at Callus and said, "You've changed as well." Dominic said, "We've all changed." He pulled back his hood, and Pug said, "Your hair."
Dominic said,
Black again, right?
You look as you did when we traveled to Kellowan, so many years ago.
Miranda said, Give me that mirror, and snatched it out of Tomas's hand. She inspected herself and said, Gods, I look as if I'm 25 again. Then she turned the mirror toward Pug, and his eyes widened. Looking back at him was a face he hadn't seen since he had returned from Kellowan, a youthful man without a hint of gray in his hair or beard.
I'll be...
he said softly. Then he flexed his hand and said,
I don't believe it.
What? Asked Miranda.
Years ago I cut my right hand, damaging it enough. I've never since enjoyed full strength in it.
He stared at it a moment, flexing his fingers again.
I think it's completely healed.
Nacor said,
How old do I look?
He took the mirror from Miranda and inspected himself.
I look about 40.
You seem disappointed, said Miranda.
I was hoping I'd be handsome.
Then he grinned.
But 40's not bad.
Calla said, I now understand what that key was the Pantathians were forging with a captured life, and what the alien presence was. Tomas said,
The nameless one?
Calla shook his head. No, some other presence. Perhaps those creatures who created their rifts for the Pantathians. But one thing was clear. That alien key would have permitted Ma'arg Orgicon to use the Lifestone.
As a weapon?
Asked Dominic. No, said Callas. As distilled life energy. That's food to demons. Can you imagine Jakan 10 times the size and with 100 times the power he had moments ago? That would have been the result of a demon using that key to tap the Lifestone. Miranda shook her head in amazement. And we still don't know how all these different players, the demons, the Pantathians, those... She looked at Pug. What did you call them?
Shangri,
answered Pug. Shangri got together, finished Miranda. Pug said,
There are still mysteries, but we have to put them aside for a while.
Callas nodded. There is but one thing we need to do now. What's that? Said Miranda. Callas's expression turned somber.
We must stop a war.
27. Truth. A battle raged. It was a scene from hell, as men seethed in the city streets under torchlight. The castle had held until nightfall, but the enemy hadn't withdrawn under cover of darkness. It was obvious to Eric that a change in command had taken place, for though he was facing the same motley mercenaries he had faced since the war began, now they were acting in coordination, using their numbers to good effect, and grinding down the defenders. Eric directed his men along the southern wall of the keep, as the invaders attempted to fill the moat with anything that would give them a means of reaching the wall. Furniture, broken wagons, dirt, anything they could find was being thrown into the water. The defenders were shooting as many arrows as humanly possible, but the attack was unrelenting. Manfred appeared over the wall at the sea of humanity, thousands of soldiers pressing toward the ancient keep.
This hardly looks good, he said.
You have a knack for understatement, said Eric. He put his hand on Manfred's shoulders, pushing down slightly. Manfred ducked as some rocks thrown by slingers on the roofs of the buildings on the other side of the moat whizzed by.
How do you do that?
Asked Manfred. Do what?
Know when to duck.
Eric smiled. I saw the slingers crawling on the roof at sundown. I've been keeping an eye on them. It gets to be a habit.
If you live long enough,
Eric said.
What sort of shape are we in? I just told the prince that if we can keep them from getting ladders to the wall, we should hold until morning without much difficulty.
The tricky part is going to be getting to the eastern gate to admit the armies of the east. Eric said, I told Patrick I'd lead a sally at dawn. Manfred laughed.
So did I.
You can't, said Eric.
Why not?
Because you're the Baron and I'm just a...
Bastard?
Yes. Manfred said,
But you have a wife and I don't.
Eric said, That means nothing, and he knew the words sounded just as hollow to Manfred's ears as they did to his own.
You'll have to come up with a better argument than that, said Manfred.
How about you're a noble and I'm not? You have people depending on you.
And you don't,
said Manfred.
Besides, doesn't a knight captain in the prince's army carry the office of court baron with it?
That's different. I don't have estates and tenants who depend on my protection. I don't have to administer justice or sort out legal wrangles the courts can't solve. I don't have cities and towns, villages and... It's not the same. Manfred smiled.
Are you sure you wouldn't rather be baron?
Eric said, You have father's title.
There is that.
Manfred glanced over the wall again and said,
Is there no end to them?
Eric said, Not that you'd notice. For a moment they rested, crouching behind the wall. Eric said, How is it you never married? I thought the Duke of Ron had someone in mind for you. Manfred laughed.
The lady came to visit, and I think I failed to impress her." Eric said, "I find that hard to believe." Manfred looked at his half-brother. "I thought you might deduce it, but obviously not." He glanced around, making sure no one was climbing over the wall. "When you have a mother like mine, it tends to distort your opinion of women. Stefan liked to hurt them. I prefer to avoid them." Eric said, "Oh." Manfred laughed. "If we survive, I'll tell you what. You can do me a service. I'll marry some prize the prince picks for me, and you can father the next heir to the barony of Dartmoor. It'll be our secret, and I suspect the lady in question will thank me for sending you to her bedchamber." Eric laughed as a flight of arrows sped overhead. "I don't think my wife would approve." Then he said, "There's something you should remember." "What?" asked Manfred. "You have a nephew." Manfred closed his eyes a moment, then said, "I had conveniently put that out of my mind." Eric said, "Well, you may have, but Rosalind's child is Stefan's son." "Is there no doubt? Is it certain?" Eric said, "Just one look. He's a von Dartmoor." Manfred said, "Well, that changes things." "How?" asked Eric. "For certain one of us must survive, else the lad will be left to mother's tender mercies." Eric laughed. "Only if you tell her." "Oh, she'll find out eventually. Mother may be crazy, but she's well connected and enjoys her intrigues." He lowered his voice as if someone might overhear. "There are moments I think father's seizures were mother's doing." "You think she poisoned him?" Manfred said, "Sometime get me to tell you mother's family history. Poison played a large role in her great-grandfather's rise to his title." A huge boulder slammed into the citadel then, rocking the outer keep wall. "Well," said Manfred, as he brushed off the dust, "seems our guests have found a catapult." Eric glanced over and saw the war engine had been dragged out into the middle of High Street. He motioned for a soldier and said, "Get word to Sergeant Giotto to have that catapult taken care of." Another boulder came slamming into the wall, and the soldiers in the street beyond the moat let out a cheer. "Fast!" The soldier ran into the keep. Manfred said, "It's pretty straightforward, isn't it?" "What?" "They knock a hole in the wall, fill up the moat with whatever they can throw in, and come swarming over." Eric said, "Basically." "Well, let's make it interesting," said Manfred. He signaled to another of his soldiers and said, "Tell Sergeant McAfee to release the oil." The soldier ran off. Eric said, "Going to fire the moat?" "Why not?" said Manfred. Eric sat back. "How long can you keep the oil burning on the moat?" 3-4 hours. Another boulder slammed into the wall, and Eric said, "Giotto!" As if hearing Eric's voice, a catapult atop the central keep fired, releasing half a dozen barrels of oil. They came crashing down around the catapult in the street, drenching the machine and its crew. The enemy catapult crew began to run. The oil spreading in the street quickly reached one of the many fires nearby, and suddenly the war engine was ablaze. Eric's men on the walls of the citadel let out a cheer. Eric said, "Well, that's that." Manfred said, "When the oil in the moat is burned out, they'll start filling it in again." "That will keep them out until sunrise, though." "Yes," said Manfred, "but it still doesn't solve one problem." The half-brothers looked at each other, and at the same moment they both said, "The Eastern Gate." Pug said, "Rejuvenation is all fine and wonderful, but I'm tired." Tomas said, "I feel I need to sleep." Gala said, "Men are dying." Tomas looked at his son and said, "I know. Even though the Life Stone is no more, there's a very large army attempting to sack Dartmoor." Kala said, "Even if he's free now of the demon's control, by reputation Fadawa is not one to just quit and quietly withdraw." He sighed. "Only we in this room and a few others know of the real stakes. But now we have a cunning, dangerous leader who still has most of his army intact, and he controls most of the western realm." Pug said, "This won't end quickly." Miranda said, "At least we can get the Sa'ar out of the war." Pug said, "If I can convince them what Hanam told me was true." Tomas said, "We can only try." "How do we get there?" asked Nakor. "We don't," said Pug. "Tomas and I will go to Dartmoor. Unless we end this battle, there's no reason to take the rest of you into harm's way." Kala said, "Remember, I'm the prince's man." Miranda said, "And you're not leaving me here." Nakor motioned to Chopin and Dominic, then grinned and shrugged. "Us too." Pug's eyes widened, and he let out a slightly exasperated breath. "Very well. Gather around." Miranda turned to the leader of the Oracle's servants and said, "Thank you for your help." The old man bowed and said, "No, we thank you for saving us." Miranda hurried to Pug's side, and the magician said, "Hold on." They all held hands, and suddenly they were standing in the courtyard of Villa Beata at Sorcerer's Island. "This isn't Darkmoor," said Miranda. "No," said Pug. "I've never been to Darkmoor, so unless you want to materialize in the middle of the battle or inside a stone wall, you'll give me an hour." Gathus hurried out of the house and welcomed them. "Hot food will be ready shortly," he said, ushering them inside. Tomas took aside Pug and said, "Is this where you live?" "Most of the time," said Pug. Looking around the lovely estate, with a soft summer breeze from the ocean blowing across the meadows, he said, "I should have visited you a long time ago." Pug said, "We've changed. Until this morning you could not bring yourself to leave Elvendar." Tomas said, "We've both lost a great deal. Even though my parents were fortunate and lived long lives, everyone else we knew as boys in Cryde has long since passed. But you, to have lost your children—" Pug nodded. "I sensed over the last dozen years or so that I would outlive both of them, as Gamina and William aged, and I didn't." Pug looked down at the ground and was silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then he said, "Even though I expected it, the pain is still very real. I'll never see my children again." Tomas said, "I think I understand." The two old friends stood quietly for a time, and Pug remained motionless. Then Pug looked up at the stars. "It's such a vast universe. Sometimes I feel so insignificant." "If what Nakor suspects about the nature of that universe is correct, we are, all of us, at once insignificant and important." Pug laughed. "Only Nakor could come up with that." Tomas said, "You've known him a while. What do you make of him?" Pug put his hand on his friend's arm and led him to the house. "I'll tell you while I work on getting us to Darkmoor. He's either the biggest confidence man in history, or the most brilliant and original mind I've ever encountered." Tomas said, "Or both?" Pug laughed. "Or both," he agreed, as they entered the house. Pug moved his hands in a circle, and a huge sphere of bluish light, shimmering with golden highlights, appeared. Taller than a man, it was as wide as a six-passenger coach. "What is it?" asked Miranda. "It's what is going to take us to Darkmoor," Pug said. "I don't know enough about Darkmoor to get us anywhere safely within sight of the city. If I don't have a pattern to fix on, a location I know well enough, well, let's just say it's too dangerous." "I know the procedure," said Miranda. "I thought we were coming here to get one of those Tirani devices." "No good," said Nakor, taking his out of his bag, "unless you've got it set for a place known to you." He shook it. "If it still works." He laid the device aside. Nakor grinned. "I'll fly with you in your bubble." "How do we get in?" asked Miranda. "Just step inside," said Pug, and did so. They followed him. "I had to dig up the spell to make this thing, but once I remembered how to do it—" He waved his hands, and the sphere lifted off the ground. "It's easy." Gathus waved goodbye as the four friends flew high above the roof of the estate, and the sphere turned on a long, curving flight toward Krondor. "It's easier if I follow landmarks I know, like the King's Highway." "How long to get to Darkmoor?" asked Callus. "We'll arrive a little after dawn," said Pug. They sped across the sea, 100 feet above the tops of the Whitecaps. As the last of Midkemia's 3 moons sank into the west, the pre-dawn sky to the east lightened. A breeze blew, but they were comfortable inside the sphere. They stood in a circle, each with just enough room to move slightly. Miranda said, "It would be nice if we could sit." Pug said, "After this is done, I'll happily loan you the volume from which I got the spell, and if you can modify it to put seats in it, feel free." Nakor laughed. "How fast are we going?" asked Tomas. "As fast as the fastest bird," said Pug. "We should be over Krondor in an hour." The time passed, and they watched the sky turn from jet black to dark gray. As morning approached, they could see the spindrift on the tops of the waves below, gray upon gray, as the sea churned beneath them. "Are you sure that demon is dead?" asked Nakor. Pug said, "He's dead. Water is anathema to his kind. He was powerful enough to withstand it for a while, but not from that depth, with the wounds Tomas gave him." "Look," said Miranda. "Krondor." Pug had them coming in a direct line from Sorcerer's Isle, so they approached the Prince's city from almost directly west. "Oh, gods!" said Miranda. Across the horizon, where once a large city had teemed with life, only a lifeless black spot on the horizon loomed. Even at this hour of the morning, the city should have been alive with lights as workers made their way along the streets in the pre-dawn gloom. Boats should have been leaving from the fishing village outside the northern wall, and ships departing for distant ports should have been setting sail. "There's nothing left," said Nakor. Callus said,
Something's moving. He pointed up the coast, and in the murky light they could see a large company of horsemen moving north along the sea road. "It looks like some of the Queen's army has deserted," said Chopin. "Now that they're free of the demon's control, that should become more commonplace," said Pug. As they sped over the outer breakwater of Crondor Harbor, the masts of burned ships stuck up above the bay, like a forest of blackened bones reaching for the sky. Beyond the water, everything was burned beyond recognition. The docks were gone, as were most of the buildings. Here and there a portion of a wall stuck up, but mostly it was rubble. The prince's palace was recognizable from its position atop the southern point of the harbor, high atop the hill that originally gave the first prince of Crondor command of the harbor. "It'll be a long time before anyone uses that harbor again," said Callus. Tomas put his hand on his son's shoulder. He knew the destruction of the city he had sworn to protect burned deeply. He also knew that Callus, better than anyone, understood what had been achieved by the destruction of the Life Stone, yet he recognized the pain Callus felt over the dear price paid by so many. Pug willed the sphere along the King's Highway. For mile after mile they witnessed wholesale destruction. Every farm and house was burned, and so many bodies lined the way that buzzards and crows couldn't fly for their gorging. Dominic said, "We must get as many clerics as we can to come here, for plague will certainly follow such carnage." Nacor said, "All of the Order of Archindar will help." Miranda said, "All 2 of you?" Even in the midst of such destruction, Pug found it almost impossible not to laugh. Tomas said, "Many of the priests will have perished during the destruction of the city." Callus said, "Not really. We passed word to the various temples months ago, and slowly they've been getting their clerics to safety. Duke James knew we would need much help if we survived." Miranda said, "And it helps to stay on the good side of the temples." Pug said, "In all my concern over the threat from the Emerald Queen and the demon, and our fears over the Life Stone, I lost sight of the simple fact that the kingdom has been invaded by a very large army." Callus said, "I didn't." He pointed ahead. "Look!" They were entering the foothills of the mountains, and Pug saw a sea of campfires, small shelters, and an occasional command tent. Then they were suddenly speeding over a huge command pavilion, the size of a large house. The closer they got to Darkmoor, the more mobilization they saw. "My gods," said Tomas, "I've never seen such an army. Even during the Rift War, the Tsarani never threw more than 30,000 men into the field, and never all in one place." Callus said, "They brought almost 250,000 men across the sea." Dispassionately he said, "This below is the half we haven't killed yet." "So many deaths," said Nacor. He sighed with a heavy note of sadness. "And for no good reason." Tomas said, "Pug has heard me ask more than once if there was ever a good reason for war." "Freedom," said Callus, "preserving what is ours." Pug said, "Those are good reasons to resist. Even those aren't good enough reasons to start a war." As the terrain rose, Pug kept the sphere at an even height. But as they found more and more men below pointing at them, and some starting to shoot arrows, Pug elevated the sphere. At cloud level they had a panorama of the battlefield below. "Incredible," said Dominic. An army of 80 or 90,000 men lay sprawled out below them, like ants climbing up a hill. At the top of the hill was the city of Darkmoor. The Folburg and most of the city seemed to be in the enemy's hands, and the fighting throughout the remainder of the city was fierce. "Can we stop it?" asked Miranda. Callus said, "I doubt it. The invaders are stuck on the wrong side of the ocean with no food." He glanced at Pug and said, "Unless you have some magic means of removing them back to Novindus." Pug said, "A few at a time, perhaps, but nothing like this." Tomas said, "Then we shall have to stop the fighting and sort it all out after men are no longer killing one another." "Do you see this hour?" asked Pug. Tomas pointed to a corner of the city, near the southwest, where a small market was packed with the huge green riders. Pug stopped the sphere and said, "Let's see if we can get their attention." He lowered the sphere slowly, and as soon as the first Sa'hour saw it, they loosed their arrows at the humans. But the arrows struck the walls of the sphere and bounced off, and Pug continued to lower the sphere slowly, and after it was clear no immediate threat was offered by the device, the arrows stopped. Pug landed the sphere before a group of riders, the centermost of whom wore a particularly splendid horsehair-plumed helmet, and who carried an ornate shield and an ancient-looking sword. Pug said, "Get ready in case this doesn't work." When the sphere vanished, Pug spoke in the language of Yavon, closely related to the Novindus dialect.
I seek Jatuk, Shah Jahan of all the Sa'awar. I am Jatuk, said the impressive rider. Who are you, wizard? I am called Pug. I have come to you to seek peace.
The Sa'awar's expression was alien, but Pug sensed he was being regarded with suspicion.
Understand we are bound by oath to the Emerald Queen and cannot make a separate peace. Pug said, I bring word from Hanam.
The reptilian face then proved quite expressive, as shock was clearly revealed in his features.
Hanam is dead. He died upon the world of my birth.
No, said Pug. Your father's lawmaster used his arts to seize the mind and body of a demon, and in that body he came to this land. He sought me out and we spoke. He is now dead, but his soul is back on Shyla, riding with the sky host. Jatuk urged his mount forward, and when he was right before Pug, he looked down, a towering presence.
Say what you will.
Pug began, speaking of the ancient war between good and evil, the insanity of the priests of Asart, and the betrayal of the Sa'awar by the Pantathians. At first the Sa'awar warriors appeared dubious, but as Pug spoke, he told them what Hanam had told him to say. He concluded, Hanam said to tell you that you must know, as will Shadu, your lawmaster, Chiga, your cupbearer, and Monis, your shield-bearer, that all I have said is true. The honor of your race demands you accept the truth, and the betrayal of your people is more than just lies. The Pantathians and the Emerald Queen and the demons all have robbed you of your home world. They were the ones who destroyed Shyla, and took from you forever your birthright. The Sa'awar rumbled in consternation.
Lies, said one. Clever falsehoods fashioned by a master of evil arts, said another.
Jatuk held out his hand.
No, there is a ring of truth. If you are what you claim, if you have words from Hanam, then he must have told you one thing to let me know this is no clever lie.
Pug nodded. He said to remind you of the day you came to serve your father. You were the last of your father's sons to serve. All your brothers were dead. You trembled in anticipation of meeting your father, and there was one who took you aside and spoke softly into your ear to tell you all would be well. Jatuk said,
This is true. But name the one who comforted me.
Kaba, your father's shield-bearer, who told you what to say to your father. He said you were to say, Father, I am here to serve the race, to avenge my brothers, and to do thy bidding. Jatuk leaned back, turned his face to the sky, and screamed. It was an animal sound of pure rage and anguish.
We have been betrayed, he roared.
Without saying another word to Pug, he turned to his companions.
Let it be known, our bond is severed. We serve no one but the Sa'awar. Let death be the reward for those who have wronged us. Death to the Pantathians. Let no snake survive. Death to the Emerald Queen and her servants.
Suddenly, Sa'awar riders were heading back toward the city gate, and Jatuk said,
Human, when this is done, we will seek you out and make our peace. But there is a terrible debt of blood that must be paid.
Tomas said,
Shah Jahan, your warriors have known years of fighting. Put down your weapons. Withdraw from this fight.
An army marches to this city to drive out the invaders. Step aside and let your wives and children know their fathers are returning to them alive. Holding his sword like a live thing, Jatuk's eyes blazed.
This is Tuamasok, blood drinker in the ancient tongue. More than any other thing, it is the mark of my office and the badge of my people's honor. It will not be put aside until this wrong is righted.
Pug said, Then know the Emerald Queen is dead. She was destroyed by a demon. Jatuk looked as if he could barely contain himself.
Demon! Demons destroyed our world!
I know, said Pug, and the demon is also dead.
Then who is there to pay the price?
Demanded the Shah Jahan. Tomas put away his sword.
No one. They are all dead. If there are any Pantathians alive, they are hiding under the rocks of a distant land. The only ones left living are the victims, the tools, the dupes.
The Sa'awar leader screamed in frustration to the skies.
I will have my revenge!
Pug shook his head.
Spare your people, Jatuk. I will have blood for blood.
Tomas said,
Then go, but leave this city in peace. Jatuk pointed his sword at Tomas. My soldiers will depart, and no more will we trouble this place. But we are a nation without a home, and our honor is stained. Only by blood can we cleanse that stain. He turned his horse in the direction of the city gate, and with a hard kick sent the giant mount heading for the city gate. The rest of his company followed after, and while the war in the city raged on, the southwest corner of Darkmoor was suddenly quiet. From behind the barricade a voice said, "Are they gone?" Pug motioned, and Owen Greylock climbed over a pile of furniture, grain sacks, and part of a wagon bed. "Magician," said Owen, "I think we owe you thanks." Pug said, "No thanks needed. They're still fighting." "If you get rid of the Sa'awa, we thank you." Owen shook his head. "Damn, but they are a handful." "Well, they're the invaders' handful," said Tomas. "They've been told of their betrayal, and they are not happy." Owen smiled. "That I can imagine. I've only seen a few Sa'awa up close, and they don't strike me as having much of a sense of humor." He turned to the men behind him and said, "Spread out and see if you can find any more of our lads. The citadel is under attack, and I mean to hit the enemy from behind." Tomas pulled his sword. "I may be of some help." "Glad to have you," said Owen. He glanced up and down Tomas's impressive 6 inches over 6 feet and said, "How do you keep all that white clean?" Tomas laughed. "It's a long story." "Tell me after the battle," said Owen, motioning for his small band of soldiers to follow him to the fighting around the citadel. Pug said, "We'll see you later." Tomas asked, "Where are you going?" "Inside the keep to see if I can end this madness." Tomas nodded, turned, and ran alongside Owen Greylock. Pug motioned for the others to hold hands. He fixed his vision upon the distant citadel, and then they all vanished. Manfred and Eric both looked up as a shout came from above. "What now?" asked Eric, pulling his sword. Men on the roof shouted, but the tone was surprise rather than alarm. Manfred pulled his own sword and stepped between Prince Patrick and the door in case the citadel had been breached. Reaching a hall at the base of the keep's old central stairwell, Eric saw Callis hurrying down the stone steps, with Nacor, Miranda, and the others behind. Eric grinned. "Captain!" Callis returned his smile and said, "Captain." Eric said, "I am so pleased to see you. How did you get here?" Callis pointed to Pug. Eric said, "Magician!" He looked relieved. "Is there anything you can do?" Pug said, "Yes, I could kill every man outside the wall, but that includes any number of kingdom soldiers fighting house to house. I would rather think of a way to stop the killing. The demon who led the Emerald Queen's army is dead. The Lifestone is no more. There is no more reason for fighting." Eric said, "Tell that to those murderers out there." Pug said, "That's the problem. Even if I did, would they listen?" Callis said, "No. As I said, they're hungry, and they know what's behind them. They have only one way to go, ahead." Eric said, "If this demon you talked about is dead, what about the Emerald Queen?" "She's been dead for months," said Pug. "We'll explain later." "What about Fadawa? Maybe we can negotiate a truce with him? He's a murderous bastard, but he'd know the old truce terms of Navendus," said Eric. Callis said, "Right now, Fadawa's got a very angry Sa'awa army looking for someone to vent that anger on. He's their most likely candidate. If he's half as smart as I think he is, he's already looking for a place to hole up in for the winter." Nacor said, "Winter?" Pug said, "Yes." Nacor pushed past Callis and said to Eric, "Your original plan was to hold this army here until winter, right?" "Yes, we knew that once the snows came, they'd be forced to withdraw." Nacor turned to Pug. "If we go to Stardock, can you bring us back here?" "Yes," said Pug. "Why?" "No time to explain, just do it." Pug looked at Miranda, Callis, and the others, and shrugged. He put his hand on Nacor's shoulders, and they vanished. "What was that about?" asked Patrick, as he and Manfred entered the hall. Callis said, "Highness, Baron," and nodded in greeting. "Captain," said Patrick, "I hope you bring us some good news." "Well, for one thing, the major threat to all of us is now over." Patrick said, "The Lifestone is safe." Callis said, "It is no more. It is safely undone and can no longer be used to harm anyone." Patrick said, "Thank the gods." Every member of the royal family knew exactly what the stakes were, since the life stone had been discovered under Sethanon 50 years before. "I feel ordering a celebration." The thunder of the catapult above, firing on the attackers, added a counterpoint to his next remark. "That just may be a bit premature. We are waiting for the armies of the East." Manfred put his hand on Eric's shoulder. "My brother and I were having an argument about who was going to go open the eastern gate and let the armies of the East in to save us. Do you have a better plan?" Calla said, "No, but I hope Nacor does." Miranda said, "I'm going to the roof to see if the armies of the East are outside the eastern gate." She looked at Manfred and Eric like a couple of slow children and said, "It wouldn't do to go get yourselves killed opening the gate if the armies of the East weren't on the other side, would it?" Eric and Manfred exchanged startled looks, but Miranda was already mounting the stairs to the top of the keep. Calla said, "I'll be back, my lord, Captain," and hurried after her. They reached the top of the old keep, a relatively small area of the large citadel. 2 lookout positions were manned, directing fire from 2 large catapults located on a roof segment a dozen feet below. Miranda looked to the east and began a soft, almost inaudible chant. Then she opened her eyes wide, and Calla was surprised to see they had changed. Deep amber, with vertical slits, they now resembled a bird of praise. She surveyed the horizon, and after a moment she closed her eyes and rubbed them, and when she opened them they were normal again. She said, "The armies of the East are moving in stately fashion towards the city. I would wager they might get here by sundown. More likely tomorrow at dawn." Calla swore, "If we survive all this, remind me to have some sharp words with the king about the sense of alacrity of some of his eastern nobles." He leaned over the edge of the wall and looked down as the fighting continued unabated. Men died as they attempted to fill the moat, others as they attempted to prevent them. "This is all so pointless." Miranda put her arms around his waist and said, "You can't save them all." Calla turned to take her in his arms. "I've missed you so very much." Miranda said, "You know that I'm going with Pug." "Yes, I know." "He's my other half. I've hidden much of my life from you, and some day, when there's time, I'll tell you the truth of who I am and why I've lied to protect my secrets. But what I say to you now is the truth. I love you, Calla. You are one of the best men I have known in a very long life." Calla looked at her, studying her features as if trying to memorize them. "But you love Pug more?" She nodded. "I don't know if more is the way I'd say it. He's what I need. I am what he needs, though he hasn't discovered that yet. He's still got too much pain locked away." Calla nodded and held her so her face was against his chest. "William," he said softly, "and Camina." She and James stayed in Crondor. Calla closed his eyes. "I didn't know." He sighed. "It will take a while, but he'll heal," she said. Then she stepped back and said, "And so will you." Calla smiled. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." She poked him in the chest with a finger and said, "You must make me a promise." "What?" "When we get done with this war, you must go home to see your mother." Calla laughed. "Why?" "Just do it. Promise." He shrugged. "Very well. I'll go home with my father, and I'll visit my mother. Anything else?" "Yes," she said, "but I'll tell you later. We need to tell the prince that help isn't just outside the eastern wall." They returned to the conference room and found everyone huddled around a table. The sound of fighting outside was a constant, if low, rumble. Miranda told Patrick what she had seen, and the prince said, "Well, we must wait, then, for Pug to solve this mess." An hour later, Pug, Nacor, and a half-dozen men in robes appeared in the hall outside the room. Nacor ran in and said, "You've got to watch this." Prince Patrick and the others hurried to where Pug and the other men in robes stood, and one of them said, "I protest." "Protest all you want, Chalmis," said Nacor. "You're the best weather witch on Midkemia, even if you are a pain in the backside. Now do it." Chalmis pointed his finger at Nacor. "You will stick by our bargain?" "Yes," said Nacor, "of course. But we must stop this war first." "Very well." The most senior magician from Stardock turned to the other 5 who had accompanied him and said, "Once this has begun, I will grow faint. If I falter, you will have to continue for me until I recover." He turned to Nacor and said, "I need a table." "This way," said Nacor.
Chalmers took in his surroundings as he followed the others back into the conference room. As he passed through the door, he said, "Excuse me?" The Prince of Crondor said, "Yes." "Could you fetch me a burning taper?" Patrick's eyebrows rose, and Manfred said, "I'll see to it." Chalmers opened a bag he was holding. He took out a candle and some other items, and said, "May I have the taper?" A servant produced it, and Chalmers lit the candle. He drew around it with a waxy stick, then set it down. Closing his eyes, he began to chant. After a moment, a cool breeze blew through the window. Nacor grinned. "It's working." Miranda went to stand next to Pug and put her arm around his waist. "Why couldn't you do this?"
Pug said, "I could have done a hurricane, but that's pretty indiscriminate. I never studied much weather magic. You?"
Miranda shrugged. "Me either." She laid her head on his shoulder and watched. Chalmers concentrated, and those in the room with magic training could feel the energies growing as the very air became electric. And colder. By the minute the air cooled, and from outside the sounds of battle were punctuated by shouts of alarm. The room grew colder and colder. Finally, Manfred ordered cloaks brought for those with him. Then the snow began to fall. Shouts of confusion issued on both sides of the moat. Eric said, "Pass the word to our own men that we're doing this, Highness." Prince Patrick nodded, ordering a servant to pass the word that the unusual weather was part of the defense of the castle. Manfred hurried to the window and said, "Look!" They stood on the large balcony overlooking the outer bailey and the wall over the moat. A few of the enemy ran across slippery rooftops opposite the keep. Eric saw one man turn, draw his bow, and fire. As Eric started to shout, "Down!" the arrow struck. Eric's eyes widened in shock as he saw Manfred struck in the neck. Pug unleashed a bolt of energy, and the bowman fell from the roof. Others urged the prince away from the balcony until the area outside was cleared of other archers. Eric caught Manfred as he slid down the inside of the balcony wall. Eric didn't have to examine his half-brother to know he was dead. Holding Manfred, Eric quietly said, "Damn." Within an hour it was clear that the attacking army was withdrawing in confusion. The defenders on the walls of the citadel, having heard the weather was the prince's plan, cheered. Chalmers began to go weak at the knees, and Pug helped him to a chair, while another magician took over the continued manipulation of the weather. Prince Patrick turned to Pug as a servant rushed forward with some spiced wine for the weakened Chalmers, and asked, "How big an area does this storm cover?" "About 5 miles in every direction, but we can enlarge it if you'd like."
Patrick shook his head in wonder. "How long can you make it last?"
Pug smiled.
"That depends on how many magicians I need to drag up here from Stardock."
Patrick ran a hand over his face. Fatigue had left dark circles under his eyes.
"Cousin Pug," he said, "pardon the observation, but are you younger than I remember?"
Pug smiled.
"It's a long story. I'll tell you tonight."
For another hour, snow fell in continuing flurries until it was knee-deep in drifts along the walls of the city. The sky was completely gray, and birds sat in confusion on the walls of the citadel, undecided if they should be heading south. Then a band of men came trudging down the boulevard, and Eric looked out to see they were led by Owen Greylock, with Tomas at his side. Owen shouted up, "Will you lower the drawbridge? It's damned cold out here." Eric laughed in relief, leaned over the balcony, and shouted, "Lower the drawbridge!" 28. Rebirth. Eric shivered. Darkmoor lay under a blanket of snow, though it was beginning to melt as summer reasserted itself. Eric turned his back to the wall, watching the city begin to come back to life, as the soldiers of the armies of the east cleared the streets of any stragglers from the invading host who had tried to hole up in the burned-out buildings. The eastern gates had been opened at dawn by Eric and a patrol, who had easily reached them. The few elements of the invaders' army that were still in the city gave them wide berth. They were too tired, cold, hungry, and dispirited to offer much opposition after the sudden snowfall. Eric turned to watch as new units of the king's army marched slowly into the city. His own men were checking in slowly as Patrick dispatched newly arrived soldiers up and down Nightmare Ridge, and Eric expected Giotto, Harper, and the other surviving sergeants to be in Darkmoor soon. Word had arrived that the dwarves and elves were also returning home. A familiar voice said, "Von Darkmoor!" Eric saw Giotto Shanti standing below, waving.
How did we do?" "Well enough, until this damnable snow arrived. I nearly froze my backside off." Eric hurried down the flight of steps next to the gatehouse and gripped his old friend's hand. Wanting to get the bad news over first, he said, "How many?" "Too many," said Giotto. "I won't have exact numbers for a few days, but too damn many." He turned and watched as cavalry from Salador entered, banners flapping in the morning air. "We lost Harper 2 nights ago." "Damn," said Eric. Giotto said, "We're running short of sergeants, Eric." "Well, we'll just have to make sure you stay alive." "What are we to do next?" "The prince will tell us." Giotto said, "Will we arrest?" "I think Patrick intends to let the Eastern Army drive the invaders down the hill a bit. So until you hear otherwise, find a billet near the palace and get the men some food and blankets." "Yes, sir," said Giotto. "They'll like that." Eric said, "Send word to the citadel where you are when you're situated. I've got some things to do." "Sir," said Giotto, and he turned and hurried off. Eric returned his attention to the eastern gate, and after a few minutes of watching the procession of brightly colored uniforms, clean horses, and unbloodied weapons, he turned and started walking back toward the citadel. Slowly, the city began to revive. 3 days after the last of the invaders were reported to be safely on the far side of Ravensburg, Eric heard a familiar, sweet voice from the courtyard. "Eric!" He spun, and in the wagon pulling into the castle, Kitty sat behind Rue and his wife, next to their children and the Jacobi family. Eric almost knocked over a squire as he raced down the steps to the courtyard, and was almost knocked over in turn as his wife flew into his arms. He kissed her and held her. Then he pushed her back to arm's length and said, "What are you doing here?" He looked at Rue. "You were supposed to have everyone safely down at Malek's Cross." "Well, we almost got there," said Rue. He jumped down and said, "Then we ran into this army, and given the situation, I judged it pretty safe tagging along behind them." "Where's Louise? Nathan, my mother?" "They're on their way," said Rue. "I sent them down to Malek's Cross with a list while I stayed close to the army. They should get here tomorrow." "A list of what?" "Things to bring to Darkmoor," said Rue. He motioned for Carly and the others to get out. He tapped Eric on the chest as Kitty kissed his cheek. "You and I have suffered a great deal of financial loss, my friend." Eric laughed and kissed Kitty again. Then he said, "That money I lent you, I never expected to see it again." "Well, be that as it may," said Rue, "you're a partner." He threw his arm around Carly's waist, and Helen Jacobi came to stand next to them. "We're all partners." "In what?" asked Eric. "Avery, Jacobi, and von Darkmoor. Milo and Nathan are loading up in Malek's Cross with things that will be needed here, and I expect that shortly we'll have a brisk trade set up." Eric laughed. "Rue, you'll never change." Carly said, "He's changed." She blushed. "We're going to have another baby." Eric laughed. "Well, go inside and I'll see what I can do about getting us something to eat." They headed for the keep, and Eric looked at Kitty. "You have no idea how wonderful you look." She said, "No, but I know how wonderful you look." Eric said, "Let's eat. Then I'll show you where I'm staying." He put his arm around her, and they slowly walked through the keep, just enjoying the nearness of each other. Eric entered the room, and Patrick said, "Captain, is your family settled in?" Everyone in the room laughed. Eric saw Owen, Callus, Arutha, and the other surviving nobles of the Western Realm in the conference room, and saw Pug and Miranda standing in an anteroom beyond. Eric blushed. "Yes, sir." He had introduced Kitty to the prince the night before. It had taken a messenger pounding on Eric's door with a summons from the prince to get Eric out of Kitty's arms this morning. Nathan, Milo, Rosalind, and the others had arrived, and had found their way to the keep. Rue was off bartering and making deals, so the prince had sent for Eric to find quarters for his family. Patrick said, "I've got enough governance and military matters before me to confound 2 kings and a dozen dukes, Eric, but I wanted to take care of one issue before things dragged out much longer." The door opened, and Eric tensed as he saw a soldier escorting Matilda into the chamber. The old dowager baroness bowed before the prince, but when her eyes met Eric's, they burned with hatred. "My lady," said Patrick, "I wanted you here so I could put a certain matter to rest." "Highness?" asked Matilda. "It's fairly common knowledge you harbor Eric von Darkmoor some ill will." Matilda interrupted. "Don't use that name. He doesn't deserve to be called von Darkmoor." "Madam," said Patrick, slamming his hand on the table, "you forget yourself. I forgive much because of your pain, but speak cautiously." The old woman almost bit her tongue to keep from speaking, but she bowed her head slightly. Patrick's tone was ice. "Your late husband pointedly refused to deny Eric that name. More, he has earned it. You will put aside any ill will you have against Captain von Darkmoor. He is my man and serves me. If any harm comes to him that I can trace back to your offices, madam, your rank or family connections will do nothing to spare you my wrath. Is that clear?"
"Yes," she said in tones as cold as the prince's. Then she looked at Eric, and with barely controlled rage, she said, "Well, bastard, there is nothing to stop you now, is there? With Manfred dead, and you the only one of Otto's bastards to wear his name, your friend here can name you Baron now."
"Madam, how dare you!"
Patrick motioned for a guard to take Matilda away.
"Your Highness," said Eric, "please forgive me, but let her stay. There's something I need to say to her."
Patrick didn't look pleased, but he said,
"What?"
Eric looked at Matilda.
"Madam, you have hated me without knowing me for my entire life. I can only blame my father's weakness for other women as the cause, though, knowing you as briefly as I have, I can now understand it." She bristled at this. "Perhaps if you had been loving, kind, and gentle, he might still have strayed, and there is no fault in you. It doesn't matter. My father is dead, and so are your sons. But I will not be the next Baron of Darkmoor."
Eric looked directly at the old woman and locked gazes with her.
"You have a grandson."
Matilda said, "What? What nonsense is this?"
Eric said, "No nonsense. He is Stefan's son."
Matilda's hand came to her mouth, and moisture gathered in her eyes as she asked, "Where is he?"
"Here in the castle."
"Who is his mother? I want to see him." Eric motioned for a guard and said,
"Go to the inn across the bridge and find Milo, the innkeeper from Ravensburg, and his daughter Rosalind. Bring them and the baby here." Patrick said, "Somewhere else, Captain, if you don't mind."
Eric said,
"Bring them to the great hall." Patrick said, "Madam, please wait for them there. I'll send Eric along in a minute."
After Matilda had departed, Patrick, Prince of Crondor, said,
"Captain." Eric said, "Highness." "Out there," said Patrick, "just a few miles beyond the walls of this city, is the new western boundary of the Kingdom of the Isles. I'm the Prince of Crondor, and Crondor no longer exists. While all of us here are aware of the terrible destruction we avoided, this war is far from over. I have a commission for you, should you be willing to accept." "Sir?" "Retake the Western Realm. Get me back my principality."
Eric looked at Callas, who shook his head. "I'm going home," he said softly. He glanced across the room, through the door, to where Pug and Miranda stood watching from the balcony. "I made a promise."
Owen said, "You are the new eagle of Crondor, Eric."
As Eric stood still in amazement, Patrick said,
"That is, as soon as you recapture my city. Bitterly," he said, "or what's left of it, so we can begin rebuilding. That's the first order. We winter here, rest and refit. And then we move to Crondor in the spring. We drive out what's left of this invading army, and rebuild. After that, we take it a day at a time."
Eric knew the task before him was tremendous. Owen said, "But you and your wife can have a quiet winter together before we start." Eric stood silently for a moment, then said, "Highness?" Whatever momentary satisfaction at the acknowledgment that Eric was now in charge of Callas's special command was quickly lost as the prince continued. "Arutha," he said, and Lord Venkar stepped forward from the corner where he had been standing. "I need a new Duke of Crondor, and you're it. Father will ratify the choice as soon as I send word. You and those sons of yours are going to be very important to me. Oh, by the way, James and Dashiell are now barons of the court." Arutha bowed. "Highness." It was obvious that holding the office held by his father was a source of honor to Arutha. Eric noticed the strain in Arutha's features and realized the pain he felt because of his parents' and uncle's death. Then he grinned, and Eric caught a fleeting glimpse of Arutha's father as he said, "I think the boys will find their new titles amusing." Patrick smiled at Arutha. "No doubt." He turned his attention back to the list before him. "Greylock, you're the new Knight Marshal of Crondor, until I find someone better."
Won't be hard, Highness, so please don't dawdle too long, said Owen.
Patrick leaned forward and softly said,
Well, you better hope it is, because if I do, you and I are going to have words over your yanking me about the way you did. I don't take kindly to being manhandled, even if you were right.
Understood, Highness, said Owen gravely.
Patrick said, We've got to find out if we have any navy left before spring. Eric, I want you to send some of your black shirts to Sarth and have them snoop around, see if any of our ships survived.
Calla said, If we do find any of them, Highness, where do we tell them to go? Illith?
Patrick looked at a map. No, I'm going to want to open trade with the far coast and the sunsets as quickly as possible. Tell them to make for that harbor Lord Vicor created down in Shandon Bay. It was supposed to be a temporary anchorage, but we'll have to turn it into a permanent one. Patrick had been told that Crondor's harbor was now impassable and would remain so for at least a year. In fact, that's what we'll name it, Port Vicor. The appointment and redistribution of the newly re-emerging Western realm continued. Outside the chamber, Miranda and Pug watched. Callus left the conference and came over to them. He said, Father and I leave tonight. Callus looked at Miranda. You said I must do you one more favor. Miranda said, Yes. She slipped her arm from around Pug's waist and took Callus aside. There's a woman in Elvandar. Her name is Elia. I don't know that name, said Callus. She is from across the sea. Her husband died, and she is alone in a strange place with her sons. Callus's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, Twin boys? Yes. I've seen them teaching the other children to play football, said Callus. They are beautiful children. Miranda said, I do not know the ways of your people, more than you have told me, but I sense something in her. She and you have much in common. Seek her out, that's all I ask. Callus said, We are both within our home, yet we are outsiders. Miranda touched his cheek. Not for much longer, I think. Tomas came down the stairs and said, Son, it is time. Yes, father, said Callus. Pug came up to his boyhood friend and said, Let it not be years before we see each other again. Agreed, said Tomas. They embraced. And you, do you return to Sorcerer's Isle? No, there are things that Miranda and I can do here to help, for a while at least. When you have time, come visit. We will. Tomas and Callus left, and Miranda came to stand beside Pug. After a moment of silence, she said, Well? Pug said, What? Don't you have something to say? Pug laughed. Such as? She punched him in the chest. Younger men, why are you all so thick-headed? Pug grabbed her and pulled her to him. What would you have me say? You are my life, Miranda. You fill up a place I thought would never again know happiness. Stay with me. Marry me. Miranda said, One thing. What? He asked, half playfully, half concerned. I want a baby. Pug's mouth fell open as he stepped back. A baby? He blinked. How? You're 200 years old. She grimaced. The life stone. I'm young again, and I'm ready to be a mother. She grabbed the front of his robe and pulled him toward her. Kissing him, she said, Unless you'd rather I find someone else. No, he said. It's just... I know, she said softly, but I regret not having children the first time around, and now I have another chance. Her voice dropped, and she said, Beloved, I know you are suffering over the death of your children, and you've spoken about the pain of outliving them, but this time it will be different, I promise you. Looking in her eyes, he said, I have no doubt. Good, she said, leading him down the stairs to the quarters Manfred had set aside for them. Let's go make a baby. Pug laughed. Rue, Nathan, and the others had accompanied Eric to the keep. When Rosalind, Milo, and Gerd had been summoned, they entered, Rue with his usual bravado, the others more timidly. None but Rue had ever been inside a great lord's audience hall before, even one somewhat worse for the wear of recent battle. Matilda moved slowly to stand before Rosalind, who held the little boy on her hip. Gerd's attention was drawn by a necklace the Baroness wore, and he reached for it. Rosalind gently held his hand, and Matilda said, No, let him play with it. He's teething, the young woman said softly. Randolph, her husband, put a reassuring hand on Rosalind's shoulder. Matilda's eyes began to brim with tears, and she said,
"He looks so much like his father."
Rosalind blushed and said,
"He's a good baby."
Matilda turned to Eric.
"What do you suggest?"
Her manner was again controlled and commanding. Eric said, "I suggest nothing. Stefan was baron when he fathered Gerd." He saw Rosalind lower her eyes at the reminder of the rape, and Randolph's hand tightened ever so slightly in reassurance. "It's clear to me Gerd is Baron of Darkmoor." Then Eric's tone became steel. "And Patrick will name me baronial regent." The woman's eyes widened as Eric could almost read her thoughts. It was a ploy for Eric to seize control of the barony. But before she could speak, Eric said, "But I have duties in the west, so I must delegate someone else to conduct the business of the duchy." He crossed to stand before his nemesis. "You govern here, my lady. Let Rosalind and her husband live here or in the city as they choose, and see the boy daily. But you make him the next Baron of Darkmoor." Then he lowered his voice even more. "But do a better job than you did with Stefan, or I will be back." The woman's face was a mask. "Manfred was a good enough man. Despite your disagreements with him, he could have been a good teacher for the boy. Treat Gerd as you should have treated your sons, and you and I will have no issue. But should any harm come to him, I will be back. Is that clear?" Matilda looked past Eric and saw the baby smile. She stepped toward him, saying, "Let me hold him." Rosalind handed Gerd to the old woman. Then she said, "Gerd, this is your grandmother." Eric left the hall, and Rue followed after. Outside, Rue said, "Is this going to work?" Eric said, "It better." Then he turned to his friend and said, "For the next year or so, you're going to be around here like flies on dung. So if anything happens that I should know about, get word to me." Rue grinned. "And where are you going to be?" Eric smiled and shook his head. "Recapturing a kingdom, it seems." The herald blew a trumpet, and Patrick said, "Well, let's go talk." Word had arrived that morning that a large force of heavy cavalry was moving up from the south, slogging along the roads from the west of Dorgan, as a heavy rain had struck the day before. Scouts reported that the banner of Kesh flew over the force that made its way toward Darkmoor. Now they stood outside the gate as the evening sun set, and Patrick was riding with Eric, Owen, Pug, and Arutha to see what a Keshian army was doing this far north. "Maybe they came to help," suggested Nakor as he walked alongside Pug's horse. "Somehow I doubt that," said Pug. They reached the Keshians, and one of Darkmoor's men, acting as herald, said, "Who comes before Crandor's prince?" The Keshian herald said, "Highness, my lords, I have the honor to present his most esteemed Lord General Beshan Solan." "General," said Prince Patrick, "may we inquire as to your presence in our kingdom? Are you perhaps lost?" "Highness," said the general, "let us be brief. It is wet, and I would like to return to my camp. We have closely watched this invasion, as you have provided us with remarkably candid intelligence regarding the enemy, their disposition and intent. We did, however, incur losses as they attempted to expand into territory occupied by our forces." The leather-faced old soldier said, "So my master, his most imperial majesty, has decided that the former boundaries between Great Kesh and your kingdom are no longer agreeable to us." Patrick looked ready to explode. "You dare ride into my own principality and inform me the Empire is trying to annex territories beyond those agreed to?" "In the word, yes." "Well, General, look around. It may come to your attention that the bulk of the armies of the East are currently here in Darkmoor. Come spring, I can order them southward just as easily as westward. I am certain I can convince my father that we can wait a year to reclaim the western realm while we sort out some Keshian adventurers." The general seemed unimpressed. "Highness, with all due respect, your western armies are scattered and decimated. Your eastern armies cannot stay here long, else you'll face difficulties on your eastern borders. You have no significant navy left of which to speak. In short, while you could almost certainly create some difficulties for Great Kesh for a short while, in the long run, to what advantage?" He took out a rolled-up parchment and said, "Here are the terms of a treaty my imperial master sends to your father." Patrick nodded, and a soldier took the scroll from the Keshian general. Patrick nodded to Arutha, who took it, opened it, and read it. "Damn!" he said after a moment. My lord, said Patrick, they want it all. We keep everything from where we sit to the east. Kesh claims all lands between the Great Star Lake and the teeth of the world west of the Calastius Mountains.
Kesh's historical boundaries, as you know, said the general, before the unfortunate war with the rebellious confederacy to the south forced us to abandon our hereditary lands.
Hereditary lands, said Patrick. Not in the worst fever dream of your most deluded monarch, General. Arutha said, What of Queg and the free cities of Natal?
The general said, Kesh will deal with her recalcitrant children in time.
Patrick said, If you will be so kind as to wait, my lord, I will pen a reply to your imperial master. And you can tell Degai for me that the formal declaration of war for my father will arrive shortly.
Nakor said, Highness.
What? Snapped Patrick, obviously close to a rage.
I think I can help.
Pug said, What do you have in mind?
What? He took out that Serani transport sphere and vanished.
What is that odd little man up to?
Asked the prince.
Pug said, I don't know, but he usually manages to come up with unexpected results. I think we can afford to wait a little while. Patrick said, Very well. A few minutes later, Nakor was back.
Look to the south, he said.
The entire company of officers from both sides did as Nakor bade, and to the south a vast column of ruby light pierced the sky.
What is that?
Asked the Keshian general. That is Stardock, said Pug.
Stardock? Said the general. That's impossible. Stardock is hundreds of miles from here.
Nevertheless, said Pug, that light is coming from Stardock. Nakor said,
It's a demonstration of power. It's to let you know there are 700 very angry magicians down there who don't like the way you honor treaties.
700? Said Pug. I thought there were 400.
Nakor grinned. We invited some of your old Serani friends to come visit.
Pug rolled his eyes and said, 300 black robes?
Well, maybe a few less.
The general said,
700 magicians?
Angry magicians, said Eric. And one very angry prince, with the armies of the east camped 10 miles from here, added Patrick. Come spring, you can expect a two-front war, General. And from the look of that little demonstration, you don't even want to consider what that means for the Empire.
The Keshian general looked around and at last said, What do you propose, Highness?
Patrick said, We'll make it simple. You return to the old border, and come spring, my father's diplomats and your emperors can start renegotiating the boundary between our two realms all over again.
The old boundary?
Yes, said Patrick. We take back Shamata. His yell caused his horse to turn completely around. You think on this as you ride south, and you'd better be moving that way at dawn, else I'll turn my army south and start marching that way myself, rain or no rain. Do you understand? The general glanced over his shoulder and saw the red light in the sky.
I understand, Highness.
Good. Patrick turned his horse and rode off, Eric and Greylock at his side. Pug waited as the Keshians returned the way they had come, and Patrick rode off. When only the two of them remained in the street, Pug on his horse and Nakor at his side, Pug asked, Nakor, what did you promise Chalmers and the others to get them to pull that stunt? Nakor smiled.
I gave them Stardock.
You what? Asked Pug.
Nakor said, Well, you told me to think of something.
Pug asked softly, You gave away my duchy?
I had to. Independence from both the kingdom and Kesh was the only thing I could think of that they'd fight for. And that Serani like having a neutral way into Midkemia, too, which is why they helped. Either way, though, you lose Stardock, to the magicians or to the Empire. This way is better, I think.
But you gave away a duchy. What am I going to tell the king?
Nakor shrugged. You'll think of something. He grinned.
Epilogue. Consequences. Fadawa frowned. He looked at the maps his aides had provided and said, What is the situation here, Kahil?
It is the city called Illith, said the captain, who had been charged with gathering intelligence. It is a major seaport, and the only sea entrance into the province of Yabon. It is relatively untouched, and most of its garrison was already sent south to defend Darkmoor. There is only a small force there, as well as a few ships. There is another garrison in Zun, as well as in L'Oreal and Yabon. He indicated the different locations on the map. However, if we can seize and hold Illith until spring, those garrisons should be easy to destroy. Outside, his regrouped army was settling in around the town of Quester's View. They had overrun the town in under a day's fighting, as it had been defended by less than 1 company of regular soldiers and a half company of militia. Fadawa nodded. Good. We will take Illith. 20,000 men had made their way up the coast after Fadawa had judged the situation hopeless at Darkmoor. As soon as he had seen the disposition of the men when he had come out from under the demon's trance, he knew that even if they took Darkmoor, they would possess a useless mountain of stone and dead bodies. The reports that had followed him along his retreat about the sudden snows and the arrival of another army from the east only made him all the more certain they had been on a fool's errand, attempting to drive across the mountains to seize a city reported to be abandoned. He had briefly wondered at the sanity of the demon, but given what had happened since, he said a prayer each night to Calkin, thanking the god of gamblers for blessing him. How he had survived when so many others had been destroyed by the Emerald Queen or the demon was beyond him. But now he had more immediate needs. His army was a long way from home and hungry. The good news was that as he traveled north, the lands were more abundant, and his men were starting to eat well again. He said to Cahill, Word is to be sent south that any of those who managed to get away from Darkmoor could come to Illith to winter there. Very well, General, said the intelligence officer, who saluted and left the tent. Fadawa also knew the Sa'awa were out there somewhere, and he was concerned. If he could speak to Chatuk, he might convince the leader of the lizard people that he was also a dupe, a tool used and almost discarded. But if he failed that, the angry lizard would seek someone upon whom to vent his rage. As the highest remaining officer of the Emerald Queen's army, Fadawa was a logical choice. Fadawa sat back on the small stool in his tent. He had been cast upon a distant shore by a capricious fate, but it was his nature to turn an advantage wherever he might. That was why he had become the most successful general in Novindus, rising from mercenary captain in the Eastlands to military overlord of the Emerald Queen. His senior captain, Norden, said, What will we do once we've taken this Illith, General? Fadawa said, We've paid in blood for other people's greed and ambition, my old friend. He leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. Now we serve our own. He smiled at his old companion. His thin face looked especially sinister in the faint light from the small lantern that hung from the tent pole. How would you like to be general of our armies? Norden said, But if I become general, what about you? Fadawa said, I become king. His finger outlined the coast between Krondor and Illith. The kingdom's western capital is in ruins, and no law exists between it and Illith. He considered his options. Yes, king of the bitter sea. How does that sound? Norden bowed. It sounds appropriate, Your Majesty. Fadawa laughed as the cool fall wind blew outside the tent. End of Rage of a Demon King. Serpentwar Saga, Volume 3. By Raymond E. Feist. Read by Roy Avers.